Chapter 301 Full of Expectations. I remembered. This team is the Star Ocean team that is currently second in points. I saw them during the live broadcast before, Jiangwu said to Lung Feng and the others. When everyone heard what Jiangwu said, they immediately understood why this team was so confident, because their ranking was even higher than their own team. At the same time, everyone also remembered some information about this team. Obviously, this is a team that pretends to be a pig but eats the tiger. In the previous preliminaries and rematches, Shanghai team's ranking was right at 5th place. Neither too high nor too low. Just in time to enter the next round. This happened several times in a row. But once they got to the finals, they seemed like a completely different team. This also caused a big loss for those who thought they could easily destroy this team. They were unstoppable all the way, finishing second in the first round and third in the second round. It seems that the person whose car was robbed belongs to Star Ocean Troopers. It is understandable that they are so confident now, because they are very strong. Maybe in their opinion, except for the RSJ team. No team can compete with them in this game. There is a reason for them to think this way, because since the preliminary round, Star Ocean team has not played against SLK team, and they have not even met each other many times. Therefore, the impression of both sides on each other is just a pile of information and videos. So naturally there is no difference between them. Know how different the opponent's strength is from your own. After the two sides met, they immediately hid in the house, looking for an opportunity to attack. Almost at the same time, their free men also disappeared. They all went outside to lie in wait, waiting for an opportunity. The chatty boy was also looking for the enemy quickly. In a bush, he suddenly found a clue and quickly shouted, "Left 61! There is an enemy!" The other members of the team immediately turned their guns around and began to look for the enemy. Although Jiangwu was also looking for enemies, he was obviously a step slower than others, because when playing in an internet cafe, there will not be such an outpost to observe the enemy. Although everyone saw it, they didn't say much because everyone understood it. But Lingfeng pursed his lips at the chatty boy, signaling him to pay more attention to Jiangwu for a while, so that he could adapt as soon as possible. The chatty boy nodded after seeing it. Soon there was a burst of gunfire outside the house, and it turned out to be Lin Xiaoxiao, who directly killed the free man opposite. Everyone is very excited. Once the other party's free man dies, it means that all the other party's people are now concentrated in this building. It is very easy to kill them at this time. Lingfeng and the others rushed out of the house, and then started to seal the cigarettes. After sealing the cigarettes, they rushed in and planned to catch them all. But when they rushed in, they found that there was no one in the room, but the back door was open. It seems that the other party ran away through the back door after seeing the free man in his house dead. The three people immediately chased after him, but when they caught up, they found that the other party was already very far away. At this time, Jiangwu had a Mini 14 with a quadruple scope in his hand. He aimed at the person closest to him and shot him in the head with one shot. After the remaining two people saw this situation, not only did they not save their team members, but they ran away immediately, because they knew that if they saved that one person, the remaining two people would definitely be shot in the head by Jiangwu. Might as well run away immediately. A girl like this who is both beautiful and good at playing games is the best girlfriend in every boy's mind. Such a girlfriend is not only pleasing to the eye, but she can also play games with her. So why not do it? After Team Shanghai escaped, Team SLK planned to leave, because the equipment here has been searched. There is no need to stay here. But Jiangwu frowned at this time. He found that he really couldn't keep up with his own ideas many times. Although he didn't say much in terms of technology, in terms of cooperation, he was still far behind. This was different from it has a lot to do with the fact that I haven't played games for a long time. Moreover, his right hand is not very flexible, and he wears a wrist guard. So the operation is naturally not so smooth. There is no problem in some relatively large technical aspects. But if some micromanagement is required, there will be big problems. Some micromanipulations cannot be done with wrist guards at all. However, he also believed that after a few minutes and he fully adapts, he would feel much better. Lingfeng also decisively adopted what Shen Yi said before. This game was stable, in one word. He decided to be very steady no matter what he did from now on. Moreover, their skydiving position this time was also very good. Although it was not in the center of the safe zone, it was almost there. In the first 20 minutes, they could stay in the safe zone without much movement. It is also for this reason that everyone decided directly not to drive in this round, but to walk all the time. Then a few people planned to run to the ruins near the school to search for equipment for a while. Although the ruins are called ruins, in the eyes of players, They are not meaningless. It can even be said that it is a very fat place in chicken eating. People can often find level 3 helmets, level 3 armor, or medical kits and other items here. But these are extremely unbelievable equipment. So a few people put their second goal here. Because in the 2 rounds just now, no one came here to pick up equipment in the ruins. Only in the later stages did people pass by and come back here to pick up equipment. Since no one is picking it up, naturally I can't waste it while waiting for others. But when several people came here with great expectations, they found that there was actually a team inside. Their footsteps could even be heard at this time. Lingfeng asked the chatty boy to sneak over quietly to see which team it was. As long as it's not the RSJ team, you can still give it a try. But what they didn't expect was that it was actually the ESJ team. The moment the chatty boy stuck his head out, Long Quan immediately spotted the chatty boy. When he saw the chatty boy, he didn't hesitate at all, and shot the chatty boy directly in the head. Fortunately, the chatty boy was well prepared. Although he didn't know that this was the RSJ team, he was still very cautious. If it were a team that pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger like the Star Ocean team, if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to win. Is it dangerous? It was his caution that saved his life. Chapter 302 Unbelievable. After everyone knew it was the RSJ team, they immediately found a car and retreated without thinking. Although the chatty boy is a little unhappy, he should know that this is the best way. If the war starts now, they are more likely to lose. The RSJ team was also chasing after them at this time. But by the time they caught up, Lingfeng and the others had already gone very far. And he and the others would definitely not be able to catch up. Seeing that the RSJ team retreated so decisively, the RSJ team did not pursue them, but returned to the ruins to pick up all the remaining equipment. Don't they always land at the military base? Why did they suddenly change places this round and come to the ruins? This doesn't look like the RSJ team style. Lin Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully. Don't you understand? This means that because of what Long Quan did in the last round, he no longer has the right to command the team in this round. They should have a coach telling them what to do now. Otherwise, they have to do whatever they want. The RSJ team will definitely not change positions at will. After all, changing positions is a very cautious matter, the chatty boy explained. Listening to what the chatty boy said, everyone felt that it was very reasonable. But this shows one thing. That is, the tactics adopted by the coach of the RSJ team this time are the same as those of himself and others, which is a word of stability. At the same time, because they are originally ranked first in points. As long as there are no mistakes or accidents in this game, they only need to maintain it. Then the first place will definitely be theirs. On the contrary, if they are as high profile as they were in the previous games, they are very likely to be targeted by other teams that want to win. It would be very uncomfortable to fight like that. The audience couldn't help but be a little disappointed when they saw this. You must know that after the SLK team and the RSJ team met last time, everyone contributed to a very exciting fight. Although it is not all the credit of these two teams, there are also those few the team that ran over to attack the SLK team. But the audience still enjoyed watching it. But who knew that the two teams would be so peaceful in this round? After they met, they left directly without even firing a shot. It's really incredible. It seemed like the two teams had agreed upon it. But then everyone discovered a problem. That is, it was not just one or two teams like this, but almost all the teams in this game were like this. Whenever they meet each other, one team will definitely leave as soon as possible. The other team will not run up to chase them, but will continue to pick up their own equipment. Not to mention the existing teams taking the initiative to provoke or start a war, unless they are sure of winning. Some teams have not even fired a shot from the beginning until now, and just keep picking up equipment. Just people who shoot each other. Unless there are very special circumstances, or you are forced into a desperate situation, you will definitely not fight to the death. Just like that. The game has now been, already, for 15 minutes and almost 16 minutes. But only 8 people have been eliminated in the entire field. In other words, most teams are conserving their strength now, and intend to wait until it is safe. Give it a try at the end of the district. In this way, you can kill more people at once, and you will have more points. You can also hit the top 3. Another possibility is that these people don't have much confidence in their own strength. Instead of letting other teams destroy their own team at the beginning, it is better to wait until the end to fish in troubled waters. Lingfeng and the others met another team in another place. This was already the 4th team they met. However, except for the first team, which had 2 people killed, the other teams all saw they immediately ran away, not giving Lingfeng any chance to fight. This also makes the SLK team very depressed. How can they play games like this? They have worked so hard to run over and beat people. But they don't fight you, and they run away immediately after seeing you. Of course Lingfeng and others would feel very helpless. After meeting this team, the chatty boy became angry and said to the cold wind, "I don't believe it. I can't kill anyone today." After saying this, the chatty boy rushed forward. When the team saw the chatty boy rushing forward, they immediately prepared to escape. They have watched the SLK team's games and know the strength of the chatty boy. If the four of us were to fight head on here, they would definitely be delivering food. It wouldn't be a problem for the chatty boy to challenge a group of them alone. But after they did this, they became a little panicked and didn't choose a way out. Originally, everyone in the team had their own responsibilities, and they could play different roles when encountering the enemy to defeat the enemy. But now they were all overwhelmed by the power of the chatty boy who rushed over. Don't know what to do. They could only split up and flee in the direction where there was no SLK team. This opportunity to escape immediately appeared. A team member made a mistake in his panic and completely exposed his body to Jiangwu. For a sniper, as long as the opponent exposes a small flaw to him for an instant, he can kill the opponent. What's more, this person directly exposed his entire body. Jiangwu shot him directly in the head. But at the same time, the remaining 3 members of the team also took this opportunity to escape. And even the chatty boy didn't have time to catch up with them. "Stop chasing. We have already made a profit. That's all." Lung Feng waved at the chatty boy and asked him to come back. The chatty boy also knew that he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. Then he turned back. The audience in the audience exclaimed as they looked at the handsome figure on the big screen. In fact, most people didn't pay much attention to how good the chatty boy's operation was just now. What they really paid attention to was that the chatty boy just rushed directly into the crowd alone. In their opinion, that figure was very handsome and very domineering. Male players may see that Chatterbox Boy is very good at positioning and grasping the situation. But female players are just talking about Chatterbox Boy as a Zhao Yun-style hero at this time. There was only cheering in their mouths. And many people had already fallen in love with this brave young man. After killing a member of that team, the SLK team also knew that there was no big meaning in continuing to play jungle like this. Because many people won't want to fight you. I will run when I see you. How to fight then? Chapter 303 Acting Rashly. They thought for a while, and then went directly to a house near the center of the safety zone. It was a 2-story building. When they arrived, they clearly felt that there were many teams around them. But their movements were very tricky. And the muzzle of the gun is always pointed at the place where there are people. And the teams did not act rashly when they saw this situation. If we take action at this time, it is not certain whether the SLK team will be eliminated. But our own team will definitely be eliminated. That would be a bit of a waste. Of course, there is another reason why they don't fire. And that is that the SLK team is too strong. Once they fire, they will definitely arouse their anger. And their team will definitely not be able to survive. So in this delicate balance, all teams did not choose to shoot. After arriving at the house safely, Lung Feng and the others did not act rashly. There were too many teams around now. According to their estimates, nearly half of the teams had arrived here. And almost every team was trying to save themselves. Strength. This also means that as soon as any team starts a battle, its position will be exposed. And other teams will definitely follow and immediately besiege this team. This chain effect is very terrible. But that doesn't mean the tranquility will last long. It didn't take long for a team to rush in from outside the safe zone. They also noticed something strange, and took measures as soon as possible. It's just that the measure they took was very unwise. They quickly discovered a team hiding behind a tree, and immediately shot a person in that team to death. According to common sense, there is actually nothing wrong with their operation. On the contrary, it should be said that the response is very fast. But in this case, it was obviously inappropriate for them to take this measure. The moment they fired, more than many teams shot at them at the same time. The chatty boy had already anticipated this situation. So he was the first to shoot and the first to hit. But after he killed a man, he immediately hit himself. Then a burst of gunfire was heard outside. Almost most of the team was alarmed. Although everyone is hiding and not shooting. This is when everyone is in the same situation and no one gets points. Now that a team has obtained points, other teams will naturally find ways to eliminate the team that has obtained points and prevent the other team from ranking higher than themselves. So a phenomenon occurred. As soon as a team killed one person, they found that 3 teams were fighting against them. As soon as those 3 teams started fighting, many other teams started shooting. However, due to the chatty boy's wit, There are not many gunshots on the SLK team now, and everyone is focusing on other teams. It was also for this reason that all the teams started fighting. After Lingfeng and the others saw this situation, they also began to discuss the next methods and measures to deal with this problem. This is a great opportunity to earn points. Don't miss it. The next person to act was Lin Xiaoxiao. She went out after the chatty boy was about 50 meters away from her. Because at this distance, Chatterbox Boy has the widest field of vision and can know whether there are enemies nearby and eliminate those enemies in time. In this way, most of the threats around her will be clear, and it will be easier for her to get out of the house and start taking action. Lin Xiaoxiao had almost half of the grenades of the entire SLK team, which was very terrifying, including 6 fragmentation grenades, 4 shock bombs and 5 smoke bombs. As long as she is given time to throw thunder, there is basically no opponent she cannot defeat. But at the same time, she also has a problem. That is, because she has installed a large number of grenades, she has very little medicine and first aid kits. This is why she needs the chatty boy to explore the way first to ensure the safety of the surrounding environment. After Lin Xiaoxiao entered the battlefield, he immediately set up an ambush, and then began to look for opportunities. When he saw a crowded place, he would throw a mine, and then use explosive bombs and smoke bombs to disrupt the battlefield, helping the chatty boy to successfully kill the enemy on the battlefield. I have to say that the two people cooperated very well. This time, even if the opposing team discovered the two of them, there was nothing they could do. After watching the two people move, Jiangwu also started to move. In fact, he only needed to find a favorable hiding place. Because he is a sniper, he doesn't need to move much. In addition, not to mention the injury on his hand, even the wrist guard will affect his operation, making it difficult to complete some micro operations. But he couldn't take off the wristband. He was afraid that if he took it off, he would not be able to survive the game. There is a dull pain in my wrist now. After looking at the surrounding terrain, it was obvious that the outside could be used as a sniper spot. There were people everywhere. If you were to snipe, you might as well just go up with your gun. But his gun is a sniper rifle, and it has been a long time since he killed someone in a crowd like the chatty boy. If you go out and don't know whether you can survive until you shoot yourself, this is obviously not appropriate. But if you stay in the house, your shooting range is too narrow, so you can't achieve the purpose of sniping. Of course, the sniper's field of view should be as wide as possible. Thinking of this, Jiangwu thought for a while, and then made a bold decision. He went directly to the balcony, then controlled himself to open the door, stepped on the door handle, climbed to the door first, and then climbed directly from the door to the roof. This is the only way to get to the roof of a 2-story building like this. Many players don't know this operation, but for professional players, it is the most basic. After he climbed to the roof, he laid down directly. Then, using the protrusions between the houses as cover, he fired, shot, pressed the gun, and everything was done smoothly. The audience around him couldn't help but admire him. There is nothing special about Lingfeng compared with others, because many people saw that he just closed the door of the room, then squatted down by the window and started targeting the people outside. If there is an opportunity to shoot, shoot. Many viewers felt that Lingfeng looked very cowardly, but they just didn't realize the reason why he did this. Although Lingfeng only stayed in the house, the direction he aimed was very tricky. The direction he aimed was the most threatening direction to Jiangwu, because as a team commander, he is very aware of the importance of snipers to the team. Under normal circumstances, the team will let assaulters or free agents protect the sniper around him. Chapter 304 Handy. But now Lin Xiaoxiao and Chatterbox Boy are outside earning points. Although they will definitely think of protecting Jiangwu, there are so many enemies, and they have to take care of themselves. There will inevitably be some oversights. The gun I carry is just right for this. It has to be said that although Lingfeng is not as solid as the chatty boy in terms of technology, he does appear to be very good in terms of command and psychological quality in responding to emergencies. Even Shen Yi couldn't help but nod when he saw his performance in the audience. Lin Xiaoxiao looked very calm while throwing grenades and changing positions. She has practiced this ability of shooting and changing places countless times in daily life, and now she is naturally comfortable with it. But just after she threw a grenade, she suddenly saw a person not far away from her. It was Long Quan. Moreover, Long Quan was very close to her. The distance between the two was less than 50 meters. She was startled and wanted to leave quickly, but before she could react, Long Quan shot her to death. Others in the SLK team were also very shocked. Although they are all in different places, they will pay attention to each one, especially the chatty boy. He will glance at Lin Xiaoxiao every once in a while, just because he is afraid that something unexpected will happen to Lin Xiaoxiao. Last time, Lin Xiaoxiao was raped by Long Quan under his eyes. Beating him to death was already very annoying. I didn't expect that such a scene would happen now. And what made him feel most humiliated was that he had no idea where Long Quan was approaching from. After Long Quan appeared, Lung Feng immediately began to observe the surroundings. Sure enough, as he expected, Long Quan appeared. So all other members of his team should also appear. I saw that the remaining few people were all not far from Long Quan, guarding the place from different places. Seeing this, Lung Feng also understood what had just happened. It was not that Long Quan used means to sneak up to Lin Xiaoxiao and then kill Lin Xiaoxiao. The real situation should be that Long Quan and the others adopted very conservative team reporting tactics, and then tried to survive this melee. But when they were laying an ambush and preparing to kill, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly ran over and rushed towards them. Long Quan must have been very confused at the time. He didn't know what the girl was doing, and he rushed over so recklessly. He has been hesitating whether to kill Lin Xiaoxiao, because he has experienced how the talkative boy went berserk after he killed Lin Xiaoxiao last time. Naturally, he will not offend this woman this time. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xiaoxiao didn't notice him at all and ran over directly, especially since Lin Xiaoxiao still had a grenade in her hand. This also made him immediately stop hesitating and kill Lin Xiaoxiao when she was about 50 meters away from him. Not only did the two of them fight along the way, but when they saw other teams on the road, they would also kill them directly. It didn't take long before there were not many people left on the battlefield. One of the other 3 members of the RSJ team was killed by Lung Feng immediately. And then the remaining 2 were ruthlessly shot in the head by the chatty boy when they wanted to come over to help Long Quan. Although Long Quan was very angry after seeing this situation, he had nothing to do. Although the chatty boy was angry, his thinking was calmer than usual. Every move was perfect. Long Quan had no room for counterattack. Instead, he himself has been suppressed by the chatty boy, and now he has been shot twice. His blood volume was already half gone. Jiangwu immediately came down from the roof as soon as this happened. But he found that Long Quan was very far away from them now, and he and others could not hit him at all. It seemed that Long Quan knew they were in this house, so he ran away like this. When Jiangwu saw this situation, he immediately prepared to help the chatty boy. But when he was about to take action, the cold wind stopped him. Because Lung Feng knew how powerful the chatty boy could be because of this matter. So although it looked dangerous, he wasn't worried at all. He knew that as long as Long Quan didn't die, the chatty boy would definitely not die. So Lingfeng took Jiangwu to another place. They also have another purpose in doing this. That is, they want to come here to gain points. The melee between Chatterbox Boy and Long Quan clearly had a great effect. Now the surrounding teams have basically come out of their hiding places. Although they didn't want to come out, the already chaotic battlefield was made a mess by these 2 people. So they had no choice but to do so. Jiangwu and Lingfeng stayed behind to engage in dirty work. Those teams were in a panic by the 2 men in front. When they turned around, they saw 2 men with guns pointed at them. Without any warning, they could only be beaten to death by these 2 men in an instant. By the time other teams became alert, Lung Feng and Jiangwu had already killed 5 people in this way. In total, the SLK team is already the team with the most kills in this game, followed by the RSJ team. But only Long Quan is left alive in the RSJ team, and the other 3 have been eliminated. Overall, the SLK team has a better chance of winning. After killing those 5 people, because the other teams were already alert, Lung Feng and the others' idea of intriguing was unrealistic. Lingfeng thought for a while, and decided to change tactics with Jiangwu. That is guerrilla warfare tactics. This tactic is actually very simple, and its essence has only one word, which is run. Of course, running does not mean that you can run around. You must run very regularly. To put it simply, the positioning must be very good. Keep moving, and use your movements to prevent yourself from being exposed to the enemy's sight. And at the same time, make it impossible for the enemy to hit you. This will be very safe. But some people will think at this time that if they keep moving, they will not be able to shoot. What's the use of just running like this? In fact, this is not the case, because the SLK team has Jiangwu, and his skills are extremely powerful. Just give him 0.5 seconds with a sniper rifle, and he can aim and shoot. In this way, the other party cannot hit you, but you can kill the other party. This is the most cost-effective way. Everything went smoothly at first, but after a while something went wrong. Lung Feng clearly felt that Jiangwu's hand speed couldn't keep up, and he looked very unfamiliar. But when we trained together before, This tactic was Jiang Wu's favorite. He had never failed in this tactic. Chapter 305 Fighting Side by Side. But when he looked at Jiang Wu, he understood everything. He found that Jiang Wu made his operations more flexible in order to match his movements. Unexpectedly, he didn't know when he had taken off the wrist guard on his hand. His hands must have started to hurt now, because he could clearly see the very painful expression on Jiang Wu's face at this time. He didn't need to think about it to know that he was suffering from severe pain at this time. But there is nothing Ling Feng can do. Now is the most critical time of the game. If Jiang Wu cannot persist, then he felt that it would be a bit difficult for the SLK team to win. After all, there are still many teams that have not been eliminated. And he also knew that Jiang Wu would never leave the field at this time. If he were to leave the field now, he would be more uncomfortable than if he died. Shen Yi, who was in the audience, also saw this situation. He didn't know what Jiang Wu's current state was, but Shen Yi could tell from Jiang Wu's facial expression that Jiang Wu must be very uncomfortable now. Seeing this, he wanted to go over and discuss with the people from the competition organizing committee, and then go and bring Jiang Wu back, because he knew that it would be impossible for Jiang Wu to give up the game on his own. But just after taking 2 steps, something happened on the field that caught everyone off guard. That means the cold wind is eliminated. Seeing this, the audience was confused. But Shen Yi really saw why he was eliminated. The main reason is that he just turned his head and looked at Jiang Wu. In fact, after the chatty boy killed all the members of his team, Long Quan had been thinking of ways to kill the other members of the SLK team. In this way, he would be on the same starting line as the chatty boy. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about those 2 people coming to help the chatty boy. The chatty boy kept blocking him. There was no way he could get near Lung Feng and Jiang Wu. He wanted to aim because they were too far away, so he had to give up. But when Ling Feng turned around to look at Jiang Wu, this gave Long Quan a chance. Then at this moment, Long Quan suddenly started to take action. He even let himself take the bullet from the chatty boy regardless. But at the same time, he also threw a grenade. Lung Feng was eliminated from the competition by Long Quan because of his carelessness. In Long Quan's mind, he had always felt that Jiang Wu's skills were definitely not that powerful, and he did not pose a threat to him at all. From before, he had seen that although Jiang Wu's shooting skills were still very good, he was much inferior in other aspects. Especially Jiang Wu's positioning, in his opinion, has many flaws. As long as he was given a chance, Jiang Wu would have died countless times. It's just that he didn't know that Jiang Wu was participating in this game while injured. Otherwise his performance would have been much better than his current performance. The teams on the field have also come to their senses at this time. They know that Chatterbox Boy and Long Quan are the 2 most powerful people in this game. Although these 2 people are still fighting among themselves. No matter which one of them, when one person wins, the other person will directly crush the others. At that time, it will be impossible for your team to win. So they decided to connect. It's just that it was a little late for them to understand this truth. By the time they started to implement this plan, there were only 8 people left on the battlefield except Chatterbox Boy, Long Quan and Jiang Wu. There were so many teams fighting just now, but only 8 of them were beaten directly and violently. Now these 8 people are undoubtedly trying to beat the chariot. But at least there is hope if you give it a try. If you give it a try, you may be wiped out by the group. They formed groups of 4. 1 group for each person, and began to attack. 1 person from the Starship Troopers also survived. He went directly to attack the chatty boy with 3 others. When Chatterbox Boy and Long Quan saw this situation in the distance, they both showed a hint of displeasure. The duel between strong men must be in a very fair situation. Even though the chatty boy is very angry now, he still hopes to eliminate Long Quan himself, so that he can give Lin Xiaoxiao an explanation. Long Quan was naturally a little happy when he saw someone attacking the chatty boy. But he also had his own pride, especially since he had just been chased all over the safe zone by the chatty boy, which already made him feel extremely humiliated. He has never been treated like this since he started playing games. Now he wants to use his own strength to knock down the chatty boy. It is precisely because both people have such thoughts, and they can also know how the other person feels. So almost at the same time, Long Quan and Chatterbox Boy both turned their guns and pointed them at the members of those teams. In an instant, gunshots rang out, and the members of those teams were immediately blinded. Originally, they were watching the civil war between these 2 people and felt that they would be too busy taking care of themselves that they would have no time to take care of themselves, so that the sneak attack would have a great chance of success. It can be said that it is not impossible to kill both of them completely. But I didn't expect that these 2 people would act out of common sense. The moment they prepared to attack, The two of them briefly changed from enemies to teammates. The audience felt excited when they saw this. There is no doubt that the most exciting game in the entire Huya Destiny Cup must be the final. Although there is nothing to see in the early stage, many people are there to develop. But the later stage was so exciting that no one could have imagined it. Especially the battle between Chatterbox Boy and Long Quan made everyone feel like they were watching the battle of the century. The two of them were fighting each other among so many teams. But neither could do anything to the other. But the people in the surrounding teams have been killed by them. Now that the teams have united, the two of them are fighting side by side again. At this time, everyone seems to have a feeling that as long as these two people are together, they are invincible. No one is a match for the two of them. When thinking of this, almost everyone has an idea in their mind. If a team can include these two people at the same time, then the team's strength will definitely become very powerful. The strength is not the top in the country, but it is almost there. But looking at the way they keep tit for tat, it seems that this matter is still relatively difficult. Before much fighting, only one of the 8 people was beaten. And it was the person from the Star C team. When he saw something was wrong, he ran away as soon as possible, and did not continue to fight the chatty boy and the others. In addition, there are 7 people around to help him attract firepower. So he successfully hid in a house. Chapter 306 Amazing Agreement. Now only the chatty boy, Long Quan, Jiang Wu, and the Shanghai team are left on the battlefield. Just when the audience thought that the winner must be either Chatty Boy or Long Quan, something strange happened. After Chatterbox Boy and Long Quan killed all those people, they immediately started fighting each other again. But this time, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. The two men took out a fragmentation grenade from their hands almost at the same time, and then controlled the time and threw it in the direction of the other party. The grenades exploded almost simultaneously. Escape is simply impossible. At this moment, the chatty boy and Long Quan fell to the ground at the same time. This result was beyond everyone's expectation. Because Long Quan no longer had any teammates, he was eliminated directly. But the chatty boy was only injured and fell to the ground, and could still move at this time. When Jiang Wu saw this situation, he immediately went over to save the chatty boy. But before he took a few steps, he saw the man from the Star Sea troopers running out of the room, shooting wildly at the chatty boy. And within a few seconds, the chatty boy was eliminated. He knew how terrifying the chatty boy was, so he would definitely not give the chatty boy any chance to be resurrected. In comparison, there is only one Jiang Wu left now, and he is relatively easy to deal with. But Jiang Wu didn't give him this chance at this time. The moment the man attacked the chatty boy, he turned around and ran behind the man. When the man found out, it was already too late, and he had no chance. Jiang Wu directly fired 2 shots and eliminated him from the game. At this point, the game is directly over. The SLK team also successfully got the chicken. At the same time, the results of the point statistics have also come out. The SLK team won the championship with 490 points. The RSJ team won the runner-up with 460 points. And the third place was also won by the Shanghai team, who scored 410 points. Amid everyone's cheers, the host excitedly invited the SLK team to the stage. Everyone became a little excited when they heard the host calling their names. But everyone also thought of Ma Feng in the lounge now. The victory in this competition must be attributed to Ma Feng's military medal. If Jiang Wu is allowed to participate, he may only need to participate in 2 games, and his hand will be completely useless. At that time, the team will have no snipers, and will not be able to participate in the competition. So they immediately called Ma Feng to the stage. Originally, they wanted Shani to come up, but Shani thought it was too arrogant and refused. He actually doesn't quite agree with his identity now. He has always hoped that when he stands in front of the public, he can prove his innocence. But at this time, he obviously has not yet. Next, we invite the champion of this Huya Destiny Cup, the SLK team, to come on stage. After the host finished speaking, they also walked up. After the audience saw them, they immediately thought of the various performances of the SLK team in the previous games, and everyone cheered even more enthusiastically. Many people in the crowd shouted, SLK, and some people did not call their team, but just called the name of one of them. They had obviously become fans of that person. And the one with the most fans among them was not the chatty boy, but Lin Xiaoxiao. Many people were shouting words like, Red Flame, I love you. It made a careless girl like Lin Xiaoxiao feel embarrassed. As the team's assaulter, after winning the game this time, do you have anything to say to everyone? The host is also very professional. She can see that the most outstanding performance in this game is the words, Tuberculous Boy. His performance in every game was very good, although sometimes he seemed very impulsive and a little impulsive. In the eyes of the audience, this was a brave performance by a talkative boy. So the audience must also really want to hear what he has to say. Talk about what happened during the game. Hearing the host ask this question, the chatty boy was a little different. After all, in the past, when he won the competition, the host would first let Shen-Yi speak. In the eyes of everyone, Shen-Yi was the most dazzling. Now this role suddenly changed to on the contrary. It was a bit difficult for him to adapt to it. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality, and then said in what he thought was the most normal voice possible, "It's actually not surprising at all that our team can win this game." After hearing what he said, everyone on and off the stage began to be shocked. This man was so shameless that he could really say anything. It sounds like he means that the first place in this competition has been booked by their team. The chatty boy ignored everyone's surprised looks and continued to talk to himself. Many people must be wondering why I said this. The reason is actually very simple. Because our team has the best coach in the world. He is also the captain of our team. And it is precisely because of his presence that our team can be invincible and continue to win. Then who is your captain? Is it your commander? The host asked curiously. No. Unfortunately, our captain cannot participate due to some special reasons. If he participates, our victory will be easier. But it's the same for us participating in the competition and him participating in the competition. Because he single-handedly brought all of us together. He was always by our side when we were playing, making us feel very at ease. The chatty boy looked at the host and said very sincerely. Hearing what he said, the SLK team also understood the chatty boy's intention. He wanted to take this opportunity to prove Shen-Yi's strength and let the outside world know that Shen-Yi had never cheated and that he had always been very strong. It's a live broadcast on TV at this time. So this happens to be a very suitable opportunity. After hearing what the chatty boy said, the host was also very curious and immediately said, "Is the coach and captain here so good? Is he here now? Can you invite him up?" "Okay. He's in the audience now. I'll hand him over." When the chatty boy heard that the host wanted to invite Shen-Yi to the stage, I was so happy that I immediately fell off the table. Then he walked to Shen-Yi, bowed to Shen-Yi, then made a gesture of invitation, and said with a playful smile, "Boss, please." Shen-Yi couldn't help but smile when he saw him like this. He finally saw it. The chatty boy came up with this method because he was afraid that he would not come on stage. He wanted to force Shen-Yi to come on stage. Shen-Yi naturally understood his intention. Chapter 307 Whispering. However, this is obviously not of much use. What is really useful depends on whether Jiang Zhe will fulfill the bet and really be able to clarify what happened back then after his team won the first place. But to be honest, Shen-Yi didn't actually have much trust in Jiang Zhe. He always felt that if Jiang Zhe could be believed, then even a duck could climb a tree. Then Shen-Yi tidied up his clothes and walked to the stage. After taking the stage, the host handed him the microphone and said kindly, "Captain, your team has won this time. What do you want to say?" Shen-Yi thought for a moment, then held the microphone tightly and said calmly, "Actually, I don't have anything to say. It's all the result of the team members' very hard training." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted, and someone in the audience shouted, "Huamian Wuchang! He is Huamian Wuchang!" As soon as the man finished speaking, most of the people in the audience became excited. The veteran players, and some professional players in the audience, were even more shocked and speechless after hearing the name Huamian Wuchang. Although they haven't heard this name for more than a year, it doesn't mean that they will forget it. They still remember the legend created by this name back then. And they can't forget the cheating incident that shocked the circle. And this has always been their question. Should he listen to everyone's whispers? Raised his head and said to everyone, "Yes, I am just capricious." The question in everyone's mind. "Hello, Captain. I really didn't expect you to be the fickle person you were back then. According to the stories of your team members, we all believe that you must be very powerful. But regarding the cheating incident that year, may I ask, do you have anything you want to say? Can you tell us what is going on?" At this time, the audience's eyes were also focused on Shen-Yi, hoping that he could say something for him. Faced with everyone's attention, Shen-Yi felt mixed emotions. The original cheating incident had a great impact on him. But this time it was the first time after the incident that he had the opportunity to publicly defend himself. Shen-Yi calmed down and said, "What I want to say about this matter is that I will never do anything to discredit me and my team. I can seriously assure you that I am definitely not cheating. Although I don't know who made this incident in the first place. But I am innocent. and I believe that the facts will eventually prove my innocence. Of course, during this period, I completely obey the decision to suspend myself. I will only appear on the field as a conductor. I will not compete on my own. I hope everyone can trust me, and I hope everyone can trust our SLK team. After speaking, some of the audience expressed their support for Shen, while others were dismissive of what he said. Some old players seemed a little excited, because they knew Hua Mian Wicheng and his skills and character. Since he could take the initiative to defend himself, they believed that he had been tricked by others. After all, he was so popular at the time. To be honest, they all wanted to defend Shen when the cheating incident suddenly broke out. But unfortunately, Shen failed to clarify for himself in time. They support Shen's face-to-face clarification today. And the most important point is that this guy is finally back, and I really want to fight him again. Okay. We believe what Hua Mian Wuchang said today. At this time, the host promptly picked up the topic. We have all seen the performance of the SLK team today. It can be said that in today's game, the SLK team showed us their superb game skills. Whether it is the division of labor between individual players, or the overall cooperation of the entire team. And at the end of the game, the strong quality and calm response of each team member in the face of danger are absolutely first class. Moreover, I can assure everyone that our game is fair and just, and we will never allow cheating. So thank you to the SLK team for their wonderful performance today. Finally, please cheer for our champion. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience was excited. After all, aside from Shen's matter, they saw the performance of the SLK team today. I have to say that SLK's showdown today was indeed exciting. SLK! SLK! Listening to the cheers from the audience, the SLK players could no longer suppress their excitement. After all, for them, the victory in today's game was really important. At this time, the most excited person was Shen. Today, he finally got the support of some people, and no longer had to face the team members with so much pressure. Just like that, the SLK players left the field with their championship trophy amid cheers. This year's Huya Destiny Cup has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you for your hard work in this competition. And thank you for giving me a chance to clarify things in public, Shen said to the team members backstage. Captain, why are you so polite to us? Besides, without the captain, we wouldn't be able to get together to compete here, the chatty boy said with a smile. I haven't contacted you yet, but you sold it to me directly in the end? Have you never thought about what if I cancel the championship because of me after I go up? No, Captain, don't scare me. Shen smiled bitterly, shook his head, looked at Jiangwu and said, Thank you for your hard work. How is the injury on your hand? It's not good. I may have to take care of myself for a while. The captain is so angry at me that you have to treat me to a meal. You don't know how to cherish yourself. If you win a game, I have to treat you to this meal even if you don't tell me. Let's go and treat you to a big meal. The members of the SLK team walked happily to the outside. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had always been carefree, seemed to secretly strengthen his determination as he looked at Shen Yi's leaving figure. The game was over. While Shen Yi was happy and excited, he was also thinking about his bet with Jiang Zhe. I guess that guy won't admit it so kindly. Well, it depends on his character. But then he smiled bitterly and thought about how he could have such an idea. Considering Jiang Zhe's character? Does that guy have any character? The word character is simply an insult when applied to him. However, Shen Yi thought about it and decided to call Jiang Zhe. The last time Jiang Zhe called him, he saved Jiang Zhe's phone number. Whether he admits the bet or not, it doesn't matter to Shen Yi anyway, because Shen Yi has used his own strength to prove to everyone that he has this strength. Chapter 308 Feeling Ashamed. Shen Yi believes that if he can play in the next game, he will definitely surprise everyone. Today is just the beginning. The phone call came through after a while. Jiang Zhe said in a slightly gloomy voice. Why are you calling me? Have you forgotten our bet? We have now won the first place in the competition, Shen Yi said lightly. Ha ha. So what? What you won was only the worst team in my team. And if it weren't for that guy in Longquan who cheated, how could you have won? As for that bet, wait until you can beat my most powerful team. Let's talk about it. Jiang Zhe said there. I didn't expect you to fulfill the bet. Just come over, and I'll be waiting for you. Shen Yi responded. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Longquan has helped you so much. Guess how miserable he will be. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Jiang Zhe hung up the phone. Shen Yi held the phone, feeling increasingly uneasy. It seems something has happened to Long Quan. With Jiang Zhe's methods, I really don't know how he will deal with Long Quan. At this moment, everyone started to call Shen Yi over, and Shen Yi had to put the matter aside first, and then chased after him. Everyone has paid a lot for this game, especially Jiang Wu and Ma Feng. It can be said that they sacrificed a lot, although Ma Feng has been with everyone, and now he is very happy after everyone won the first place in the competition. But everyone can feel that there is a hint of loneliness in his happiness. Just because everyone doesn't say it doesn't mean he doesn't blame himself. Han Xiaomu was very happy and proudly let everyone order as they pleased. The other people were a little embarrassed at first, but Shen Yi showed his shameless style and immediately grabbed the menu when no one started to move, and started to order the dishes. And regardless of whether Han Xiaomu was looking at him or not, he just chose the expensive ones. After a few dishes, the price was already nearly 1,000 yuan. Han Xiaomu raised her eyebrows, but didn't say anything. She had already made up her mind to trick Shen Yi hard the next time she got the chance. However, when everyone saw this situation, they didn't think about other things and started eating lavishly. Shen Yi even specially ordered 2 boxes of wine, hoping to get drunk with everyone. Just when everyone was enjoying their meal, Han Xiaomu suddenly received a call. When she came back, she told everyone in a slightly mysterious manner that in a while, the boss would come over to celebrate everyone's first place in the competition. Everyone was very surprised when they heard the news, although the studio was opened by this boss. Until now, except for Han Xiaomu, no one else had even seen this boss in person, or even knew him. Name, which is very embarrassing. Everyone even thought that this club was opened by Han Xiaomu. Shen Yi was also very curious about the boss Han Xiaomu mentioned. But in any case, the boss agreed to give him another chance to prove himself, and he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Everyone quickly asked Han Xiaomu about the club owner, but Han Xiaomu just smiled and didn't say much. He just told Shen Yi and the others that when the boss came over, they would naturally know who the boss was. Everyone had to give up asking and began to wait patiently for the boss's arrival. After a while, the waiter brought someone to the private room. Han Xiaomu immediately shouted, "Hello, boss." After seeing him, others also echoed, but Shen Yi was stunned the moment he saw the boss. He didn't expect that he had known the boss for a long time, and the two parties had also known each other, had contact. Yes, the owner of the Sniper Club is the mysterious middle-aged man Shen Yi saw when he confronted Jiang Zhe at Huya Company. It can be seen from how afraid Jiang Zhe was of him at that time that this middle-aged man was definitely not someone to take lightly. But Shen Yi didn't expect that this was his boss behind the scenes. "Hello. My name is Lin Hu. You are really good at playing the game. I think you are ashamed of yourself." After seeing Shen Yi, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand to talk cordially with Shen Yi. Shen Yi looked at the enthusiastic middle-aged man and felt more doubts in his heart. "How could it be you?" "Oh, no. To be more precise, why didn't you tell me that you were my boss when you first met me?" Shen Yi asked Lin Hu. "This question is normal. I can answer you because I am just the boss behind the Sniper Club. I cannot let others know that I run this club. This club has nothing to do with me in the eyes of outsiders." Lin Hu looking at Shen Yi. He smiled and said. Hearing what he said, Shen Yi probably understood a little bit. It seems that Lin Hu must have his reasons for establishing this club. But Lin Hu didn't say anything. And Shen Yi didn't ask. But Lin Hu did not look at Shen Yi, but continued. "My main purpose in establishing this club is to distract Jiang Zhe's attention so that he can waste his energy on esports. So that I can have the upper hand when fighting him. Because his focus is on esports. I think this method is naturally the best." Listening to what Lin Hu said, Shen Yi roughly understood what he meant. Because a large part of Jiang Zhe's company is supported by online games. Although it is large, it is very single. This is destined to mean that once something goes wrong with its games, the entire company will collapse directly. That's why the boss thought of finding a few players who are very good at the game to form a club. That is, Shen Yi and the others. When this team grows up, it will be no problem to defeat Jiang Zhe. After all, there are everyone in the team. Individual efforts together can produce great results. Others heard their conversation and basically understood what the situation was like. In other words, Boss Lin Hu's main target is Jiang Zhe. He and Jiang Zhe fought against each other for a long time. But the two of them were always in a state of neither losing nor winning. Then Lin Hu came up with this method. As for whether he can win, it's not clear yet. At least now it's an advantage. After a while, Lin Hu planned to leave early because he had something to do. Everyone sent him halfway. And he suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned around and said to Shen Yi and the others, "Let me tell you, Jiangze may be gaining momentum recently. First, he lost the game for once, and he must be very unhappy. Chapter 309 Dancing with Joy. Second, he may want to take revenge crazily because of your relationship. He is very angry this time, so he is very likely to deal with you. You must be very careful. I have also been restrained by Jiangze, so I may not be able to help you in the short term. And I can't even suppress him now, so I can only tell you so much." After finishing speaking, Lin Hu walked out of the hotel early. After everyone ate for a while, they left and planned to go to the bar to drink. "Because I promised to get drunk today. Of course, you can't cheat. Just use whatever tricks Jiangze has. But you still have to drink wine normally. Whatever." It didn't take long for several people to feel dizzy. Shen Yi himself also felt that his body was not in control and began to drift. He rarely drinks alcohol because playing games requires a clear mind at all times. But today is an exception. Naturally, there are not so many rules with my brothers. After everyone drank high, they all started dancing. Han Xiaomu on the side couldn't laugh or cry when she saw them like this. After she came, she knew that everyone would drink a lot of wine. So she didn't drink much, but took care of them silently, watching them. Fortunately, they asked for a private room after arriving. If they were like this in the hall, Han Xiaomu would definitely not be able to take care of them by himself. But today I am happy. Naturally no one cares about these things. Lin Xiaoxiao on the side also drank a lot of wine. It was obvious that she was very happy. She jumped on the sofa and said to Shen Yi, "Boss, are you happy today?" "I'm happy. We won first place." "Of course I'm happy," Shen Yi said with a smile. "Then let's celebrate. Everyone is so happy today." "Okay. How do you want to celebrate? Aren't we all drinking now?" Shen Yi looked at Lin Xiaoxiao doubtfully, thinking that she had another good idea to celebrate with everyone. When others heard Lin Xiaoxiao's words, they also began to listen quietly to her. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled innocently, and then said, "In order to celebrate such a great moment, boss, can you promise me something?" "Okay. Tell me. Boss, please be my boyfriend. Let me accept you," Lin Xiaoxiao said loudly to Shen Yi. When her words fell, everyone present fell silent. Almost everyone was stunned. Everyone knows how the chatty boy feels about Lin Xiaoxiao. And it can also be seen that the relationship between the two of them is getting better and better. But what they don't know is that all this is just wishful thinking of the chatty boy. And Lin Xiaoxiao has no such intention for him at all. Shen Yi's only hint of drunkenness disappeared. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. He could only stand there and look at the talkative boy. The chatty boy didn't look at him with pleading and sadness in his eyes. He just looked at Lin Xiaoxiao quietly. Shen Yi sighed when he saw this. The chatty boy had really changed. He used to be so proud. In the game, he could fight against a group of opponents alone. After knocking them down, he could still say, "I haven't beaten you enough, sir." But what about now? Shen Yi actually saw begging in his eyes. He had given up all his dignity for love. Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't know what the chatty boy is thinking. She does have a good impression of the chatty boy. If it weren't for Shen Yi, she might also like the chatty boy. But there are not so many of us in this world. After seeing the chatty boy before, Shen Yi had been planted in her heart like a seed. But when he won her, it was just that kiss in the alley. Who knows? Xiaoxiao, you know, we can't be together. I have no idea about you at all. And you also know that there are many people who like you. After finishing speaking, Shen Yi glanced at the place where the talkative boy was. In other words, this is your answer. Right. What does it have to do with him liking me and me liking you? Do I have to like him just because he likes me? What about you? You have forgotten about taking away my first kiss. Do you really have no feelings for me? Lin Xiaoxiao said, almost crying. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. The amount of information was too great. Lin Xiaoxiao's first kiss was actually taken away by Shen Yi. When did this happen, and why did not everyone present know? If Shen Yi had thoughts about Lin Xiaoxiao before, wouldn't they treat the chatty boy like a monkey? Xiaoxiao. Me. Shen Yi wanted to say something more, but Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted him. Stop talking. I already know. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao ran out, rushing into the vast darkness. When the chatty boy saw Lin Xiaoxiao going out, he punched Shen Yi. Don't you have no idea about Xiaoxiao? So what happened to the first kiss? Are you playing with me? Talk, boy. This is a misunderstanding. You go after Xiaoxiao first. And I will explain this to you later. She is a girl. And she is drunk. Can you rest assured if you let her outside? Shin-Yi wiped the corners of his mouth. Blood, he said to the chatty boy. The chatty boy glared at Shin-Yi fiercely. And without saying anything else, he rushed out to find Lin Xiaoxiao. Everyone looked at this sudden scene. And everyone didn't know what to do. No one expected that things would develop like this. Shin-Yi also sat weakly on the sofa, drinking glass after glass of wine. Han Xiaomu saw this situation at this time, thought about it, and hurriedly greeted everyone and said, Okay. Nothing happens. Let's break up tonight. Everyone can go back to their homes. Leave your captain to me, all right. Hearing Han Xiaomu say the same thing, everyone said nothing more. Moreover, Shin-Yi has her to take care of him, so he and others don't have to worry at all. Everyone didn't say anything and went back directly. In this situation, the best way is to say nothing. Otherwise it will cause bad things. After seeing everyone leave, Han Xiaomu came to Shin-Yi, patted his shoulder and said, Would you like to go out for a walk with me? Shin-Yi originally wanted to reject her, but before she could speak, Han Xiaomu pulled Shin-Yi outside. Shin-Yi had no choice but to follow her. At the bar counter, after Han Xiaomu settled the bill with the card the boss gave them, he bought a bottle of frozen water, handed it to Shin-Yi and said, My face is already purple. The chatty boy is very harsh. You apply some ice, so it won't hurt so much. Shin-Yi didn't expect that she would be so considerate, so he quickly took it and said thank you. The two then left the bar. Chapter 310 Pretending to be profound. Especially at nights like this. There are no Annies dancing in the square. And there are not so many tedious things waiting for you. You can just watch the lake and the scenery quietly by yourself. And suddenly you feel like your whole heart has become very relaxed. Han Xiaomu smiled and said to Shin-Yi. When Shin-Yi heard what she said, he knew that Han Xiaomu was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable because of what happened tonight. So he called himself out specifically so that he could relax. When thinking of this, Shin-Yi remembered the time he saw Jiang Zhe. And it was Han Xiaomu who called him out to comfort him. As he thought about it, a smile appeared on Shin-Yi's face unconsciously. Han Xiaomu was very puzzled when she saw Shin-Yi smiling at her, and said to Shin-Yi, What's wrong? Then why are you laughing? It's okay. Thank you. You don't need to take what happened today to your heart. I'm fine. I'm a grown man with a thick skin. It's okay to hit me. As for the misunderstanding with Xiao Xiao and the chatty boy, wait until tomorrow to find them. Just explain it clearly to them. We have been through so many storms and waves. And naturally this little thing is not a big deal, Shin-Yi said with a smile. When Han Xiaomu heard what he said, he just sighed secretly. Haha. Man. They always think of things too simply. Especially emotional matters. Do they think they can make girls let go with just one sentence? How can such a feeling be called love? They didn't know how much courage it took for a girl to say those words tonight. It is impossible for Lin Xiaoxiao to forgive Shin-Yi in the short term. But she still didn't say much. The purpose of calling Shin-Yi out was to comfort Shin-Yi, not to break Shin-Yi's heart. Naturally, she couldn't say these things. As for the side of Lin Xiaoxiao and the chatty boy, naturally they can't ignore it, and try their best to ignore it. Everyone knows what the chatty boy thinks about Lin Xiaoxiao. This incident happened to be a great opportunity for the boy with tuberculosis to chase Lin Xiaoxiao. It depends on whether he can seize it. Then Shin-Yi and Han Xiaomu started walking around the small lake in the park. After saying what they just said, the two of them couldn't find a topic for a while. Neither of them knew what to say, so they could only remain silent. While walking, Shin-Yi suddenly thought of something, turned his head, and said seriously to Han Xiaomu, Xiaomu, I want to ask you a question, and you must answer me truthfully. Seeing Shin-Yi's expression, Han Xiaomu guessed that he might have thought that Lin Xiaoxiao would not forgive him, and wanted to ask herself a solution. Although Han Xiaomu had not thought of any good solution at this time, she still said to Shin-Yi, Just tell me what your problem is. If I can help you, I will definitely help you. Hearing Han Xiaomu say this, Shin-Yi looked at her. His whole face turned red. And then suddenly a sentence popped out of his mouth. Xiaomu, you don't like me, do you? Otherwise, why would you be so interested in my affairs? Heart, why did you drag me out for a walk in the middle of the night? Hearing what Shin-Yi said, Han Xiaomu swallowed back the answer he had prepared to answer Lin Xiaoxiao's question. She looked at Shin-Yi's pretentious look and became angry. She snorted coldly and said, Why are you so narcissistic? I like you, even if you are the only man left in the world. I will like you. But Shin-Yi on the side did not listen to her words, but said to himself, You can't like me. Although you are very close to the boss, I will not betray myself just for this. I would rather those who refuse to obey. But considering that you are relatively pretty, if you chase me for a while, I may give you a chance. But it is just a chance. You must not think that I am going to agree. Han Xiaomu listened to Xin Yi's nonsense and felt that her concern for this guy was really superfluous. Why didn't I realize that he was so shameless before and gave me a chance? He was like this. He wouldn't even want to go against me. He was chasing me for several streets. He was nothing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She stepped on Xin Yi's feet with her high heels and left. Xin Yi screamed and stopped talking. Then, he hurriedly chased after him. But it seems that his goal has finally been achieved. He doesn't want Han Xiaomu to worry about him. Especially this unnecessary worry. So he said such words. Only in this way will Han Xiaomu feel that he has not suffered this matter. Influence? And then reassure yourself. But this comes at a cost. Xin Yi was directly thrown into the park by Han Xiaomu. And then she drove away by herself. Xin Yi could only smile bitterly. Women are really small-minded. Then we took a taxi back home. Early the next morning, Xin Yi came to the club. He went to the chatty boy's house to find his family. The chatty boy went out early in the morning. Xin Yi guessed that the misunderstanding yesterday might have been explained clearly. So the chatty boy came to the club in the morning. But when he came to the club, he found that the chatty boy had not come. And Lin Xiaoxiao was not there either. Xin Yi quickly called the two people. But he found that neither the chatty boy's phone nor Lin Xiaoxiao's phone could get through. Xin Yi immediately rushed to Uncle Lin Xiaoxiao's internet cafe, hoping to find news about Lin Xiaoxiao here. The internet cafe owner told him that he hadn't seen Lin Xiaoxiao for a long time. However, he gave Xin Yi Lin Xiaoxiao's address. After Xin Yi thanked him, he planned to go to Lin Xiaoxiao's home immediately. However, before he arrived at Lin Xiaoxiao's home, he received a call from the talkative boy. Boss, you are the person I admire most in my life. But Xiaoxiao is also the person I love most. No matter what happened between you and Xiaoxiao in the past, since you can't give her happiness, then I will be responsible for protecting her for the rest of my life. Xiaoxiao, I want to go out for a walk, but I don't worry about it. So I have to go with her. Don't think about it. When Xin Yi saw this message, he suddenly smiled bitterly. It seemed that the chatty boy still didn't know what happened about the first kiss. But he couldn't tell the chatty boy now. Because when he called the chatty boy said the boy hung up the phone again. It seems that these two people are determined to go out to relax. Or just go out for a walk. Maybe they can solve it by themselves. But thinking of this, Xin Yi felt worried again. Once the chatty boy and Lin Xiaoxiao left, there were not enough people in the team. Xin Yi threw away the cigarette, and moved farther and farther away from him in the young man's attention. The young man's heart gradually cooled down. The master really has no time to play with ordinary people like us. Chapter 3:11 Countless. Xin Yi turned around and waved to the young man behind him. Don't stand there. Don't you want to compete with me? Why don't you leave? Oh? The boy's disappointment was replaced by surprise. And he quickly responded. Oh. The young man and Xin Yi came to a nearby internet cafe and opened two computers side by side. Xin Yi glanced at the young man's screen, wrote down the young man's online name, and wrote a pig into the traffic police. This internet name. Xin Yi couldn't help laughing and asked, Well, what should I call you? My name is Yang Xing. The boy's answer was very brief. And then he added, We are competing for heads. Whoever kills more people will win. After saying that, Yang Xing jumped out of the plane. About 10 seconds after Yang Xing jumped, Xin Yi chose P City, which had a larger number of people. Since you are comparing heads, you should land in a place with many people so that you can kill more. But if Xin Yi read it correctly, the place where Yang Xing landed was actually the deserted island. How could he kill? There were no people there. Besides, there is a sea across the road, so it would be difficult to get through the poisonous circle without a car. What does Yang Xing think? With doubts, Xin Yi landed on the roof of a house. He did not rush to search the room, but lay on the ground and listened carefully to the surrounding sounds. There were at least two people in this house, and they were still using in the firearms confrontation. Xin Yi's experience could tell that they were holding Thompson submachine guns and M4A1 rifles respectively. Xin Yi had just landed and was unarmed. It was too risky to go down now, so he chose to wait and crawl towards the door. When the gunshot stopped and the door suddenly opened, Xin Yi saw the opportunity, jumped down, and hit his head with a punch, turning him into an urn. An M4A1 rifle with a silencer installed, a P92 pistol, a pan, a bandage, 2 fragmentation grenades. After obtaining the equipment, Shin-Yi did not continue to search the house because the building had already been searched and there was no need to waste time here. Shin-Yi came to the red house at the back with an M4A1 in hand and jumped in from the window. When he was on the roof just now, he saw someone entering the house. Calculating that only 20 seconds had passed, this person was probably still in the house. As soon as Shin-Yi entered the house, he quickly hid in the bathroom, not far away. He roughly observed the environment. Next to the bathroom was the stairs leading to the second floor. If there is no one on the first floor, it means that he has climbed the stairs to the second floor, or has left here. Shin-Yi smiled slightly, switched to his P92 pistol, and fired 2 shots to see if there was anyone in the room. Sure enough, when the gunfire was heard, the man slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, his eyes locked on the bathroom next to the stairs. The location of the bathroom is a blind spot for shooting. And similarly, grenades cannot be thrown in. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Shin-Yi replaced the pistol with a pan and quickly jumped out of the bathroom. Seeing Shin-Yi who suddenly jumped out, the man started shooting directly, but Shin-Yi jumped out and pressed the crouch button at the same time. His whole body shrank into a ball and popped out, and most of the bullets hit the pan. Shin-Yi took advantage of the man's distraction and switched weapons. Before his body even hit the ground, he shot him in the head with a P92 bullet. 2 kills. Less than 3 minutes have passed since the start of the game. Shin-Yi has already taken 2 heads, and Yang Xing is still searching for weapons. It won't be long before the poisonous gas will envelope S Island. By then, I am afraid that Yang Xing will be poisoned. But Yang Xing still smiled and searched for props in a leisurely manner. He didn't know what Yang Xing was trying to sell. Time passed quickly, and the poisonous circle slowly approached. Yang Xing reluctantly drove the car from S Island on the suspension bridge and drove to P City. From the beginning to now, he has not killed even a single person. He is just constantly looking for supplies. Now he has a polar suit, 6 first aid kits, an M24 sniper rifle with a quadruple scope, and grenades. There are countless smoke bombs and the like. Soon, the first airdrop came with a long orange smoke. His location was just on the edge of P City, not far from Yang Xing. But Yang Xing did not drive directly to pick up the airdrop. Instead, he abandoned the car and ran on foot, finally lying in the grass a few hundred meters away from the car. With the polar suit, Yang Xing is as if he is invisible on the field. Even if he is very close, it is difficult to find his position. He can just snipe those who come to pick up the airdrops. This is Yang Xing's combat strategy. Plunder supplies first and strike later. His gaming skills aren't great, but his mind is pretty smart. Very few people want to go to S Island because it is far away from the crowds and is also the place where people are most likely to be poisoned by poison gas. In Yang Xing's eyes, it's just the opposite. It can be said to be a piece of fat that fell on the ground, with enough oil and water to fill his stomach. Bang! After a gunshot, the person closest to the airdrop had turned into a box. When they heard the gunfire, the people who went to pick up the airdrop were shocked and quickly fell to the ground and crawled forward. After a while, the man who thought Yang Xing had gone far squatted down, walked a few steps, and after confirming that Yang Xing had gone far, he sprinted towards the airdrop. But what he got for his recklessness was Yang Xing's second kill. Seeing that the 2 people who jumped on them were beaten to death, those who were hiding had to reluctantly give up picking up the airdrop. After all, their lives still mattered. As time passed by, fewer and fewer people survived. From more than 100 people in the past to more than 20 people now. It only took 10 minutes. In the past 10 minutes or so, Shin-Yi has killed 17 people. And the supplies he has obtained have gradually become richer. Now he has a level 3 helmet, an 8-fold mirror, and a piece of equipment that everyone dreams of 98k. Yang Xing only killed 6 people, but he was not hit by a bullet, which is amazing. Yang Xing was relieved. It seemed that this airdrop was already in his pocket. Yang Xing lay on the ground and looked around carefully, wanting to get up to pick up the airdrop. Out of caution, he looked around again, and after confirming that there was no one in sight, he was secretly happy that the airdrop was from him. Yes, according to normal techniques, it was the most correct way to use smoke bombs to hide his figure at this time, and then pick up the airdrops. However, Yang Xing did lack actual combat experience, so he stood up directly. What happened next was beyond his imagination. As soon as he stood up, he heard a clear gunshot, and then he fell to the ground. Yang Xing's fingers trembled a few times. A little unbelievable. Before he stood up, He made sure that there was no one around. So how could he be killed by someone? Headshot? Yang Xing, who has always acted cautiously, thought something flashed through his mind. Someone was squatting to snipe him. Chapter 312 Rare. But if you think about it carefully, that's not the case. When he is wearing the polar suit, he seems to be integrated with the withered grass. Who would sit idle and watch a pile of withered grass for a long time? Yang Xing was horrified and clicked on the replay function. His screams rang out in the internet cafe. Instant sniper! The shock was so loud that everyone in the internet cafe could hear it. A young man with a cigarette in his mouth was depressed because he couldn't eat chicken. He turned his head in dissatisfaction and was about to get angry when he glanced at the display screen next to Yang Xing. He was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Speak up. 8 kills. The dissatisfaction in their eyes turned into deep shock. People who get chickens are very common, but little kids who can reach 8 kills are definitely rare. The young man stared at Yang Xing silently, not even caring about playing the game in his hand. He patted his friends next to him. How could they let go of such a visual feast? But their eyes were quickly attracted by Shen Yi next to them. His coquettish movement was so perfect that they couldn't tell where his next stop would be. More and more eyes gathered behind Shen Yi. Many people even came directly behind Shen Yi in order to see more clearly, for fear of missing every detail. Shen Yi flicked the ashes of his cigarette and teased the young man. Brother, your phone is still on. I'm not going to help you pay for the internet bill that was wasted. Hey, Brother Gao, I'll pay for your internet connection this time, as long as you promise to take me with you. The young man was happy to get close to Shen Yi. With Shen Yi, wouldn't eating chicken by yourself be the same as cheating? This is every rookie's dream. There is no need to pay for the internet. Shen Yi refused mercilessly. I don't have time. The young man opened his lips slightly and wanted to say something, but Shen Yi's words had already turned to the child Yang Xing. What is the name of the person who sniped you? Yang Xing fell silent. Hua Mian Wucheng agreed to compete with him even though he was so busy. But his head was shot so easily. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he could still accept the fact. A tear fell from the corner of his eye, and he said unwillingly, His name is Han Yueyu. Han Yueyu? Shen Yi recited his online name silently in his mind and nodded thoughtfully. I don't blame you. He is a professional player. He was once the runner-up in the National League and has some strength. Shen Yi stared at the screen and put a hand on Yang Xing's shoulder for a moment to comfort him. The young man standing behind Shen Yi felt nervous. He didn't expect to meet the national runner-up in this game. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. It was undoubtedly a fantasy to come back in this game. But he didn't leave. He wanted to see what would happen to the arrogant person in front of him. Shen Yi picked up the fragmentation grenade on the ground and threw it into a room. After killing his opponent, he ran towards the school in the center of the safe zone without even licking the box. If Han Yueyu is still alive, he will go to school sooner or later. And this is the final venue. Yang Xing also wanted to see how powerful Han Yueyu could be. It would take an ordinary person at least 4 to 6 seconds to complete these 3 actions of opening the scope, aiming, and shooting at a distance. But Han Yueyu only spent 1 second. Presumably his eyesight, reaction power, and hand speed were all extremely high. Excellent. Even surpassing many professional players. It seems that the league runner-up is not a wasted reputation. As time goes by, the safe zone shrinks smaller and smaller. And the real decisive battle has just begun. The death countdown numbers on the screen were shrinking rapidly, and finally settled on 3 people who had not moved for a long time. A decisive battle involving life and death slowly began on the small venue of the school. Shen Yi hid in a small room, calmly watching the goings-on outside the window. The more critical the moment, the more prudent he had to be. After a while, I saw a green jeep in the distance slowly driving into the safe zone and heading towards several side-by-side bungalows in the southeast. There was a large area and many houses, which could be attacked or defended. Shen Yi felt funny in his heart. This person can't be so crazy, driving a car into the finals. Isn't this looking for death? Shen Yi picked up the 98K and quickly panned from the window, shooting at the jeep without even opening the sight. The jeep actually stopped at this time. Shen Yi then bombarded him violently, and the jeep exploded. The people in the car were also successfully transformed into urns. You killed Daodu. It seems that this person is a newbie. I really don't know how he survives until now. The gunfire here has told the enemy his current location, and this house has become a dangerous zone. But Shen Yi did not choose to leave. He chose fishing. Directly exposing one's position and attracting the other party is a bold move. The young man couldn't stand it any longer. He patted Shen Yi on the shoulder and said with a very understanding look, Brother, You've been exposed. Leave quickly. He's obviously very skilled. But it's a pity that he's mentally retarded. He's no different from Dowdy just now. How much? Yang Xing stood up, grabbed the young man's collar, and shouted angrily. What did you say? Do you know who he is? He? Hey, little Xingzi. Don't talk. Just let him watch. Shen waved his hand and said without looking back. The young man was secretly sulking because of Yang Xing's actions, and muttered, Huh? Let's see how long you can last against the league runner-up. Shen silently took a deep breath of cigarette, then slowly exhaled it. Looking at the drifting smoke, he smiled lightly. Me? I will last for a long time. The young man was so angry that he couldn't speak. He couldn't help but snort. He was thinking in his heart that after Shen failed, he would definitely ridicule this guy who didn't understand current affairs. Shen Yi's current situation is not optimistic. There are only 3 bullets left in the 98K in his hand, and the secondary weapon M4A1 only has 1 bullet. The only thing that could calm him down was that his health gauge was close to full. He had 2 medical kits in his backpack, but he didn't think about using them. He didn't even recover a single health point in this game. Only by doing this will the game bring a little pressure to him and prevent him from getting bored. In order to attract Han Yue, Shen Yi deliberately threw an incendiary bomb outside the windows on both sides. Then he closed his eyes and turned up the volume of his headphones. No sound around him could escape his sharp ears. He suddenly said, Here we come. Yes, Han Yue is here. Shen Yi's eyes never left the window in front, but he heard subtle footsteps and could conclude that Han Yue came from another direction. Shen Yi was about to turn around and go to the rear window to snipe Han Yue, but unexpectedly, the sound of Han Yue's footsteps suddenly disappeared. Shen Yi secretly screamed that something was wrong, and relying on his superior combat experience, he quickly climbed out of the window in front of him. Chapter 3:13 Comprehension. As soon as he landed on the ground, he heard a huge explosion in the room behind him. Shen Yi looked at the room on the second floor and was secretly glad in his heart. If he had moved a little slower, he would have turned into a box by now. After the first attack failed, Han Yue's second attack followed. Before Shen Yi could stand firm, a fragmentation grenade suddenly hit the wall and bounced back, flying straight toward Shen Yi in the corner. Shen Yi made a quick decision and quickly moved to the other side of the corner. But the speed was still slow. Although this combo did not kill Shen Yi, it still damaged almost half of his health. Now there is only a few 45 health points left. In the eyes of others, it is difficult for Shen Yi to escape Han Yue's attack. Next hit. Shen Yi's heart was spinning, judging from the direction in which the 2 grenades flew. Han Yue's position was in the southwest corner of the back of the house, exactly opposite his own position. You're still pretty strong. You didn't let me down. Shen Yi emerged from the corner. He knew that Han Yue's 2 attacks failed, so he would definitely come to find out. So Shen Yi used M4A1 to aim at the corner on the other side, where Han Yue must pass. The young man felt angry, waved his hands, and said to the group of people behind him, No one is still aiming there. I can't stand it anymore. Just watch it. I thought it was so powerful, but it's boring. Hearing this, Shen Yi's fingers trembled slightly. The young man's friend put his arm around his shoulders and forced him over, saying, Hey, don't leave. How about we make a bet? As soon as he heard about the bet, the young man immediately became interested. He usually likes to play exciting games. This time he asked with some uncertainty, This guy is a sure winner or not? Do you still dare to bet? Hey, let's play for a while and bet on how long this buddy can last. The bet is today's internet fee. Whoever loses will end. How about it? Okay, what are you betting on? I bet 5 minutes. No. 5 minutes is too much. 3 minutes. Shall I bet for a minute? Yang Xing said. I bet he can win. All eyes were focused on Yang Xing. The group of people stared at Yang Xing like a fool. Is there anything wrong with this kid? Judging from the operation of Han Yue's 2 grenades, his strength is far superior to Shen Yi. And this child is actually willing to do this for Shen Yi. Hey, Brother Dong. Look. The person next to him patted the young man on the shoulder, pointed at Shen Yi's screen, and said, Isn't this Han Yue fake? Why can't I hit this guy with a gun? Shen Yi put away the gun in his hand and rushed towards Han Yue in front of him. Han Yue, known as the instant sniper god, kept shooting at Shen Yi with the S-1897 in his hand. But he couldn't even aim at Shen Yi's figure. Every time he fired, he would be easily dodged by Shen Yi's body skills. He thought that his excellent marksmanship was just like that of a novice, unable to hit Shen Yi no matter what. Seeing that she could not aim at Shen Yi, Han Yueyu suddenly remembered the once famous Yuling Bu. Since it was a competition of body skills, the victory or defeat should be determined by body skills. Han Yueyu, who has experienced many battles, believes that if his marksmanship cannot hit Shen Yi will definitely not be able to hit him. His Yuling Bu is the essence accumulated through tens of thousands of battles. The changes in his footwork are completely irregular. Even if others deliberately imitate it, they will not be able to truly understand it. What happened next shocked everyone present. Shen Yi's footwork was seen moving quickly, but his crosshair was firmly aimed at the tree trunk next to Han Yueyu. As Shen Yi's index finger of his right hand lightly touched the mouse. After a gunshot, the shot actually hit. Did Han Yueyu hit this shot himself? Just when everyone was confused, Shen Yi's next shot made everyone stunned. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Shen Yi actually won? How many minutes has passed since the bet? No more than a minute. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Hey, brother, say something. It's so deserted. Shen Yi turned around and said to the young man. The young man's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and he was so ashamed that he couldn't say a word. Do you want him to speak? What else could he say? At this time, he took the words. Silence is golden. To the extreme. The people next to him pushed him and whispered. Why are you still standing there? Let's leave quickly. This time we will be very embarrassed. The young man glared hard at the speaker, pushed him away, and prepared to leave this embarrassing place. When he had just taken 2 steps, Shen Yi's playful tone came from behind him. You just walked away like this? Stopping, the young man's cold gaze shot toward Shen Yi, and he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. What do you want? Shen Yi smiled and said. Hey, you forgot so quickly? Didn't you just have a bet? Let's see who can pay off our internet fees. The young man was angry and clenched his fists. Shen Yi's words made him angry, and he said to the friend next to him, Xiao Xiao, go and pay their internet bill. The friend named Xiao Xiao next to me felt unhappy and muttered in a low voice. You obviously have a share. Why do you let me settle the bill alone? The young man rolled his eyes at Xiao Xiao and said in a gloomy tone. You proposed this damn bet. If you don't pay the bill, who will? Go. Seeing Xiao Xiao going to settle the bill, Shen Yi stood up, held the young man's hand politely, and said, Brother, thank you so much. It just so happens that I didn't bring any money today. How about we play for a while? What is this word? This is to squeeze Brother Dong dry. Brother Dong shook off Shen Yi's hand and walked towards the door of the internet cafe without looking back. Before he walked out of the door, he heard Shen Yi behind him saying loudly, Brother, remember to come here to gamble often. Although the game was won in the end, it was still a narrow victory. When the 2 teams communicated after the game, Shen Yi found out that the girl's name was Han Yubing, and she was Han Yueyu's younger sister. Not only was she good at playing games, but she was also pretty. 16 years old. When she was young, she followed her brother into the Royal Club. When she participated in that game, she had just celebrated her 18th birthday. Shen Yi sat in front of the computer in a daze, and a message popped up. Dude, your skills are not bad. Do you want to start a game? Okay, I'll pull you. It seems that Han Yueyu doesn't know who he is yet, but he doesn't care. Anyway, he can't go back to the CF circle. Xiao Xingzi, let's play a game together. Shen Yi turned his head and said to Yang Xing next to him. After Yang Xing was pulled closer to the team, he saw another person inside. He glanced at the ID, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. But he didn't say anything more and got ready. Chapter 3:14 Tactical Analysis. Shen Yi started this game mainly to prove Yang Xing's skills. The game just now was a one-on-one, so he didn't pay much attention. Moreover, there was Han Yueyu, who was causing trouble next to him, so he couldn't judge Yang Xing's real skills. Now with 3 people working together in a team, he would be able to know what level Yang Xing was, and decisively chose 3 people in 4 rows. Captain Shen, are you no longer matched with a teammate? Yang Xing asked casually. No, the 3 of us can do it. After a minute of waiting time, the 3 of them got on the plane. The route was northeast and southwest, from Guangmingding to Port P, except for the rich resources in P City, Y City and the school. The rest of the way could only support 1 team. Shen Yi was in order to test Yang Xing's strength. He took the lead and asked, Where to jump? Air raid shelter, Yang Xing said. Dugout. Shen Yi took a breath. Are you kidding? This route is 2 grids away from the air raid shelter. If you can't find the landing point, you basically won't be able to fly over. And you may need to find a car midway. Yang Xing's air raid shelter was the first to be rejected by Shen Yi. Although this wretched style of play can survive for a long time, it is not practical at all in real games. Stay away from crowded places and slowly search for equipment. And then get up and go to safety. Run inside the area. In the passerby game, it's nothing. But in high-quality games, this kind of play has no way to test the operator's true level. Shen Yi shook his head and prepared to mark a point himself. Why city? A clear female voice sounded. Shen Yi and Yang Xing were both stunned for a moment. And then, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Why did Han Yueyu become a woman? As we all know, in the years when CF was very popular, Han Yueyu was known as the hotline male god. On the day of the LPL League, more female fans from Han Yueyu's family were present than in the entire stadium. Could it be that he went to Thailand and had a sex change? Already? Shen Yi joked for a moment and then dismissed the idea. What's going on? Shen Yi turned off the microphone and asked Yang Xing next to him. I don't know. This person must be an imposter. How could Han Yueyu be a woman? Yang Xing was also confused. Han Yueyu, who had fascinated thousands of girls, turned out to be a woman. It was scary to think about it. No, but all the famous player IDs are exclusive, and PUBG will also provide certification privileges, so it should be impossible to fake an account. Han Yueyu. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he muttered these 3 words to himself, then thought of something and his eyes lit up. If there was someone who could log in with Han Yueyu's account, and she was a girl, and her gaming skills were so superb, he couldn't think of anyone else besides that person. This person was none other than the one who had impressed him in the first place. Han Yubing. If my guess is correct, the person lining up with us now should be Han Yueyu's younger sister. Han Yubing. Han Yubing? Is that the curling Chiuyu? Yang Xing exclaimed. Shen Yi nodded. Han Shueyu's CFID is called Curling Chiuyu. She is different from her brother. His brother used his real name as his ID, while she took the last 2 characters of her name to form one. Idiom. Han Yubing is not as famous as his brother, because she is just like her name. Icy and cold. When Shen Yi saw this little girl, a word to describe her appeared in Shen Yi's mind. Iceberg beauty. Therefore, even if this kind of aloof girl is beautiful and has superb game-playing skills, few people are willing to play with her, because she doesn't pay attention to you noobs at all. What can you do to her? So her reputation is much lower than that of her brother. No wonder she didn't recognize that her ID was not hers. If Han Yueyu was really present, he would definitely know who he was. Shen Yi had long been interested in this little girl. Since she told her the place, he simply jumped down with her. Target Y City. After the flight route past Guangmingding, Shen Yi jumped off the plane. This game is not based on the principle of the shortest straight line between 2 points. As long as it is at a suitable distance, the one who jumps first will often land first. And this will seize a lot of opportunities. Y City is a route city, so there are a lot of teams jumping here. Shen Yi took a quick glance and found that there were 5 teams in total. The other 4 teams were jumping in the garage, office building, law enforcement bureau, and 5 bungalows. And they landed on the 4 square meter opposite the garage. 4 square can be said to be the richest place in the entire Y City except for the law enforcement bureau. In addition to being rich, there is also its geographical location. Whether you search behind or touch the front, you can advance or retreat. There are 3 people in their team, and these few houses are enough to keep them well fed. Shen Yi was naturally the first to land, broke the window directly into a room, and picked up an AKM. After all the bullets were replaced, the 2 of them landed slowly. If this were a solo queue, the 2 players who had just landed would turn into boxes while in the air. Hanbinju's equipment is the best among all, including level 3 armor, level 2 armor, M16A4 and S686. Although the equipment is good, it is all naked and does not have any accessories. However, for Shen Yi, the effect is not very different with or without accessories, but the 2 of them are different. Do you want to continue searching? Or go for a robbery? Shen Yi asked. Okay, let's continue searching. My SKS has no accessories and can't kill anyone, and the teams left behind are all fully staffed. Yang Xing responded. What about you? What do you think? Go and fight. They are searching for equipment right now. They will definitely not think that we will touch them. And there are only 3 of us here. They should also relax their vigilance. So now is the best time to fight them. Wait until then. If they collect all their equipment and then attack us, We will be passive. Han Yubing analyzed. She is worthy of being a sniper god who can compete with 70 kilograms. But this mental tactical analysis is enough to reveal her true level. This seems to be the truth. Yang Xing nodded subconsciously. Okay. Since we are talking about rushing, then you will take command and we will follow you. Han Shuibing didn't say anything. He rushed through the front door, touched the fence opposite the garage, and climbed in. Shen Yi and Yang Xing followed Han Yubing. The three of them walked quietly downstairs, and the floorboards creaked from upstairs. Let me go! What the hell is this? The drug circle has been reduced by a quarter, and the first house has not been searched yet. Is this going to happen? This guy above is definitely a loser. Yang Xing was speechless. Said, Chapter 315 as expected. I guess she must be a newbie. And she's probably a girl. Otherwise, how could she not come out for half a day? Shen Yi smacked his lips, and his facial expression twitched. It seemed that the players matched in this game had nothing to do with ranking points. He was so good that he was 5th on the Chinese rankings. How could he even meet such a player? This would affect the game experience too much. No. I'm going to file a complaint against him. None of the three people had any intention of rushing directly. Instead, they waited patiently. They wanted to see when this guy would come out. The poison circle was about to be behind the three of them. And at this time, there were several gunshots and the sound of a window breaking. And the original silence fell. The artillery fire in Y City officially started after the poisonous circle came. The center of the circle fell in M City. The outermost area was not very far from them. And it was only a first-level poison. They didn't have any medicine packs or drinks. So they had to do something before they could leave. Otherwise, they would have to reach the safe zone one by one. They were all at half health. So they were not ready for a beating. So Han Yubing made a temporary decision to kill all the teams here before leaving. As for the little sheep who jumped out of the window in front of her, Han Yubing only fired 2 shots before hitting her. This person was so incompetent that he had no friends. After he landed, he didn't even leave and even talk to Han Yubing. They looked at each other. Han Yubing originally thought not to shoot and wanted to follow this person to find her other teammates. However, this person did not follow the routine at all and was worried that she would report the point. So she shot directly. However, she was not directly killed. Han Yubing still had a plan to play a fishing law enforcement game. As long as this person did not die, his teammates would come to rescue her. Then, he would find a suitable position and wait for the enemy to take the bait. Okay. Enter the house. Han Yubing shouted. The two followed her and entered the house through the back door. The three of them went directly to the second floor. Yang Xing was responsible for holding the door, while Shen Yi was guarding the window on the second floor. Han Yubing was in the room on the left looking out at the outside view. Our takeout has arrived, Han Yubing said. The man who was knocked down by Han Yubing just now did not stay where he was. He crawled a long way forward and reached the road in the middle. The three people who originally had their guns ready did not wait until they were outside. Instead, they were filled with white smoke and beacon smoke on the other side. Beat. Han Yubing's face darkened when she saw this, and she began to sweep frantically into the smoke. After a bunch of bullets were fired, a kill popped up on the screen. Han Yubing's move was very unwise in Shen Yi's opinion. Killing this person was just adding another head. And then the other three people had no worries at all. The people they were playing with were all dead. So then just play casually. And judging from the fact that these three people did not rush directly towards the attacker, these three people are definitely not that easy to deal with. The three of them only had 5 bottles of drinks and 1 bottle of painkillers in total. There was no way they could use it. And they couldn't afford it. The gunfire in the restaurant had stopped. And it was estimated that another team would come after them. Not easy to fight. When Han Yushui also realized what he had just done, he was about to run away with Shen Yi and Yang Xing. But before he could go downstairs, 2 hands came in and happened to fall on Yang Xing, who was setting up a gun on the second floor. Underfoot. There was a loud bang, and Yang Xing fell to the ground. I'll help you. Hold on, Shen Yi said. Before he could help him up, the front door downstairs was opened. No one appeared. Instead, a detonation bomb spun twice in the air and landed on the ground. With a muffled ding sound, Shen Yi's screen turned white, although he couldn't see what was on the screen. Luckily, Yang Xing had been helped up by him. The three of them ran directly to the 3rd floor. And there were also 3 hurried running sounds coming from downstairs. Yang Xing and Han Yubing hid in the left-hand room on the 3rd floor, while Shen Yi stayed alone on the right. The first level poison has begun to shrink. If you don't deal with it quickly, you will die from the poison sooner or later. The three people downstairs had reached the third floor, and there was no sound of gunfire. Shen-Yi judged that the three people must be discussing tactics. Rather than doing this, it was better to strike first. You two fight from the inside out, and I will sweep the door directly. Do you understand? Clear. 3, 2, 1. A rapid gunshot was heard, and Shen-Yi took the AKM and started shooting wildly at the wooden door. 10 bullets were fired, and the wooden door was broken. By the time of 20 bullets, one person on the opposite side had been knocked down, and the remaining one of them retreated from the cubicle on the third floor. At the same time, Yang Xing and Han Yubing were also ready and jumped out of the door. The two people who originally retreated to pull people were knocked down by Han Yubing's S686, and the three of them were eliminated in the end. This time it was already the second poisonous circle. Lick your equipment and prepare to enter the circle, Shen-Yi ordered. The equipment of these three people was incredible. They had level 3 bags, level 3 heads, and level 3 armor. In a few seconds, the three of them were like hungry wolves, looting all the equipment underground. Just as Yang Xing was about to go downstairs, Shen-Yi suddenly stopped him. You two, pop up your energy. Yang Xing and Han Yubing didn't say much. Anyway, there were too many medicines to take away, so they just drank them. Shen-Yi, on the other hand, was standing by the window on the third floor, looking out. The cars in the garage were still there, and he had just heard gunshots in the restaurant. Now there was only one team coming up. He didn't believe that team was there. Just leave these fat sheep here and then leave? But so far, there has been no movement. It can only be said that they are getting dark downstairs. As soon as the three of them show their heads, there must be 3 boxes. What's wrong with Captain Shin? Are we leaving? Yang Xing asked in confusion. There's someone downstairs, Shen-Yi replied, raising the corners of his mouth. As he expected, just when his vision was blocked, a frying pan was exposed behind the scrap car downstairs, and that position happened to be facing the door. He believed that as long as the three of them, if you go out together, you will definitely fall down together. Since you like to deliver takeaways, I won't be polite. Pressing the G key, Shen-Yi had a frag grenade in his hand. He held it in his hand for a while, and threw it directly behind the scrap car. First there was a sound of glass breaking. The one who was originally hiding behind the scrap car, the person tilted his head. And then, there was a loud noise. And the word KO popped out. Hack! There are really people out there. This is too much of a bullshit. They're already poisoned. And they're still plotting against us. Are all players like this now? Those who don't run away from poison. Yang Xing cursed. Chapter 316 Calculating. It's just that the second poison is not too painful, compared with the equipment on their bodies. It can kill themselves, which is obviously a profit. If he were in that position, he would definitely wait for the people above to come down and drive. But the skills of the people below were not good enough. If Shen-Yi was in that position, none of the people above would be able to escape. But this cannot be blamed on them. After all, people and people are different. Although your tactics are good, you must know your opponent clearly. Otherwise, if you are not careful, your team will be wiped out. There's another one! Behind the wall. When he threw the thunder just now, the man behind the wall jumped. Although the amplitude was not large, Shen-Yi still noticed this small detail. After reporting the location, he picked it out from the window. Yang Xing also jumped in. The wave of poison has begun to shrink, and the safe zone is already very small. If the poison does not run away, the car will be cold. Han Yubing set up a gun on top. Shen-Yi and Yang Xing pulled the gun line, and eliminated the man hiding behind the wall in a few strokes. These two people are not as fat as the three people just now, but they have enough basic medicines and accessories. The three people are now fully equipped with firearms, and each of them has a sniper rifle and a rifle. Shen-Yi hurriedly went to drive the 3-wheeled motorcycle in the garage. Time could not wait for anyone now. They were racing against time. 3-wheeled motorcycles are the most difficult to operate in the game. If the control is not good, it is likely to cause the car to crash and kill people. When he first started playing, 9 out of 10 times he played with motorcycles. He was so handsome that he was so angry. From then on, he worked hard to practice motorcycle skills. Now his motorcycle skills are comparable to those of the Xiaolong people in Xiaomingshan. Why is it such a broken car? Han Yubing complained. It's good to have a car to drive. Just make do with it. I'll show you a stunt later, Shen-Yi said with a smile. After Shen-Yi finished speaking, Yang Xing and Han Yubing felt an unknown feeling in their hearts. As of now, there are only 22 people left on the map. If the three of us go out, there are still 19 enemies, which is 4.5 teams. Shani said calmly. We should now go to the center of the safe zone to seize the opportunity, so that we can be more sure of winning the chicken. I have no objection, Yang Xing said. Well, I don't have any objection either. Han Yubing thought for a moment, and then agreed. Shani was right. No matter how they brushed the next safe zone, they couldn't be far away from the center of this circle. That just meant that they could stay in this area for at least 2 rounds. Seeing that everyone agreed, Shani opened the map and started marking the points. Careful! A scream came from the earphones, almost bursting their eardrums. Shani quickly put away the map. He didn't know which route he took. Unexpectedly, he drove to the edge of the cliff above the prison. However, Han Yubing's scream was a little late, and the car just flew out from above. Shani was shocked. He didn't know how many grass and mud horses he had run over. What was going on? Doesn't the car's navigation system prompt? The road ahead is dangerous. Are you responsible if something happens? Don't worry. It's okay. Although Shani's eye kept saying this, he still comforted the two of them. The motorcycle skills I have practiced hard for many years have finally come in handy. Shani was seen pressing the acceleration down in the air, and the entire motorcycle rose upwards. Then the car performed 360-degree turns in the air, and finally landed smoothly on the roof of the building in the middle of the prison. I'll go. It's so awesome. Flying in the air. Hey, what's this? There's something even better. Why don't you get out of the car and get in the car quickly? Shani urged. Well, after Yang Xing got on the car, Shani tipped the motorcycle backwards, then pressed the brake, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and released it instantly. There was only a loud bang, and the 3-wheeled motorcycle on the rooftop of the prison stopped. Like a bolt of lightning, it flew out directly. You must know that the design of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is simulated based on real-life scenes. The height of the prison is as high as 4 stories. If a normal person jumps, he will be disabled even if he does not die. However, Shani directly drove his motorcycle down and landed safely. Words. There is still a glimmer of life. If you turn your head on the ground, then it will be a cool song for yourself. They saw the motorcycle once again perform a 360-degree turn and 720-degree circle in the air. The two people watching were frightened, especially now that they were still in the poison and had not much health. One operation if you make a mistake. Just take the next flight. After the 3-wheeled motorcycle driven by Shani flew in the air for a while, it landed smoothly at the prison door, bumped twice, and then continued to drive forward. Yang Xing, Han Yubing. The two of them were completely impressed by Shen-Yi's motorcycle riding skills. This guy is not human at all. He also has 9 years of compulsory education. Why do you secretly attend cram school? Crazy. Such a short sprint distance, and the need to control the speed of the motorcycle falling in the air, would be impossible without precise calculations. Although Shen-Yi said it very easily, all this was based on his calculations. Without 100% certainty, it was absolutely impossible for him to put the lives of his teammates in danger. Although the car fell smoothly, the third poisonous circle was about to shrink, and the game had to be finished before it could reach the safe zone. Shen-Yi glanced at the motorcycle's fuel gauge. There was less than a quarter of the fuel left, and there was still 1.5 grids left. There would be no problem getting to the edge of the safe zone, but it might be difficult to get to the marked location. Can this oil arrive? Han Yubing suddenly asked. It's okay to enter the circle, but I'm afraid it's not possible to go to the center, and I'm worried that someone will get stuck on the edge. It's the third circle now, and there are still 30 people, so it's difficult to fight. Shen-Yi analyzed seriously. Boss, I have a barrel of oil here. Shen-Yi, when I was picking up the gun just now, there was a barrel of oil next to me, and I accidentally picked it up. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Yang Xing laughed. Very strong. Open your list and let me take a look. Shen-Yi glanced at Yang Xing's screen, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. This guy must be here for fun. 4 shock bombs, 8 fragmentation grenades, 6 smoke bombs, 2 Molotov cocktails, and the combined ammunition reserve of the 2 guns is only 120 rounds. What kind of equipment is this? Isn't this equipment a bit too avant-garde? Shen-Yi asked in a deep voice. Avant-garde? Do you have one? I think it's okay. The smoke is used to escape. The explosion is used to distract the enemy, and the grenades are used to scare them. Yang Xing explained proudly. Chapter 317, making the best use of everything. Shen Yi began to admire Yang Xing a little. He really made the best use of all the equipment inside. Usually when playing games, he rarely used explosive bombs and Molotov cocktails. Unless it was a unilateral breakthrough or it is only used when blocking. But it is used in high-end starts or professional games. Very few people would put themselves in that difficult situation. To put it bluntly, professional players are just good at guns and tactics. And no one will throw mines at you. Shen Yi filled up the gas on his motorcycle and then drove into the safe zone again. As they entered the circle, the number of 3 people in the circle had turned into 15 people. During that time, 15 people have been eliminated. Although the number of people eliminated is not very large. Those who can persist to the top 30 are undoubtedly not all players with some strength. It is abnormal for such a large-scale elimination to occur in such a short period of time. Captain Shen, look at the kill list. This person who calls me the eldest brother, who am I afraid of, has swiped the screen. Shen Yi looked at the kill information above and couldn't help but frown slightly. He had just noticed this. I am the big brother. Who am I afraid of? Not only did the kills refresh the screen, but he also shot the head with a gunshot. This is already the 3rd poisonous circle. If when you first landed, this situation was excusable. But now that the opponent is not a fool, he might bump his head against the muzzle of your gun. I am the eldest brother. Who am I? There must be something wrong. Sitting on the 3-wheeled motorcycle that was filled with gas, Shen Yi directly accelerated the speed to 120 kilometers. Finally, before the 3rd poisonous circle was reduced, we drove into the safe zone. Shen Yi worked hard and drove the car directly to Him City, in the center of the circle. The sound of gunshots came from all directions along the way. Shen Yi didn't feel anything, but Yang Xing was frightened. Captain Shen, this circle has shrunk to the bridge. This safe zone is a circle around the bridge, surrounding the entire bridge on the right. And the center position where they are is also a poisonous edge. But fortunately, they are still inside the circle. Shen Yi completely listened to the motorcycle into the garage, and performed a wonderful reversing maneuver for the 2 of them. Which one bursts of applause from the 2. Should we guard the bridge now? The last circle must be near the bridge, Han Yubing asked after watching Shen Yi's performance. Keep the bridge. He didn't know where the last circle brush was. But the bridge must be a relatively safe position. There are scrap cars on it that can be used as bunkers. In critical moments, you can jump from the bridge into the water. You can advance, attack, retreat, or defend. This is a battleground for military strategists. But they can imagine that other people will definitely fight for that place. And there will definitely be a big battle on the bridge. Now it seems that Yang Chen has brought so many throwing objects. It is possible that they will come in handy. Captain Shen, there's fire on the bridge. It seems like someone is fighting. Don't move. There's someone downstairs. Shen Yi ignored the movement on the bridge. Instead, he heard footsteps downstairs. This group of people deliberately used silent steps. They must have known that they were on top, and seemed to want to play a sneak attack. Shen Yi reminded Yang Xing and Han Yubing. And at this time Yang Xing's voice came from the microphone. Go! Captain Shen, there are indeed footsteps downstairs. But the footsteps are quite small. If you don't listen carefully, you really can't hear them. But besides the footsteps, I also heard some other sounds. Just when Shen Yi was about to ask what it was, Han Yubing suddenly shouted, Grenade string. The 3 of them fell down from the 3rd floor in unison. If this thunder exploded, the 3 boxes would definitely be stable. Shen Yi was lucky. After he fell down, no one was around. But Yang Xing and Han Yubing were not as lucky as him. They fell directly to the ground. 6 aw. The 2 of them probably hit the muzzle of someone's gun directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fall down directly. Then the trouble would be big. There was 1 person upstairs, and 2 people downstairs. They were also a 3-person team. As a professional player, Shen Yi made his own judgment immediately, and killed the person next to Han Yubing first. The person upstairs, it takes a certain amount of time for people to come down. Even if Yang Xing is killed and Han Bingyu is pulled up, he can still fight. Otherwise, if he brings the wretched Yang Xing, it will definitely be a 1 versus 4 game. Shen Yi stuck to Han Yubing along the outer wall. Just as Han Yubing was about to hit him on the opposite side, he was directly knocked down by him with a headshot. He has never encountered anyone who can face a gun at this close range. And Han Yubing also tried his best to crawl towards him. Shen Yi did not choose to save people at the first time, but took out a fragmentation grenade and threw it at the wall in front of the man who was knocked to the ground. The grenade exploded and another knockout mark was reached. At this time, Shen Yi chose to recruit people. After pulling Han Yubing up, Shen Yi chose to touch the person in the opposite direction, while the person on the opposite side was also pulling the person up, and he easily got the 3 kills. And Yang Xing, who was lying on the ground, was also pulled up. "I'll go! Captain Shen, you are too awesome," Yang Xing said enviously as he was pulled up. "Fortunately, these 3 people's marksmanship is relatively poor. Otherwise they would kill you immediately." Pulling Yang Xing up, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one has been eliminated so far, which will make it easier to win. Moreover, he is not sure whether the big brother who swiped the screen is a real big brother. The 2 of them filled up their health and energy, and waited for Shen Yi's instructions. Unconsciously, the 2 of them regarded Shen Yi as the backbone of the entire team. Whether it was the 3-wheeled motorcycle rushing into the safe zone, or the 2 of them just being killed after being rescued, they were completely impressed. Although I don't know if I can get the chicken in the end, but by following Shen Yi, I can at least die with dignity. Now there are only 9 people left alive. The 3 of them went out, which is 6 people, the number of 2 or 3 teams. They added some bullets and medicines from the bags of the group of people who just attacked, and they went to the bridge. Looking up, just a few steps out of M City, gunshots were heard on the bridge, and Shen Yi, who was walking at the front, was shot in the head. After being hit by this shot, Shen Yi instantly hid behind a 2-story house, broke the glass, climbed directly into the house to the 2nd floor, laid down in the inner room, and quickly sprayed the medicine. "Team Shen, this is a silenced M24. You guys go into the room first. This man's shooting skills are a bit weird," Shen Yi said in a deep voice. He was carrying a level 3 head, and he was still moving. Although the distance was not very far, it was a bit difficult to hit, and it only took 1 shot to hit the head, without even giving him time to react. It really made him feel like there's something wrong. Just as he was thinking, there was another gunshot, and Yang Xing fell to the ground. Chapter 318 No Hope. "I'll go! It's a cheat!" I exposed my head for a moment, and it exploded. "It's definitely a cheat. It's a real deal." Yang Xing cursed angrily. "Where can I save you?" Han Yubing asked. "Okay, there's a rock in front of you. As long as it doesn't go through the wall, you can't kill it." Han Yubing pulled up Yang Xing, who was down. Although Yang Xing was respectful to Shen Yi, it was because Shen Yi's skills impressed him. But for others, he would not be so good-tempered and directly turned on the voice of the whole team. "Wall hanging on the bridge. Listen up. You are surrounded by us now. As long as you hand over your weapons and then kill yourself, I can let you go more decently. Otherwise, I will hit you with a 98K shot. Mom doesn't even know you." After Yang Xing finished speaking, the gunfire that originally hit the stone in front of him suddenly stopped. He thought that the other party was really aware of his conscience, and was about to surrender. But just when he was feeling proud, he heard a deep voice coming from the microphone. "You bastard! Who are you scolding for hanging on the wall? If you have the guts, don't show your head. If you do, I'll beat you once. I'll go. Cheating is reasonable. I really don't believe you can beat me." Yang Xing leaned against the stone in front of him, then quickly tilted his head to the left, then quickly pulled it back, and laughed. "Ha ha ha. You can't hit me. There is no way I am so powerful." The shot from the opposite side hit the stone. In fact, Yang Xing's head was not exposed just now. His whole head was not stretched out. He could not see anything on his own screen. Yang Xing's ridicule obviously angered the elder brother opposite, and the rich voice came again. "You brat. Did you show your head? You are a coward. I don't even bother to kill you." When Yang Xing heard the person opposite him scolding him, he couldn't hold back his anger. He ducked out and fell to the ground before he opened the camera. "I'm the eldest brother. I'm afraid that whoever knocks down Xiao Xingzi will shout." 666. It's okay. When the poison is released, you seal the cigarettes. You brought 6 cigarettes. I believe you can't even find yourself in the smoke. Shen Yi gave Yan Chen an affirmative look. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he ran in the opposite direction of the 2 of them. Just when he was being helped up, there were only 4 people left in the originally 6-person round. And I am the eldest brother. I am afraid that someone will complete a game again. Pentakill. There were still 10 seconds left, and there was no deviation in this safe zone. It hit the bridge on the M City side, and they could only run forward. In front of us is the Sahara Desert, a bare area with only sand and some shallow grass and a little shelter. Yang Xing didn't care about anything else and threw out all 6 smoke bombs. Thick smoke suddenly filled the originally bare beach. The two of them also got in directly through the smoke. At this time, Shen Yi's position was already in the opposite direction from them. The smoke can only last for about 10 seconds. That is, after 10 seconds, they become moving targets for people to hit in vain. Sister, do you still have cigarettes? Yang Xing asked, lying in the smoke. I didn't. Han Yubing replied decisively. It's over. This round is definitely over. Yang Xing gave up hope. The smoke was gone. He was really being shot with a gun. Yang Xing looked like the sky was falling. But Han Yubing on the side was unusually calm, because he had noticed that Shen Yi was slowly touching the bridge from the other side. In this case, he must delay time for him. Don't sigh. Come with me. Now that she understood what Shen Yi meant, she didn't hesitate and took Shen Yi directly to the half of the pavilion in front of the bridge. The pavilion was so small that it could only serve as a cover for one person, so they had to hide side by side behind it. He did the same thing just now. Scold him, Han Yubing said. Yang Xing, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. This kind of technical girl is also very scary when she is fierce. Yang Xing was so frightened that she quickly turned on the full voiceover. Cursing people is a trivial matter for Yang Xing, although he doesn't know what her purpose is. Since the beauty wants her, he has nothing to lose. So why not do it? The hanging wall opposite. You are just a noob. You are the kind of noob who has no friends. No wonder you are the only one left. Your teammates don't even bother to play with people like you. Cheating is amazing, isn't it? I'll do the same. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare, hit me once. Hearing Yang Xing finish scolding, Han Yubing burst into laughter, and even Shen Yi coughed slightly. This was the first time he had seen someone scolding someone like this. It didn't feel like cursing, but instead seemed like he was blaming the other person. It was so real. The image of a resentful woman. Yang Xing couldn't help but said, Brother, tell me the truth. Are you gay? Yang Xing, you want to laugh me to death, and then inherit my automatic aim. I won't brag to you. As long as you show your head, I promise to make you fall. The eldest brother said confidently. Ouch! I have such a bad temper. Young master, just wait for me. After Yang Xing finished speaking, he shook his head quickly. Just when I was about to laugh, something came from the screen. I'm the eldest brother. I'm afraid that whoever knocks down Xiao Xingzi will shout. 666. Yang Xing's whole face turned dark. What the hell are you doing with a hammer? I even pulled my head back and still managed to knock him down. Isn't that a shame? Shen Yi, Han Yubing. I'm just a fool. Yang Xing has fallen down 3 times and will not be able to get up after falling down 2 more times. Vote. You can't win this game. As soon as you show your face, I will call you. I advise you to just make yourself worse. This way you can die more honorably. No matter where the last circle is. I only need 6 bullets to eliminate you. If you encounter me, you can't get the chicken. I'll go. I really don't believe it. You can actually grow up 2 people at the same time. Let's do it together. They already know the location of their opponents. Now it's up to them to see whose gun is faster. And he can only hit 1 target at a time. So he is responsible for attracting firepower. And Han Yubing is responsible for sniping. There is absolutely no problem. Why are you doing this? The other person said mockingly. For a moment, Yang Xing and Han Yubing emerged from the left and right sides of the pavilion at the same time. 3 gunshots were fired almost at the same time. Yang Xing fell to the ground first. While Han Yubing's bullet hit, I am the big brother. Who am I afraid of? Head. But he did not fall to the ground. Instead, Han Yubing fell to the ground. It has to be said that Han Yubing had already performed the ultimate operation in this situation. But the opponent was a genuine 3rd-level leader. And he was not killed with 1 shot. While he was not killed, Han Yubing had no way to hide, and was directly knocked down by a headshot. Chapter 319 More Than Enough. It's over. It's over now. Seeing Han Yubing fall to the ground, Yang Xing was desperate. Xiao Xingzi, do you believe you, Captain Shen? Shen Yi looked at Yang Xing next to him and asked. I believe it. Trust me, and I'll take you to eat chicken. However, neither of us has ever beaten him. And he is still an auto-aimer. The corners of Shen Yi's mouth raised slightly. Wasn't it because he was aiming for it? As long as you don't walk through walls, I will definitely have a way to deal with you. He has long realized that I am the eldest brother, and I am afraid that someone might have a self-aiming failure. Otherwise, how could he achieve a headshot with a gun? So when he was licking the bag just now, he licked some more grenades just for this moment. At this time, Shin-Yi held 8 fragmentation grenades in his hand and began to throw the grenades crazily towards the bridge. Anyway, someone needs to show his head to hit the self-aiming. But he doesn't need to throw the grenades himself. Let's see if I don't blow you up. Then a man-made bombing zone appeared on the bridge. When he threw the 5th one, the words, "Good luck. Eat chicken tonight," appeared on the screen. Opposite me, I am the eldest brother. I am afraid that someone will be killed by Shin-Yi. S were killed by thunder. I'll go. Captain Shin is awesome. Yang Xing looked at the words that appeared on the screen and exclaimed. Even Han Yubing, who had always been cold and silent, couldn't help but exclaimed, eliminating the eldest brother. This is going to be a mortal's journey to immortality. Everyone, come and play. Then I won't play anymore. Where is your home? Captain Shin? Let's go back together. Yang Xing got off the plane and followed Shin-Yi. He admired Shin-Yi so much now. Those who always say that they are awesome. Do you have any idea how to kill me? This is the real master of killing and hanging. Okay, I just have something to tell you. As soon as the two of them went out, they went back again. It was raining outside. It seems like we won't be able to leave for a while. Shin-Yi scratched the back of his head. Captain Shin, what do you want to tell me? Yang Xing suddenly asked as the two sat at the bar. Do you know about the Sniper Club? That's the winner of the Huya Destiny Cup. Of course I know. I am the coach of the Sniper Club. Ah! Yang Xing screamed in surprise at first. No matter what he thought about it, with Shin-Yi's skills, he was more than enough to be a coach. Although he didn't know that he had such good skills, he didn't want to be a contestant. Instead, he was willing to be a coach. But he didn't mention it. Ken didn't go back and ask, Are you interested in playing professional games? Shin-Yi asked. The club is currently short of manpower. Although Yang Xing plays a wretched style, it is very difficult to win a chicken with this style of play. The prerequisite must be that the consciousness and marksmanship must be passed. So in the game just now, he had the intention of recruiting. Professional player? I'm afraid that's not possible, Yang Xing said without confidence. Don't think too much. I think you can do it. Anyway, come to the club and have a look. Maybe you will like the environment there. If Yang Xing only needs to find a team member after he goes there, it will be okay. However, since he just won the Destiny Cup during this period, there should be nothing to worry about. Taking this opportunity to recruit some people. Chatterbox Boy and Xiao Xiao also he didn't know when he would be back. So he felt relieved to have the chatty boy with him. Shin-Yi was about to introduce him to the club when he remembered the phone in his trouser pocket. Seeing 3 words appear on the screen of his mobile phone, his head grew bigger again. Hey, big boss, what are your instructions? Shin-Yi asked submissively. You brat, don't put your hat on me. You are there now. Come and play a few games with me, Li Yuner said angrily on the phone. Hey, who made our big boss unhappy? Shin-Yi asked hurriedly upon seeing this. Yeah, I'm so angry. Ever since you helped me get this number to the 78th place in the Asian server last time. Basically every game I play, I land like a box. I'm about to explode. These people that's so perverted. Hurry up and take me to eat some chicken. I haven't been online for a long time. Li Yuner roared on the phone. Shin-Yi snickered. If you want to wear the crown, you will have to suffer. Do you think it is so easy to get into the top 100 in the Asian server? That person is not a great person who has jumped in the airport 1,000 times and practiced hard. After all, getting something for nothing is not yours. Where are you now? I'll pick you up. I'll send you the location via WeChat. 10 minutes after Shin-Yi hung up the phone, Li Yuner drove her BMW Mini to the entrance of the internet cafe. My friend is here. I'm leaving first, Shin-Yi said to Yang Xing. Goodbye, Captain Shin. Yang Xing sent Shin-Yi out. If you have an idea, just go to the Sniper Club and find me. Shin-Yi got in the car, rolled down the window, and shouted to Yang Xing. However, Yang Xing's attention was not on Shin-Yi. Instead, all of it fell on Li Yuner, who was elegantly dressed next to him. After staying for a moment, he withdrew his gaze and responded. I know. Please take it slow and pay attention to safety on the road. After the car started, Shin-Yi pursed his lips and smiled. It was probably done. After waiting for 3 minutes, a message popped up on his WeChat. Shin-Yi could use his toes to guess who sent it. It must be Yang Xing. He just rolled down the car window to say low on purpose. Show him the man inside the car. Let me tell you clearly that if you play the game well, you will naturally be picked up and dropped off by beautiful women. He used this trick to trick Jiangwu in the past. But now it is really tried and true to use it to trick Yangxing. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled with the beauty trap. And until now, he feels that the beauty trap is the most successful one among the 36 strategies. Shani smiled and looked at the content on WeChat. A few simple words could show how eager Yangxing was to join his team. The above content is very simple, Captain Shin. I have decided. I want to play professionally. Shani suddenly laughed out loud while sitting in the car, which shocked the Yuner beside him. You brat! What are you doing? Why are you giggling? Li Yuner rolled her eyes at Shani. Nothing. Nothing. Shani pursed his lips and explained. Who was that kid just now? A team member I just recruited. Oh. Where are we going now? Shani noticed that Li Yuner didn't ask the driver to pick him up today, but drove here by himself. And the outfit didn't look like he was wearing it at work. So he asked, I'm not going to the company to play games today. I'm going to my house. Li Yuner replied calmly. It's not appropriate to go to your house. What's inappropriate about this? You're not doing anything else than playing games. What are you thinking about? You brat? Li Yuner blushed slightly and turned on the air conditioner in the car. Well, I think I just said one sentence. Right. Chapter 320 is very exquisite. When Li Yuner heard what Shani said, the blush on her face became even brighter. It seemed that she had indeed said too much. But Shani only said one sentence. Was she too sensitive? You brat! Stop talking nonsense! Just go if I ask you to. Even if you don't have the guts. Li Yuner snorted. Yes. Yes. What the big boss said is that the younger ones have a thief heart but don't have the courage. Shani smiled, easing the awkward atmosphere in the car. And neither of them said anything else along the way. The rain was pouring outside the window, and the sky was gradually getting dark. A light blue appeared in the originally dark clouded sky, as if something was about to happen. Suddenly it started to rain heavily, and they all became drowned rats. You should know that after being soaked in water, the clothes got wet very quickly, and there was no difference. And at such a close distance, he couldn't imagine how difficult it would be unless he closed his eyes. A hot stream of heat surged out, and my nose bleeds. After Li Yuner lifted her wet hair, she saw that Shani had a nosebleed and screamed. What's wrong with you? Why is your nose bleeding? Li Yuner asked with concern, and hurriedly found a tissue from the bathroom and handed it to Shani. It's okay. It's okay. I've been eating too many peanuts recently, and I'm a little angry. Shani laughed. There is water in the house. Put on your shoes and go in to drink some. The shoes are in the cupboard. After Li Yuner finished speaking, he handed over a gray towel. Shani took the towel and smelled it. The faint scent of jasmine made him energetic. From this point, we can see that Li Yuner is a very delicate girl. After wiping his dripping hair, Shani found a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet, put on his shoes, and walked into the house. Li Yuner lived in a community building, but it was the kind where the garage was separated from the house. So they drove the car to the underground garage. But they still had to walk some distance. Although it was not far away. It was raining heavily, so the two of them were already soaked in water when they entered the corridor door. From the outside of the community, there is nothing special about the inside of this community building, but it is completely different inside. Except for the unit building security guard at the door. The entire floor is in a European and American style. Only the photo frames mounted on the wall, the framed artistic photos, are enough to show the quality of this floor. Li Yuner handed Lin Hun a bath towel before he went in, and then asked him to change out of his clothes. He had already called his assistant, and would deliver it later, since there was someone waiting for him. Shani naturally accepted everyone who came, so he simply took off his coat and wrapped it in a bath towel. Although Shani used to be a professional player and had to sit in front of the computer and play games all year round, he still pays great attention to his figure. When he has nothing to do, he still goes to the gym to exercise and swim. With his figure, it is hard for the gym owner to take advantage of him. Coach, there is no fat on his belly, and his chest muscles are not explosively developed. The muscle lines are very clear and well-defined. He has a handsome figure and a fleshy face, which is perfect for him. On a rainy day, the house is not only hot, but also stuffy. It always makes people feel breathless. Shani wandered into the kitchen, looking for something cool to relieve the fever. He opened the refrigerator and found a variety of beverages in it. Gotta take your time. In addition to drinks, there are also yogurt, cold beer, soda water, etc. It is like bringing back the supermarket freezer. As expected of a big boss, he is really impeccable in all aspects. Shani praised. At this time, Li Yuner had already started taking a bath in the bathroom. She has a mysophobia. So once there is something on her body that she thinks is unclean, she must go to the bathroom to wash it before she can come out. Otherwise she will feel uncomfortable. I couldn't even sleep well all day or at night. But she might not even be able to explain why a mysophobic person would let someone as dirty as herself enter her house. Shen-Yi took a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and saw the replay of the World Cup. Russia played Mexico. He was not very interested in football. But at 7 o'clock in the evening, it was home to News Network. So I could only settle for the next best thing and choose to watch this game. As the saying goes, insiders watch the door, while laymen watch the excitement. Shen-Yi is a real layman. In his eyes, there is no concept of ball control, passing, and positioning. He just depends on which team scores the first goal. Whoever scores the goal is the best. Yes, in the first 30 minutes, Mexico took the lead and scored a goal. He understood the ball clearly. It was an own goal. He kicked the ball into his own goal. Judging from the slow motion of the replay, it seems that the Russian player was only trying to block the Mexican player's attack. Instead, he did not see the direction of the ball, hit his calf, and then bounced in. This is too nonsense. 3 points depend on strength, and 7 points depend on luck. Who would have thought that Mexico would score a goal like this? After the goal was scored, the two teams fell into a stalemate again. They kicked it from the left and passed it from the right. They kept grinding for 10 minutes, and their heads were dizzy. However, the ball was still in the midfield and never moved. Few times, just when he was about to turn off the TV and take a nap, there was a knock on the door. Shen-Yi walked over to look at the door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a scream. "Ah! You hooligan!" Then the large and small shopping bags were thrown at Shen-Yi crazily. "I go! What's going on? Isn't this person Li Yuner's assistant? Rogue, where are the gangsters?" Shen-Yi was confused by the petite girl in front of him. The petite girl in front of him took out a small spray from his pocket and said loudly, "Don't come over here! If you dare to come over, I will spray you." Anti-wolf spray? Shen-Yi finally understood that this gangster of hers belonged to her, and she didn't blame her for not wearing any clothes. "Hey! Hey!" Shen-Yi shouted twice. "Are you scared?" The petite assistant closed her eyes and held up the anti-wolf spray in her hand. "I'm afraid of a hammer. Open your eyes and take a good look at who I am. Why does this voice sound familiar?" The assistant raised his head buried in his chest and slowly opened his eyes. Finally, he saw the person in front of him clearly. "Shen-Yi, why are you here? Where is our boss?" As soon as the assistant's voice fell, a shout came from the bathroom. "Rogue, where is the gangster?" Then Li Yuner, wearing a bath towel, bathrobe and shower cap, rushed out of the toilet with a mop. "Ah, why are you like this? Didn't you say she gave it to me?" Chapter 321 Smooth Sailing. "Then you have to do this. Go to the house and change it quickly." Li Yuner covered her face and murmured in a low voice, "Okay, I got it." Shen-Yi sighed, picked up the large and small shopping bags on the floor, and entered the bedroom. "Boss, what are you doing?" The assistant at the door pointed at Shen-Yi's back. When Li Yuner saw this, she slapped her forehead and said, "It's over. I can't explain it clearly again. How is it? Does it look good?" "I just looked in the mirror for a long time," Shen-Yi asked. "It looks good and fits well." Li Yuner replied subconsciously, "As long as it looks good, it won't cost me so much time in there. Stop being so mean. The computer is in another room. Go and turn it on and log in." Li Yuner saw that Shen-Yi was going to look in the mirror again and hurriedly stopped her. She now regretted praising him just now. Give him some sunshine, and it will start to shine. Shen-Yi responded and entered the computer room. Li Yuner breathed a sigh of relief, and then started to go into the house to change into her own clothes. This bathrobe was really uncomfortable to wear. Shen-Yi entered Li Yuner's computer room and thoroughly felt what it meant to be a top-end player. The two computers inside were water-cooled hosts, and the peripherals were all top-notch. They cost thousands of yuan, and just the peripherals could do the job. It cost thousands of dollars. So needless to say, the accessories inside. Press the power button, and within 5 seconds, the computer will turn on directly. After a power-on animation, nothing else will appear. Shen-Yi boarded his penguin. After seeing that there was no news, he downloaded a computer-tested benchmark software from the internet. The 600M thing was downloaded in one go without giving him any time to rest. After successfully installing the things, Shen-Yi entered the software detection program. A few seconds later, a score appeared, which shocked him on the spot. 500,000 points. Ranked third in the running scoreboard. Let me go! This computer can actually run to 500,000 points. You can instantly kill all online games. This is a damn magical machine. But why is he third? What is this second? Shen-Yi clicked on the second one and looked at its model number, and then matched it with the model number of the computer next to him. It matched perfectly. In other words, he is now holding two of the top computers in the country. One ranked second and the other ranked third. So whose number one is this? Shen-Yi wanted to click on the number one computer information, but was told that the other party had set permissions and could not view it. I'm going, but I still can't see. Who is the number one? A big question mark was written in Shen-Yi's heart. After he logged into his account, Li Yun'er walked in from the door. Li Yun'er wore a beige dress with a very cute Mickey Mouse pattern printed on it. The startup speed of the other computer is the same as his, just a few dozen points behind, except for some differences in some places. Other places should be similar. After Li Yun'er registered her account, she formed a team with Shen-Yi. For rows or double rows? Shen-Yi asked. Anything is fine, as long as you can take me to eat chicken, Li Yun'er said nonchalantly. Her purpose is to eat chicken, and other things are not important to her at all. Shen-Yi decisively chose a double row. He could still control 1 versus 2. If it were 4 rows, it would be easy to have a 1 versus 4 situation. He had 100% confidence in his own skills, but he was afraid of his bullets. If you can't kill the 4 people on the opposite side, then you will be in trouble. Shen-Yi chose the farm. This kind of place has few people and is easy to search, and there are basically no gunfights. It is suitable for players like Li Yun'er. It can satisfy the desire for equipment without being too fast. Of becoming a box. Sure enough, as he expected, the surrounding cities were all deserted. But there was no one here. Did you know that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is about to release a new map? Li Yun'er said while searching for things. New map? Is it the desert map that was announced before? Yes, that's the picture. It will be corrected soon. The rainy days and foggy days will be cancelled. With this new picture, there will only be 2 kinds of weather in the future. Either sunny or dusk. Okay. He only likes to play on sunny days anyway. Shen-Yi laughed. And it is said that the new map will also optimize the game this time. I don't know what it will look like. Li Yun'er looked forward to it. Never mind. We'll see when the time comes. It won't affect our play anyway. Do you know the specific time? It seems to be July 13th. This Friday. Shen-Yi nodded, and the two of them dropped the topic. Under the leadership of Shen-Yi, Li Yun'er's journey to eating chicken has been smooth. After coming out of the farm, seeing one team destroy another team, this feeling is so good. It's like cheating. No, cheating is not so fun. Shen-Yi gave up all his heads to Li Yun'er. He would not take action unless he was forced to do so. He had basically played this game thoroughly. Looking at it this way, it didn't look like he was being gamed. Play. But he is playing the game. With the S686 behind your back, no one can escape his clutches. The two of them had destroyed several teams, and were already extremely rich. Before they knew it, there were only 10 people left in the finals. The final circle was brushed on the grass outside Y City, and when the two of them walked in along the poisonous edge, thick smoke had already appeared on the entire wheat field, and all the positions were sealed with smoke, and the whole place was fogged. Except for the haystacks. There is no other bunker. As long as the position is slightly higher, it is like shooting a moving target, and everyone can see the position. Shen-Yi immediately threw 2 smokes in front of him. He knew that this round was not easy to fight. Even if you have a good gun, others will follow you and sneak up on you. What can you do? The two simply lay down on the haystack and slowly move forward. Wow! It's so exciting! Li Yun'er shouted in a low voice. Don't make a sound. The steps are very close. After Shen-Yi finished speaking, with 2 shouts of trolling, the person in front of him was eliminated directly. There's someone else here, Li Yun'er explained. At this time, there are only 5 people left on the picture. As long as we stabilize, we will definitely be able to win the chicken. Not surprisingly, everyone should be lying on the grass and slowly leaning towards the safe zone. At this time, the inconspicuous S686 behind Shen-Yi has now become the most powerful weapon in the game. After Li Yun'er finished throwing, Shen-Yi also threw one in another direction. And then the word KO appeared in the center of his screen. Wow! Shen-Yi killed someone! Li Yun'er screamed when she saw this. Chapter 322 A Hail of Bullets. Shen Yi's thunder was thrown at the edge of the safe zone. He just tried his luck. Li Yun'er's thunder didn't hit anyone. So he moved to another place. Unexpectedly, he was actually blinded. Another thunderbolt was thrown over, directly killing the man. This man was knocked down. He obviously had teammates. But his teammates did not pull him. It is estimated that the two people were far away from each other. This would be a 2-on-1 game. But Li Yun'er's skills should also be a 1-on-1 game. In 10 seconds, the two finally entered the safe zone after a long friction with the ground. However, this circle was not very optimistic about them. It was already a small safe zone. But they ended up shrinking on the opposite side. Moreover, they had 50 seconds to shrink the circle. They had to start climbing now. Otherwise they would be poisoned outside the circle sooner or later. What should we do? The damn circle has spread so far. Shen Yi, what should we do? Li Yun'er was desperate when she looked at the circle of punishment. Even if it was placed in the middle, it would be much better than being placed on the edge. This simply does not give any chance. Don't worry. Let me ask you. Do you want to eat chicken? Shen Yi said with a chuckle. Of course I have. I haven't had chicken for a long time. Can you not think about it? Okay. Get out of the way first. Oh? Li Yun'er pushed the roller skating chair back, making room for her whole body. A pair of long, slender, wide legs suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yi's eyes. The script didn't change at all. The length of Li Yun'er's legs only reached her thighs as she imagined. So when she pulled her legs out, they were all covered by him. When Li Yun'er came in at first, Shen Yi didn't notice it at all. Now that he took a closer look, it really made him a little bit unbearable. Shen Yi quickly withdrew his restless eyes and looked at the computer screen. If he looked at it for a while, even the air conditioner in the room would not be able to relieve the inexplicable heat. After taking Li Yun'er's computer, he just lightly pressed the Z key and quickly started operating his computer. Li Yun'er from the back saw that Shen Yi actually stood up his character, grabbed his waist with both hands, straightened his body, and complained loudly. Shen Yi, what are you doing? You must know that this is the final round. 2 Voldemorts are lying on the ground. If you stand up now, don't you have nothing to do? You will be beaten into a dice if you don't live. Don't talk if you want to eat chicken. Shen Yi ignored Li Yun'er, stared at the screen, and took out the S686 that had been carried behind his back for a long time. Li Yun'er turned her head away, snorted, and stopped talking. It's too much. You dare to talk to me like this. I'm your boss. Just wait for me. If you can't win the game, see how I deal with you. Li Yun'er muttered a few words. And then Shen Yi finished washing. But she still couldn't bear to be attracted by the picture on the screen. In this situation where she didn't know where the enemy was. And it was a punishment from heaven. I'm very curious about how Shen Yi eats chicken. In this kind of finals, only a fool would stand up. As soon as she stood up, she became the focus of the siege. She didn't take the free head. She was killed directly in a hail of bullets. It was beaten to pieces. And Li Yun'er also fell to the ground. Fortunately, she fell to the ground. Just as she was about to take over, the opponent started to shoot her again. No! Is there any humanity left? I've already fallen, and you still kill me. Why can't you just let me quietly find a corner and turn into a box? You bunch of beasts. Li Yun'er quickly grasped the direction and fell to the ground. Even if she died, it's impossible to give you the equipment. I'll twist it. I'll twist it. I twist. Li Yun'er twisted her but crazily, fearing that someone else would make up for her death. However, the field of vision when she fell to the ground was obviously much smaller than when she was standing. The opponent fired a lot of shots, but only hit her once. Li Yun'er fell down, so the blood loss was very slow. But the opponent did not want to stop, meaning, the two people seemed to be at odds with each other to grab Li Yun'er's head. Li Yun'er swayed from side to side, and many shots hit the frying pan behind his butt. She was so angry that she directly turned on the team's audio, and yelled, Damn it! I really thought I was easy to bully. There is a difference. Kill me until I get up and blow your heads off. Yo! Still a girl? Little sister, stop struggling. Where is your teammate? Let him come out and kill it for brother. Then I will add you as a friend when I go out. Follow me, and I will take you to eat chicken. A voice responded. You're such a faggot. How can you lead others to eat chicken? You should eat chicken yourself first. Another voice mocked. The remaining 2 people turned on the team voice, and Li Yun'er's scolding actually brought up the topic. If you're brave enough to shoot me head on, lying on the ground is a big deal. If you're a man, stand up and let's fight to see who dies first. The wretched voice was retorted. and he couldn't care less about his face. So he said, "Ha! I'm going to shoot you from the front. I'm afraid you won't succeed. If you're a man, don't be cowardly. Whoever cowards is the son of the other. Okay. Whoever cowards the other's son. I'll count to 3, 2, 1. Let's both get up at the same time. Anyway, I don't know where you are now. And you don't know where I am. This is the fairest. No. Let's count at the same time. It's only fair." After the two people discussed it, they spoke at the same time. 3, 2, 1. There was silence, and a crow flew over the crowd. Quack quack. Shen-Yi. Li Yuner. Ha ha. Li Yuner laughed and said, "Brother, you are too funny. Let me go. You old Inbi. I knew you wanted to eat me. You're still talking about me, but you haven't gotten up either." Then the two got into a verbal battle. Shen-Yi was upset and decisively turned off the microphone. Shen-Yi looked at the playful bickering between the two and sighed. He finally saw what it means to talk better than to sing. At first, looking at their aggressive looks, he really thought the two of them were going to have sex. At that time, it will save him trouble, and he can just pick up the head and eat the chicken. Who would have thought that these two people were diligent in counting? When they got up, every time they moved, the originally bare wheat field was still bare. But when they shot Li Yuner just now, Shen-Yi had already identified their locations. The distance between the two was not far away, so he stood up quickly. Before the two of them could recover, 2 gunshots rang out, and the sign of "Chicken dinner tonight" appeared on the screen. "Okay. Anyway, I'm a little hungry." Shen-Yi got up from the chair, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. It's still raining outside the house, and it's already late at night. It's unlikely that many shops will be open if you go out to eat now. After all, on a rainy day, there are fewer people going out to eat, and there are fewer shops open. Chapter 323A Flavor. Moreover, takeout is now in full swing. Basically, few people are willing to go out to eat. If you use your mobile phone at home, someone will deliver the food to your home, and you just have to feed it. There are generally no gatherings and few people want to go out. "It's still raining outside. Are you sure we go out to eat?" Shen-Yi asked doubtfully. "Ah, it's still raining. So forget it. If you don't want to go out to eat, let's order takeout. You are the boss and I listen to you." Before Shen-Yi finished speaking, there was a roar of thunder outside. "Ah!" Li Yuner shouted. Shen-Yi was not frightened by the thunder, but was frightened by Li Yuner's cry. "What's wrong with you?" Shen-Yi raised his eyebrows. "It's thundering outside. I heard it," Shen-Yi said helplessly. "Thunder is not an earthquake, so there is nothing to be afraid of." "I'm afraid." There was another thunder. Li Yuner jumped up and ran toward Shen-Yi. The originally bright overhead light also flickered a few times, and then went out. "Ah!" After a scream, the whole room fell silent. After a while, the overhead light flickered a few times, and then came on again. At this time, Li Yuner held her head and muttered, "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. God! God! Buddha! Siddhartha! Bless me! Why doesn't it hurt?" After muttering a few words, she suddenly realized that she fell to the ground and was fine. "What's so soft?" Li Yuner went down and touched it. "Of course, it doesn't hurt anymore. It hurts me," Shen-Yi said with a grin as he was pressed underneath. "Oops. Sorry." Li Yuner moved her but away from Shen-Yi's body with an apologetic look on her face, and apologized to him repeatedly. Shen-Yi knew that he didn't mean it, so he didn't say anything more. "In order to express my apology, I ordered 2 pounds of spicy crayfish, a cold beer, and some side dishes to make up for my mistake. The takeout is very fast." And Li Yuner and he specially added a tip. After all, it is a rainy day, and it is not easy for others. In order to let you have a hot meal, they have to go through wind and rain, and earn hard-earned money. Li Yuner took the takeaway, thanked her, and put the beer crayfish on the balcony. Who would have thought that a person whose home is decorated in a very girly style would buy these things? Shen-Yi helped her move her things to the balcony, set up a folding table, and put her things on it. The equipment on the balcony is quite complete, including tables, chairs, trash cans, and everything you need. After Li Yuner arranged the things, she took out 2 cups from the room. He cracked open a bottle of beer and filled his glass. Although it was raining continuously outside, and lightning flashed across the sky from time to time, there was something special about eating lobster and drinking beer on the balcony. Although it is almost midnight, QH City is like a city that never sleeps. Looking down from above, The streets full of neon lights are shining with splendor. There are still a lot of vehicles on the viaduct. It is also night. Some people are sleeping and some are busy. Everyone is doing different things and fighting for their own goals. QH City is a coastal city, and its development speed in recent years has almost caught up with the capital and coastal cities in the south. Many migrant workers are gradually gathering here, which makes it more and more active. Shani climbed on the balcony, filled with emotions. Rain dripped from the eaves onto the stage and splashed on his face. It has been 2 years since SKL. In the past 2 years, he has seen all kinds of ups and downs in the world, and his original naive thoughts have gradually faded away. The stupid things he did back then are a bit funny now that he thinks about them. The people around him and things are constantly changing. In the past, he could give up fame and fortune for the sake of brotherhood. Now, for the sake of money, he has given up his arrogance. He is no longer the proud and capricious person he used to be. Now he has to do whatever he does for himself and Shinshi. As long as he and his sister can live a better life. That's enough. Hey! What are you doing lying down there? Aren't you afraid of rain? Lee Yuner put on plastic gloves, picked up a crayfish on her hand, put it in her mouth, and then said with her tongue flickering, "No." Shin-Yi replied casually. "Why are you worried?" Lee Yuner asked curiously. "No." Shin-Yi came back to his senses and looked at Lee Yuner, who was taking a sip of crayfish and a sip of beer in front of him, and said with emotion, "Let me ask you a question. Tell me after you think about it. You said?" Lee Yuner took a sip of beer and said, "How did you make so much money and open such a big company? Company? Why do you want to start a business?" Lee Yuner did not answer, but asked Shin-Yi, "No, I just want to know what the lives of rich people are like. I thought rich people would order red wine steak and the like when ordering takeout. I didn't expect you to order beer crayfish. Those things have to be eaten directly to taste good. If you put them in packaging bags, they will lose their taste. And who would order steak takeout? Really rich people will just find a chef at home. And you think this writing is very cheap? Don't think too much about it. Brother, it cost me 500 yuan, Lee Yuner said in pain. Such a small thing costs 500 yuan. And there are probably less than 20 left at most. Shin-Yi looked at the plastic packaging box in front of him that was about to bottom out in surprise. Yes. If you don't eat any more, you won't even have these anymore. After Lee Yuner finished speaking, she pointed to the trash can below her. Shin-Yi raised his eyes and looked over. I'm going to wipe it. Isn't it? Sister, you are so delicious. The trash can is almost full of you. You are not big. But you have a big appetite. Who are you talking about? Should I eat it or not? Lu Mo tried his best to catch the red crayfish. Shin-Yi took it in his hand first and said with a smile, "Of course I have to eat it. It's free. If you don't eat it, you won't get it. Hey, don't snatch my crayfish. This last one is mine." Lee Yuner shouted. "Whatever is yours and mine belongs to whoever grabs it." After Shin-Yi finished speaking, he quickly peeled off the shrimp SHLS and put the crayfish in his mouth. "Ah, Shin-Yi, you are going too far. I will ignore you." Seeing that Shin-Yi had swallowed the last crayfish, Lee Yuner suddenly became unhappy and shouted loudly, "You give me back the crayfish. You give me back the crayfish." Lee Yuner sat directly on the chair and started acting bad. After drinking some wine, she was fine at first, but now she is a little bit drunk. Who is upstairs? It's so late at night that you can't sleep, and you have to go to work tomorrow morning. A woman's voice came up from downstairs. Chapter 324. Want to cry but no tears. Seeing this, Shin-Yi hurriedly went up and covered Lee Yuner's mouth. "My aunt? Stop screaming. If you call me, you will call the police. What time is it? And you are still making noise? Let's go inside and sleep." He really didn't expect that Lee Yuner, who usually seemed quite stable, would have such a cute side after drinking too much, which really impressed him. "Hey, pig's trotters." After Lee Yuner said this, Shin-Yi screamed secretly. Just as he was about to take out his hand, he was still a step too slow. Crack! A big white tooth bit his delicate little hand. Ah! Oh my god! Shin-Yi was about to cry without tears. He quickly covered his mouth with his other hand and stamped his feet aside. Bah! 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 It tastes too bad. Lee Yuner held it for a while, then spat it out and cursed. Which company made pig's trotters? It tastes too bad. I want to complain. Hearing Lee Yuner's disgust, Shin-Yi dared not say anything in anger. He raised his slender and delicate little hand and a row of tooth marks were clearly visible on it, neatly arranged on it. You're going too far. I have a pair of hands that have won a championship. And you've done so much to him. If it's broken, can you afford to pay for it? Shinny looked like he was going to hit Lee Yuner. Biaggi. Before he could react, a pair of white teeth stuck to it again. Ouch. Oh my god. Shinny yelled. This time even harder than last time. I've finished the work above. I have to go to work tomorrow. Do I have to go up and knock on the door? The voice from below came again. Shinny quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Bah! 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 It still tastes so bad. This store is not good. I won't order it again next time. The chef is also a scumbag. If he put so much salt, is he going to kill me? You? Shinny retracted his hand that he originally stretched out, fearing that she would bite him again. After struggling for nearly half an hour, he moved this ant to the bed. Just when he was about to leave, he was suddenly grabbed by Lee Yuner. Lee Yuner lay on the bed and curled up into a ball, muttering, "Don't go. It's thundering outside. I'm afraid. I go. Are you drunk or not? Your routine is quite deep. First you pretend to be drunk to deceive me. Then you pretend to be afraid to tell me not to leave. Are you finally pretending that something happened to me? Let's do another fairy dance tomorrow. Causing me to go bankrupt?" A piece of news suddenly came to Shinny's mind, in which 3 men were raped by a female fairy and lost all their money. The current scene is too similar. But for someone as rich as her, there is no need to cheat on her. All her savings add up to less than 10,000 yuan. What is the purpose of cheating on me? Shinny wondered. Maybe he is thinking about my beauty. Well, okay. I was overthinking it. Seeing Lee Yuner curled up into a ball, Shinny couldn't bear it. So he covered her with a quilt and sat on the edge watching her. Why is my head a little dizzy? I haven't drunk much wine. But this wine is a bit strong. Shin-Yi was sitting playing with his mobile phone. And then he felt a little dizzy. And sleepiness came over him. So he fell on the side and fell asleep. I remembered. I was here with her last night, and then fell asleep because I was too sleepy. After Shin-Yi finished speaking, he also checked his clothes and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was nothing wrong with her. Just ready to come down quietly and slip away. But sometimes, the more you are afraid of something, the more likely it will come. When you are unlucky, you will stuff cold water between your teeth. Just as Shin-Yi was about to leave, Lee Yuner opened her eyes. The two bright big eyes first turned around in a circle, and then made a, "Okay, look at Shin-Yi. Listen to my explanation." Shin-Yi hadn't finished speaking yet. Lee Yuner then showed him what the lion's roar skill was, and everything that could be thrown hit him with perfect accuracy. Don't be impulsive. Listen to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding. Get out. Get out now. Get out as far as you can. Lee Yuner roared. In panic, Shin-Yi picked up something from the ground and put it in front of him. Then whispered, "Listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think." Lee Yuner originally wanted to listen to his explanation, but after seeing what he was holding, she became even more angry and almost chopped him up with a knife from the kitchen. Shin-Yi also realized that something was wrong. He glanced at the things in his hands, where he took them from and put them back, and then ran out in despair. Lee Yuner was originally a germaphobe. It would be strange if she didn't get angry when she saw an outsider touching her personal belongings. She wanted to hurry up and go out to see what Shin-Yi and his gang were doing. When Shin-Yi went out, the phone in his pocket rang. It was Han Xiaomu who called to discuss cooperation with Huya and asked if he had time now. He had just angered a female lion, so naturally he ran faster and faster. The sooner the better, since she definitely wouldn't listen to his explanation now anyway. So he might as well just run away and wait for her to calm down before explaining. After hanging up the phone, he went out directly. Lee Yuner changed clothes and came out of the house. When she saw that Shin-Yi was not there, her lips were bulging like an inflated ball, and she cursed. "Shin-Yi, wait for me. Come on. I'm not done with you." Shin-Yi ran out, took a taxi, and rushed to the sniper club. So after getting the notice, she immediately called Shin-Yi and briefly introduced the contents of the contract to him. Then it was up to him whether he should decide. Lee Yuner's community is not far from the sniper club, and it only takes 20 minutes to drive to the building downstairs of the company. Han Xiaomu was already waiting for him downstairs. She wore a formal work outfit today. A white striped shirt, a black skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and a pair of high-heeled shoes that were black on the outside and red on the inside. She looked like a royal lady. Shin-Yi saw her from afar. Her outfit reminded him of teacher Hasumi Claire. Her figure and temperament were like no other. Even the driver said with envy, "Young man, you have a lot of eyesight." Where? After Shinny got out of the car, he walked over with a smile. "Why are you laughing?" Han Xiaomu asked, looking at Shin-Yi, who was giggling in front of him. Did I laugh? Shin-Yi covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "Your back molars are almost exposed." Han Xiaomu was speechless. This kid probably didn't take his medicine today. I'm out of character. I'm out of my mind. Let me ask you, have your friends never told you that you look like a star? Shinny rolled his eyes. Chapter 325 New Era. Celebrity? No. Han Xiaomu shook his head. Never mind. Hey, you brat. You stopped talking in the middle of your words. Hurry up and finish what you said. Shin-Yi was about to leave when he was grabbed by Han Xiaomu. Sister, I was joking with you. He feels a little regretful now. Why did he mess with Han Xiaomu when he had nothing to do? Or is it bad? Don't give me nonsense. You have to tell me why today. So don't leave. Seeing Han Xiaomu's aggressive look, if he really didn't say anything today, he might be pestered for the whole day. Then let's make an agreement first. If I tell you, don't be angry. Angry? Didn't you say I look like a star? Why should I be angry when you compliment me on my beauty? I just want to know. Do you think I look like that star? Not every star is good looking. Right. You know how to be a buffoon when you are born. But you are ugly at the end of your life. Right. You mean I'm ugly? Han Xiaomu said angrily. No. How can the first lady in our club be ugly? I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Then tell me. I want to see if you can make me a flower. She's just an actress. She's not too famous. But her acting skills are pretty good. You must not know her name. Claire Hasumi. After Shin-Yi finished speaking, he quickly looked at Han Xiaomu's reaction and subconsciously made a defensive posture, fearing that she would go crazy. However, Han Xiaomu did not do anything unusual. He just pondered for a moment and found that there was no such actress in his mind. He shook his head and said, I don't know her. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go up first. Shin-Yi breathed a sigh of relief and followed Han Xiaomu into the club. He didn't know that Han Xiaomu had already hated Shin-Yi in his heart for comparing me to that one. See how I deal with you. Although she didn't know this female celebrity, she searched the internet and found tens of thousands of pictures. She blushed and was so frightened that she hurriedly closed the screen for fear of being seen by others. How could a girl accept such a thing? If she didn't have something serious to do, she would have cut Shin-Yi into pieces. The two went upstairs, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses was already sitting inside. Han Xiaomu took the lead to greet him and said with a smile, Mr. Han, I have brought you someone. This is Mr. Shin-Yi, the former captain of SKL. Seeing this, the middle-aged man stood up hurriedly and said, Sorry to trouble you, Miss Han. Han Xiaomu made a gap, and Shin-Yi also met the middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Shin-Yi. I am Han Jinghua, the vice president of Huya Media and Entertainment Company Limited. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand. Hello, Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi also greeted him with a simple greeting of, okay. The three of them sat on the sofa in the office together. Mr. Shin-Yi, I don't know if Miss Han has told you the purpose of my visit this time. Originally, Mr. Lee was going to come in person, but because he was busy with meetings, he asked me to come over and negotiate with you first. Han Jinghua Li Shui, the boss of Huya Entertainment, moved out in order to let him know how much they valued him. Is it about the live broadcast? When Shin-Yi went upstairs, Han Xiaomu also gave him a brief introduction. Yes, it's about the live broadcast. I wonder if you are interested. In an era of rapid media development, major live broadcast platforms have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, ushering in a new era of real-person live broadcasts. In recent years, live broadcasts have become more and more popular and have spread to every household, including the uncle and aunt downstairs. I know a lot of internet celebrities. Even many uncles and aunts have started their own live broadcasts. Live broadcasts selling aquatic products, making breakfast, fishing, playing mahjong, etc. whenever there is nothing to do. Moreover, the review standards of the live broadcast platform are not high. As long as they are adults, they are strictly prohibited from violating relevant national regulations. It has really achieved the point of live broadcasting for all. The last time he entered a live broadcast room, the anchor was a breakfast vendor. Because there were many people and the business was very busy, he didn't have time to chat with everyone. So he fixed the picture on the chopping board, motionless, and was extremely boring. However, the number of people watching the scene was actually there are more than 3,000 people. When I wake up early in the morning and look at this, I wonder what is going on in this world. The advancement of technology seems to make the distance between each other closer. Likes in the circle of friends, voice chats, small sparks of friendship, and big cruises of love. In fact, the distance between people is even further. Everyone is hiding behind their mobile phones and watching everything happening in the world. There is no need to communicate. I only need to see your updates to know what you are doing. If things continue like this, more problems will be exposed. In the future, it may be impossible to live without mobile phones. He has already begun to sweat on his head. The purpose of his coming to Black Tiger this time is to sign members of the Sniper Club and let them be anchors on his platform. You must know that they have invested a lot in publicity for hosting the Destiny Cup. It's not just the clubs that are participating. There are also many teams trained by the platform itself. And it is understandable that the competition pressure is huge. You must know that the Sniper Club can stand out from the numerous encirclements and suppressions, which is enough to illustrate their strong strength. When he knew that the person who organized these people was not a member of the Sniper Club, but also a professional player, he had the intention to win over him. The strength of the contestants had already shocked him, so the manipulator behind him was bound to have greater strength. Although Huamian Wuchang has a history of cheating. So what? CF is a game that's almost gone. I don't know how to stick to my heart. I just want to steal everyone's money. It's a very poor game experience. Players are divided into RMB and non-RMB players when it comes to weapons. You let them how to play? Isn't one permanent hero level weapon enough? Keep coming out and not playing. Do you really think that you can bring back the old players with this? Stop dreaming. Fireline is no longer what it used to be. The brothers who fought side by side in those years will never come back. Not going. Moreover, Huamian Wanchang knew a few people. And even before the finals, he was ordered to withdraw from the game for being outside. Moreover, game anchors don't need to show off at all. They just need to show their hands to let others know that it is you who is there. Just playing is enough. Now these problems are not what he is worried about. What he is mainly worried about is the fickle technology. He only knows that when he was playing Firewire, he was often reported by people and suspected of cheating. But PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is different. It is just like Firewire. Two completely unrelated games. They had signed some players who were very good at Firewire in the past. But when they switched careers to play Chicken, most of them were not as good as before and had a mediocre record. Chapter 326 Follow the Lead. After all, Chicken Dinner is a comprehensive game. The third-person perspective is wide, and you need to pay attention to enemies in all directions. Reaction is particularly important in it. If you are not careful, you can easily be tricked by others. The purpose of his visit this time is, the first is to talk to Shen Yi about signing the contract. Even if he doesn't sign, it's okay to ask his few contestants to sign. The second is to see Shen Yi's strength. But this can only be done under the premise of first. But looking at Shen Yi's current situation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue this one. Oh? What's wrong? You tell me? Shen Yi's attention was indeed no longer on Han Jingwu just now. But he came back to his senses after hearing the middle-aged man's explanation. Mr. Shen, I want to say that if you can sign with us, we guarantee to give you the best benefits. Before Han Jingwu finished speaking, Shen Yi interrupted. Needless to say, I agree to sign the contract. Have you brought the contract with you? So fast? Aren't you thinking about it? Han Jingwu was a little confused. The dream came so suddenly that he couldn't stop the car. No need to think about it. Everything will go according to the contract you drafted. The sooner the better, Shen Yi urged. This, Han Jingwu hesitantly took out a contract from his briefcase. Why are you so grinding? I won't sign if you are too slow, Shen Yi joked. No. Sign! Sign! Han Jingwu hurriedly signed his name on the contract. Shen Yi took the pen and quickly signed it in his own cursive script. Before Han Xiaomu could stop him, Shen Yi had already signed the contract. She even had some doubts as to whether the young man sitting in front of her today was called Shen Yi. He was so decisive and straightforward. Completely different from the previous hesitant man who had to think twice about going to a club. The club shouldn't have any objections. Right? Shen Yi asked Han Xiaomu, who was hesitant to speak next to him. Oh? Han Xiaomu was stunned for a moment and said hurriedly. No objection. No objection. The club will also cooperate with Huya in the second half of the year. So it would be great if you can sign a contract with the anchor. Shen Yi nodded. What about Jiangwu? Lung Feng and Ma Feng? It doesn't matter to them. They will all obey your arrangements. Han Xiaomu reminded from the side. Are you just talking about the other members of the team? Han Jinghua asked from the side. Yes. What's wrong? Actually, we can all come together to have a live broadcast. And the company guarantees that the contracts given are all A-level. It just so happens that the four of you can form a team and have fun together. Shen Yi thought for a moment and rejected Han Jinghua's opinion. It's okay for everyone to form a team to eat chicken together. But if they live broadcast together, there is no way to guarantee their income. Although they won the Huya Destiny Cup Championship, this cannot be a bargaining chip for them to attract money. After all, you can't figure out what the audience wants right now. If you don't broadcast well, it's likely that not many people will watch it. So you can't let them take this risk. Then if they can't, the chatty boy should be able to do it. There must be many people who want to learn his quadruple AK gun. Han Jinghua encouraged from the side. Shen Yi is actually thinking about a problem. Even though it is an A-level contract, the company takes 60% and the individual takes 40%. But this is also when you are popular. When the popularity is high, everything is easy to say. Even if there is no one, even Huya can give you gifts and give you a guaranteed salary. But once you lose popularity, the company will not care about you, let alone the guaranteed salary. He didn't know the other three team members. But with Chatterbox Boy's skills, many people would definitely support him. So he took the initiative to propose, but was still rejected by Shen Yi. The reason for the rejection was simple. Chatterbox Boy and Zhou Yuanyuan went on a trip. I went, but there was no way to broadcast it live. Although Han Jinghua repeatedly suggested that Shen Yi should consider it, Shen Yi still insisted that no matter how good the treaty was, it was not a blank piece of paper if it was not suitable. What do you mean? Shen Yi said with a smile. Mr. Shen, don't get me wrong. I don't doubt your ability at all. It's just that the headquarters needs your game video. So, it's okay. I need it for work. I understand. Can you start recording now? If you're okay, you can do it now. The computers in the club will do, Han Xiaomu said. She is also more supportive of Shen Yi becoming an anchor. After all, although the money provided by the club can make a living, it is not enough to save a little and make money to buy a house. Now Shen Yi has the strength to become a technical anchor. At least the income can be much higher than it is now. Shen Yi took Han Jinghua to the club's training room with ease. At this time, the three Jiangwu people were preparing to start lining up a sentence. Wait for me. Let's go together, Shen Yi shouted. For people are just right. Shen Yi, Jiangwu, Lung Feng and Ma Feng. After a minute of waiting, Shen Yi suddenly asked, do you want to be an anchor? Anchor? Why should we be anchors if we are not women? Jiangwu said. Who says anchors have to be women? Look at Master Wu Kai and Brother Sima. Not all of them are men. They are all League of Legends anchors. And I don't know that game. Forget it. I don't understand even if I tell you. What about you? I don't like it very much, Ma Feng said bluntly. I'm quite interested, but my skills are probably not up to par. As he expected, they had no intention of starting a live broadcast, and they were responsible for them by going to test the water first. And if it was good, then bring them in. When the game started, Jiangwu was the first to ask, where to jump? Listen to the cold wind. Although everyone follows his lead, the rules in the team cannot be broken. Whoever has his position is his position, and he can do whatever he has to do. The chatty boy is not here. Team Shen is in charge of the assaulters. Jiangwu snipers. Ma Feng roams and jumps to Peace City. Lung Feng also quickly entered the state. Han Jinghua was in charge of filming from behind, and he couldn't help but admire Shen Yi. He obviously had the highest reputation among this group of people, but he could give up the position of conductor to others. After all, the conductor is the soul of the entire team. Although he was impressed, he was not idle either. He used his domestic magic skills and started filming. As soon as the four people landed, they started looking for guns everywhere. As if they had a tacit agreement, they started to gather after getting the guns. Shen Yi got a UV-9. Lung Feng got a Victor. Ma Feng got a 5-shot shot. And Jiangwu got a 98K. The equipment was not particularly good. Instead of continuing to search for equipment, they began to rush towards the building collectively. There were 4 teams in total in the urban area. When they were still 1.5 minutes away from shrinking the circle, all the teams were eaten by them. Chapter 327 Perfect. Beautiful. Han Jinghua couldn't help but clapped his hands and praised her from behind. It has to be said that the cooperation of these 4 people is simply flawless. The tactics of pulling the gun line, making a surprise attack, and bypassing the enemy are textbook level. drawing the gun line and shooting left and right. Someone set up a gun in a surprise attack, went around behind, and covered in front. What impressed him most was not Shenyi's assaulter, but Jiang Wu's sniper. He could always headshot the enemy at the most critical moment, and then buy time for the team. The bullet is like having eyes, pointing where to hit. Just this short video is enough to illustrate the level of Shenyi and his team. The champion of the Destiny Cup is indeed well deserved. However, he did not call a timeout. Instead, he wanted to see how they would respond next. The four of them then drove out of the city and chased the short man not far away. Only then did he open his eyes and truly see Shenyi's true strength. What is a humanoid self-propelled cannon? In his eyes, other people are just takeaways. He probably thinks like this when he sees people. Hey, my takeaways have arrived. This group of people are simply butchers on the map. As long as the short position is lost, no matter how far away, they will pick it up. As long as someone grabs it, there will be no return. Too strong. When he saw the finals, Han Jinghua only had these 3 words in his mind. There is no way to describe it in words. This is simply a battle of cruelty. There are 2 on the hillside of Northwest 345. 1 in the toilet and 3 in the house. Jiang Wu accurately reported the positions of the last few teams in the finals. This way, it's easy to know where your enemies are. They first reached the 2 on the hillside on the outside, and then threw mines to kill 1 in the toilet, and also laughed at the person in the toilet. However, the usefulness did not come to them. Instead, the house of the 3-person team was the final safe zone. A fake garage is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as the other side cannot survive, they may have no choice but to attack the house. Captain Shen! Lung Feng was a little confused. He knew that someone was inside, but he couldn't think of a strategy. Which of you picked up Molotov cocktails? Explosive bombs and the like? Shenyi asked. The 3 of them shook their heads. Basically, no one would bring Molotov cocktails and shock bombs to the finals. After all, they were not as effective as smoke and grenades, so few people would pick them up. It's not easy to fight. Let me go up and try first. After Shenyi finished speaking, he switched to the first person and rushed up. However, as soon as his head appeared, 2 people set up guns at the entrance of the stairs and directly shot his 3rd-level head. Exploded. No! The firepower is too strong to rush forward, Shenyi said in a deep voice and started to pack a first aid kit. Then what should we do? This fake garage can't even be sniped at. Let me think. Shenyi searched around the first floor and found a weapon he was best at using. The S686. Anyway, we are the only 2 teams left now. Do you believe me? Shenyi filled up his drink and threw away all the equipment on his body, leaving only a 2-shot spray. Of course I believe you. Okay. You 3 go first. Okay. I'll go first. Jiang Wu took out his gun and rushed forward, with Wasp and Lingfeng following behind, and Shenyi at the bottom. The 3 people formed a human shield to cover Shenyi, and then all 3 people fell to the ground. Shenyi was the only one left. Although Shenyi had taken half a tube of blood, the opponent had already fired a bunch of bullets. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots were fired. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. It is not a difficult operation. After playing for a long time, a dedicated player will definitely find it. So there is no need for him to hide it. He relies on his strength, not these little tricks. And even if he has learned it, if you fail to hit 3 times, it will be in vain. It's actually very simple, Shenyi said with a smile. Save 1 bullet, then change the bullet and shoot, and you can have the effect of 3 consecutive rounds. Listening to Shenyi's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. Mr. Shenyi, congratulations on joining Huya. Han Jinghua is also a talented person. He has seen Shenyi's skills, so he naturally has to win over him. Maybe he will be the male version of Feng Momo in Huya from now on. A weapon to attract money. When will we start broadcasting? Han Jinghua asked. The sooner the better. Okay. I will take the contract and video back to the headquarters today, and then give you live broadcast permission, Han Jinghua said to me, and he was anxious to leave. Wait! Shenyi suddenly stopped him. Do I need equipment to start a live broadcast? Han Jinghua was stunned. Han Xiaomu was stunned. And the other 3 were also stunned. Nonsense. Isn't this? You don't need any equipment to start a live broadcast. You can start it by hand? Yes, Mr. Shen. Watching the live broadcast does require very high equipment, and the internet speed must keep up. Do you have any questions? Han Jinghua felt that Shenyi was not the kind of person to ask such idiotic questions. It must be him, there must be some difficulty. I would like to ask the company if it can configure a computer for me. The configuration of the computer at home is really impressive. To play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you need to turn off all background running programs. Penguin cannot log in. Web pages cannot be opened. And you cannot even switch screens. After switching, you cannot connect back. With such a computer, let alone live broadcast, the picture you see will be blurry. Even if you adjust to 8 and blue light, the video picture will still be blurry. Just like wearing reading glasses. Who would have thought that it was such a shabby computer that supported Shinyi's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to reach 5th place in the Asian server? If he was really given a computer with ultra-high configuration, something terrible might happen. There's no problem with that. Since you signed with us, we will definitely try to give you the best benefits. These are all trivial matters. Han Jinghua can make the decision himself and does not need to report anything to the head office. Since he plans to train people to become big anchors, then a computer does not matter. Then when will the company send the computer over? I can start it when it comes, Shinyi said. As soon as Han Jinghua heard this, he could start it with a computer without having to fumble for a while. Of course he wanted it, and immediately said, Today, I will call the technical department and ask them to get you the best one. Yes, it will be delivered directly to your door. Please tell me the address. Han Jinghua said neatly. Okay, Mr. Han. Let's add WeChat first. What do you call Mr. Han? I'm only 5 or 6 years older than you. Let's call him Brother Han. I'm friendly. Han Jinghua said with a smile. Okay, Brother Han. Shinyi responded. Han Jinghua was busy getting the contract and live broadcast rights for Shinyi. So he left first. And Shin Yaoi also went home to clean up. When new equipment comes, the old guy should retire. Chapter 328 Serious. Shinyi, wait for me. Just as he was about to pick up his coat and leave, Han Xiaomu called him from behind. What's wrong? What's the matter? Seeing this, Shinyi couldn't help but think of what happened this morning. She shouldn't know who Teacher Asumi is. Right. Let's go. I'll see you off. Han Xiaomu also put on a coat and walked outside. It had just rained. The temperature was a bit low, and the weather forecast said it was cloudy. Although it was noon, there was no daylight. What happened? Do you have to tell me? The two walked out of the club. Seeing that Han Xiaomu had not spoken, Shinyi became a little impatient and asked, You're a little weird today. Han Xiaomu thought for a long time and finally asked, Strange? Is it weird there? Is he getting more and more handsome? Shinyi joked. Seriously? I'm serious. You're acting differently than usual. Seeing that Han Xiaomu was serious, Shinyi stopped joking with her. It probably wasn't because of what happened this morning. So what else could happen? Why did you agree to the contract proposed by Huya so simply? Han Xiaomu went straight to the point. Based on her understanding of Shinyi, he looks like a big boy who doesn't have any opinions on things. But in fact, he has a very thoughtful personality and thoughtfulness. He believes in things that even 9 cows can't pull him back. If others force him to do something inappropriate, he would rather die than do what he was willing to do. He seems to be easy to talk to. But in fact, he is aloof and cold at heart. But for such an arrogant person, he even signed up for a club because his sister couldn't afford the tuition for school. If he didn't find him, I'm afraid he would be in trouble for the rest of his life. I have to make a living by coaching others. Shinyi did not answer Han Xiaomu directly, but took out a pack of red leaves from his pocket. When Han Xiaomu saw Shinyi was about to smoke, he stretched out his hand to grab it and scolded. If you don't learn well at a young age, you still imitate others smoking. Shinyi looked at the red leaf that Han Xiaomu snatched away and threw on the ground. Stained with water, he walked over, picked it up, blew it, and put it back into the cigarette case. I've quit. Shinyi continued. Want to know why I agreed to the Huya contract so quickly? Han Xiaomu didn't speak and looked at Shinyi quietly. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the 19-year-old boy in front of her seemed not as naive as she had imagined. On the contrary, he had a maturity beyond his peers. You are not me. You won't understand. Shenshi and I have been dependent on each other since we were young. Although we are not biological brothers and sisters, we are closer than biological brothers and sisters. She is still in school now, and I must shoulder this responsibility, not only for her, but also for myself. I want to make money and support my family. Seeing that Han Xiaomu didn't respond for a long time, Shinyi said, If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. The new computer is coming in the evening. I have to go back quickly to clean up and speed up the network. Ah, Okay, Han Xiaomu replied subconsciously. You brat. Wait a minute. I haven't settled the score with you yet. When she came back to her senses, Shinny had already got into the taxi. Looking at his leaving figure, Han Xiaomu couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. He seemed to be unable to understand the young man in front of him. Shinny got into a taxi and was thinking about live broadcasts. Although he had watched a lot of live broadcasts, he was really at a loss when asked to do it. He didn't know what to do to retain fans, how to handle the relationship with fans, and what kind of content he would broadcast so that the audience would like it. Thinking of this gave him a headache. The WeChat notification on her phone came over, and Han Xiaomu sent her a 6,666 red envelope, which read, "Brat. The winner will receive a bonus of 30,000 yuan. 6,000 yuan for each person. And the remaining 6666 sisters will be specially sponsored. P.S. Don't think that this morning's matter is over. I'll deal with you another day." Shinny laughed dumbly, but he was still discovered. With this money, I can renovate my home. Since I have to broadcast live, my schedule will definitely not be regular, and it may disturb the neighbors when they are sleeping. I need to put sound insulation boards in the bedroom and in the house for my little sister. Turn on an air conditioner so that she won't be too hot at night. Just like that, Shinny giggled in the car, thinking about how to spend the money. After returning home, Shinshi hasn't come back yet. It's only 5 o'clock now, and there are still 40 minutes until get out of class ends. So I just take this time to tidy up the house, and then take my little sister to have a big meal after school. He first packed up the original device. Although the computer's configuration was extremely low, he never thought of throwing it away and scrapping it. After all, he had been fighting for 2 years. It has made great contributions. Without it in the past 2 years, I probably wouldn't even have food to eat. Since he retired, it has been with him. Although it looks shabby, Shinny has taken care of it very cleanly, except for the wear and tear. He thinks it is no different from the new one. A person who is not a homebody does not know that firewood, rice, oil and salt are expensive. After retiring, he realized how valuable the equipment provided by the club was. A set of equipment cost 10,000 yuan. After using the savings he saved to rent a house, he had very little left. Something like a high-end computer is out of reach. Just think about it. Old man, it's time for you to rest. Shinny put it in a box and sealed it, looked at the time, and called Shinshi. Hello, brother? Why are you free to call me today? Isn't the club busy? A sweet voice, like a warbler, came into Shinyi's ears. Hearing this heartwarming and healing voice, Shinyi felt much better. Little sister, where are you now? Brother will take you to have a feast, Shinyi said dotingly. Only in front of his sister will he put down all vigilance and pretense and be his true self. Have a big dinner? Shinshi hesitated and said with a smile. Okay. Is it okay for my brother to treat me? Certainly. Then I'm going to kill my brother hard. And I'm going to eat ma xiao. Eating ma xiu again. After Shinshi finished speaking, he couldn't help but think of what he had just eaten yesterday night on the balcony of Li Yuner's house, and what he had eaten again today. Seeing that Shinyi didn't respond for a long time, Shinshi asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Brother, don't you like to eat? I just had dinner with Li Yuner yesterday. Hearing what Shinyi said, a trace of sadness flashed in Shinshi's eyes and passed away quietly. It's okay. Brother doesn't want to eat. Let's go eat something else. As promised, I'll treat you. If you like to eat, I like to eat. You wait for me at the school gate and I'll go find you, Shinyi said hurriedly. Chapter 329, Backing Off. Yeah. Shinshi smiled and nodded, hung up the phone, and muttered to himself. As long as my brother likes it, that's fine. Shinyi carried the box downstairs and placed the computer in the internet cafe. Huh? Yeetzy, where are you going? The internet cafe owner asked curiously when he saw Shinyi taking out all his treasures. I won't be using this, old man, for the time being. I want to keep it as a souvenir. I don't have room to put it at home. Your place is big, so I'll put it here first, Shinyi said with a smile. The owner of the internet cafe was very kind to him. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have even owned this low-end computer. Moreover, he often played games in the internet cafe, which attracted a lot of customers to him. Okay, just find a place to put it in the warehouse at the back. Seeing Shinyi's expression, he guessed that this kid was going to get a new machine. He could reach the top 5 in the Asian server with such a broken computer. If this is a new machine, it will be fine. After Shinyi put away the computer, he walked out. Yeetzy, We are going to hold a district city league here in a few days. Every internet cafe nearby will send a team to participate. The champion can get 10,000 yuan. It doesn't matter how much the money is. It's mainly a good opportunity for publicity. I'm here, we really don't have much manpower. Can you help me when you see me? The internet cafe owner asked, rubbing his hands. Okay. You can send me the time on WeChat when the time comes. And I'll bring my friends over. Shen agreed without thinking. This small favor was nothing to him. Okay. If you can win the championship by then, I will give you 10,000 yuan. Shen left the internet cafe, took a taxi, and rushed to the gate of Qinghai University. When they arrived, Shen was already waiting at the school gate. She was wearing a white dress today. The skirt was swaying in the air, and her hair was fluttering gently. From a distance, she looked like a white lotus standing among the crowd. Shishi, get on the bus here. Shen waved in Shenxi's direction. When Shenxi saw Shen sticking his head out of the car window, he happily rushed forward and got into the taxi. The car sped out with a whoosh, leaving only a circle of billowing smoke. After the two left, a red convertible Maserati drove out slowly from a far corner outside the school gate. Go check that kid's background for me. But she just heard that Shen was taking her to Shrimp King today, and she thought she was dreaming. But thinking about her brother playing games all night long every day, she couldn't help but feel distressed and said, Brother, let's just find a stall to eat. It's so late. Don't go to the city. Shen could tell that his sister was trying to find a way out for him. It was really hard for this little girl. The other classmates were from Gucci, Hermes, Chanel, and lastly Yang Shulin and Meiku. As for his sister, it would be good for him to follow her. No, I suffered a lot from sin. The more Shen behaves like this, the more he feels distressed. His sister always thinks about herself and never asks what she wants. No matter how well dressed the classmates around her are, she has never been envious. She owes her a lot. Too much. Brother, why did you treat me to a meal today? Brother's team won the Huya Destiny Cup Championship. The bonuses will be distributed today. If you have any gifts you want, tell me, and he will buy them for you. So that's it. Brother is awesome. Shenxi smiled, with two shallow dimples showing on his face. There is no need for gifts. My brother took me to eat ma xiao. I am already very happy. I always hear my classmates say how delicious the shrimp here is. Today I can finally try it myself. Shen looked at Shenxi next to him fondly. And he must work hard to make money, so that she could wear nice clothes and use the same things as the classmates around him. Shenxi's foundation is not bad at all, even though she hasn't taken care of her clothes and doesn't have a few new clothes. Her clothes are all washed very white and clean. They look ordinary, but they are very white and clean, giving her the feeling of a lotus. The car drove to Shrimp King, and the two got out of the car and walked in. The decoration style of Shrimp King is a traditional Chinese style, which makes people feel very friendly when they come in. The hall on the first floor is already full, with many people sitting in groups below. They found a seat by the window on the second floor. The waiter handed over the menu, and Shen pushed it directly to Shenxi. Order whatever you want. Shenxi shook his head. Brother, have some. I like to eat whatever my brother likes. Seeing Shenxi's insistence, Shen took the menu and started reading it. I'll go. It's so expensive. Damn it. Isn't it humane? One shrimp costs 100 yuan. This must be a sky-high price for lobster. Shen looked at the dishes on the menu and felt like there were 10,000 horses galloping over him. He was sure that these were not for shrimps. They were all cooked RMB. Although his body ached, he had agreed to treat his sister to a meal. So how could he give up? Shen pointed to the dishes with about 6 or 7 white pieces, then ordered a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, and handed the menu to the waiter. Sir, are you too? The waiter took the menu, glanced at it, and asked respectfully, Yes. What's wrong? Shen wondered. Could it be that he ordered less? It shouldn't be. He ordered 7 dishes. Could he order more? Is there a small amount here? I think the food you two ordered would be too much. I understand. You go first. If there's not enough, we'll order more. No, sir. The waiter was about to explain. I said, if it's not enough, let's order more. You little girl, you're done. Shen was a little impatient and refused to let others eat. He knew that your food was expensive and the quantity was small. But it wasn't like he didn't order it. After nagging endlessly, he ordered a few dishes that cost more than 700 yuan. To be honest, he really felt a little sick. Sir, please listen to me. I think it's too much for the two of you to order 7 dishes. Our portions are quite large, and it would be a waste. Moreover, we have a special promotion with 10% off for orders over 100. It's about 3 for 2 people. 100 yuan is enough. The waiter finished everything in one breath, fearing that Shen Yi would interrupt. So that's it? After hearing what the waiter said, Shen Yi smiled awkwardly. He had been wrong for a long time, and they still wanted to help him save money. Shen Yi took the menu, read it again, handed it to Shen Shi, crossed out a few dishes, and handed it to the waiter. Wish you a pleasant meal. The waiter smiled and walked away holding the menu. Brother, look how good the service here is. I'm still trying to help you save money, but you're still wronging me, Shen Shi said in a low voice after seeing the waiter leave. How did I know? I thought she wanted to trick us. Anyway, it's a lot. Let's eat more when the time comes. Shen Shi nodded obediently. Chapter 330 Eating and Drinking. The two of them drank a lot of food, and Shen Yi discovered that the Shrimp King was not as expensive as they thought. Although some dishes were indeed high-priced, they were indeed good value for money, with a large amount and good taste. The main thing is that the service is really good, and they will try their best to satisfy you whenever you need it. And everyone is smiling. The service alone is worth the price. This is the most satisfying meal Shen Yi has ever had. After the two returned home, the computer had been sent to the doorman downstairs, and Shen Yi and Shen Shi carried it up together. Philips 34-inch ultra-large monitor, water-cooled host, Razer competition-specific mouse and keyboard, and a set of live broadcast equipment. Huya is indeed a big company. This equipment alone costs nearly 20,000 yuan, which is a big deal. Before going out in the afternoon, he also found an internet company to test the network and activated a 100 optical fiber cable. He did not have to pay for it. He only needed to use it continuously for more than 2 years to get a free speed increase. Anyway, he would always use the internet at home, so 2 years' worth of money was paid in advance. He worked hard until 10 o'clock in the evening, when Shen Shi fell asleep, and then he got everything done. Han Jingguo was very efficient, and had sent his live broadcast account very early. After all, it was an official live broadcast. It is not a contracting union, so I also use an official account. Shen Yi turned on the computer to test the internet speed, and then studied the operation of the live broadcast section. It was soon 12 o'clock. He was also a little tired. After all, he had a busy day and needed a good rest. He would start the live broadcast tomorrow. After cleaning the entire room and taking a shower, he fell on the bed and fell asleep. Why did the official find such a funny guy to be the anchor? You want to make money, but you also want to be aloof. You don't even say thank you for a gift. It's weird if someone looks at you. I heard that this guy is called Huamian Wuchang. He used to play professionally in the Firewire team, but because of cheating, he was banned by Firewire. Now he comes to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to broadcast live. A yellow vest with the words on the front. The man with the Duke's mark spoke up. A bastard started a live broadcast? What happened to Huya? Who knows? It probably has something to do with it. The mouse operated by Shen Yi was running poison on the island map. Although the microphone was on, he did not say a word. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he did not know what to say. Playing games is just playing games, and chatting while playing games is what the HL. He is not used to it. There were 100 people in the live broadcast room, but Shen Yi could feel that there was no one alive inside. Otherwise, how could no one shout 666 if he had performed such an extreme operation just now? 98k headshots per 100 meters. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that starting a live broadcast was not as simple as he thought. When Shen Yi got up this morning, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Shen Shi had already gone out, but left breakfast for him on the table and covered it with a basket. When I opened it, I saw that the items were very simple. A fried egg, a glass of milk, a steamed bun, and a pack of pickles. But for him, it is absolutely delicious. Shen Shi's simple craftsmanship is a magical skill. It is tender on the outside and smooth on the inside. Fragrant but not greasy. It is wrapped with egg paste inside, just like eating puffs. Shen Yi has been eating like this for 2 years, but he is not tired of it at all. For a person like him who can fry eggs, Shen Shi's craftsmanship is like a savior, saving him, a person in suffering. And Shen Shi would do it for him in different ways every time. In this way, the brother and sister lived happily in a state where you like to cook, and I like to eat. He took a shower first, and then wiped the breakfast on the table. The plate was licked, and there was basically no need to wash it. After cleaning up the garbage on the table, Shen Yi turned on the computer. He was not in a hurry to start the live broadcast. Instead, He went shopping first and looked at the wall-mounted air conditioner. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. How could he live without an air conditioner at home? Although he lived on the 5th floor, it was still cool. But it can't stand the high temperature. In August and September, the surface temperature outside the house can reach more than 40 degrees. Have you seen the news about eggs being cooked on the ground? If there is no air conditioning, it will cost lives. It only cost 600 yuan in total for dinner last night, including the network cable. That means he still has 6,000 yuan on hand. He bought an air conditioner, more than 2 yuan, and more than 3,000 yuan. Then we will see how the live broadcast works. No, buy soundproof foam boards. But you must buy air conditioners. He also wanted to give Shishi a gift and buy an air conditioner. He also went to the official website of Yang Shulin to buy a lipstick for his little sister. All in all, he spent a total of 3,000 yuan. Money is like running water and cannot be spent easily. In just a few minutes, I turned on my phone, looked at a certain treasure, placed an order, and 3,000 yuan was gone. Live streaming is imminent. In this way, Shen Yi used the official account and started his live broadcast debut. Although the live broadcast was held on the official channel, very few people watched it. Although the title was very attractive, Shen Yi's own live broadcast style was so boring that there was no way to retain the audience. Many people came in just to read their opinions, and left again. In this way, Shen Yi queued alone for 2 hours without a single audience. The only fan who gave him a quadruple lens also posted a text on the public screen. Hello anchor. My quadruple lens was wrong. Now, can you give it back to me? Shen Yi. At this time, Han Jinghua was also anxious. He didn't expect that Shen Yi didn't speak during the live broadcast. Others only watched the live broadcast because they were bored. If you want to listen to others talk, it's better for you. If you don't talk while playing games during the live broadcast, you think you are watching a silent movie. Come on, brother. The silent film era has long passed since Chaplin's time. It's strange that people are buying into this trick now. How about you try to play a game in a group? Call all the Black Tiger Club members over? Han Jinghua asked insinuatingly on WeChat. When you fight alone in a row, you don't need to communicate, so you really don't have to talk much. But when you have multiple rows, it's different. You need strategies in terms of tactics. So communication and cooperation are essential. I asked just now. The club took them to participate in a competition out of town. There is no time to play. Shen Yi was also speechless. He originally wanted to invite everyone to play together, but the club suddenly took them to participate in a competition out of town. So he saw I can only queue alone. This, Han Jinghua also has a headache. If he continues to broadcast like Shen Yi, without talking or thanking for gifts, even if he is online 24 hours a day, he may not be able to retain anyone. Chapter 331. Put down your attitude. I will tell you a few live broadcast skills. You must talk more. Even if there is no audience, you must learn to entertain yourself and talk to yourself. When others receive gifts, you must say thank you. Since you have chosen to do this, you must put down your attitude. Those with money are the uncles, and we are the actors. Only by making them happy can we make money. You can broadcast it first, and I will think of a way for you to see if I can contact some anchors and join forces with you. After Han Jinghua finished speaking, he hung up the WeChat voice call. Entertain yourself, Shen Yi muttered to himself. Wow! A level 3 package. Awesome. There is someone upstairs, giving you a Black Phoenix Thunder. He kept talking for a long time, saying that his mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. There were a few spectators left, but as soon as he stopped talking, everyone ran away. This is too difficult. Shen Yi drank some water and said unbalanced. Why do those tens or hundreds of thousands of people who are not as skilled as him look at me? One of the top 5 in the Asian server. And he doesn't even have an audience. Shen Yi took out the domestic magic machine, opened the live broadcast on his mobile phone, and entered a live broadcast room named Weiwei. At this time, Weiwei was playing in the 4th row and forming a team with his teammates. He had seen this Weiwei on the Asian server rankings, whose ID is YY ranked 19th. His personal skills are not very strong, but his teammates are all top 10 players in the Asian server. He doesn't quite understand that he is such an ugly and fat foodie. How come there are 500,000 people watching his live broadcast again? The popularity of the live broadcast room instantly increased by another 100,000. And 600,000 people watched it at the same time. Horrible. Shen Yi was a little envious. When would someone be able to give him an excavator? Weiwei's operation is really average. Sometimes he feels that all the heads he can hit are missed, and more than half of the blood is knocked out by the opponent. If it were him, he wouldn't have to deal with it. He would just rush in and shoot. In the 4-person final round, including them, there are 3 full teams, all waiting for this round. Now it is time to see where the final round will be. 3, 2, 1. Shrink the circle. I'm going! Awesome. I'm asking you guys to be awesome, Wei Wei shouted. And the finals were definitely on their side. The remaining 2 teams needed to run this way. And there were still rocks here. It's hard to make a bunker without wanting to take advantage of the situation. The public screen was instantly covered with 6666. Many kings and dukes began to buy gifts. Shen Yi roughly calculated that so far, he had received more than 30,000 yuan in gifts. If the platform deducted half of it, you can get 15,000 yuan in a few hours. It's too easy to make money. The result was undoubtedly that although Wei Wei fell to the ground in the end, they still got the chicken. Many fans felt sorry for Wei Wei's lying down, and even spent a small amount of 10,000 yuan. It looked like Shen Yi was full of enthusiasm. If he was so popular, he would definitely make a lot of money. However, it has been almost 3 hours since he started broadcasting at 11 o'clock, and there is still no one in the live broadcast room. Anyway, this is not something that can be accomplished in one day. Take your time. Line up 4 rows of savages, and go to eat after the fight. Shen Yi thought to himself and formed a savage team. Where should we dance? A tingling voice suddenly came from the microphone, making Shen Yi's ears twitch. There was actually a girl in line. Hey! She is still a little sister? Number 2 also opened the microphone and said, Hello, little brother. I just played this game, and I'm not very good at it yet. I haven't eaten chicken yet. Can you help me eat chicken? Okay. Then you follow me, and I will be responsible for protecting you. Miss, your voice is so nice. It makes me tingle when I hear it. My little brother's voice is also very nice. Don't praise me so much. I feel a little embarrassed. First time playing? Only ghosts believe you. My capricious number is ranked 5th in the Asian server. If you are not one of the top 100 players in the Asian server, how could you possibly be ranked next to me? But you are ranked 5th in the Asian server and can be seen everywhere. It is estimated that the anchor must be doing the live broadcast, and the drainage friends are playing. Don't listen to him. How can he still protect you? He can't even protect himself. Just follow my brother, and my little AKA will lead you to victory. Okay. Okay. Anyone can take me, as long as I can eat chicken. It's okay. Brother number 1. Are you there? Number 1? Shen Yi took a look at his logo and found out that he was number 1. But he decisively chose to refuse to open the microphone. He didn't want to have too much communication with this kind of vase. Number 1? Are you here? Did the young lady ask you to speak? Number 3 also started to help. Let me go. The fight hasn't even started yet, and you are already acting as a bodyguard and consultant for me. Brother, do you have any backbone? Have you never seen a woman or something? Maybe he doesn't have a microphone, so he can't talk on it? Isn't that right? I just saw his little speaker flashing. Shen Yi turned on the free mic and just turned off the mic. You don't even have a microphone to play a game. Don't you know that this is a communication game? Let's go down and kill him. Having such teammates is also a burden. Number 3 opened the microphone again and said, Isn't this bad? Besides, I managed to get into a game. If you kill me, won't it affect my game experience? Number 4 might stopped him with a soft voice. Boy, for the sake of interceding with you, I won't kill you when I get down. You should follow us well and hand over the good equipment you pick up. You know? Shen Yi rolled his eyes and killed me. Can you? It's not certain who will kill whom after we go down. But this number 4 mic is not bad. It also knows about gaming experience. And it doesn't feel like a vase. That little brother number 2 and number 3. Which one of you can take command? Number 2. Number 3. After number 4 finished asking, the entire live broadcast room fell into silence. I'll do it. Number 3 gritted his teeth and said, no matter how hard he tries, he can't lose face in front of the young lady, even though he is not good at giving orders. Okay. Then mark your marks and I'll dance with you. The route is from Port G, and the destination is Port Inn. We jump in the urban area above G-Port. Generally no one jumps there. Most people will jump in G-Port. Let's develop in a dirty way first. Shen Yi, after hearing what number 3 said, he rolled his eyes. He thought you were so awesome. A talkative guy. And also wretched. You might have become a box after jumping to G-Port. Shen snickered when he thought about how he had to explain to number 4 that he died because of a lag in the game. Since someone was acting as a conductor for free, he could save trouble and just follow the fight. It was not his fault that he didn't get the chicken anyway. Brother, are we jumping to the exact mark? Number 4 asked on the mic. Chapter 332 is about to begin. That's right. After landing, just stay behind me, and I'll be responsible for protecting you. Okay. Number 4 agreed weakly. Everyone jumped to the upper city area with number 3. And a funny chicken-eating journey was about to begin. In the live broadcast room of DouYu-TV 888888, a pure and lovely girl is projecting her own PUBG screen. There is only a small square in the lower right corner with her own video on it. Even though the screen is small, it can be vaguely distinguished. Is a beautiful embryo. The number 1 spot on the screen is Shenyi's Huamian Wuchang. This anchor with a crisp and soft voice is none other than Feng Momo, the first sister of DouYu-TV. Shen-Yi accidentally ranked Feng Momo, the first sister of DouYu. You fell to the ground. There is no one else in the entire city except our team. Where are you going to find someone to kill you? Didn't you look around before you landed? Generally, for this kind of route, everyone will choose to go to Port G. It is very good that some people will choose to go to the house. It is difficult to search for the house, and there is no one there, so it will be boring. Generally, novices will choose to land in this place. What? Why did you end up here? A bird wouldn't choose a place to poop. There's not even a human figure. Come on. I'm so good that I've been in the top 10 of the Asian server. Is it necessary to humiliate me like this? Feng Momo complained in the live broadcast room. This kind of place is the first choice for newcomers. Let's not talk about whether it is rich in resources or not. At least the place is large and there are few people, which satisfies your desire to search. Therefore, players who are willing to play obscene games will generally choose to stay. It's here. The public screen below saw Feng Momo starting to complain, and started to boo. Little rookie Feng Momo. Ha ha ha. I've only been playing for 20 hours, and I'm not here yet. You guys are too cowardly. There are also some people who can't stand number 3. They wrote, it's too much to be here. He obviously looks down on our family MOMO. He also said that he won't save number 1. There is no one around. Unless he is stupid enough to make a fool of himself. Or fall from the house and die. Otherwise, how could something happen? Little sister, have you seen that connected house? Number 3 asked. Well, what's wrong? Feng Momo replied. Let's search inside. You follow me. And we'll search one side each. Feng Momo was heartbroken. She regretted pretending to be a novice. She felt that number 3 had played less time than him. And she didn't know if he looked around when he came down. Little sister, don't worry. I have been playing for more than 100 hours. My skills are not great, but I am definitely better than that fish playing Feng Momo. Don't worry. Feng Momo. Ha ha ha. You made me laugh so hard. I knew this guy was a newbie. MO. How come you can rank so funny every time you queue with friends? It's only been 100 hours. And I guess you haven't had a single queue fight yet. Tell me, is this an actor you paid to hire? It's so funny. It's only been 100 hours. If you're just pretending like this, I've already spent almost 1,000 hours on my trumpet. The public screen below heard what number 3 had said, and completely exploded. Feng Momo calmed down and said softly, Wow, little brother. You have played for more than 100 hours. You are so awesome. Even though she was angry, she could only endure it and asked again, Brother, do you know that funny anchor Feng Momo? I heard that she is very beautiful and very popular. I don't know you. Number 3 said calmly. Feng Momo. % you and #%. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard. Too bad. They don't even know you. It's the first time I've seen MOMO eat up. Then how do you know her skills? Feng Momo asked unconvinced. Sister, I'm not telling you. Think about it with your head. How can this kind of game be suitable for girls to play? I guess he is just a flower vase. On the surface, he is broadcasting the game. But in fact he is just a joke. Anyway, my friends say so. Good looking. Average skills. Feng Momo. Who is this? I have completed at least 1,000 hours of cooking. Is it possible that I am not as good as you? A novice who has spent 100 hours. Don't be angry. I didn't say anything about you. This is a command attack. Only aimed at her. Black fans. Definitely a hater. And he's still a naked fan. Feng Momo was furious in the live broadcast room. He was really unlucky. How could he be lined up with such a person? I can actually schedule a job that lasts 1,000 hours to 100 hours. And he even said that he would take me to eat chicken. I must be crazy. No. Is it a system bug? Brother number 2. How long have you been playing? I just bought it yesterday, and this is the 3rd game today. Phone Momo. I must have got the wrong number. Phone Momo angrily hurriedly looked at his ID. It was correct. I'm just a newbie. So don't kill me. Although this account is not in the top 10. It is one of his friend accounts, and one of the top 100 accounts in the Asian server. It is just to create a live broadcast effect. But in the past, some players such as anchors would be queued, and then got caught. It's amazing today. There are 2 newbies lined up. How could this happen? What went wrong? She wanted to end this game as soon as possible. If she continued like this, her reputation would be ruined in the hands of these 2 newcomers, etc. Being able to reach this kind of game only shows that the score difference here is very big. So we need to pull points to maintain balance. There are 2 rookies. Their own skills are okay. So this silent number 1. Fong Momo suddenly realized this problem. Unless the number 1 was very strong, this kind of situation would not happen. If it is really a game bug, then he can only be considered unlucky. Shen-Yi didn't know at this time that someone was already secretly targeting him. This circle is a bit far. There aren't many cars here. We'll start running the drug in 1 minute, and then look for cars along the way. Number 3 said. The place is huge, but you have to have enough time. The 3 of them searched several houses, but only found firearms such as AK, M16 and trolls. They didn't have much medicine, and the guns were not good. They were in ordinary condition now. In this game, it is basically impossible for you to get rich by searching for equipment. The fastest way to get rich is to just steal other people's equipment. Shen-Yi searched 3 rooms and found good luck. He had a 3rd level head, a 2nd level armor, a 2nd level backpack, an M4A1 with a grip, expansion, gun, but in quadruple scope plus a fully equipped S686. For ordinary people, I think the equipment is just average. But for him, it is already a magical equipment. At least he can shoot head on. When the time comes, he can just kill people and steal the equipment to get the equipment. Chapter 333, Poorly Made. It's almost time. We should go. The 3 men gathered and prepared to run away. Where's number 1? Fong Momo asked. When number 3 looked at the map, he saw that Shen-Yi's location had already arrived at Port G. He said angrily, I'll go. This kid escaped long ago. Damn! That's so unjust. Let's leave quickly. Penguin's mess has led to Firewire getting worse and worse. Permanent weapons flying all over the sky. And poor graphics. Even if you make money, at least let us consumers spend it willingly. You have to make the game's graphics better and the game experience higher, so that players are willing to spend money. You said you no longer work hard on the game, but instead, you are doing a superb job in cheating players' money. It is really disappointing. It's heartbreaking. After number 3 finished speaking, he sighed again. Fireline is no longer what it used to be. Most of the players in the past have moved to the Alliance, Counter War, and Chicken Play. There are very few people online anymore. No! Haven't you all added friends together? Even if it's other games, we can all play together. Why don't you continue to play together? The last second, he was still blaming number 1 for being unjust. Why his style of painting changed so quickly. And now he became sentimental. Of course I have friends. As you know, Firewire was an earlier game. Before that, there weren't many gunfighting games. And Alliance hadn't been released yet. So everyone had no choice but to play that one. Gathered together. Now there are more choices for large-scale games such as Alliance, CS, Counter War and Chicken Fighting. Of course, everyone just goes to play the game they like. People who play in the Alliance don't like chicken games. And people who play chicken games don't like counterattacks. So people from the past can no longer get together. Number 3 said sadly. It's okay. Life is like a journey. There will always be people getting off the bus in the middle. You see? Although you said goodbye to the front line, you still met this cute person while eating chicken. Phone Momo said, thinking of himself amused. He quickly turned off the microphone. Ahem. How about it? I am such an outstanding person and can say such philosophical words. I even begin to admire myself. Ha ha ha. Phone Momo laughed wildly in the live broadcast room. The following barrage is 666. 666. Hey! MOMO has been studying hard recently. Yes. Yes. There is some truth to it. What's the point? I guess it was ripped from that chicken soup book. People like her with a negative IQ can basically only read chicken soup to improve themselves. But having said that, the fire line is really getting worse and worse. There are no people around now. It's still fun to eat chicken. Every time I play chicken, my heart beats faster. And I get scared every time. The picture quality of Firewire is really terrible. I feel that the picture quality of Ivy is much better than his. After spending so much money, can't you respect us? There were mixed reviews on the barrage. Some said Phone Momo was good. Some said she was showing off. And many people also lamented the original scene. Shen-Yi, on the other hand, was listening quietly. When it comes to the line of fire, he is the man with the most say, who almost reached the top of this game. A professional player who was banned for life. Everything that should have belonged to him is now in the eyes of outsiders. He became a laughing stock. But it all passed. And a new game gave him a new beginning. The era of crossing the line of fire is past. He, Shen-Yi, must wash away the dirty water that was thrown at him and replace it all. Jiang Zhe, the man he hates until his teeth itch in his dreams. Even if he can't continue to fulfill his dream of being on the line of fire, he still has to prove it to him. No. For those who once looked down on him, he, Shen-Yi, will reach the pinnacle of the esports stage and regain his glory. That era of uncertainty is about to come again. There's a jeep ahead. When Shen-Yi was meditating, Feng Momo was interacting with people in the live broadcast room. And number 3 was sighing. Number 2 suddenly shouted, "Wow! That's great. I don't have to run drugs anymore. I'm almost exhausted." Feng Momo adjusted his mood and said, "How about letting that good boy run so far without waiting for us? We have a car. But we just don't take you with us." "Ha! You will be exhausted?" Number 3 laughed. Why isn't this car moving?" Number 2 got on the car and prepared to shift to accelerate, but found that it had no effect. "I'll wipe it. This car is out of gas. The fuel tank gauge is empty. What the heck? This kind of random car has no will. Your sister. Are you kidding me?" Number 2's heart collapsed at this time. Number 3's heart collapsed at this time. And Feng Momo's heart collapsed at this time. Shen-Yi hid in front of the computer and snickered. He parked the car there on purpose. He had already left when number 2 and number 3 flirted with number 4. After all, he was not the focus of everyone. So there was no people would pay attention. So he did a trick and drove the 2 cars together. Drained the gas. And put the car with full gas in front. He knew from the fact that number 3 didn't look around when he fell down that this number 3 was a novice. If he relied on directing the whole team, he probably wouldn't even be able to get into the top 20. So he simply followed his own routine and was able to get into the queue. For novices, the skills of these 100 people should be at a normal level. So it should be relatively easy. There were 2 cars. One was a Jeep, and the other was a Bing. He deliberately drained the fuel of the Jeep, and then parked the Bing in front. He did this with intention. Number 3 kept saying that he was righteous. But what exactly did he want to see? Look. At the critical moment, he wants a woman. Or do you want a brother? "I'll go." "Brother? Can't this car be driven?" Number 3 said resentfully. "No. Stop talking nonsense and run. At our speed. It's still a question whether we can run over. I don't even have a big first aid kit here." Number 2 jumped out of the car and hurried forward. "We are just 2. How many girls do you have?" asked number 3. "I have 3 first aid kits." "That's okay. Give him one when the time comes." "Good." No. Give me a first aid kit quickly. My blood is red." Number 2 shouted hurriedly. The 3 of them ran from the city to G2, and the school started to become popular. Feng Momo hurriedly threw him a first aid kit. And the 2 of them also packed a first aid kit each. "Run quickly. Otherwise we won't be able to enter the safe zone even when we shrink into the next poisonous circle." The 3 of them embarked on a difficult drug escape journey. Shen-Yi was indifferent. The car was placed in front of you. Whether you can drive it or not is your business. Moreover, reports of accidental injuries from teammates can be directly banned. He is also an officially certified Big VID. If you dare to kill me, I will report you. Anyway, he doesn't really want to play with these newbies. If he can really make up for himself. The best. Chapter 334, A Violent Attack. "Why is it still so far away?" Feng Momo said impatiently. When she used to drain water friends, she didn't need to pick up the equipment by herself. Level 3 head. Level 3 armor. Level 3 bag. Fully equipped with M4A1. The fully equipped 98K was delivered directly to me. Someone took the bullet. Others were responsible for the charge. And she was responsible for licking the bag. She was picked up and dropped off by the car the whole time. And finally she laid down and ate the chicken. Now when I meet these two novices who don't know me, they have to do everything. They don't have enough guns. They don't have a car to pick them up. And they even have to die and run drugs. Life is really full of ups and downs. 1 second you were in heaven. And the next second you disappeared. Where did you disappear? Have no idea. Miss, we have a car. Number 2 saw Shinyi's Bing Bang parked in front and shouted excitedly. I'll go. I hope I won't run out of gas this time. Number 3 said jokingly. The car just now had no oil, which was probably a bug in the system. Now he can guarantee 99.999% that there will be oil in this car. Number 2 sat on it and said resentfully, Brother, this car. I'll go. What are you doing? There's still no gas. This game can't be played. I have to send blades to the planner. And I won't let people live. I encountered 2 cars. And they all have no gas. What a monkey. Pinch. Number 3 was completely angry and started the trolling mode. He bombarded the game planner through the voice mic, even speaking in dialect. At the same time, Fong Momo also burst out laughing in the live broadcast room. What are you doing? Playing a monkey game? Ha! Which dialect is this? Oh my god. Fellow countrymen. I'm calling you crazy for my fellow villagers. This game cost 98 RMB. And the number of registrations must have exceeded 10 million. With so much money, we can't optimize the game. I'll go. My cousin's dialect is so authentic. And suddenly I feel like I'm home. Brother, please stop for a moment. Number 2 said suddenly. How? This car is full of gas. Oh. Okay. Number 3 cursed after hearing Number 2's words. Number 2 looked confused. Did my brother take the wrong medicine today? After a while, he suddenly realized. Wait. What did you just say? Number 2 made a noise and said loudly to Mike. I said, this car is gas. And it's still full of gas. Can't you hear it? If you can't hear me, speak louder. Okay. My ears are going to be deafened by you. I heard you. Take Number 4 and leave first. I have a bag and 2 bottles of drinks here. I should be able to hold on for a while. Number 3 hurriedly said. His move surprised Lin Hun. He thought that someone who would kill his teammates as soon as he landed was very selfish. Who would have thought that he would let his brother take the girl with him? Now, he is running the poison behind, which makes him some have changed their views on Number 3. How about I give you my first aid kit first? Fong Momo asked. No need. I have 20 bandages here. That's enough. You go quickly. Don't wait for me to shrink before you come back to pick me up. It will be too late at some point. Okay. Okay. Number 2 responded, stepped on the accelerator, and drove into the safe zone. When Number 2 and Fong Momo entered the circle, there were still more than 30 seconds before the poison could be reduced. After Fong Momo got out of the car, he went to meet Shin-Yi. After all, Shin-Yi had been near the safe zone for so long. Following him would at least be safe. A little? Little sister. Although Number 1 is silent and unreliable. If you go find him now, the 2 of you will still have someone to look after you. Number 2 warned before leaving. Okay. Go pick him up quickly. I think he can't hold on anymore. You take this first aid kit with you. Fong Momo said worriedly. Okay. After Number 2 said, he picked up the first aid kit on the ground and drove into the poison circle. Brother Number 1, are you there? I'm going to find you. Fong Momo ran like a 200-pound child in the direction of Shin-Yi. His voice was so gentle, as if he had been passed by an angel. As soon as these words came out, the public screen exploded again. That's the voice. That was the first time you deceived my 3rd level head. I was also deceived into AWM by this voice. Woo woo woo. It was because of this voice that I knocked her down, causing me to be hunted down by people all over the map. The voice is nice, but for Shin-Yi, it is immune. She is not a voice control person, so she just regards Fong Momo's gentle voice as a normal voice. And her little sister's voice is countless times gentler and better sounding than hers. Of course, I choose between the fish and the bear's paw. Bear's paw. Fong Momo trotted all the way to Shin-Yi's side. Wow! Little brother, you actually have a 3rd level head and a 3rd level armor. Fong Momo shouted excitedly when he saw Shin-Yi's equipment, and his voice became more and more seductive. Shin-Yi squatted in the grass with an indifferent expression. in the front room area. He had just heard gunshots. Someone should be there. So he kept staring in front, and had no intention of caring about Feng Momo beside him. Seeing that Shinyi ignored him, Feng Momo continued to attack. Little brother, look at me as a weak woman. I only have a forgiveness helmet and a level 2 armor. Can you give me your level 3 helmet? Shinyi was still indifferent, and even rubbed his feet and looked around. The barrage became dishonest. The Momo family seems to be paying no attention to you at all? Ha ha ha! As expected, these 3 people are all noobs, and none of them know you. Sister Doyu, it's going to be cold. Do people seem to be immune to you? Feng Qinyan gave away 100 boxes. The 100 cold, said by Xiaowei. Feng Momo was a little unconvinced when she saw Shinyi ignoring her. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation since playing chicken. Here we go again! Here we go again! It's this trick again! Damn! I once swore that I would never eat chicken again. There is no way I would listen to Feng Momo's slander and give her equipment in the game. As a result, brother? What's the result? Don't say half the words. In the end, I uninstalled the chicken game. Don't talk about it. If you talk too much, you will cry. Brother, I don't even hold on to the toilet wall. So I just obey you. Brother, you are awesome. Men should be more cruel to themselves. Little brother, have you turned on your voice? Can you give me your 3rd level head? Feng Momo talked for a long time, and his mouth was dry. He drank some water and moistened his throat. Now she was a little suspicious of the person in front of her. Either he didn't have a stereo or headphones, so he couldn't turn on the sound when playing games. Otherwise, how could it not have any effect at all? You should be rubbing your feet and shaking your head. I still don't believe it. I can't get your 3rd level leader today. Feng Momo's fighting spirit was completely boosted by Shinyi, and he took out his pistol and fired several shots into the sky. Chapter 335 Public Enemy. Hey! Little brother, did you hear that? Shinyi squatted up from where he was lying down, took out the pan behind his butt, and knocked on Feng Momo's green and forgiving head. Bang! Before Feng Momo finished speaking, a word KO appeared on her screen. You were knocked down by your teammate Hua Mianwu's regular pan. What's the situation? Teammate accidentally injured? Feng Momo was stunned. The barrage below was stunned. Number 2 and number 3, who were running poison, were stunned. The people in the living area below were stunned. Several birds flying in the sky were also stunned. My friends and I were all shocked. The world seemed to quiet down all of a sudden. There was no sound in the voice. No one was typing on the public screen. And the fierce gunfire in the distance also stopped. It seemed that all abnormal things were due to Shinyi's knockdown. After a few seconds, the gunfire continued. But the voice exploded. Hack! What do you mean by number 1? Number 3 yelled when he saw this. Brother, no matter what your situation, you kill all the girls, but they are still one of your own. It's a bit too much. Number 2 said angrily. The barrage on the public screen exploded. What's going on with this guy? That's too much. You're killing him every time you see him in the game. Hua Mian Wu Chang. Does this ID sound familiar? Where have you heard it before? When someone asks you for a 3rd level head, don't give it if you don't want to give it. It won't knock them down. The joke was on. Although it was the first fall. After the second fall, the blood loss will be faster. For a moment, all the fingers were pointed at Shinyi, who knocked Feng Momo down. Apart from the yelling and cursing in the voice, Shinyi didn't know anything else similar to the barrage. And it was even less likely that he would realize that this move just now had already happened. It was seen by Feng Momo's 300,000 iron powder army. The ID of Hua Mian Wuchang has also been recorded in the minds of many people. It won't be long before he will definitely become a public enemy. It is conceivable that his future journey to win chicken will be extremely difficult. Ting Feng Ji's heroic streak was a big rocket given to the anchor Feng Momo, which was broadcast all over the server. I'll go! Brother Ting Feng is worthy of being the top of the Momo family. He is also the big VP and his actions are heroic. 10 big rockets are worth more than 10,000 yuan. Brother Ting Feng, whose full name is Mayu Ting Feng, is the biggest VP of Douyu anchor Feng Momo's family. He has helped Feng Momo win dozens of difficult platform battles. One sentence can explain how powerful he is. Without Ting Feng, there would be no one. There is no Feng Momo today. In last year's Douyu annual game female anchor popularity competition, Brother Ting Feng spent 5 million to help Feng Momo win the championship. There was a full 2 million difference between the second place and him. But so far, Online, the information about Brother Tingfeng himself is just some rumors and has never been confirmed. He also said that he was Feng Momo's father. Feng Momo was a rich second generation. He came to the online live broadcast just to pass the time. He was not short of money at all. It is also said that he is Feng Momo's suitor, the boss of a multinational company, who spends tens of millions just to win the beauty's smile. It's like King Yu of Zhou, who used beacon fire to play with the princes. It is also said that Brother Tingfeng is a guild account, which is what everyone calls the promoter. He does so much just to win the audience's attention, and all the money he earns from doing so will be returned. What's even more outrageous is that Brother Tingfeng is teasing Mr. Yu, giving Feng Momo so much just to play games with him. Anyway, to sum up, basically none of them are reliable, and none of them have been confirmed. Anyway, this Tingfeng is a legendary figure. Thank you, Tingfeng, for the rocket. Feng Momo took a long time to react. She never dreamed that she would be knocked down by Shen. Is this person crazy? An unspeakable grievance surged up. This was the first time in her long time playing games that she had wasted so much time and was knocked down by her own people. And then she still didn't get what she wanted. The 300,000 loyal fans on the public screen saw that Feng Momo didn't say a word. Instead, he sat blankly in front of the camera. There seemed to be a layer of mist in his eyes, and he began to panic. Momo, don't cry. Huamian Wuchang is a killer with 1,000 cuts. Don't let me rank you in the game. I will kill you every time I rank you. Damn it! Kill him! Kill him! In fact, these fans are very good to Feng Momo. Although they say that she is good at it, they all feel sorry for this weak little girl. Otherwise, why would someone send him equipment every time and pick him up in the car? Brother Tingfeng is so bold that he shoots 50 big rockets in a row. After finishing the brushing, Tingfeng typed on the public screen. MO is okay. Huamian Wuchang. Right. Brother Tingfeng will help you vent your anger. 50! Is this 50,000? As expected of Brother Tingfeng. A divine hero. In 2 words. Awesome. Brother Tingfeng is going to take action against Huamian Wuchang. This guy is dead. You deserve it. You're asking for it when you hit our MOMO. You just don't turn on the mic to communicate, but you kill your teammates. It's really unjust. It's okay, Brother Tingfeng. It's just the first time I encountered this situation, so I lost my composure. Feng Momo took a breath, regained his composure, and slowly crawled behind Shen. Everyone, hurry up and register a Huya account and log in to their channel. I will scold this guy to death. 300,000 loyal fans took action instantly. The time has come to share the same hatred. Every one of them was as busy as a chicken blood. Whether they were at home, internet cafes, or users watching on their mobile phones, they all went to Huya at once. He rushed into Shen Yi's official 999 live broadcast room. The live broadcast room, which originally had only 100 agreement accounts, was instantly filled with more than 200,000 people. The entire official channel has become stuck. The operators in the background were shocked when they saw the sudden doubling of the number of people in Shen Yi's live broadcast room. The data table was like a rocket. The parallel line that originally had only 100 people instantly exceeded the maximum capacity of the live broadcast room. 100,000 people rushed directly to the tripod. This was the first time the backstage operator had seen this situation, and he hurriedly called Han Jinghua for instructions. Why can't I get in? The channel you are in is full and cannot be accessed at the moment. Many people who applied later were blocked from the live broadcast room. The entire live broadcast room became stuck because of these 100,000 live people. If Shen Yi hadn't just speeded up the network cable and changed the computer, it would have crashed. Damn it! What's the situation? Shen Yi was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Suddenly, there were more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast room. More than 10,000 people crowded in at one time as if they had agreed. The 100,000 people who came in began to bombard his screen. SB Anchor, hurry up and save people. Are you stupid? Anchor, your dog is dead. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and save him. Chapter 336 No Suspense. Shen Yi. What is happening? Number 2 and number 3 were still on the way to escape the poison. They didn't know that Shen Yi didn't save Feng Momo. They only knew that he knocked down Feng Momo. And number 2 also reflected at this time. Brother, do you see why number 4's blood is still falling? Are they not in the safe zone? Number 3 also noticed it and shouted. I'm going! This guy didn't save anyone. Boy, what are you doing standing there? Do you want to die? Hurry up and save people? Brother number 1. What's wrong with you? Feng Momo's blood had lost half of his blood at this time, and was about to get cold. And the poisonous circle began to shrink slowly. Sister, don't worry. We're going to save you right now. I'm warning you, number 1. If number 4 dies, I can't spare you. Number 3 cursed angrily. After receiving the call from the technician, Han Jinghua hurriedly opened the official technical account and squeezed into the live broadcast room. Even so, it's still stuck. Even the game screen couldn't be displayed. And the entire channel started to freeze. Han Jinghua decisively asked the technical staff to increase the capacity of the live broadcast room to 500,000. Under the operation of technical personnel, the live broadcast room that could only accommodate 100,000 people was adjusted to be able to accommodate 500,000 people. Han Jinghua's account is finally no longer stuck in it. At least Shenyi's game screen and his hands operating the keyboard can be seen. However, this situation only lasted for less than 5 seconds. It would have been better not to adjust it to 500,000. This time it was adjusted to 500,000. The number of people in the room suddenly increased sharply. And the increase rate was much faster than before. Thousands of people. Full again. Why is it stuck again? Han Jinghua was just about to call the technicians to ask what was going on, when he saw the number of people online. His jaw almost dropped. What was going on? The number of people shown above is 502,320. A total of 500,000 people in this room? Shenyi, what exactly did you do? Han Jinghua immediately picked up his phone and started frantically sending WeChat messages to Shenyi. His popularity suddenly skyrocketed. He didn't believe that Shenyi didn't know the reason. However, Shenyi's cell phone was placed in the living room. And the door was closed for you. No matter what you sent. I just couldn't hear you. When Han Jinghua saw that Shenyi didn't answer the phone or responded to WeChat, he could only think of other ways. He had to figure out what happened now. The screen was completely white, and nothing could be seen. Including title, nickname, and public screen. Everything is clean. Everyone is stuck in the live broadcast room. It is not they who are stuck, but the live broadcast room. And Feng Momo's side also exploded. I'm going! I can't type! I can't even see the screen. But the anchor doesn't seem to be affected. Look! He can still move! Isn't this stuck? The computer is squeaking. Shenyi was also shocked by the skyrocketing number of people. But he didn't have the ability to care about it now. There were 2 reasons why he knocked Feng Momo down. One was because she was too noisy next to her. Let alone the footsteps. She couldn't hear clearly, and even the sound of gunfire was covered up, which at least allowed her to be quiet. Secondly, there is someone in the housing area below. He has been squatting here for a long time, just waiting for this team to escape the poison and eat them. He is not rich in the first place, so he must grab something to replenish himself. But they have a full team, so it's definitely not possible to shoot them head-on. After a round of bullets is used up, 4 of them can't be killed. It's definitely going to be cold, so he can't take risks. He never fights an uncertain battle, so he chose a place with trees here as a bunker, and then prepared to trick the group. Unexpectedly, Feng Momo actually opened fire. He was trying to trick his teammates. His position was exposed. It would be cool if the 4 of them reacted and trapped them alive in the poison. He decisively took out the pan, knocked down Feng Momo, and calculated the time. It was a first-level poison that could be resisted, and it was close to the safe zone, so he couldn't die. After making a precise analysis, he made a decisive decision. Take the blame. Otherwise, he would not hurt his teammates. However, his speed was still slower, and the sound of Feng Momo's gun still attracted the attention of the group below. These people are so vigilant. Shenyi became worried. He never expected that this scammer would actually shoot. He thought about 10,000 possibilities for the other party to ask for a 3rd-level head. But he just didn't expect her to shoot. There was a reason for not giving a 3rd-level head. In a 1-on-4 game, the 3rd-level head can at least save 1 life. If it were given to her. If her head was shot, she wouldn't even have a chance to save others. Now we are in big trouble. Feng Momo also saw this group of people coming over, and her heart was in her throat. She seemed to understand something now. Why did this person with a level 3 head and level 3 armor hit her with a pan? Yeah. It seems I wrongly blamed him. Shenyi suddenly felt a lot of pressure. It used to be a very easy game, as long as he knocked down 1 person on the opposite side. But now it's better. For people come together. Who do you beat? If only there was a class on smoke bombs now. He regretted that he had not picked up the smoke just now. but only picked up 3 fragmentation grenades. Feng Momo also noticed Shen Yi's difficulties. Now was not the time for personal emotions. She had to help him. She opened her equipment column and hurriedly threw 2 smoke bombs from it. Fortunately, she had developed the habit of picking up smoke instead of grenades. As for why she didn't pick up grenades, then you have to ask the teammates who are platooning with her. Have you ever seen a teammate take out a cigarette by mistake, take out a grenade, and kill his teammate 3 times? It was a sad and chilling story. There were 5 people in the finals. A 4-on-1 game. 3 of Feng Momo's teammates were knocked down in the house. And she was about to seal the smoke to save others. But she turned the grenade into smoke. A round green-skinned fragmentation grenade lay in front of 3 fallen teammates. When the 3 teammates saw the green sphere, their hearts were filled with despair and collapse. The 3 of them walked in unison and hurriedly climbed out of the house. There was a loud bang. The screen went black, and the words, "Second," were displayed on the upper right side of the screen. In the chicken game, I got the chicken but without any suspense. And the duck I got flew away. Since then, Feng Momo has been known as the King of Thunder. The people in the platoon with her strictly asked her not to pick up grenades. Only smoke, flashlights and Molotov cocktails. At this time, these 2 pieces of smoke were simply a timely help. This scam is not that useless. Shen Yi picked up the smoke and thought to himself. Soon, thick smoke billowed out from behind the big tree, and a large expanse of white snow covered the area. The 4 people who were about to approach suddenly fired wildly at the smoke area. All the bullets hit the big tree in front of them. Fortunately, the design of the game was not so user-friendly. If the trees inside were also if they can be penetrated, then they are really in trouble. Shen Yi was shot several times and lost 10 drops of blood. But he did not move his position because of this. Chapter 337 The counterattack begins. Feng Momo had been hiding behind Shen Yi. She almost screamed when she saw Shen Yi bleeding. Generally, after being beaten, the first reaction of a game player is to move his position. Constantly change positions. Find a bunker position where he cannot be hit, and then start to fight back. However, the person in front of him knows that he has lost blood. He didn't even move his position. He stayed still. At this time, the audience below also began to notice the screen projection. I knew this guy was a newbie and didn't know how to play. You don't know how to hide after being beaten? Momo, you must be in trouble this time. Stop struggling. This guy must be even worse than number 2 and number 3. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the damage done to his teammates. Right. For a moment, everyone attacked Shen Yi from his own side because of his lack of dodge. But the spectators don't know. How can Feng Momo, who is involved in the incident, not understand that a person who knows how to hit people with a pan and a person who knows how to ambush can't even do basic dodges? Is this an instinctive reaction? Unless he's holding back. Control his instinct. If that's true, he's a really scary character. How could Feng Momo not understand Shen Yi's actions? She was hiding behind him. As long as he moved, no matter whose bullet or what gun's bullet, as long as he hit her, he would not be able to save her. He did not move just because protect yourself. Thinking of this, Feng Momo's heart seemed to be touched by something. The 4 people had fired more than 100 rounds of ammunition, while they were changing magazines. Shen Yi quickly hit one of the 4-person team with his left probe, and quickly retracted it. The same move was done in one go, and he could identify the position by listening to the sound. The opponent was still changing bullets. I don't know what happened, but his teammate fell down. 2 people were holding guns, and 1 person was responsible for pulling people. Right probe. Get out the gun. End it. Still the same. Another one was knocked down. So strong. Feng Momo looked at him in shock. She couldn't even see herself hiding in the smoke. But she kept seeing the person opposite her falling down. Did he really do it? Could it be a scam? After Shen Yi knocked down these 2 people, his palms began to sweat slightly. He was facing 4 people. How could he not be nervous? Wiping his hands on his pants, Shen Yi quickly put on the magazine. The gunfire from the opposite side has stopped. And judging from their footsteps, they are retreating? Good chance. Shen Yi was delighted. Once he retreated, it meant that the opponent had messed up their previous position, thus creating opportunities for himself. He first took out 3 bandages, a first aid kit, a bottle of drink, and a bottle of painkillers from the equipment slot, threw them on the ground, and helped Feng Momo up. Rushed out. Wait a minute! Feng Momo shouted before he could finish. Several gunshots were fired. This idiot! Feng Momo yelled, full of energy, and ran out immediately. When she walked out of the white mist, She saw only one person, standing in front of 4 neat boxes, licking the bags quickly. It was all wiped out. What a strong person. The moment Shinny rushed out, someone from the opposite side had already helped him up. He helped his teammates without finding any cover. This was the biggest failure of their team. He shot 2 teammates who had just been helped up, knocked him down directly, and then knocked him down. The person holding the gun was knocked down by a headshot. And finally the one who was pulling his teammates was killed. And 4 boxes appeared on the ground. After doing all this, Shinny took a deep breath. His back was completely soaked with sweat. You can imagine how much energy he spent in the battle just now. After licking the play bag, he ran into the safe area and lay on the ground. His first priority now was to go to the toilet and wash his hands. He had sweated so much just now, and it was really sticky. Moreover, the clothes on his body were sticky and stuck to his body, which was really uncomfortable. Coming out of P-City, all the supplies in P-City should be in these 4 bags. His standard equipment. For first aid kits, 3 drinks, 3 painkillers, a fully equipped M4A1, and a fully equipped spray gun are enough. He doesn't need too many bullets. He also brings 3 grenades, 2 smokes, 1 explosion, 3 level head, 3 level armor, a stable one. Inside the box was what he didn't want. If he knew that Feng Momo had this idea in his mind, he would definitely take away all the equipment and leave nothing for him. After licking everything with satisfaction, Feng Momo also followed Shin-Yi into the safe area. When he saw Shin-Yi lying on the ground, he also lay on the ground like Shin-Yi. At this time, the fan base under Feng Momo also exploded. Momo! Don't believe this kid. He must have done it on purpose. He is also an anchor. The purpose of doing this is to suck your popularity. You must be a fool. 1 against 4? Do you really think you are a great god? Don't you think this ID sounds familiar? The flowers are impermanent. The flowers are impermanent. I remembered. He was the captain of the original S-Scale Firewire team. Turns out he's a repeat offender. No wonder. He must have cheated this time too. Do you think the other guy is a fool? Are you going to hit his head on your bullet? Anti-fans can be said to be the most magical species in the world. As long as they want to attack you, they can find 10,000 reasons to do so. They don't even need any reason to do so directly. And Shin-Yi became the target of their anger and dissatisfaction. Numbers 2 and 3 also entered the safe zone at this time. Shin-Yi also washed his hands from the bathroom and came out, took off his clothes, and threw them into the washing machine. The words, skinny, and strength are not exaggerated when used on his body. He put on his headphones and heard number 3's angry curse. Boy! What snakeskin are you doing? Do you really think I dare to kill you? After number 3 finished speaking, he aimed his AK at Shin-Yi's 3rd level head. Shin-Yi stood up from the ground, not looking at number 3, but instead observing the surrounding environment. I'll go! Brat! Are you not convinced? Number 3 became even more angry when he saw Shin-Yi ignoring him. He was too lazy to meet such people. So when he saw the poison circle on the farm, he hurried towards the farm. I'll go! Boy! You're looking for death! Number 3 pulled the trigger and fired wildly at Shin-Yi's back. Shin-Yi lost 20 drops of blood, turned his head in an instant, took out the spray gun, and fired twice. Number 3 fell directly to the ground. Seeing that number 3 was knocked down, number 2 shouted, You dare to hit my big brother! I will fight with you! Number 2 took up 9 and started shooting wildly at Shin-Yi's position. Shin-Yi jumped and hid directly in the straw pile next to him. Ah! 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 Air fired wildly at the straw in front of Shin-Yi. Chapter 338 Complete Collapse. After the bullets were gone, he was about to change the ammunition. Number 3 suddenly said, Sister, help us set up the gun. If he comes out, you will hit him. Second brother, please pull me. The 3 of us will come together. I won't believe it. You can't kill him alone. Good. Number 2 hurriedly squatted down and started to help number 3. While Feng Momo was in a trance. The public screen was anxious. Momo, don't be stunned. If that group comes out, don't hold back. Such a person teaming up with you is simply an insult to you. He is not worthy of playing this game. It's just a cheat. I must give him a real blow. As soon as he starts broadcasting, I will go over and have a look. Sooner or later, I will find evidence that he is cheating. Momo, he's out. Hit him quickly. When number 3 and number 2 saw this, they hurriedly shouted, Sister, little sister, shoot quickly. Ah! What? Feng Momo came to his senses and fired 2 shots at Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi carried the bullet and gave Feng Momo 2 blows. Now she really regrets saving this cheater. Feng Momo fell to the ground again. Both number 3 and number 2 were angry. Number 2 temporarily gave up treatment and prepared to beat Shin-Yi. Kaka! I just finished shooting a bunch of bullets. But I didn't change the bullets. Number 2 was completely devastated. With 2 bang-bang shots, Shin-Yi knocked down number 2. In the 4-person team, everyone except Shin-Yi was knocked down by him. His game creed: no matter who you are, don't mess with me. Otherwise you will never see the sun tomorrow. It was the same when he was playing in the line of fire. The 2 sides were in a one-on-one battle, with the transport ship facing off against the snipers. They agreed to only use sniper rifles to fight. But the other party violated the rules and used rifles and even sneak attacks, causing him to die once. Shin-Yi was irritated by people who didn't follow the rules. In the 40-head game, when Shin-Yi killed the 20th person, he was killed by a sneak attack and never saw the opponent's transport again come out of the door of the ship's resurrection point. So no matter who you are, don't mess with me. Shin-Yi picked up the spray gun and fired 2 shots in front of the 3 people. Then pulled Feng Momo up and ran towards the safe area. I originally planned to play the last game. Eat chicken, take a shower and eat. But this game was really exciting. After Feng Momo pulled up number 2 and number 3, he gave each of them 2 first aid kits and 2 bottles of drinks. I'll go. Girl, when did you become so rich? Number 3 said in surprise when he saw this. Go and take a look at what's in those 4 boxes. What do you want? Feng Momo was in an extremely irritable mood at this time. He now regretted why he shot in the first place. He must have been heartbroken now. Huh? Those 4 boxes? Brother, come and take a look. It's too fat here. Number 2 ran away and started licking it. Brother, please slow down. I'll be there right away. Number 3 also ran over in a hurry. Feng Momo stood alone and watched Shin-Yi's leaving figure. After the 2 of them licked the pot full, they came to Feng Momo. Seeing Feng Momo watching Shin-Yi leave, Number 3 said fiercely, Sister, don't worry. I will definitely help you get revenge later. If you dare to spray me, let's see. Shin-Yi, what on earth did you do? He originally wanted to pilot it for the first time. It would be great if 10 or 20 people could watch it. And Shin-Yi's live broadcast style really made him unable to compliment him. Live broadcast is just like hosting on stage. You must not be silent. People come to watch you online just for fun. But when you watch it, huh? Is this anchor mute? There was nothing else in the entire live broadcast room except the sound of playing games and typing on the keyboard. Who would stay and continue watching if it was so boring? With his live broadcast style, the traffic data in the background is basically 10 people entering at the same time in the first second, and 10 people leaving at the same time in the next second. No one will be in a live broadcast room that is as quiet as if the dog died at home. Stay a second longer. He is still worried whether anyone will watch if he continues to broadcast like this. To be an anchor, you must learn 3 things: entertain yourself, live stream slaps in the face, and buy gifts and hold fists. Only if you do these 3 things, you will be retained. Only if you are a fan will people come to see you. Even if there is only 1 person or no one in the live broadcast room, you must endure loneliness and have fun for yourself. Otherwise, if the fans are not retained, you will not be able to bear it anymore. But his worries were completely unnecessary. Within 3 hours of the broadcast, his popularity had skyrocketed from 0 to 500,000. Just like a rocket. No, there is no way to describe the growth rate using rockets. You have to use lightning. Yes, it's just like lightning. Han Jinghua thought hard and couldn't figure out where Shin-Yi found these 500,000 people. And he didn't answer his phone calls. He was really worried. He was ready to go to Shin-Yi's house to see what was going on. On one side, Huya technicians were doing data processing in the background. And on the other side, Feng Momo launched a crazy personal attack on him in the live broadcast room. Basically, Shin-Yi's family counted 18 generations from top to bottom. They were all greeted by the other party. But despite the discordant voices from the outside swarming in from all directions, the person involved was like a normal person, completely unaffected, drinking tea and playing games in front of the computer, not to mention enjoying themselves. There are still 30 people left in the upper left corner of the map. In addition to the 4 of them, Shin-Yi still needs to kill 26 people to get the chicken. If his teammates don't cause trouble, Shin-Yi also needs to counterattack him. So it's equivalent to 29 opponents in the entire map. This guy is really not afraid of opponents who are like gods. But he is afraid of teammates who are like pigs. It's just that they don't help themselves, but they are here to trick others. However, he was thinking this way because of the danger. The remaining 26 people would be their own enemies. They couldn't join forces to kill just one of them. But things were often worse than he imagined. Among these 26 people, there are 8 teams, 4 teams of 4, 3 teams of 3 and 1 lone wolf. And except for the lone wolf, each of the remaining 7 teams has a fan of Feng Momo. For a time, Xin Yi's capriciousness became the public enemy. Someone even issued a reward announcement. Whoever can kill Hua Mian Wuchang in this game can get a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. As soon as Xin Yi laid down on the grass and was about to take a sip of tea, a bullet accurately hit his pan, making a crisp sound. I go! Silence 98K. He hurriedly got up and ran to a nearby toilet. The toilet was in a safe area and was relatively safe. Based on the gunshots just now, Xin Yi could roughly determine the location where his opponent fired. But after staring for a long time, he found no sign of the opponent. It was strange. How did he see me? Chapter 339 Extremely ridiculous. Although he was doubtful, he kept observing his surroundings and analyzing his strategies. If the safe zone was not limited to him, how could he escape the poison? Suddenly, an open jeep stepped on the accelerator. Like a crazy beast, he ran out from the southeast and drove towards his toilet. I'll go! What the hell is going on here? Are these people crazy? There's not a single bunker around. Aren't you afraid of being beaten by other teams? You didn't go to such a big house next to me, but you just took a fancy to a little guy like me. Toilet, what kind of snake skin are you playing with? Xin Yi looked helplessly at the open-top jeep. He must not wait for him to stop. Once he stopped, it would be a 4-on-1 game. He would definitely die in the toilet. He must take the initiative to attack. Xin Yi opened the toilet door, stuck his head out, and fired wildly at the open-top jeep. The 2 people in the row behind the car were instantly swept away. He closed his head and reloaded. And all actions were completed without panic. At this time, the car also hit the table next to the toilet. Because the car was traveling too fast, it hit an immovable object. And both of them lost more than a dozen drops of blood. The 2 got out of the car and were about to throw a grenade into the toilet where Xin Yi was. There were 2 blasts of spray. The original 30 people remaining suddenly turned into 26. This team was wiped out. No one knew exactly what happened. The screen of Xin Yi's live broadcast room could not be loaded. And Feng Momo was still running drugs. There was no way to know the specific situation. The 4-man team who drove a jeep to rush into Xin Yi's toilet was so amazing. It was destroyed without anyone noticing. Trash! On the hillside about 300 to 400 meters away from Xin Yi's toilet, a man holding a silencer 98K equipped with an 8-volt scope said through the team's voice. Brother Nan, that Hua Mian Wuchang is not simple. Another voice came from the team. It's because they are so rubbish. The man known as Nan Gu mocked. Yes, they are indeed rubbish. If Brother Nan had taken action, this fickle person would have been eliminated long ago. It's ridiculous to drive to flush the toilet in an area without cover. Anyone with good marksmanship can kill all 4 of them. Their approach only exposes their stupid and ridiculous IQ. Nandong Nan said contemptuously. Nandong Nan is the 14th player on the Asian server rankings. Although he is outside the top 10 in the overall personal rankings, his personal sniper ranking is 6th in the Asian server. He is a very good sniper player. But who knows that Nandong Nan is Feng Momo's crazy fan? You have knocked down the goddess in people's eyes. It would be strange if they don't come to you for revenge. As a result, all the remaining 21 people were summoned by Nandong Nan. If anyone could kill Hua Mian Wuchang, he would be added as a friend after the game and asked to get money from him. That's why there was the scene where the convertible jeep flushed the toilet just now. Xin Yi's current situation is really 1 against 22. And with the addition of number 2 and number 3 in his team, it's 1 against 24. This beauty is such a disaster. If he knew the origin of what happened, he would not even give Feng Momo the frying pan even if he died. The sudden attack from this team made him instantly alert. There was no reason. There was no one in such a big room next to him. It was not a good place to hide. But he just flushed my small toilet. There must be something wrong. Xin Yi filled up his energy and prepared to go out and lick the bags of the 2 people who had just died. The bags of the 2 people who were knocked off in the car could not be licked. The distance was too far and there was no cover. So it was easy for people to regard them as moving targets. He was going to be beaten. And since his 3 teammates were so far away, no one could save him. So he couldn't take the risk. The 2 boxes closest to him were also outside the toilet. After looking around, he quietly touched them out after they were relatively safe within sight. These two boxes were richer than he imagined. What surprised him most was that this group of people actually licked the airdrop. There was an M24 inside. Although it was not silenced, it had a muzzle compensator for a sniper rifle, which was pretty good. Not bad at all. Shen-Yi was distressed and replaced his full S686. He was embarrassed to get the 8-power M24 and licked a medical kit. For first aid kits, 3 painkillers, 3 drinks, 30 rounds of 7.62 and 180 rounds of 5.56, plus 3 smoke and 3 grenades. He was just about to hide in the toilet again and wait for the circle to be brushed. Bang! There was a muffled sound. There was another sound of 98K silence. And one shot smashed Shen-Yi's third-level head. The white strips that were originally full of blood instantly turned into bright blood red. And the full-armored third-level head was also badly damaged. Without any hesitation, he hid directly in the toilet and opened the medical kit. Judging the distance based on the sound, the shooter was at least 400 to 500 meters away from him, and it accurately hit his level 3 head. His shooting skills must have passed the standard, so he couldn't even pause for a moment, or even raise his head. He had to go directly into the toilet. Otherwise the next shot would definitely be very serious. Hit him quickly. Fortunately, he reacted a second faster, and the next shot missed him and hit the grass behind him. Shen-Yi took a deep breath. It was so dangerous. I almost got cold. This kid. Nandong Nan retracted his gun and stared at the toilet at the bottom of the mountain. Brother Nan, you are so lucky now. If you didn't have a third-level head, you would definitely be dead, a voice said flatteringly. Nandong Nan snorted coldly. He is better than you. He said yes in an awkward voice and said no more. Shen-Yi hid in the toilet and directly opened the medical kit. And he could feel that the person coming from this direction should be the same person as the 98K who reached his pan before. He was targeted. The previous shot must have been a fluke and hit the pan. The shot just now must have been aimed at his hand for a long time before moving. In this case, if he went out rashly, he would definitely be set on fire. No! We must find a way. Nandong Nan fired his shot, which made him very unhappy. He has always been said to have perfect shots. Even if he didn't hit the head, he couldn't fire his gun. Shen-Yi's reaction speed really surprised him. This time he is aimed at the door of the toilet. As long as Shen-Yi comes out of the door, he will definitely blow his head off. There are no level 3 heads left, and this shot will definitely kill him. Nandong Nan stared at the wooden door of the toilet, waiting for Shen-Yi to open the door. After a few seconds, the toilet door opened. However, no one came out of it. Nandong Nan used the 8-fold mirror to clearly see a hand stretched out, and it was holding a smoke bomb. The toilet, that was originally clear in his field of vision, was instantly covered by thick smoke. It was so dense that it was impossible to see anything clearly. Even the car that originally hit the side was obscured by the thick smoke. Chapter 340A Short Buffer. What the H.L.? This kid actually stopped smoking. Nandong Nan cursed. Quickly installed the 8-fold mirror on the M4A1. Switched to a single shot, and started shooting at the open-top Jeep next to the toilet. Shen-Yi's purpose of throwing smoke was very simple. Just to lick the bags. The 2 bags he eliminated just now still had a complete third-stage head. Now he was going to replace the third-stage head and then lick some medicines. This way you can at least save your life. As a sniper, he must have an accurate memory of the location. He has already memorized the location of this car. Shen-Yi Fengyan asked him to quickly blow up the Jeep. Otherwise he would have no chance. Kill him. Bang 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 bang. Although it was a single shot, the M4A1 in Nandong Nan's hand felt like it was fully automatic. Not a single bullet was missed, and all 30 bullets hit the vehicle. Although the vehicle consumed a little blood in the collision just now, Nandong Nan's 30 rounds of bullets did not blow him up. At this time, Shen-Yi had already licked all the needed items. Without changing bullets, Nandong Nan made a judgment immediately, took out his sniper rifle, and shot at the vehicle. Boom! A loud bang. The vehicle was detonated by Nandong Nan's 98K shot. But unfortunately, there was no sign of knockdown or kill. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the toilet was still the same as before, except that the wooden door had disappeared, and thick smoke billowed out of the originally intact vehicle. Damn it! Nandong Nan cursed angrily. He knew that he would never have another chance to kill Shen-Yi in this circle. They had to run poison in this place, and the poison circle was shrinking over Shen-Yi's toilet. As long as he didn't come out, there would be no chance. Kill him. A man with great ideas. He is worthy of being my opponent. Let's go! Nandong then fired a shot into the toilet door, and then led the people to the safe area. Shen-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The vehicle was detonated as soon as he entered the toilet. Fortunately, the safe zone was cleared for him, which gave him a short buffer time. The 5 smoke bombs were just to save his life. The poison circle had 1 minute to shrink. Now, he just had to wait for it to shrink before deciding where to run. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Start shrinking the poison. Shen-Yi filled up all his energy, and there was bound to be a fierce battle next. The safe zone has shrunk. Shen-Yi looked at the map and frowned slightly. The circle actually shrank back again. You huddled in M City. Urban warfare is the most difficult to fight. Everyone is hiding in the house. If you accidentally open the door, for people look at you with guns. After confirming their eyes, they are the ones they want to kill. They will be beaten directly. Civ. It's scary to think about it. But if you can figure out the situation in the city from the outside, it will at least become simpler. Just throw a few grenades and it will be done. After confirming the surrounding environment again and again, Shen-Yi cautiously ran out of the toilet and headed towards City M. He didn't know that in M City, there were countless hungry wolves lurking in some corner of the house, waiting for him in the dark. Shen-Yi walked along the periphery of M City and felt something strange inside after walking for a while. First of all, his 3 cheating teammates had reached the center of the safe zone without knowing it. And the journey was smooth, without even losing blood. It was as if they were being protected. Secondly, this was a circle of destiny. Well, the city of M in Nuoto was as quiet as a dead person. There wasn't even a gunshot. This is nonsense. There must be a ghost. Shen-Yi thought in his mind and decisively laid down on the ground. Anyway, it was still a long time before shrinking into the circle. At worst, he might crawl in by himself, hiding on the ground and pretending to be a pile of grass so that no one can see you. The remaining 22 people have formed their own squad, established their own voice group, and launched a personal encirclement and suppression of Shen-Yi in a certain penguin voice group. The group name is the Suppressing Hua Mian Wuchang Temporary Combat Team. There are 22 people online in the entire picture, except Shen-Yi's team. Everyone is gathered together, and the leader of this group is just now Nandong Nan, who had fought against Shen-Yi. The moment Feng Momo was knocked down, he began to summon everyone on the map. Nandong Nan, the 14th member of the Asian server rankings, still had some say, and he also gave 1,000 yuan as a reward. Everyone also if you are willing to contribute. After all, if you kill someone, you will get 1,000 yuan. What's going on? Why aren't you here yet? Said a user with the ID name Chihua. I don't know. I've been staring for a long time, and my eyes hurt, but I didn't see anyone. A user with the ID name Xiaoyan answered. Don't worry. He will be back sooner or later. If you want to enter the circle, you have to walk from the city. And if he walks downstairs, we can also hear the footsteps. 22 against 1. Unless he cheats. No need change the bullets and lock the blood to prevent death. Otherwise you will not be able to escape from our hands. A user with the ID name Lin he said with a sly smile. Stop talking nonsense and tell you your location. Don't make a mistake when the time comes and let me run away. Nandong Nan said coldly. Good. Immediately afterwards, the 22 people began to report their locations. Shen-Yi lay quietly on the ground and listened to the group of people announcing their positions. Now he finally understood why the group drove a jeep to flush his small toilet. And also understood why the big one in Nuo City M. It's the finals. And there's not even a sound of a gunshot. It turns out that someone secretly gave instructions. What the H.L. is this Nandong Nan? I have never heard of it at all. Could it be that you were offended at some point? Shen-Yi really couldn't remember when he had offended this man. And he even wanted to spend 1,000 yuan to put a reward on his head. It was a big deal. How about we discuss it? I'm going to make a fool of myself. And you give me the money? He usually turns on all voice. And the group of people gathered by Nandong Nan also turned on all voice. The radio signal needs to be at a certain distance, so it must be all on to hear it. Before the two teams started playing, Nandong Nan reported his home address, so he was able to draw so many people into the group. However, after this group of people were drawn into the group, they did not turn off all their voices, so everything they said Shen-Yi heard every word clearly. Shen-Yi shook his head helplessly. Since it was your own mistake, don't blame me for being rude. He still chose to lie on the ground, but he took out a grenade from his equipment slot. Each team had its own house, so just throwing the grenade was enough. The first house. Chapter 341 Strong Sense of Crisis. Shin-Yi held a thunder in his hand, calculated the time, and threw it directly in the voice microphone at this time. The person with ID Lin-Yi suddenly asked, "Which of you broke the window? This sound? It's a bit weird. It feels like a grenade. Boom!" Before he finished speaking, the house where Lin-Yi was sitting made a loud noise, and 4 boxes were neatly placed in the house. "What's going on? Is this? Who threw the thunder?" Before anything could be said in the group, another explosion occurred in another house, and 4 more people were killed by lightning. "I'll go! What's going on?" The original 26 people were instantly reduced by 8, leaving only 18 people. After excluding the 4 in Shin-Yi's team, there were still 14 people left. "Get out of the house quickly! It's Hua Mian Wuchang!" Nan Gongnan shouted in the group voice. For a moment, everyone quickly climbed through the windows and left the original room. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and the team of 3 people was eliminated again. There are 11 more people. Nan Gongnan jumped out of the house immediately, drove the car in the garage, and drove up the mountain. And the real killing has just begun. Shin-Yi took a fully equipped M4A1 and knocked down a person who jumped out of the house. "I saw him. He's downstairs. Voldemort!" The knocked-down person in the group shouted. The remaining 2 members of the 3-man team also quickly surrounded and suppressed them. "Where?" A member of the encirclement and suppression team just finished speaking. Bang bang, 2 shots. Fall directly to the ground. "On the wall! He is very wretched. Help me first!" Bang bang! 2 more shots. The first team was wiped out again, in the originally 22-person city. Except for the runner Nangong Nan. There were only 7 people left. 3 of Nangong's teammates. A 3-person team and a lone wolf. Someone in the voice said, "Is he going to massacre the city? The circle is so small. Lusu? Are you kidding me? Is it possible that this guy ran away? Can't you? Brother Nan is setting up a gun outside. You will definitely see it if you run out. Why is the person missing? Isn't it the legendary invisibility technique? He is actually next to us now? Screw you." 7 people stood on the road in M City, intensely discussing Shin-Yi's position. At this time, Shin-Yi was already on the roof of the 3-story building next to them, holding an M24 and aiming at 7 people. These 7 people were in a good position. He believed that as long as 1 thunderbolt fell, none of them could escape. What was embarrassing was that he had already thrown all 3 thunderbolts in the previous battle, so now he could only use a gun to shoot them. The reason why the 7 people didn't find him was because half of his location was inside the poison circle. The stairs were stuck outside the poison circle, but the top floor was still in the safe zone. The poison was already very painful. The 7 people would never have thought that Shin-Yi would resist the poison and go upstairs. So this area was automatically ignored by everyone. And this ignored place became his refuge. Click! With a crisp gunshot, one of the original 7-man team was knocked down by Shin-Yi. Hua Mian Wuchang uses M24 to knock down Luo Hua intentionally and Lu Shui Qingrui. "No! He hasn't left yet and is still in the city. Find a bunker!" shouted a man who was good at commanding. For a moment, everyone quickly ran to the roads on both sides of the city. In the process of escaping, Shin-Yi knocked down 2 more people. "Damn it! Where did this kid get hit? Wait a minute. He will definitely add more people. When we listen to the direction of the gunshots, we will definitely be able to find him." The 3 people who were originally knocked down quickly crawled towards their teammates. Once they were pulled up by them, it became a 1-on-7 game. He would never allow this to happen. Boom! There was a gunshot, and a person who was knocked down was killed by Shin-Yi's headshot. However, his position was also exposed to everyone's sight. "I saw it! He's on the roof in the northwest. Are you sure? That's from outside the drug circle. I'm sure he's on that roof. I just saw his level 3 helmet." Everyone aimed their guns at the roof where Shin-Yi was. Boom! Another shot, and another person who fell to the ground was killed by him. "Second floor! It's a 2nd floor window! Shoot!" Everyone set fire to the 2nd floor window where Shin-Yi was at the same time. After a round of bullets were fired, the same gunfire reappeared, and the 3rd person was also killed by him. Still on the 3rd floor, seeing their teammates being eliminated continuously, the remaining 4 people panicked. "Now we start to attack him as a group. We must get his head. Aren't you going to lead us to the plane outside? What else is there to tempt? He is even more wretched than us. Do you think he will follow us out obediently? We can only rely on ourselves now. Otherwise we will all die. the conductor said angrily. This Hua Mian impermanence was so powerful that it gave him a strong sense of crisis. If he couldn't be killed, he could foresee that one of them would be eliminated next. At this time, in Feng Momo's live broadcast room, the war had subsided a little. Nandong Nan, who was ranked 14th in the Asian server rankings, had appeared in Feng Momo's live broadcast room. He is also 9th on Feng Momo's contribution list, and is also a boss-level figure. Those who are in the top 10 of the contribution list are those who have paid more than 1 million for him in Feng Momo's live broadcast room. Nandong Nan's gift is 1.13 million, ranking 9th. Although 1 million can make it into the top 10, there is a big gap between the top 5 and the bottom 5. The total value of the gifts purchased by the 6th place is 4.78 million, while the 5th place is far higher than this figure, more than double. The total value of the gifts received by the 5th place is 9.99 million. Extremely scary. Adding up the top 10 players on the contribution list, there are 500 million. This does not include the players other than the top 10 who are not on the list. One can imagine what an amazing figure Feng Momo became within 2 years of Douyu's launch. Income. Mo. Don't worry. You don't have to listen to Brother Feng to take action. Your brother Nan will help you kill this kid, Nandong Nan said on the mic in the channel. After Nandong Nan finished speaking, the barrage below also began to praise him. This feeling of being surrounded by stars made him feel extremely satisfied, and his desire to kill Shen Yi became stronger and stronger. Nandong Nan is mighty. Brother Nan is ranked 6th on the individual sniper rankings in the Asian server. Isn't this fickle thing something he can solve in a matter of minutes? This kid is just lucky. Or he is cheating. Although it's not obvious yet. When the picture in his live broadcast room returns to normal, I will definitely give him a stone. The work efficiency at Huya is too low. It's been more than 10 minutes. And the live broadcast room is still stuck. Is there anyone handling it? Where is the management? Chapter 342, Chaos into a Pot of Porridge. The backstage of Huya's official live broadcast room has become a mess. Although the backstage staff have been working hard to divert data, the 500,000 different IP addresses appearing at the same time still give them a headache. They need a big one. Database. Put these IPs into it. And they have not officially made such a large database of online people so far. In addition, there are many IPs from different regions entering the live broadcast room, which makes the work more difficult. How long will it take to resume normal live broadcast? Han Jinghua said, slapping his forehead. This matter has attracted the attention of the upper management. President Huya has also called him and told him to resolve it within half an hour. Otherwise, do it at your own risk. Due to the disorder of background traffic data, the entire platform has begun to experience problems. Many gifts cannot be redeemed, which has caused losses to the company. Han Jinghua was sweating profusely. If this was not resolved as soon as possible, he might not be able to keep his job. You two go up. We'll guard below. A teammate from Nandong Nan's team said to the remaining 2 lone wolves. Shall we charge? Lone wolf, who was alone at the beginning, asked in a deep voice. Of course, if it's not you. How about the 2 of us? The person talking on the mic is Nandong Nan's younger brother, named Lam Rengxiu. He is a player ranked above 100 in the Asian server and an inconspicuous little character. In terms of technology, he is not as powerful as the lone wolf in front of him. He does this out of selfish motives. Whoever can get the capricious head will receive a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. This is not a small amount of money. He works part-time every day to earn more than 100 yuan. This is 8,000 yuan is enough for him to earn 10 days' salary. At least he can use this money to buy gifts for a few small anchors, and also invite them to hang out. Wouldn't it be nice? Although there are still teammates present, at worst it will be a 50-50 split, and he will still get 500 yuan in vain. It is much better than letting these 2 people take it, and he can't even drink the soup. Don't think that I don't know what your plan is. Let's go up and charge. If Hua Mian Wuchang doesn't come down from the top of the stairs, we will definitely be eliminated by then. And you rushed up while he was applying medicine. This 1,000 yuan is given to you for nothing. Even if you don't rush him by then, he will still be poisoned. So you just need to wait and see. The lone wolf in the top 100 said disdainfully. The lazy man smiled and saw that his intention was exposed on the spot, and his face was a little embarrassed. And he said viciously, Are you planning to go against me? After saying this with a smile, Lazy Man raised his gun and pointed it at the man in front of him. Ha. So what if I go against you? Lone Wolf raised his gun after speaking. If Nandong Nan himself were here, I would still be a little afraid. but you are just a dog beside him. After Lone Wolf finished speaking, he sneered. Just you? You're still far from it. You're looking for death, the lazy man said with a smile, and then pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots, the Lone Wolf was not eliminated, but Lazy Man was knocked to the ground. The Lone Wolf looked at the lazy man lying on the ground with contempt and smiled, and said disdainfully, competing for hand speed? You, a player ranked more than 100 in the Asian server. Are you competing with me? I will give you a second and you will lose. Bang. There was a muffled sound. The Lone Wolf was directly eliminated, and Nandong Nan killed Mr. Feng Shui with 98k. I hate this kind of self-righteous guy the most, Nandong Nan said in the group. Thank you, Brother Nan, Lan Rengxiu shouted excitedly. Nandong Nan came to avenge him. Bang. Another muffled sound. The lazy man lying on the ground also turned into a box. Nandong Nan killed the lazy man with 98k. Brother Nan, what are you? The controller of the lazy laughter user was sitting in front of the computer, his eyes widening even more than a bull's eye. Didn't Nandong Nan repay himself just now? What now? Don't talk. Trash has no right to speak. Nandong Nan mocked unceremoniously. There are only 2 of you left now. I want to increase the price for the capricious head. 2,000 yuan. There's a reward of 2,000 yuan for the capricious head, Nandong Nan said to the remaining 2 people. $2,000. I just want a head in the game. What a generous gesture. The 2 of them would not be as stupid as the 2 people just now, and decisively chose to cooperate. No matter whose head is the final one, each person can get 1,000 yuan, which is the same as the price given at the beginning. There are still 10 seconds left before the poison shrinks. Now they just need to wait quietly for the poison to shrink. The 2 of them found a bunker and blocked the only exit for Huamian Wuchang to go downstairs. Even if they were killed by the poison, they would not get in. Circle. Don't even think about entering the circle with all the tricks. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Start to shrink. Although they are very close to the safe zone, and the poisonous circle shrinks very slowly. Shen Yi's position is on the edge of the poisonous circle. No matter how slow he is, he will definitely be poisoned as long as he does not come out. Seeing that the poisonous circle had passed through the house, Shen Yi still didn't come out of it. What's happening here? Is it possible that he is planning to commit suicide? No. If this happens, neither of us will get the money. Come up and have a look. The 2 were worried that Shen Yi would choose to commit suicide, and they would get nothing. So they ran up from behind the bunker decisively. As soon as they reached the door, a smoke bomb was thrown down from upstairs. Run! He hasn't left yet. He's smoked. He jumped down from the building. Hit him quickly. The 2 stopped running and started to turn around and hit Shen Yi. Duh. AK's gunshot. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshot of M4A1. After a fierce gun battle, there were only 6 remaining people originally displayed in the upper left corner. Huamian Wuchang used M4A1 to kill Sora Cry. Huamian Wuchang used M4A1 to knock down Liu Zilulu. What's going on? Nandong Nan looked at the remaining number of people in the upper left corner with a surprised look on his face, as well as the sign showing that his teammates had been knocked down. This kid actually massacred the city, Nandong Nan muttered to himself. And the last teammate was also eliminated because of taking poison. At this time, there were only 5 people left, which meant that Shen Yi was not eliminated after killing 2 people. Isn't this man made of iron? Nandong Nan said in a panic. The more people Shen Yi kills, the stronger his sense of crisis becomes. What is the origin of this fickle man? How could he be so strong? After Shen Yi killed the 2 of them, he quickly packed a first aid kit on the spot, and then another medical kit, and then successfully entered the safe zone. Now the only one left in the game, Nandong Nan, should be the biggest enemy. And the number of kills in each game has reached 25. He had already scored 25 in a 100-man game. Chapter 343 Curious Place. Shen Yi was lying on the grass in the plain. Now there was really no bunker. All 3 teammates were on the mountain, and voice communication within the team was no longer available. So whether this game can win or not, to put it bluntly, it's a match between him and Nandong Nan. Shen Yi lay on the grass and saw a material not far away. He rushed over and picked up a handful of 98k as quickly as possible, before Nandong Nan and the others could react. The gun was directly aimed at him and swept past him. Baba. Nandong Nan was eliminated. After winning the game, Shen Yi's phone rang. Picking up the phone, Hey, Xiaomu, why did you remember to call me? Shinny said. If you win this game, come out and celebrate, Han Xiaomu said. The information is very well informed. You'll know as soon as it's over here, Shinny said. The address has been sent to your mobile phone. Come here now, Han Xiaomu said. After Shinny hung up the phone, he went to Xiao Mufa's address and went to the appointment. When Shinny was about to arrive at his destination, he found a suspicious place next to him. Shinny even suspected that this was an abandoned CF base. Could it be that my luck is really that good? Did you really let yourself catch such a mistake? Shinny couldn't help but began to suspect that this was a trap. At this time, Han Xiaomu walked over not far away. However, if there are so many supplies, is it necessary to make this trap? Shinny began to refute again. But he himself also knew how weak his refutation was. Shinny said, This is what I am curious about. But I think this is not the focus of our consideration. Let's focus on the next step. Are you ready to move? Han Xiaomu asked in surprise. It's not possible now, but it will be possible soon. I hope we can start moving after 8 o'clock. But before that, we must plan the route, Shinny said. Han Xiaomu replied. What are your plans? I think we are still in the safe zone, so there is no need to worry. Shinny sneered and said, We must move to the center of the safe zone in advance. That is the most flexible. If we stay here, we will inevitably be disturbed by electromagnetic radiation. And this is the third time. The amount of radiation is greater and more terrifying. I don't want to try that pain again. Okay, then keep thinking, Han Xiaomu said helplessly, and then went to pack things. Shinny looked at the enlarged holographic map and looked for a place to survive in this small safe zone. It is better to prepare in advance and take precautions than to run away hastily and in embarrassment when the time comes. What's more, Shinny already has experience. As the safety zone shrinks again and again, he has slowly mastered the rules. He looks at the surrounding environment, the rivers that span the east and west. He pondered silently. After thinking about this for half an hour, Shinny not only planned the route, but also planned many other things. Shinny's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and he closed his eyes after a moment. Shinny had already made a decision in his heart at this time, and there was a sense of confidence in his eyes. Shinny said slyly, Look, is there a big river going forward from here? There seems to be a bridge marked here. If we want to continue moving down, we must pass this bridge. But why do we need to move down? Han Xiaomu asked doubtfully. The further you move down, the closer you will get to the center of the safety zone, Shinny said. And my ultimate goal. Shinny's hands became strong again, pointing directly at a huge city. Our goal is to finally reach this. It was the center of the safe zone, the so-called Peace City. At that time, we were both the most dangerous and the safest. Han Xiaomu thought for a moment, suddenly realized, and said, It is true that although such a large city is very dangerous, it is also located in the center of this large safe zone. No matter where it is transferred, it will be very flexible. So this place is both the most dangerous place and the safest place. Shinny nodded. Yes, that's what it means. I think we should set off. I just thought about it, and found that the bridge on the river about 6 kilometers away from us is not simple. It may be an important location, and it is more likely it is a battleground for military strategists. Han Xiaomu said. This river doesn't look wide from the map. We can even swim across it. Shinny shook his head. That is simply asking for death. The river is originally very wide, and can be seen clearly from all angles. Once we swim over, in that vast and boundless terrain, we will become everyone's target. And this is not the most serious thing. The most terrifying thing is that it is difficult for us to shoot on the river, and we have almost become fat sheep for slaughter. So no matter how you think about it, you should not do such stupid things. After finishing speaking, Shinny stood up slowly. At this time, Shinyi's body recovered rapidly under the treatment of various drugs and injections, and he was able to move freely. Let's take as much of these things as we can. Han Xiaomu looked at this place with a trace of nostalgia. Safety is temporary, but the sense of crisis is eternal. Shinyi glanced at Han Xiaomu with deep meaning. After that, Shinyi and Han Xiaomu put some precious medicines, such as medical packs and painkillers, into their backpacks. Both backpacks were half full. The bulging backpack almost interferes with movement. Afterwards, Shinyi, who had just recovered from a serious illness, quickly took a few canned fruits and canned meats. After lighting a fire, several canned meats were placed on the fire to roast. Shinyi first chewed up the fresh yellow peaches and red oranges in the canned fruit and swallowed them one by one. and then drank the sugar water in one gulp. The sweet sugar water slowly moistened Shen Yi's dry throat. Afterwards, several holes were inserted into the canned meat, and the alluring aroma came out, stimulating Shen Yi's taste buds. Shen Yi quickly opened the can, tore off the iron sheet, and poured the semi-solidified canned pork into his mouth along with streams of flowing, oily gravy, regardless of whether it was cooked or not. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Yi was burned, and the pain of being choked appeared on his face. Han Xiaomu smiled slightly. It seems that the danger is only temporary, but the food is eternal. Shen Yi didn't comment and wolfed down all the remaining cans. You must know that Shen Yi hadn't eaten for a long time, coupled with the high-intensity running and the physical consumption of recovering from wounds. It took a lot of physical strength to recover. After eating, Shen Yi wiped the oil on his mouth and said, "Are there any grenades?" Chapter 344 All Destroyed. Han Xiaomu was startled. "Why do you want a grenade?" Shen Yi said coldly. "We can't take away the things here. In order to prevent others from discovering this place, we must destroy everything here. As for it," Shen Yi sneered and said, "this must be the case. Everything we cannot take away must not be taken advantage of by others." Han Xiaomu reluctantly brought 6 brand new grenades. "These are all the grenades here." Shen Yi put 2 grenades in his backpack in case of emergency, and tied up the remaining 4 grenades. "You should have packed everything." Shen Yi looked at Han Xiaomu, who was struggling to carry a large backpack. "Of course." Han Xiaomu shook the backpack on his body. There was a sound of metal swaying in it. It was obvious that he had brought some medical equipment and medicine. "Well, then it's time for us to set off." After Shen Yi finished speaking, he made a simple long fuse for the grenade cluster in his hand, and then placed it in the center of the basement. The explosive power of 4 grenades should be enough to destroy all the remaining supplies, Shen Yi said, as he looked at the supplies scattered everywhere in the boxes and cabinets that the 2 people could not bring with them. Although Shen Yi himself felt that it was a pity to destroy such materials, it was also a last resort. "This fuse will explode in about 1 minute." Shen Yi took out a lighter. "We have to leave quickly. Will it blow up the entire underground?" Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi suspiciously. "No. I've used this kind of grenade before. It's a fragmentation grenade. It's not a particularly high explosive one. Don't worry. It won't affect us later." After saying that, Shen Yi lit the lighter, sparking happily, suddenly lighting the fuse. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu felt like running in the opposite direction with their backpacks, closing the door and running towards the ground. More than 50 seconds later, a huge roar came, and dust and sand flew everywhere for a while, making Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu choke several times. Countless materials were completely destroyed by the explosion and became waste buried in the ground. After that, Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu finally walked to the ground. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning, and the air was still as fresh as ever, but it was mixed with the smell of slaked lime. Standing on the rugged mountainous terrain, Shen Yi did not expect that he would be able to pull himself back from the edge of death in one night and stand here again. This had to be said to be a miracle. Shen Yi looked at Han Xiaomu's uneasy expression and said, "What's wrong? Are you a little nervous?" Han Xiaomu was non-committal. Shen Yi said, "If you want to live, don't escape. The more you escape, the closer you are to death. It's better to face it bravely. Can you use a gun?" Han Xiaomu glanced at the P92 pistol in his hand. This pistol is known for its stability and fast rate of fire. Han Xiaomu said sheepishly, "I can shoot, but I can't aim accurately." "Do you know about 3 o'clock in one line?" Shen Yi wiped his sweat and said, "Yes, but I can't always do it well." Han Xiaomu's voice became a little lower. Shen Yi sighed. "As long as you are responsible for helping me see if there is anyone behind me, I will be responsible for the shooting." "Okay." Han Xiaomu nodded silently. Because this wilderness has little competitive value for a short time, there is no one there for the time being, and Shen Yi and the 2 can continue to run safely. During the run, Shen Yi also slightly taught Han Xiaomu some simple shooting skills. At the beginning, Shen Yi actually didn't have much shooting experience, but after practicing for so long, he also had a certain understanding of various firearms. Originally, Shen Yi knew the general performance and usage of various firearms. After actual combat, although it is not perfect, it can be used normally. But Han Xiaomu didn't know anything about various firearms at all. And since he had no experience in actual combat, his understanding of firearms was probably limited to the extent of pulling the trigger. And he didn't even know how to adjust single-shot and fully automatic firearms. Taking advantage of the lack of people around him, Shen Yi could only explain the basic usage of firearms to Han Xiaomu along the way, from the use of the scope to the conversion of firearm modes. to what shooting method should be used at what distance. It is almost explained in all aspects. Han Xiaomu was confused, frowned slightly, and then fiddled with the pistol in his hand. Shani continued, "Do you understand? What I just explained is how to use a rifle, not a pistol. In fact, there are very few situations where a pistol can be used, and it cannot be used at a slightly longer distance. But maybe the only advantage is that the recoil is small or yes, easy to carry?" Han Xiaomu said doubtfully. "Then why are you telling me so much? If you find a rifle then, you can at least use it to defend yourself. To be honest, a pistol will not work at all in such a harsh environment. You haven't experienced it yet. But if you learn about it now, you will understand how to use the spear, may be able to save it." Han Xiaomu was silent for a moment. "I still don't have much confidence." While Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu were discussing how to use the spear, the two of them had slowly begun to approach the river. Looking from a distance, a long river spans from east to west, like a vast blue ribbon. The mighty sound of water came from a distance, and the water slapped on the shore for a while, making rhythmic sounds. "Did you see it? There is a viaduct over there," Shen Yi said, as he looked at the fourfold mirror worriedly. Han Xiaomu shook his head. "It's a little far away, so you can't see it." Shen Yi thought for a while, and then said, "I just thought about it for a while, and discovered a very serious problem." Han Xiaomu said keenly, "There are no vehicles." Shen Yi nodded. "Yes. If we want to cross the bridge, it is impossible to walk or run over it. At that speed, we will be beaten by others." Han Xiaomu nodded. "Yes. All fools know that bridges are a battleground for military strategists. There must be many people staring at that area. Even if we go there by car, it won't work. What's more, we don't have a car. What should we do?" Thinking of this, Han Xiaomu couldn't help but feel a little worried. Shen Yi saw it, and knew that Han Xiaomu had not gone through any desperate situations or battles at this time, so he would naturally worry about it. However, Shen Yi at this time didn't care much about these seemingly unsolvable problems. "You must know that there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. This is the truth." Shen Yi smiled and said, "I think if there is no car, we can rob it. This is not a problem. The key is what is the situation on the other side of the bridge, and how many people there are. These are all unknown. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will win in any battle. But if we don't, no matter what the intelligence is, we can't rely on luck." Chapter 345. Be careful. Han Xiaomu said, "We don't need to worry. There is still a lot of time before the shrinking safety zone at 12 o'clock. We don't need to worry at all." "That's true," Shen Yi responded. Then Han Xiaomu walked unhurriedly on the wild, rugged and muddy road to the bridge. It was already 12 o'clock at noon, and the sun was like a scorched fireball, constantly evaporating the water vapor in the air. Shen Yi felt that his skin was becoming a little dry. At this time, there were only 42 people left alive. Shen Yi didn't know how many people were on the other side of the bridge, but they were definitely not a few. There could be more than 10 or 20 people, or there could be only 3 or 4 people. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu had arrived at the top of a hillside near the bridge. Afterwards, Shen Yi took Han Xiaomu to find a leafy tree and make a bunker. Shen Yi must be careful. If it were him, he wouldn't have to be so anxious to hide himself. The main reason is that he brought a drag bottle who didn't even know how to shoot. Shen Yi himself was also affected, so he had to be careful. For Han Xiaomu, there is a big difference between real CF games and online games. "Let's just wait here and wait and see what happens." Han Xiaomu said this. She was eager to avoid fighting as much as possible. With her half-baked marksmanship, anyone could kill her, but she had no power to fight back. "That's what I meant." Shen Yi smiled and observed the situation of the bridge. Under the fourfold lens, the bridge was clearly visible. There were almost no people on the bridge. Shen Yi could vaguely see some people swimming in the river below, and some people running on the beach by the river. But Shen Yi didn't seem to know how to fight or fight back. After all, it was a little far away, and he would be exposed. Shen Yi's current location. Before this, Shen Yi had been shooting randomly just to kill people. But Shen Yi seemed to have changed his mind and began to slowly hide his voice, shadow and footprints in the darkness so that no one would notice. Shen Yi frowned. He knew that the situation on the bridge would not be as simple as he thought. There must be someone guarding it, waiting for the vehicles that passed by rashly, and then pouring bullets on the vehicles to seize supplies and eliminate competitors. Of course, this is just a small guess by Shen Yi. In Shen Yi's conception, the bridge head is located a little higher in the entire safety zone, close to the edge of the safe zone. If someone is running to avoid the poison circle, They must pass through this bridge. Although the next step of the safe zone's contraction is uncertain. Shin-Yi knows that the bridgehead is the main way in and out of the position. There must be some people who are more confident in their own strength, and people with more vicious intentions, who will guard the bridgehead and will set up here. A kind of toll booth. Of course, the people who were running to avoid the poisonous circle were so concerned about detecting whether there was anyone on the bridge. They only cared about escaping for their lives. And they were nervous. They couldn't tell whether there would be anyone on the bridge to snipe at him. In this way, the people guarding the bridge can get supplies comfortably. However, people who block bridges may end up trapping themselves in the bridge. Shin-Yi thought to himself. There was almost no one in the position where Shin-Yi and the two of them were. But Shin-Yi did not relax his vigilance and kept listening to the sounds around him to avoid being found and exploited. The air is getting hotter and hotter. The sun is getting hotter and more unstable. And there is a burning smell coming from the ground. Han Xiaomu was already a little impatient. She frowned and looked at the location of the bridge and said, "There has been no one for so long. I don't think there will be anyone at this bridge," Shin-Yi said. "The absence of gunshots and cars does not mean that there are no people. I have actually seen this situation in many places. There is no sound because everyone is hiding. If anyone makes a sound first, he will be becoming the target of public criticism. Whoever hides well will survive more safely. So try not to make a sound unless someone reaches our vicinity. Nearby refers to within 100 m distance. At that time we will fight again. Now even if we see someone far away, it is best not to hit. The first is if we miss. If so, our position will be exposed directly. The second is that even if we hit an enemy in the distance, we will not be able to obtain supplies after killing them. At most, we will only eliminate a threat. It is really not worth it." Han Xiaomu shook his head and said, "You can't say that. If you are sure of killing, it is not a bad idea to eliminate threats from far away." Shin-Yi sighed. "I thought the same way before. It wasn't until I faced off with a sniper again that I felt the frustration. So even though I carry an M24 sniper rifle with me, I rarely use it. One is that I don't like to use it and can't use it. And the other is that I'm afraid of encountering the sniper from before again. Therefore, I have never been able to overcome this hurdle. And I have never dared to use a sniper rifle against the enemy." After Shin-Yi finished speaking, he realized that he had unconsciously spoken out what he had hidden in his heart. But he didn't feel ashamed. Fear and fear are human nature. Not to mention that Shin-Yi didn't think he was a powerful person. He is a person who dares to face any challenge. And he also has things to fear. Shin-Yi felt that speaking out would provide a way to release him. Otherwise, Shin-Yi would always have the shadow of the sniper in his heart. He was deeply trapped in it, and still had a trace of fear in his heart. Explaining everything clearly at this time released some of the fear in Shin-Yi's heart, and reduced Shin-Yi's pressure slightly. "How should we get there?" Han Xiaomu said. "I still haven't seen any vehicles near us." Shin-Yi gritted his teeth. "There is really no other way. We can choose to snatch other people's vehicles to cross this bridge. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to pass by just relying on the speed of our movement. In addition, as I said before, it is impossible to swim across and seek death. This should be our only solution at the moment." Han Xiaomu said sadly. "Where can I find a car at this time? You may not be able to find it on the highway now. Any car and gasoline that can be driven have basically been taken away by others. Maybe it is true as you said. We may really need to grab a car. But it's not that easy." While Shin-Yi and Han Xiaomu were talking to each other, the time had quietly reached 12:30, which was also the time when the temperature was the highest. Shin-Yi seemed to feel a substantial heat at this time. Suddenly the wind picked up, and the hot wind began to sweep across it. The gray paint of the viaduct in the distance began to slowly fall off, and the steel wires were connected in 4 directions, demonstrating the stability of the bridge. The whole bridge seemed so quiet. No one is the same. Chapter 346. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight. There are all kinds of debris, steel and concrete piled up on the bridge, which makes it look very messy, but it is also good for hiding. At this moment, Shin-Yi suddenly saw a burst of dust in the distance in his quadruple mirror. He was suddenly alert and looked attentively. Although Han Xiaomu did not have a high-power lens to see the situation in the distance, there was a faint sound of vehicle engines in the distance, from far to near, like wild roars. The two of them were excited when they heard the sound, which was vaguely driving from Shin-Yi's side to the other side of the bridge. Shin-Yi secretly touched the trigger, picked up the M416, and was ready to start shooting at any time. Although shooting may damage the vehicle, Shin-Yi would rather drive a semi-damaged vehicle than walk on foot. And with the improvement of Shin-Yi's shooting skills, It is not impossible to aim only at people instead of taxes through high-power lenses. Han Xiaomu picked up the pistol nervously, and Shen Yi motioned for her to put it down. You don't need to shoot. Help me keep an eye on the back or around to see if anyone touches it, so I can concentrate on dealing with the car. If someone comes over, don't shoot. Just remind me. The gunshots I'm waiting for will probably directly reveal our position, and then attract a large number of bugs or prey that smell of blood. At that time, we will have to face threats from all directions. Han Xiaomu nodded seriously, but still clenched the pistol in his hand. Shen Yi concentrated his attention, and the open-top off-road vehicle in the distance came towards his face with a trail of gray-black dust and exhaust, bringing with it a chilling atmosphere and vicissitudes of air. Shen Yi held his breath. He knew that he had to wait until the car was closer before shooting. After all, what he was doing was robbing homes, so naturally he couldn't be too hasty. If the distance was too far, it would be difficult for Shen Yi to shoot. The distances of 100 m, 90 m, and 80 m are getting closer and closer, and Shen Yi's hands are slowly sweating. Just when Shen Yi was about to pull the trigger first, a burst of gunshots suddenly erupted from the bridge, which was deafening. Shen Yi was startled and almost thought he was being hit. As a result, huge sparks exploded from the off-road vehicle. The crackling sound sounded instantly, like a storm. Bullets hit the car like a violent storm, and the steel plates seemed to be dented piece by piece. The vehicle kept spinning, skidding, and even emitting thick smoke. The off-road vehicle was still 50 meters away from Shen Yi, but Shen Yi could almost feel the heat and the choking smell of the smoke. This off-road vehicle like a huge unstable bomb, spinning crazily on the road. Shen Yi secretly screamed, and when he looked back, there were more sparks on the bridge, shining like stars. The torrent of steel released by one person's firearm instantly penetrated the car, and the vehicle exploded instantly, burning and fermenting on the ground like a huge fire. Shen Yi's pupils shrank. He had already recognized the familiar gun. It was the light machine gun he encountered when the safety zone was shrinking for the first time. The movement here is very loud, and the explosion of a car is enough to attract the attention of people from 100 miles away. Streams of turbid smoke dyed the entire sky gray-black, and the never-ending flames continued to spread and burn on the ground, turning the entire land into scorched earth, and countless leaves and grass roots were burned into pieces. Ashes. Only a tiny bit of residue left. Before that, this place was originally a quiet place. The huge contrast made the two of them unable to react. Shen Yi was at a loss with the M416 in his hand. The finger on the trigger twitched a few times, and then slowly put it down. He sighed and stared deeply at the bridge. After a flash of bright fireworks, the bridge seemed to have regained its strength again, without a single person present. But if Shen Yi had not seen the fireworks and the intensive gunfire for a while, Shen Yi would not have felt that anyone existed at the bridge, or he was not sure whether anyone existed. But until this moment, Shen Yi knew the fact that there was someone blocking the bridge from beginning to end, and Shen Yi had a relationship with this person. Judging from the iconic machine gun, it was enough to prove whether Shen Yi's conclusion was correct. Han Xiaomu was stunned by the sudden change. He looked at Shen Yi with shocked and confused eyes. Shen Yi shrugged and said, "It seems that what we were most worried about has happened. There is indeed someone hiding in the bridge. Although we don't know it's just one person or there are more people. But they obviously want to set up so-called toll booths to block or prevent other people from entering and passing. What should we do? Even if we get the car, it will be useless. If we get the car, it will still be blocked by the people on the bridge and unable to pass." Shen Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, we don't have to worry now. We are still in the safety zone, but only on the edge. Without passing the bridge, we are not really close to the center of the safety zone. But this does not mean that we must rush to pass here. Rather than rushing across the bridge or taking risks to snatch vehicles, I think we should wait and see what happens and wait for things to develop silently." Han Xiaomu thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Does that mean we can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight?" Shen Yi nodded. "That's what it means. As long as we wait here, the struggle here will gradually heat up and then gradually break out. People blocking the bridge are not absolutely safe. They may also be in danger and want to get rid of us. Here are the people driving to the center of the safe zone. They are even more dangerous. Even high-speed vehicles cannot evade bullets. At most, they can dodge more bullets, and they will still be blown up. However, if they are lucky enough to escape the pursuit of bullets, such vehicles are very likely to seek revenge. Just go and kill the people blocking the bridge," Han Xiaomu said with a worried tone. "But how we survive in the whirlpool of this storm is a big problem. She looked at the gunshots that slowly began to wake up around her and continued. Although people often say that the center of the storm is the safest, it is ridiculous. The center of the storm is exactly the most dangerous place. When there are enemies on all sides, it is almost equal to half a foot in death. Shin-Yi smiled slightly and said, "No. I don't know how many times I have experienced that kind of chaotic scene. You have never seen such a scene. I can only tell you that the more chaotic the scene, the safer we will be." Chapter 347 causes chaos. If we hide well, if we hear a lot of gunshots in the distance, we should be even more fortunate. This chaos will bring about a large reduction in the number of people. And a large reduction in the number of people will bring about a reduction in the density of people. The threat index around us will be lower. In other words, we are safer. And if there is no chaos and everyone is well hidden, our movement may affect the whole body, and all the firepower will be transferred to us. At that time, we will truly have enemies on all sides. Like you said, 1 foot in the door of death. So, chaos may not be unsafe. But you have to believe that chaos caused by ourselves will really bring unsafety. Han Xiaomu's bright eyes looked at Shin-Yi with doubtful and searching eyes. Shin-Yi couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic when he looked at Han Xiaomu's beautiful appearance. But he quickly adjusted his thoughts. He and Han Xiaomu only had a temporary cooperative relationship. They didn't trust or believe in the bond they built. Or they were purely mutual. The bond formed by the utilization. However, the bond formed by this kind of interest may be more reliable and powerful. Shin-Yi thought this, and then replied to Han Xiaomu. You just need to remember that we will wait and see what happens before making the situation even more chaotic. Let me remind you first. There is a very scary and terrifying person on the bridge. He is very powerful. Although his body is covered with wounds, he holds a machine gun with amazing power. At this moment, Shin-Yi suddenly remembered that silhouette again. He remembered that person at that moment. That person was covered in long and bloody wounds. But it seemed that it could not affect him at all. That person as if it were an enemy who disdains pain. This kind of enemy is often the most terrifying. However, Shin-Yi at this time is no longer the Shin-Yi of that time. Both Shin-Yi's equipment and marksmanship are at a higher level than at that time. And they are completely different. However, Shin-Yi's only disadvantage at this time may be the location. The bridge cannot be seen at all from this place. There are so many debris accumulated on the bridge that Shin-Yi cannot see anything even with a quadruple lens. All he could do was stare. But Shin-Yi knew that his only advantage was also based on his disadvantage. Although Shin-Yi couldn't hit that person, Shin-Yi knew that person was nearby. But that person didn't know that Shin-Yi was already here and was still hiding here quietly, behind a tree, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. After a brief shock and Shin-Yi's ambiguous explanation and plan, Han Xiaomu reluctantly accepted Shin-Yi's argument. At this time, he was still monitoring the situation in and around Shin-Yi to prevent someone from sneaking up on them before Shin-Yi could react. This kind of investigation is very useful. But even so, Han Xiaomu was not only doing it for Shin-Yi's survival, but also for herself. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the weather was still very hot, coupled with the pollution of black smoke caused by a car explosion. The air became scarce and uncomfortable. The entire air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder smoke and fireworks. Shin-Yi's eyes became bloodshot for a while. Then he took a long breath and already had a solution in his mind. Then he put down his rifle, let out a long sigh, glanced at the bridge with a trace of pity, and then turned back to look at Han Xiaomu. In fact, Shin-Yi had used this method a long time ago, and it was the previous method of driving away wolves and devouring tigers. However, Shin-Yi felt that he needed to change this little method a little. It would be more reliable to divert trouble to the east, then sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and then reap the benefits of the fishermen. Just like in the container area before, Shin-Yi decided to thoroughly muddy the water in this area first. Only when the water is completely muddy can Shin-Yi benefit from it. This is also an eternal truth. Although Han Xiaomu still felt that something was wrong and didn't want to disturb the muddy water, Han Xiaomu had always insisted that hiding his position safely was the best way. But he obeyed under Shin-Yi's obsession. Or in other words, half agreed and half forced to obey Shin-Yi's next plans. Han Xiaomu originally wanted to wait until the safe zone shrank again before making further plans. But Shin-Yi explained that if that time really came, he would be truly forced to attack, and everything would be passive. And if they want to firmly hold the initiative in their own hands, the two of them must make preparations in advance, even if they are well equipped to get close to the center of the safety zone. At this point, Han Xiaomu was completely unable to refute or oppose Shin-Yi's opinion. Unlike Han Xiaomu, who had been hiding underground, Shen Yi relied on his irrefutable strength and incredible luck to survive the serious injury. Even though Shen Yi didn't want to recall this incident, he escaped the contraction of the safe zone. But it has to be said that this is the best sign of Shen Yi's strength. Shen Yi, who was able to do this, actually already had rich experience. After Han Xiaomu refuted Shen Yi slightly, he had no choice but to obey Shen Yi. Now Shen Yi and she are both grasshoppers on the same rope. She can only believe that Shen Yi will not commit suicide for her own sake. In order to survive, Shen Yi probably will not lead her to follow the same old path. My plan is this, Shen Yi simply said to Han Xiaomu. That terrible and terrifying enemy. Although he has powerful machine gun firepower and occupies a good strategic position, we can't see him at all. But these advantages, it's also his shortcoming. Han Xiaomu fell into silence, and Shen Yi did not speak. When Han Xiaomu expressed her understanding, it seemed that there was no essential difference from Shen Yi's own thoughts. Han Xiaomu suddenly said, although the firepower is powerful, the loud sound caused by the powerful firepower will reveal his location. Although there are too many clutter in his location, and it is difficult to find. But if he fires too many times, someone will always be able to check him, position, and then achieve precise strikes. Han Xiaomu paused and then continued. Secondly, although his strategic position is very excellent, the excellent strategic position brings about the center of chaos and the origin of chaos. He will turn his position into a dispute among the public, land, and finally slowly made enemies on all sides. Shen Yi nodded with satisfaction. Inseparable. These points combined mean that this person will definitely make enemies on all sides. And no matter how strong he is, he will perish. And as the saying goes, don't go to the place where everyone is fighting, and do nothing for long-term gain. This is also true. Chapter 348. Dare to break out and fight. Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi with a completely different look. In the past, she thought Shen Yi was just a person who dared to venture and fight, and had good luck. He was able to successfully escape from the terrifying safe zone twice, and then also found supplies underground. Successfully recovered, and had the capital to continue attacking forward. But Han Xiaomu discovered that she was wrong. Very wrong. Shen Yi was not just relying on a little bit of illusory luck and trivial courage. Shen Yi was using his rich experience and knowledge, and using various strategies and tactics to invisibly control the situation. A complete death sentence. Han Xiaomu asked. Then what should we do now? Shen Yi shook his head. At this time, until night, we can't act rashly. The only thing we can do is to snatch another vehicle after the man falls, and then we can leave in a hurry. But if we do nothing, how do we put that person in danger and end up unable to respond to various threats? Shen Yi responded with a confident tone. I said I wanted to divert the firepower. But to be honest, sometimes the firepower doesn't even need to be diverted. Some people just attract the firepower with their own ridicule. Some people have bad tempers, and the opponent may have a worse temper, which will lead to struggles and battles. Sometimes, we don't even need to deliberately divert fire and hatred. Sometimes we just need a small inadvertent opportunity, a detail that no one cares about, a small change, a small fleeting transformation. It is possible to change everything in an instant, turning everything into an unknown that no one can predict. Let people who originally thought they were safe be instantly put in danger, and make people who were originally dangerous instantly become safe, and no one cares about them. Han Xiaomu was stunned for a while and asked, You have said so much. What do we need to do now besides hiding it? Shen Yi hesitated and said, Wait. Fan the flames at the right time. Transfer the firepower at the right time to make the other side of the bridge the target of public criticism. And then at the end of everything, we only need to do the last thing, which is also the most important thing. One thing that doesn't require technology and mind and body. Han Xiaomu asked curiously, What exactly is going on? Shen Yi pretended to be mysterious for a moment, and then said leisurely, We just need to watch the wonderful drama of a strong man who is covered in wounds and doesn't care about the pain, fighting with a lot of people, and then prepare our popcorn and Coke, and watch wonderful dramatic attitude. Take a look at what happens next. Whether it is a drama or a tragedy, whether it is the tragic death of a strong man, the heroic death of a strong man, or his lingering escape, it is worth watching. Shen Yi couldn't help but laugh slightly when he said this, with an evil charm. Just when Shen Yi had bad thoughts, he was ready to trap the strong man with a machine gun on the bridge. Although he looks great at the moment, Shen Yi can't touch him at all. But if there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant. If he attracts too much hatred and firepower, Shen-Yi believes that no matter how powerful that person is, he will be unable to defeat 4 people with 2 punches. And sooner or later, he will be annihilated by the concentrated fire from all directions. The time is 2:30 p.m. The black smoke slowly dissipated, leaving behind a layer of scorched earth and the scent that had just evaporated. Shen-Yi finally saw the body of the person in the car clearly. At this time, the corpse was already beyond recognition. All the skin and tissues were burned red. The whole body was severely burned, and the hair all over the body was ignited with sparks. The bones of the whole body were basically broken into pieces one after another. The gaps between the broken bones were exposed to the air, and there was even a trace of blood flowing slowly on the ground. The charred hair was swallowed up by the flames, leaving only the bones and remains to reflect the existence of this person. There were even a large number of bullet marks on this person's body, and all these bone remains were smashed into pieces. Only debris was left on the ground. Shen-Yi was not shocked by such a horrific scene. This corpse was almost the most miserable corpse Shen-Yi had ever seen. The other corpses could still leave a complete corpse. This corpse was directly connected with the head and bones. All was gone, leaving only grotesque corpses whose genders could not be identified. Shen-Yi knew that this also reflected how fierce the firepower of that machine gun was. No matter how strong the armored vehicle was, how powerful the master was, faced with the absolute suppression of this kind of bullets or machine gun bullets. Even if it was just a 9mm bullet, this kind of small caliber bullets can change from quantitative to qualitative changes in machine guns, turning into a torrent of steel that humans are absolutely unable to resist. This is what Shen-Yi is most afraid of. Once he becomes the target of a machine gun, Shen-Yi has absolutely no guarantee that he can escape safely. Shen-Yi didn't think that his speed or his own bullets could compare, or that he could compare with the indiscriminate bombardment of machine guns. Of course, Shen-Yi didn't want to, and would not put himself into that kind of situation. That kind of situation where he was almost seeking death. At this time, he could only hope that he could successfully implement his plan and divert the attention of everyone around him. Even if it was his victory, there was no need for him to face such bullets. Han Xiaomu looked at the unrecognizable corpse of a stranger. Although it had nothing to do with him, he couldn't help but feel a little vicious and nauseated after looking at it. Thinking of the wreckage and severely burned corpses that exploded everywhere, Han Xiaomu couldn't help but feel a little afraid of the strong man holding a machine gun on the bridge. He was not in awe but simply afraid of this horrific and obvious violence. After this earth-shattering explosion, almost everyone lurking nearby felt the frenzy of the people on the bridge. Just a machine gun wanted to directly block everyone's passage. It was so arrogant. Full of arrogance and arrogance. Style of. Shen-Yi knew that although everyone was temporarily shocked, it only took a little fuse to make the originally suppressed hatred and resentment expand even more. From being suppressed due to temporary fear to resentment. And then resentment loses its shackles. All it takes is just a little spark. The suppressed resentment will become even more terrifying after it breaks out. And the scene will become even more chaotic. Chapter 349: A Complete Explosion. Shen-Yi was about to completely detonate this spark at this time. Time passed slowly like the dispersing black smoke. And it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen-Yi's position was still very hidden. And no one suddenly came up to catch Shen-Yi off guard. The surroundings began to slowly hear gunfire, including the sound of sniper rifles and rifles. Although Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu did not see anyone, they knew that not seeing anyone did not mean that they were not there. It just meant that Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu could not find anyone else. The gunshots were generally not close to the positions of Shen-Yi and the two of them. Most of them occurred in some scattered housing areas nearby. And there was basically no sound in the open spaces around Shen-Yi. This left Shen-Yi a little at a loss. Although he wanted to divert the fire or sow discord, the people were spread too far apart. And there was no reason for others to provoke the man on the bridge. Because there was no gain at all. Makes you feel all horny. Shen-Yi thought for a moment. Since it is unreliable to find a car now, and it is unreliable to divert firepower to harm others, what can he do now? I can't face that person alone. Why not go to the housing area and take a look now? Shen-Yi thought to himself. Shen-Yi needs to gather all the people who are scattered. Use their strength to fight against the strength of the person at the bridge. And let people's strength interact with each other. And finally achieve his own goal, which eliminates a large number of people. The threat is at the same time. He achieved his ultimate goal passing the bridge. And also killed the strongman he had always been afraid of. So that he could either keep the machine gun for himself to enhance his own strength, or destroy him directly, so that he no longer posed a threat to himself. But even so, Shen-Yi knew that it was very dangerous for him and Han Xiaomu to go to the housing area, not to mention taking Han Xiaomu with him, who couldn't use a gun. And Shin Yi knew that it was very dangerous even for him alone. This danger lies not only in one's own weakness, but sometimes even in the strength of the enemy. And at this time, those who can survive until now are not easy people. Not only are they good at hiding themselves and hiding their positions, but their marksmanship is also very outstanding. At worst, they're about the same as Shin Yi, let alone compared with Han Xiaomu. Furthermore, Shin Yi used to be more than just a simple battle. If he was just fighting ordinary enemies, it would still be a small problem. However, Shin Yi's purpose was very complicated. He wanted to gather these enemies and divert trouble to the east. The difficulty basically rises in a straight line. Han Xiaomu couldn't help but question Shin Yi. Don't take up the porcelain job without diamonds. Are you sure? Shin Yi shook his head. We have to do it even if we are not sure. Otherwise we will never cross this bridge and never achieve our goal. Shin Yi took Han Xiaomu to a housing area with ease. Creeping along the asphalt road, the two tried not to make any noise. Soon, the two of them entered a dilapidated and deserted bungalow on the 3rd floor, and locked all the doors. They sighed at their good luck and did not meet anyone. Otherwise, it will be a fierce battle, and the positions of the two people will be directly exposed, which will directly bankrupt the implementation of the plan. So it will not happen if there is no battle. Moreover, the two of them don't really need to replenish supplies now. So the two of them may be the most leisurely and relaxed people on the island. They not only go back to think about how to survive, but also think of ways to eliminate threats as much as possible at the same time. While other people were still running around for various ammunition and medicines, the two people who had a large amount of supplies did not need to prepare these things at the same time. When will we act? Han Xiaomu stood at the window and looked outside. Shin Yi quickly pulled Han Xiaomu away from the window. Don't stay on the window for more than 5 seconds. Otherwise you will be dead if you are discovered or shot directly by a sniper, Shin Yi said with a warning tone. Han Xiaomu reluctantly stepped back from the window and slowly pulled the thick curtains halfway, blocking half of the scorching sunlight. The remaining half of the sunlight shone in Shin Yi's pupils, refracting 5 colors of light and spreading in all directions. He looked at the bridge in the distance and said silently in his heart, You and I are the same people. We both like to take risks and do meaningless things. But we actually know in our hearts that this is not a meaningless thing. It is an instinct that comes from within us. We can't bear it. And we don't bother to live in one place hiding our voices in shadows. Just to live a little longer. We are all willing to follow our inner murderous intentions and dignity. Shin Yi's eyes seemed to have penetrated time and space, falling on the back full of wounds and scars in the distance. At this time, the man was holding a machine gun that was stained with black blood. The originally clean high-quality wood handguard was also stained into a mixture of black and red, becoming sinful and bloody. His name is Leah. Before he landed on this isolated island, he was a prisoner, and he was a prisoner about to be executed. His body was covered with scars and wounds caused by fighting. Even with the treatment of bandages, he still looked hideous, horrible, with traces of blood and scabs. Leah is an out-and-out killer. Before that, he had continuously escaped capture and committed murders and crimes until finally he was surrounded. No matter how powerful he was surrounded by people. There is only one way to die. After being sentenced to death, Leah had gradually given up hope of living. But suddenly he came to this place. This kind of environment of killing each other was the most suitable for him. He felt like a fish in water, instantly passed the test, and rose up in the sea of people. After the carnage along the way, they finally came to this bridge when the safety zone was shrinking, and then hid in the debris pile of this bridge. As long as anyone dares to pass here, the bullets from his machine gun will usually shatter this illusion. Leah himself also knew that the toll he was charging on this bridge was of little significance. There was no clear benefit. He could only continue to cause the death of people to satisfy his ever-expanding desire to kill. Leah knew that if he continued to be crazy, he would die under the siege sooner or later. He also knew that if he wanted to survive now, he should not be so arrogant, single-handedly defeating all those who wanted to cross the bridge. Everyone blocked the bridge and forced to collect bridge tolls. He knew that he could continue to clamor here because the geographical location here was very good, and it was basically an easy to defend but difficult to attack place. Chapter 350 Alliance. What's more, the complicated debris here allows him to fully hide his traces. He doesn't have to worry about being shot by others, and can safely guard the bridge by force. However, Leah asked himself, how long can he last? If I continue to guard this bridge, what else can I do besides satisfying the dirty and bloody murderous desire in my heart? Leah looked at the messy ground. In addition to countless blood stains, which were basically his own blood. There were also countless discarded 9mm bullets. These bright red bullets still had residual heat. And there was a little tiny spark. Leah stood on countless bullet casings, stepping on them one after another, making crisp sounds one after another. The remaining flames continued to burn on the ground, and a burning smell came out from time to time. At this time, under the roar of machine guns and pollution, this place has been reduced to a chaotic place full of smoke and chaos. Leah seemed to have the same aura as this scorched earth, with arrogance, chaos, hatred, anger, and all kinds of negative emotions flowing in his body. Leah looked into the distance. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Although the sun was still dazzling, the heat was slowly receding. Leah very much hoped that the sound of the car engine would sound again at this time. That beautiful sound meant that his new prey or playthings have arrived. But that sound didn't sound for a long time. The sound of the car exploding before that was enough to remind him of it for a long time. He was obsessed with this feeling. This feeling of wantonly playing with other people's lives. This pleasure of releasing his desire to kill. After suppressing it for a long time, he finally released it completely on this island with no laws, morals, or even rules. He felt the wounds all over his body twitching. But he didn't care. These wounds had been with him for many years. After the old wounds healed, new wounds would appear, whether they were scratched by sharp knives or penetrated by bullets. It was proof that he had fought. He felt the pain of these wounds. As if recalling the past, he recalled Shen-Yi who penetrated his hand on the edge of the first circle. Although he did not know Shen-Yi's name and location, he was already deeply aware of it. I deeply remembered Shen-Yi's appearance. I hope I can meet you here and deal with you completely. There was a hint of haze in his eyes, and he slowly stroked the handguard of the machine gun in his hand. His long-term imprisonment has made his skills a little rusty, but only in close combat. He is still an experienced veteran in using guns. He slowly drank a bottle of painkillers and tasted the unique sour taste. Before this, he didn't like to use medicines, but after collecting some medicines, he was amazed by the healing power of these medicines. In the end, he also started collecting this drug. Leah let out a long sigh. He looked at the remaining ammunition. After constant and large consumption, even though he collected 9mm caliber bullets from some corpses and made some slight supplements, he still couldn't make ends meet. At this time, there was only 487 bullets were fired. But even if there were only so many bullets left, it would be enough to kill countless people or explode countless vehicles. The rules followed by Leah are very simple. Either swallow the offender's prey, chew it and feel it, and make full use of its value, or the prey will backfire and be used as a prey to supplement supplies. But Leah didn't know that the person she had always cared about, Shen-Yi, was now planning to kill him completely, and was using various resources and people to make him die without a burial place. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care and would just laugh it off. At this time, the time has reached 4 o'clock. The temperature has gradually dropped, and the weather changes on the isolated island are very obvious and significant. Then the sunlight began to slowly dim. Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu still stayed in the house and waited quietly, as long as the two of them rushed to the center before the safety zone shrinks. That is, before 12 o'clock. That is, by crossing the bridge, they can successfully solve the problem of the safety zone shrinking. However, Shen-Yi is still thinking about some details of his plan at this time. Because although this kind of sowing discord destroys other people's subjective thoughts, it is undoubtedly an act of walking a tightrope objectively, and it is an act of seeking death from the fire. Therefore, Shen-Yi must consider all the details carefully before he can make a plan. Otherwise, Shen-Yi would not dare to make a plan with a low success rate. Did you see the garage over there? Shen-Yi squinted out the window, and then said to Han Xiaomu, There is a huge black factory over there, and I suspect there are vehicles inside. I saw a huge black factory building not far away, about 100 meters away. The copper-brown doors were closed tightly, making people wonder what was inside. But in this style of factory building, the huge door is big enough for vehicles to pass through. This makes people feel that there must be vehicles or large vehicles stored inside. And no matter what they are worth pondering. Han Xiaomu asked, Do you think there are vehicles stored inside? If there were, I'm afraid they would have been driven away long ago. Shen-Yi shook his head, then opened the holographic map and pointed to their location. Look! Where are we now? The edge of the safe zone. Han Xiaomu replied obviously. Did you mean to say that? Shen-Yi nodded. If there are vehicles, where can we drive to? Further outside is the safety zone. If we drive outside, we are seeking death. then the only way left is to pass this bridge and continue to safety. Deep inside the zone. But do you think anyone would risk machine gun fire to force their way across this bridge? Han Xiaomu thought silently. So if it is like what you speculated, then the only thing that can be done is neither to drive the car randomly nor to force the bridge to pass. That's right, Shen Yi said. You can only hide the vehicle in a safe place. You can't park it on the road for people to spy on you. And a safe place besides the underground is nothing more than a large warehouse like this. And I guess that there is a person. Han Xiaomu asked doubtfully. Why? Even we are two people. Why can't other people form an alliance? Shen Yi glanced at Han Xiaomu with complicated eyes. And then said, I think our situation should be unique and special. This unique bond of interest should be like this to no one except us. Chapter 351 Alliance. In fact, I still can't believe our current alliance. In a situation where there is only one winner left, it is a miracle that we can form an alliance. Han Xiaomu sneered, and then continued, but even after we get the car, it has no practical use. Not to mention that the bridge is completely blocked by that person. And there is no one who can solve it. People. So it's equivalent to falling into a dead situation. Just like you thought before. Many people are trapped and dead here. And even if there are vehicles, they will have no effect. Shen Yi said with a negative tone. The car is just a chess piece. A step in my layout. It's not that we must kill people and seize the car now, and then forcefully break through the bridge. This is just a wedge. In the end, it is for our purpose. And service is not simply taking a vehicle as our purpose. Then, Shen Yi and the others went out directly and tiptoed towards the factory. The whole room area was very empty, including some supplies that have long since been confirmed by Shen Yi to have disappeared. They have obviously been looted cleanly by others. It is obvious that this housing area has long been divided up. The people who were dividing up the supplies had probably already moved their positions. The only person in this area who may be in the factory is probably there. Shen Yi thought silently. On the street, withered yellow leaves were flying everywhere, and the cold wind kept blowing on the two of them. Han Xiaomu is very cautious, always afraid that there is someone hiding behind a tree or obstacle. Shen Yi didn't care. He knew that it was useless to be careful in this environment. It was better to relax and be in the best condition to meet unexpected situations, or even fight back. That was the most important thing. Shen Yi survived so many sudden battles by relying on adaptable reactions. Sometimes you have to be on guard against sudden enemies jumping out from somewhere. Or you have been spying on someone hiding in the darkness and trying to trick you. People will only increase tension. And if you adjust your state well and remain unchanged to cope with all changes, then no matter how unexpected the attack is or how insidious the enemy is, it will not be affected. Just looking at Han Xiaomu's nervous look, Shen Yi couldn't help but want to laugh a little. He was so suspicious at the beginning. But after gaining experience, he stopped. At this time, Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu had come to a wall. About 20 meters in front of them was the factory building. This one-story factory building with a closed door is different from the factory Shen Yi has seen before. This closed factory building makes it impossible to spy on what is going on inside. People can only see the thick copper and iron walls and the chilling layers of moss. Don't move here. Shen Yi looked at Han Xiaomu, who was holding a pistol worriedly. It won't be of any help to me if you go. I'll go over and investigate first to see if there's anyone alive inside the vehicle. And then we'll move on. Plan. Han Xiaomu hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, Okay. Shen Yi felt the beating of his heart and the sound of the wind. It seemed like someone's whispers were echoing in Shen Yi's ears. Shen Yi knew that this was just an illusion. Shen Yi's steps were basically as low as possible. And because the backpack on his body made some subtle noises, he handed it to Han Xiaomu. Han Xiaomu entered the nearest attic at this time. Shen Yi left for the garage after checking all potential safety hazards and making sure that all doors and windows were closed tightly. Compared with himself, Shen Yi was actually more worried about Han Xiaomu at this time. With her strength, Shen Yi still knew that if she encountered the enemy, she might die directly, and there was not much chance of causing any trouble to the enemy. Shen Yi might not feel bad about Han Xiaomu's death, but if the supplies and the two backpacks were taken away, Shen Yi would not be able to cry anymore. Han Xiaomu was hiding in a small room at this time, constantly posing in the 3.1 line shooting posture, and constantly practicing changing bullets and aiming. She knew that although Shen Yi still valued her very much now, he only valued her current use value temporarily. Once she has no use value, or there are not many people left, he may have to take a knife to her. Generally speaking, when external worries subside, internal fighting basically begins. only when threats from the outside exist can a simple alliance starting from a bond of interest become more stable and long-lasting. Therefore, Han Xiaomu must also enhance his fighting ability and resistance ability, so as not to have no fighting ability at all. This can also prevent Shen Yi from suddenly defecting, even if Shen Yi maintained his trust in her for a short period of time or did not expect to attack her. Han Xiaomu still had to train her marksmanship and combat abilities. Otherwise, an uninvited guest could kill her. Shen Yi had slowly approached the factory. He tried hard to hear clearly and see what was going on in the factory. In the corner next to the factory building, Shen Yi listened intently. A minute passed, and Shen Yi still didn't hear any noise in the factory, not to mention footsteps or gunshots. There was not even any noise such as breathing or the sound of objects hitting each other. There was no noise or sound at all. Shen Yi did not deny that there was no one in the factory at this time, but he was even more convinced that there was someone in the factory. It is true that if there is evil, there must be a ghost. If there is a little noise, it will be more normal in this huge factory. If there is no sound, it will be even weirder, giving people a deliberate feeling. Shen Yi did not relax his vigilance, but raised his vigilance even more, lowering his voice and breathing softly, reaching a state of half-breath holding. What Shen Yi couldn't see was the inside of the factory. Unlike Shen Yi's inference or guess, there is someone here. But it's not just one person, but a total of 4 people. These 4 people were holding all kinds of strange firearms in their hands tightly, such as rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles, with serious and vigilant expressions on their faces. The eyes slowly filled with negative emotions such as wariness, distrust, indifference, and even hatred. They didn't make a sound. They were all warning each other with their eyes, and intimidating each other with cold firearms. There were almost no sound waves propagating in the air, only the extremely thick smell of gunpowder smoke and gunpowder. And the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Atmosphere of. Next to the 4 people stood a military green semi-convertible Jeep SUV. At this time, this brand new car is a bit new. There is not even a little bit of dust on it. All 4 tires are brand new, and there is no dirt at all. The 4 walls are made of very clean iron plates, which are strong enough to withstand ordinary bullets, but they will still be penetrated by machine guns for a long time. Chapter 352 Acting Rashly. Before this, there was only 1 person here, but then 3 more people suddenly arrived, and the situation suddenly became chaotic. When the second person came, the first person hid directly behind the car. If shooting was to be carried out, this car might be the only car within 100 miles. Destroying this car might cause the car to break road, so he didn't dare to shoot casually. After that, a total of 3 people arrived, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 4 people restricted each other, and no one dared to act rashly. For a while, they actually formed a short-term alliance. It can't be called an alliance. It can only be regarded as a strange relationship. This is not even like the relationship between Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu even have interests and use value as a bond at this time. But the stalemate was purely because these 4 people did not dare to shoot for fear of damaging the vehicle. In addition, the 4 Asians all seem to have relatively calm personalities. That's why this embarrassing situation is formed, which is both harmonious and chaotic, both bizarre and reasonable. If someone shoots, a stray bullet can hit the car at any time, not to mention hitting the tires. The car will be basically destroyed in half. If it hits the car panel, this seemingly thick car panel will not be damaged. I know whether it can withstand the bombardment of large caliber bullets, such as 7.62 millimeters. Even if it is just a stray bullet. And if the car is disabled, there is no need to enter the center of the safe zone. And it can only stay on the edge of the safe zone. Therefore, it can be seen how important the safety of this car is. Even more important than human life. However, in this stalemate situation, not only is it impossible to use this thick vehicle to break through the machine gun blockade and enter the safe zone, it is even more likely to directly provoke a fight between these 4 people, causing the vehicle to be abandoned directly, and no one will benefit. This is also the fundamental reason for such a subtle stalemate between the 4 people. If it hadn't been for Shen Yi's arrival, this situation might have continued forever, or it might have completely broken down because of someone's impulse, and everyone would have finished playing together. Of course, Shen Yi didn't know anything about the situation inside at this time. If he knew it, he would be extremely surprised and feel a little bit embarrassed and a little bit ashamed for his own inference. However, this is also a very unexpected situation. No one knew that such a special situation would occur because of a simple vehicle and a special situation. Shen Yi was still looking for a way to enter, or a way to find out what was going on inside. If he found out, he would first check to see if there were people or vehicles inside, and then plan again. But the most embarrassing thing now is that Shen can't even see any cracks. It can only be said that this factory building is too solid and there is no crack left for Shen. Of course, Shen would not give up easily. As the saying goes, there is no seamless egg, and there is no absolute defense. Shen felt that he could always find a way to enter. Suddenly, Shen discovered a steel water pipe that was corroded by patina not far away. He had an idea and climbed up dexterously, then grabbed a pull ring on it and dragged himself up with all his strength. At this time, Shen was very glad that he did not bring a backpack or anything particularly heavy. With only 2 firearms plus his own weight, Shen could barely drag himself up with his strength. If the weight of even a straw is added to it, I'm afraid Shen will be powerless. Even if it is a choice. The blue meridians on Shen arms are furious, and the muscles are vaguely in a state of extreme jumping. And not only the muscles, Shen feels a little pain in his bones. Shen himself weighs more than 100 kilograms. In addition, because the 2 guns contain a large amount of metal, they weigh almost dozens of kilograms. Together, the total weight of Shen is too great. However, with Shen efforts, Shen finally climbed onto the water pipe, and then continued to climb up. There was a small black pull ring on it, and Shen grabbed it with one hand. Holy shit! Shen suppressed his painful voice, and saw that the wire and rust stains on it scratched Shen's hand, and black blood and a large roll of flesh flowed out. Shen snorted softly, unable to suppress the sound. At this time, Shen could only hope that the person inside could not hear this inaudible sound. Shen made a beautiful vertical roll and landed directly on the roof. Then he looked around and saw that the roof above was also very tight, with almost no gaps. Shen felt a little regretful. He failed to achieve his goal and was injured instead. It doesn't matter if the rust reaches the surface of the skin, but if it affects the inside of the skin, troublesome situations such as colds will occur. Shen continued to observe the position of the roof carefully. Suddenly, he found a small cover somewhere. He had an idea and tiptoed over to avoid making any noise when he stepped on something. This was a locked lid. Shen did not hesitate and swung the lock. He found that the lock looked very high-end, but it was just a paper tiger. In fact, it was only falsely locked and not completely locked. Shen carefully opened the lock, then gently held the lid with his left hand, and then slowly opened the lid with his right hand, making almost no sound during the whole process. There was a staircase behind the lid. Shen frowned. He originally just wanted to do a little reconnaissance, but he didn't want to rush in directly and put himself in danger. Shen hesitated for a moment, and then thought silently. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger's cub? If you stay outside, you will never get an answer. Under the trend of curiosity, Shen slowly stretched his feet down without knowing what was inside. Shen secretly thought that even if there were people, there would only be one person at most, and it would not pose a threat. If you just fall from the sky like this, you can shock him or scare him, and then kill him in one fell swoop. While thinking this, Shen stepped on the steps and walked down slowly, step by step without making any sound. At this time, Shen came down from the steps and was in an elevated corridor on the edge. This corridor was a temporary high platform in the air at the edge of the factory building. There were countless worn-out goods and a lot of meaningless sundries piled on it. Shen was a little disappointed and looked into the distance. A brand new Jeep appeared in front of Shen, and there were even a few barrels of oil next to it. Obviously, with enough oil, the car could go anywhere, as long as too many bullets were fired and the parts of the car were not destroyed. Shen's eyes lit up. His guess was indeed right. There could be no cars within 100 miles. After searching the nearby housing areas, no vehicles were found. Sure enough, they were hidden here. So, the owner of this car is here. What? Chapter 353 Unbelievable. Shen's eyes gradually moved. At this moment, Shen's pupils suddenly dilated, and disbelief and surprise began to appear in Shen's eyes, gradually fermenting, and finally erupted. How come there are 4 people? It seems like they are still a temporary alliance. This cannot be justified both emotionally and rationally. Shen roared crazily in his heart. He thought that the situation between himself and Han Xiaomu was already over. It's very special. But I didn't expect that there would be such a situation with 4 people together. Shen forced himself to calm down for a moment, and then immediately analyzed his current position and situation. These bunkers kept Shen's position from being exposed, but if they found that the cover above was opened, Shen's position would be exposed sooner or later. Shin-Yi looked at the situation on the field at this time. And then at the vehicles. He probably knew what was going on. It was probably that everyone was afraid that the vehicles would be blown up by the crossfire. And no one would get any benefits. Those who can survive to this day are of course those who have experienced the horror of the safe zone shrinking. Naturally, they understand the importance of vehicles. If the vehicle is damaged due to a momentary fight between people, no one wants to see such a result. At this moment, a person below seemed to notice something was wrong above. As soon as the upper lid was opened, a burst of cold wind blew directly down, bringing with it a burst of fog and white smoke. That man's keen eyes suddenly attracted the other three people. And the original confrontation between the four people was broken again. Just kidding. The people below didn't dare to shoot at will. So why didn't they dare to shoot an uninvited guest who fell from the sky? After all, Shin-Yi was squatting on it. So hitting Shin-Yi would not damage the vehicle. Sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Shin-Yi secretly screamed, and hurriedly rubbed oil on the soles of his feet. The four people below looked at the movement on Shin-Yi's side, and they all aimed at Shin-Yi immediately. Countless bullets hit all kinds of debris and steel walls, making crackling sounds. Very crisp. Shin-Yi couldn't help but sigh that he was very lucky, and quickly climbed up the stairs. Just when Shin-Yi thought he could escape, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. He took a breath of cold air, endured the pain, and walked step by step towards the stairs. For a while, blood splattered out of his calf, which was very terrible. Terror. Shin-Yi gritted his teeth and dragged the left calf that was hit by a stray bullet. Shin-Yi conservatively estimated that this bullet did not hit the bone. It probably passed through the flesh and did not hit any important blood vessels. So it was still acceptable. Shin-Yi became extremely panicked in an instant. He had no idea at this time how fierce the firepower from behind was. He felt a sharp pain in his legs. It was obvious that he was not just hit by a stray bullet, but several consecutive bullets. Bomb. Moreover, almost all stray bullets hit the left leg. The right leg was not hit because it was just blocked by the bunker. Shin-Yi had no time to regret his haste. Instead, he felt like crawling out. On the top floor, Shin-Yi dragged his left leg that was shot forward step by step. The blood slowly flowed away with the wound, dragging it on the roof of the top floor, leaving bloodstains and horrific bloodstains, like a huge brush dipped in red ink and swaying on the roof. Shin-Yi gasped. He wanted to drag forward a few more steps, but there was a sharp pain in his left leg again. Shin-Yi felt that his entire nerves seemed to be affected. He had no choice but to stay where he was. Initially, Shin-Yi didn't even bother applying medicine or bandages, but after calming down a little, he suddenly realized that he was actually not in danger at the moment. First of all, although Shin-Yi didn't pay attention to the four people below, they were obviously not allies, but enemies confronting each other. I just thought that Shin-Yi's sudden appearance caused the alliance to temporarily unite with the outside world. But this was just a manifestation. After Shin-Yi came to the roof, the alliance was actually unable to climb to the stairs or run outside to fight Shin-Yi. Just think about it, and you will know that no one dares to put his or her back under the gunpoint of others. It is impossible for four people who have no trust in each other to achieve unity and cooperation. So Shin-Yi couldn't help but feel that because of the unexpected incident just now. That is, seeing four people who were completely different from what he expected and being shot in the leg. His calm thinking and normal thoughts were instantly affected, leaving Shin-Yi stunned, leading to the most essential things not being thought of. In the final analysis, it is still a lack of experience. Shin-Yi lamented that although he had experienced enough battles, after all, he had only arrived on this island not long ago, and his understanding of some phenomena was still not deep enough. Thinking of this, Shin-Yi simply stayed where he was. Although the backpack is not on him, Shin-Yi still carries some important medicines with him just in case. In his pants pocket was a silver jar of painkillers and a roll of bandages. Shin-Yi first drank the bitter painkiller that tasted like grass and wood in one gulp, and then tied up his left leg with a green bandage. There were some remaining shrapnel inside. Shin-Yi knew that even the magical bandage could not completely eliminate it. After all, there were too many. The four guns took turns to shoot, even if they kept the bullets, because they were afraid of being attacked by people around them. Shin-Yi was a little overwhelmed by the burst of firing with enough bullets. But this also let Shin-Yi know that the shooting skills of the other four people were not good, or even a little bad. Shin-Yi looked at his left leg worriedly. Although it should be barely usable after a while, it would still be very painful. Shin-Yi had experienced it many times during the recovery stage of muscles and bones, and it was not ordinary pain. I guess I have to go back to Han Xiaomu later and ask her to help me deal with some remaining shrapnel in my leg. Otherwise, even after recovery, some shrapnel will remain in the muscles and affect movement and function. Shen-Yi thought to himself. Shen-Yi was not in a hurry at this time, but the 4 people inside were the most anxious. Watching Shen-Yi slip away from under his nose, he could see that Shen-Yi had abundant supplies, and the 2 guns he carried were obviously not extraordinary. All this is enough to make a normal person jealous and coveted. But no matter how jealous he was, he couldn't pursue Shen-Yi immediately. The 4 people here have survived to this day. They are no longer naive fools or idiots without intelligence. A single move will affect the whole body. If they make a move or have the slightest intention to chase Shen-Yi, the people around them will immediately find the flaw, and then was killed directly. Chapter 354 Selfless Love. In this way, the 4 people came to a deadlock again. If everyone trusts each other, we can kill the person who just came. That person is probably watching our jokes from the rooftop or somewhere. A man with a mocking face said silently with his mouth moving. Humph! Why don't you come? I don't think you are all kind enough to shoot black guns. A sharp and pungent voice sounded. What followed was a series of sharp rebuttals, criticisms and arguments. Everyone showed disdain and pretended to be relaxed. But in fact everyone knew that no one would actually fulfill their seemingly brave or selfless mission. Behavior, in the heart, is extremely vigilant. Shen-Yi couldn't help but want to laugh a little when he heard the argument below that was almost reaching the roof above. However, he quickly stopped smiling, because in fact, there was nothing to be proud of. Instead, he misjudged the situation and all his previous plans, and the layout is basically invalid. Shen-Yi thought carefully, and then picked up a grenade that had been prepared in his hand. The copper-brown tab symbolizes a violent explosion and imminent death. Shen-Yi hesitated for a moment and recalled the bunkers he had passed when he entered the warehouse, as well as the general terrain, the height from the floor to the ceiling of the factory, the length of the stairs, and various small details. Shen-Yi racked his brains, even recalling the material of the ground and some uncontrollable factors. Gradually, with the collection of elements and the construction and generation of modules one by one, a complete and harmonious modeling began to gradually emerge in Shen-Yi's brain. The construction is perfect. At this time, Shen-Yi seemed to have a virtual warehouse in his mind. Details outside the warehouse, or various irrelevant details that were not in the area Shen-Yi passed through, were blurred or weakened. After taking the steps to weaken other details, Shen-Yi began to further improve important details, even some wind directions, some interference factors, and some factors that may affect the grenade trajectory, were also explained by Shen-Yi in more detail. The static to dynamic construction is more perfect. In addition, Shen-Yi once again recalled the explosion time, explosion effect, and explosion residual power of the previous grenade. After thinking about everything, Shen-Yi was not busy, but adjusted his mood and mentality. After all, Shen-Yi now has enough time. After thinking clearly about the cause and effect, Shen-Yi feels that he no longer needs to be disturbed by the threats of the 4 idiots below. At this point, Shen-Yi has been thinking about it for a long time, and the time has reached 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the smell of gunpowder below was already extremely strong. Everyone is trying their best to suppress themselves. In fact, everyone wants to shoot directly, regardless of the consequences. But in the end, their rationality is still restraining them. They almost thought that Shen-Yi had escaped. After all, he had been hit by several bullets in the leg, and the factory was surrounded by a closed state. At this time, they subconsciously thought that Shen-Yi's threat had been reduced to the minimum. They felt that the most dangerous person was there are 3 people next to me, and everyone is in good condition. At this time, if the 4 people confronting each other in the factory were like dynamite barrels, then the dynamite barrel at this time seemed to be about to explode. Shen-Yi stared at the deep passageway and the steps paved with white tiles covered with light gray. Shen-Yi silently held the grenade. Then he gently stroked the copper-brown ring with his hand, feeling the green rust spots and faint residual warmth on it. Shen-Yi was still thinking about what impact it would have on the next purpose and plan if he threw a grenade. Could it be a meaningless act of revenge? At this time, Shen-Yi had already thought about the trajectory of how to throw the grenade. The next step actually depends on luck. Then, suddenly Shen-Yi pulled the ring away, and there was a crisp sound. The grenade in his hand gradually increased in temperature. Shen-Yi gritted his teeth and did not throw it out immediately. Instead, he stayed in his hand for 2 seconds until he felt himself when the grenade in his hand was about to explode at any time. He suddenly threw it down the stairs below. Although it is thrown vertically, it can be ejected on the ground. After some basic calculations, Shen Yi concluded that the grenade does not necessarily need to be thrown at a visible position. In fact, there are some invisible positions that can be ejected. Throwing this inconspicuous grenade touched the ground slightly, and then due to inertia and the special material and pressure of the ground, it suddenly changed its trajectory upwards, and then turned into a perfect parabola, flying in the direction of the 4 people. Grenade! There was a cry of surprise, and the 4 people ran away like bereaved dogs. Although the factory was closed, it was still big enough. If you ran a little further away from the grenade, you could slightly reduce the damage from explosions and shrapnel. The 3 people who were further away from the grenade were lucky enough to quickly move away from the grenade. But one person happened to fall under one person's feet, and because of Shen Yi's delayed throw, the grenade detonated almost instantly. The man's frightened expression was directly reflected in his funny face. The face that wanted to escape but found that there was nothing he could do. Bang bang! The high explosive grenade exploded in an instant, directly blowing up the bloated man with a popular face, leaving behind a charred corpse and colorful intestines and internal organs. The completely exploded corpse flowed out in a flash. Like an open watermelon, all the blood flowed out. Hearing the huge explosion inside, Shen Yi nodded. At this time, the situation inside had nothing to do with him. In fact, after his misjudgment from the beginning, his plan basically went bankrupt, and he could only adapt to changes, take some measures in retaliation, and all the results after that can only rely on luck and the delayed grenade thrown, just like a pen of magic. Shen Yi silently put away his disappointed expression, wiped the black blood and dirty dust from his black cloak, then barely raised his half-healed left leg, and walked forward step by step, finding the beginning of water pipes. Then Shen Yi grabbed the water pipe and turned over slowly. In order to avoid injuring the wound on his left leg, he could not jump directly, so he could only turn over slowly at a slow speed. In the end, Shen Yi slowly moved downward from a height of 6 m with just a little bit of careful movement, relying only on the strength of his arms. Chapter 355 Retreat quickly. At this moment, Shen Yi's hand slipped, and his right hand accidentally fell off the copper pipe due to lack of strength. Then his left hand inevitably couldn't support the huge weight and slipped directly. Shen Yi fell directly to the ground, and the wounds that had healed were torn open again due to the violent impact. Shen Yi suppressed the pain and continued to limp forward. At this time, gunshots continued to be heard from the warehouse behind him. The corner of Shen Yi's mouth slightly drew a trace. He knew that there would be a direct fight from behind, so he was a threat. The danger is much less, and he doesn't have to worry about the people behind him chasing after him because they want to retaliate against his grenade. Because maybe they were too busy to take care of themselves and had no time to care about Shen Yi. So Shen Yi took this opportunity to retreat quickly. At this time, a person was directly killed because of this grenade, and the situation in the factory was completely chaotic. A burst of gunfire showed that because of the death of one person, coupled with the chaos of the scene and the distance between them, everyone wanted to take advantage of this small opportunity to kill the others. So at this time, these 3 people finally had no worries, and didn't care whether they might accidentally damage the car. Because of the death of one person and the sudden explosion, everyone lost their minds and started killing each other with an unknown outcome. Shen Yi didn't know what happened to the car at this time, so he could only silently mourn for the car. Silence. You have to know that small environment. If 3 people shoot each other with high intensity, no matter who survives or who dies in the dense hail of bullets, they have nothing to do with Shen Yi for the time being. But at this time, Shen Yi seemed to be a winner. But in fact, Shen Yi knew that he was completely a loser. The original plan, which was very clear, had become a mess at this time, and the goal that was supposed to be achieved was not achieved. It was just a matter of simply detecting the situation and eliminating a few threats. Shen Yi sighed slightly, then walked to the small room where Han Xiaomu was, then hesitated and went directly upstairs. Suddenly, seeing Han Xiaomu sitting on a chair, he suddenly turned his head and locked the pistol on Shen Yi's head, almost pressing the trigger. Shen Yi felt his throat was dry and his heart was a little chilly. He was startled by the cold murderous aura, and then said in surprise, "It's me, Shen Yi. I didn't expect that your strength has improved a bit." Han Xiaomu shook his head. "The accuracy is still average, mainly because the adaptability has been enhanced." "Is that so?" Han Xiaomu couldn't help but froze for a moment after hearing Shen Yi's words. At this time, Shen Yi and his wife were sitting on the attic on the 2nd floor. There are basically no people around here except people from the factory, so Shen Yi and the 2 are relaxed. However, Han Xiaomu is still a little nervous, fearing that the 4 people Shen Yi mentioned will catch up. Don't worry. I have already killed one person. And those 3 people are most likely killing each other at this time. They all have too much time to take care of themselves. So who will care about us? Shen Yi said easily. Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi with doubtful eyes. I'm very curious about why there are 4 people there, and what method you used to make them fight among themselves. After saying this, Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi with curious eyes. Shen Yi shook his head. Actually, I don't know why there were 4 people. I made a complete mistake in judgment. I never thought that this situation would happen before. In this case, everyone should be incompatible. There are no special circumstances at all. But because there happened to be a car there, everyone didn't want to destroy the car. In addition, it would be no good to anyone if they killed each other, even if they were the only ones to survive. The car would be damaged by stray bullets. They lost the way to transfer. So under the suppression of reason, they formed a unique relationship, which I don't want to go into details here. Shen Yi paused, and then said, Then I was discovered. I was hit by several bullets in my left leg, and finally retreated to the roof. Then you must be in a desperate situation. Why can you escape and even kill someone? Han Xiaomu said, and suddenly realized. That's right. That kind of alliance and cooperation with no basis of trust is simply ridiculous. If it's true, if it was a team, it would be impossible for you to succeed like this. But I am still curious about how you killed others on the roof. Remember those grenades we brought? I took advantage of the unique characteristics of the factory floor to throw a grenade from the passage above, and then ejected directly over, taking the life of the unlucky guy. Don't think it was luck. Is actually the result of my calculation. But killing only one person is not the most satisfactory result for me. Is your left leg injured? Han Xiaomu glanced at Shen Yi's left leg. There was a large circle of bandages tied on it, and there was still a trace of blood remaining on it. It's a small injury. I've treated it with a bandage, but there may still be some shrapnel left in it. Shen Yi still felt a little pain at this time. He had just forcefully exercised in the injured state to remove some wounds that had not yet healed. Tearing again. I'll help you take care of some of it. Although it's a minor injury, it's still very dangerous if it affects the battle. After saying that, Han Xiaomu took out the scalpel and put Shen Yi's leg on his own. Shen Yi didn't care very much. A blush appeared on Han Xiaomu's face, but it was fleeting. Then Han Xiaomu slowly cut the knife into Shen Yi's body, stripping away the flesh and meridians bit by bit. Slowly pick out some tiny shrapnel hidden in the flesh or blood vessels, and even separate some black iron fragments from the body through pliers. You really have bullets of all calibers in your legs. 9mm, 5.56mm, and a few 7.62mm bullets. It's normal. After all, it was 4 people shooting continuously. To be honest, I think I could survive this round of shooting. It's not just luck. If I had been less lucky and had fewer bunkers, I might have really died there. After saying this, Shen Yi felt a little scared. Han Xiaomu sneered. I hope you will think carefully before every action. I don't want to cooperate with someone who does things without considering the consequences. That makes me feel very insecure. Shen Yi's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took his leg back, tied the bandage back on, and then said in a calm tone, Whether I take risks or not is my own business, and it has nothing to do with you. No matter what the relationship is, I think as a collaborator, or a dependent, you still haven't made your attitude and your current position clear. Chapter 356. It's hard to move even an inch. At this time, Shen Yi's eyes suddenly turned scarlet and cold. I can kill you directly here. At most, there will be one less medical staff. But if you don't have me, you will be unable to move even an inch. Han Xiaomu's expression suddenly turned bad. She looked at Shen Yi angrily, but she had no choice but to calm down in the end. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment, and then said, Actually, there is no need for you and me to belittle each other. We are just using each other, and there is no need to generate some hypocritical so-called comrade-in-arms emotions. It has no meaning and will instead affect actions and judgments between us. I know you made me think twice because you were afraid of my death. As for whether you were afraid of my death because you couldn't continue to protect you or because you were worried about me, I don't know. But in the final analysis, I hope that we can still remain pure. It is better to use relationships. Sometimes too many emotions and feelings can actually be a hindrance. Han Xiaomu turned around, no longer looking at Shen Yi, but looking out the window. At this time, the battle in the factory was still going on. Intense gunshots intertwined with each other, and uncontrollable stray bullets hit the unattended car. under the control of the remaining 3 people. Stray bullets avoided hitting the car. All 3 knew tacitly that if the car was destroyed, even if they survived, they would lose their last hope. In addition, one person was already dead, and the intensity of bullets was reduced. Finally, when only the last person was left, there were only a few bullet marks on the car, and no core parts were damaged. The man with blood flowing all over his body smiled slightly, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the vehicle. He glanced at the 3 corpses with a ferocious face, and then began to quickly collect supplies. After a moment, his bloodshot eyes blinked a few times, as if he was recalling Shen Yi's appearance. After a while, his eyes were once again covered with hatred and murderous intent. He glanced at the vehicle and walked towards the roof. Looking at the empty roof, he thought for a while again, then held the gun tightly, searched for all the supplies, selected the best and most suitable supplies, and then hit all 3 corpses. He got up and sat next to the vehicle with his eyes closed and meditating. This is a somewhat old-looking young man. His face that originally looked kind and kind-hearted is particularly terrifying because of the twisted ferocity and scarlet blood. At this time, it was 5:30 p.m. Don't be discouraged. Night is coming. Then we can secretly see the cool moon over the vague countryside. We rested holding hands. Don't be discouraged. The time is coming. Then we can rest. Our little cross. We'll stand together on the edge of the road. And the rain falls. The snow falls. And the wind was blowing here and there. It was like an old and feeble voice reciting poetry silently. It's a small room. An old man with withered yellow hair silently closed the thick black book painted with gold powder, and then looked at the holographic map coldly. He leaned on crutches and asked, "How many people are left?" 35 people. A respectful voice sounded. The old man said impatiently, "Let's speed up the game again. I can't wait." At 12 o'clock in the evening, the safety zone shrinks to a quarter of its original size. We need to eliminate some players who do nothing and those who run around and escape. Only those who embrace the battle will survive. What we need are not wastes who can only hide and seek, but excellent warriors. After a while, the old man said again, "There is no need to randomly designate the final safe zone. Let's designate it directly at the airport. That would be more interesting. The last person to survive from the airport will not be a weak person." And in just a moment, this old man determined the lives of countless people. But all the people who live and linger on the isolated island don't know this. The original white circle symbolizing the safe zone occupies about a quarter of the bottom of the entire map, and is slightly offset to the lower right. If it is directly reduced by a quarter, the safe zone will be directly reduced. The range is demarcated on the small island on the lower right. There is a miniature airport that can only be reached via the viaduct on the left or the viaduct on the right. As for Shen Yi's location, he has to pass 2 bridges from the airport. A huge city is P City, and finally reach the airport. The journey is not easy, and he may even die on the road. However, Shen Yi has been moving downwards consciously, so Shen Yi's current situation is not very bad. There is still a way out. As for some of the light spots on the map, which represent the players, some are even thousands of miles away from the airport. Those are obviously in a bit of a delicate situation, and they don't know if they can make it to the 3rd contraction alive. It was close to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were only 6 hours left before contraction. Most of the lights still stay on the edge of the security zone, and there are very few people at the airport now. The old man was deep in thought, completely different from the previous one who gave the command. The previous commander was obviously a little anxious, and although this old man commanded very quickly, he didn't seem to care much about the situation here. After a while, he saw several voices and shadows fighting on the map, and there was even a video of Shen Yi throwing grenades and disrupting the factory. He was stunned for a moment when he looked at Shen Yi's actions and results. Then the corners of his mouth suddenly raised, then smiled slightly, and then slowly walked out of the small room. At this time, Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu were still staying in the house and did not move. It's not that the two of them don't want to move, but that there is no need to move. Shen Yi still held the M24 and looked at the location of the factory through the quadruple mirror, expecting someone to come out of the factory. But after Shen Yi came out, the gunfire inside completely stopped after a while. This made Shen Yi curious and itchy, always wanting to know how many people were left inside. Shen Yi had enough patience to wait, but he knew whether the people inside would have enough patience to huddle inside the factory. Han Xiaomu was still practicing her marksmanship. At this time, she was playing with Shen Yi's M416, adjusting the difference between semi-automatic and automatic modes. However, Shen-Yi was a little afraid that Han Xiaomu would suddenly shoot her in the back. You must know that women can never use common sense to speculate on them, and can only speculate on their infinite possibilities within a limited range. Just when Shen-Yi was thinking about it, a deafening sound suddenly came from the factory. The black door suddenly opened. Shen-Yi, who was already a little tired at this time, suddenly became energetic. He looked at the factory building in the distance attentively, fearing that he would miss the opportunity to smile. The old-looking young man finally couldn't bear it anymore and opened the door of the warehouse, revealing a jeep smoking black smoke inside. Chapter 357 Confused. Can't help it? Shen-Yi smiled slightly, and then continued to look at the factory. The huge engine sounded, and the jeep slowly drove out of the factory. Han Xiaomu was also attracted by the sound, and saw the factory building through the window. Just as Han Xiaomu was about to take aim, Shen-Yi quickly put his hand on Han Xiaomu's shoulder. Don't hit! Why? Han Xiaomu looked at Shen-Yi doubtfully, his eyes full of confusion. Have you forgotten our purpose? Shen-Yi said, suppressing his anger. Han Xiaomu was stunned for a moment, his mind buzzing, and then he suddenly understood something, and then looked at Shen-Yi in surprise. What do you mean? Shen-Yi nodded. That's my purpose. What's the use of killing him? What's the benefit to us? What's the use besides eliminating a minor threat? Our ultimate goal is to divert trouble to the east. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? This is what we should do. Not simply kill someone, Han Xiaomu said in panic. Then what should we do now? Shen-Yi shrugged. Put your hand down from the trigger and use your scope to take a good look at what will happen next. Han Xiaomu nodded. She also wanted to know why that person suddenly became brave, even reckless or crazy. Was he sure he could cross the bridge guarded by machine guns? Shen-Yi looked at the scope with a stern expression, and his heart suddenly sank. Then he looked carefully at the things inside the off-road vehicle. Suddenly, his pupils suddenly dilated. Could it be? This person is crazy. I saw this pale and ferocious young man looking around with scarlet eyes, as if he was afraid that Shen-Yi would plot against him. But after a moment, he found that no one shot at him, so he seemed to relax his vigilance. What was shocking at this time was that the off-road vehicle was almost full of grenades and fuses. All of these grenades were tied together and wrapped around the jeep. The young man stared at the bridge from a distance with scarlet eyes and revealed a ferocious smile. Shen-Yi and the others probably already understood the man's thoughts. At this time, Han Xiaomu slowly lowered his hand from the trigger without Shen-Yi's reminder. Then he glanced at Shen-Yi with complicated and regretful eyes. Shen-Yi said, So as I said, we don't have to kill him at all. Sometimes the living are more valuable than the dead. I hope he can be brave enough to directly defeat the man guarding the bridge. It's not in vain for us to let him go. One hand. Han Xiaomu looked at the jeep in the distance with a slightly frightened and solemn expression. Are they filled with explosives? Han Xiaomu's voice was a little shaky, and she said with a pale face. Shen-Yi also changed his smiling expression and became a little serious. Yes. I looked at it with a high-power lens, and it was almost covered with grenades and leads. This is not just a jeep, but also a big killer. A self-destruction of the car. It seems that he is going to risk his life. But where did he get so many explosives? Shen-Yi responded. He was the only one who walked out of the entire factory, so it was obvious that the supplies of the remaining 3 people were naturally looted by him, plus the supplies of the factory itself. The combined grenades and explosives. Although not that much. But it's not impossible to get that much together. Han Xiaomu said doubtfully. But what's the use of making such a self-destructing truck? Are you going to die with the man on the bridge? At this time, Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu didn't know that the man guarding the bridge was named Liya. Just know that's a guy who's as crazy as making a self-destructing truck. I don't know either. The only way I can think of is that he uses this truck as a weapon. Drives directly to the bridge and blows up the person on the bridge. But what's the point of that? Shen-Yi paused and said, If there are no vehicles, what can you do to get there? You can't just walk there. Right? Han Xiaomu and Shen-Yi looked at each other. And then Shen-Yi said awkwardly, It's not like I happened to say it right. Does he really want to walk over directly? This is too stupid. Han Xiaomu shook his head and said, People have no IQ when they fall into madness. But isn't this the result we hope for? Shen-Yi smiled slightly. Are you sure? If the car is blown up by him, we won't have a car to pass by, which means we can only walk past. Then let's stop him now. Han Xiaomu said seriously, holding the M416 in his hand tightly again. Shen-Yi shook his head. That's unnecessary. We don't need to take the risk to provoke a madman. And it doesn't make much sense for us to have that broken car that emits black smoke. It's better to let them die together. Two madmen don't need us to kill them. The only one who kills them is themselves. And only themselves. The sound of the engine gradually weakened and then began to revive again. There was a period of noise, mixed with some noise in between. The man with scarlet eyes jumped out of the car, slammed the car door, and then the car started to move slowly. It started driving towards the bridge at a slow speed. And because it was a straight line, it didn't matter even if there was no one on it. There was no need to adjust the direction. What's going on? Why can the car drive by itself? Han Xiaomu asked in surprise. I don't know. Did you hear some noise? He probably made a device that can automatically step on the accelerator. And like me, he also made a bomb delay device. At this time, the man's face was flushed, and his face still had a sick expression and an excited smile. Shen sneered. Madness will indeed destroy a person. Not only does he not consider the options, but he also loses the basic sense of prevention. At this time, the young man was standing on the street, taking no precautions at all, as if he didn't care at all about the people in the nearby housing area attacking him. Then he started laughing wildly. Apart from a little bit of wantonness, the laughter was more arrogant and crazy. Shen thought for a moment, and then said to Han Xiaomu, Do you think this person is still worth using? Han Xiaomu shook his head. He is almost a madman. I think this kind of madman may have no use value. Any crazy behavior or unconsidered behavior will fall to the ground in the end, just because of the gravity of reality. It's too heavy and doesn't give a lunatic like him a chance to think more. Indeed, Shen sneered. Courage is commendable, but it's a pity that the wisdom is insufficient. As a result, we are also implicated. As the price of destroying the last car, you can die. Chapter 358 disappears into smoke. The vehicle was still driving slowly towards the bridge, and Shen Yi's scope had already been locked on the young man. The young man seemed to feel something. He glanced in the direction of Shen Yi, restrained his arrogant expression and look, and slowly revealed a frightened expression. His pupils gradually enlarged, and his bloodshot eyes looked at Shen Yi's huge black M24 gun. Mouth. His eyes revealed a look of begging for mercy. It's too late. Although Shen Yi had no enmity with him, he could kill one after another. And as Han Xiaomu said, this person had almost lost his final use value after losing his mind. Go to HL. You've given off enough light and heat. Shen Yi silently pulled the trigger. Time is frozen at this moment. At this time, Shen Yi's expression was disdainful. At this time, Han Xiaomu's eyes seemed to be thinking. At this time, the person whose feet were weak and wanted to beg for mercy had a few tears in his eyes and a hint of regret in his eyes. At this time, the car was like a charging hammer that never retreated, slowly accelerating and heading towards the bridge without hesitation. At this time, Leah was still sitting on the bridge, watching forever, with her eyes like the sunset that was about to melt. Although it was still glowing, the fatigue in it seemed to be forever indelible. What exactly supported this obsession? What is it? Is it absolutely crazy? Still, at this moment, it was as if everything was completely silent. Everyone had different thoughts, different calculations, and different ideas. But all these complicated things could not block the crisp sound of gunfire. Like a bird chirping in the morning. Like a broken mirror being reunited. The sound of the mirror is small, but the power contained in it is very powerful. Like a thunder. The arrows fired will never come back, and the bullets fired will not return to the chamber and barrel. Shen Yi stroked the remaining warmth of M24 and took back the realization from the quadruple lens. In the distance, a bright red flower bloomed, and a headless body fell to the ground. With this gunshot, all 4 people who were originally in the factory died. Their desire to survive and all their thoughts disappeared with the thunderous shot. The sky gradually darkened, and a group of dark clouds enveloped the sky. There are many places where such things happen, and Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu are almost numb. At this time, the total number of people was only 31. There was no time to collect supplies, so the 2 of them turned their attention to the car. You must know that that car is the only product left behind by the crazy actions of an unknown crazy young man. And it is also the only way to defeat Leah. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu did not know the exact amount of explosives carried by this jeep, but it was definitely not a small number. It was very likely to cause an earth-shattering explosion, which could seriously damage the bridge. But Shen Yi feels that this is not what he should pay most attention to at the moment. He feels that what he should pay most attention to is how Leah should deal with it. At this time, the car was like a group of wild horses that wanted to stop, but could no longer stop. Like a charging chariot in ancient Rome, The only time it could stop was when its chariot was destroyed and people were killed. And this car won't stop. In other words, the only time this car stops is when it explodes into a pile of ash. While Shen Yi was observing the impact this car could have, and the changes it was about to bring, Li Ye's finally became a little bit more interested. He looked at the vehicle ahead with interest, holding the machine gun tightly in his hand. The speed of the car at this time was about 80 yards. This speed is quite normal on such a smooth, good quality asphalt road. Suddenly at this moment, because there was no one on board and the car was accelerating at full speed, the speed of the car had reached 100 yards. Li squinted his eyes. He knew that if he shot from too far away, he might not be able to hit. If he was too close, the explosion would affect him. But there is a problem. At this time, Shen Yi and Li thought of it in their minds almost at the same time. If the control is not good and the vehicle is too close, it is easy for the vehicle speed to reach the limit and the bullets will not have time to destroy the extremely strong vehicle. If the jeep explodes, Li's safety cannot be guaranteed. At this time, Li was thinking crazily. He seemed to be calculating the distance and the bullets of the machine gun in his hand. Although you can start strafing in advance, the machine gun's ammunition capacity is only 100 rounds. If you sweep a shuttle with full strafing, if the hit rate is too low, you may not be able to blow up the vehicle. But on the other hand, if it is a little bit closer and does not threaten the distance to itself, then the power of these 100 rounds of bullets is enough to cause a semi-damaged jeep with black smoke to explode halfway. So it will not threaten you. To myself, Han Xiaomu said to Shen Yi, as you can see, the distance is too important. I don't know where he will shoot. After saying that, she moved away from the quadruple scope and started over with Shen Yi. Observation. Shen Yi did not speak, but looked at Li intently, secretly excited in his heart. He naturally hopes that this jeep full of explosives can give him a head-on blow, so that even if Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu currently have no vehicles to pass the bridge, they can still eliminate a threat. You must know that Shen Yi can take Li a little bit at this time. There is no other way. 100 m, 90 m, 80 m. The car is getting faster and faster, and the distance to Li is getting closer and closer. The explosives above were already emitting thick black smoke, which mixed with the black smoke from the car itself, muddying the air around the bridge. At this time, the vehicle has probably reached the beginning of the bridge. At this time, Li's position is in the middle of the bridge, firmly locking the important position of the bridge, and he is hidden among the debris. However, no matter how concealed it is, no matter how difficult it is to attack by people who are not on the bridge, if a carload of explosives explodes, no matter how deep it is, it will be difficult to escape the fate of being blown up. So Shen Yi roughly estimated that Li not only wanted to blow up the car, but also had to control the distance to 50 m. And 50 m is actually an awkward distance. From a little further to 100 m, the hit rate of machine gun fire is never high, but it will waste bullets and lead to insufficient bullets. Let the long reloading time of the machine gun become the cause of your death. And if you were closer, you would basically be within 50 m of the distance that would affect you. So, it wasn't just Shen Yi who realized it. At this time, Li was looking at the vehicles in the distance. He could even smell the smoke and gunpowder in them. The thick smell of gunpowder was even a little pungent and made people feel dizzy. Chapter 359 capsized in the gutter. At this time, he also felt that the unknown young man, who had never made a living, was a little crazy. However, he did not feel overwhelmed. Instead, he quickly adjusted his mentality in a short period of time. Because if he accidentally, it may capsize in the gutter. He knew that this confrontation was not a confrontation with a person, but a confrontation with a person's soul and a person's dying will. As an enemy, he admired and valued the dead man, not only for his courage, but also for his brave and foolhardy madness that was somewhat similar to his. Li knew that his battles before this had a purpose and could win. Killing someone was naturally a victory. But this time it was different. This time, he was confronting something left behind by a dead man. He was confronting death that was very close at hand. There is no way he can win this battle or duel. He can only have two results. One is to be injured due to the explosion. Then it will be considered a failure. And if you blow up the vehicle, you can barely survive. And you will lose a lot of unnecessary bullets and energy, which is also a loss. But this is also necessary. Li knows that this is also the price to pay for his madness. If the self-destructing jeep that the person made just now is considered the first kind of madness, then he himself is the second kind of madness. Li looked at the approaching jeep and suppressed the flash of fear and regret. It is understandable that a person has fear. But if a person only has fear, then this person cannot go far in this world. Li Ya's face regained its arrogant and domineering expression. His eyes still had bottomless depth and endless madness. And the machine gun in his hand still had a heavy weight. But Shen Yi is also happy to see this kind of butcher die under his own madness. There was still about 60 meters away, and the jeep was getting closer and closer to Li Ya. So much so that it had reached a position where Li Ya could see it with the naked eye. Li Ya was a little nervous, but more excited. He put the huge machine gun on his shoulder instead of clamping it on the ground. Li Ya knew that this was not to be cool or something meaningless, but simply because if it was placed in another position, the accuracy would be inaccurate. If it was held directly in the hand, it would be able to control it to the maximum extent. Firearms should be used like arms and fingers. The speed of the car was almost over 130 yards at this time. In addition, the bridge itself was slightly inclined downwards, and the speed of the car almost reached the limit. The bombs on the car are about to be burned out, and countless black ashes are blown away by the wind. They are the ashes left by the burnt nylon ropes. A trace of sparks are like a prairie fire, burning continuously in the car, turning into the sunset on the horizon. Same color. Shen Yi seemed to have seen the flaming chariot under Apollo, and thought of the ancient mammoth chariot. He thought that those mythical chariots were nothing more than that. Seeing this self-destructing jeep at this time, the impact of this picture and the shock is not ordinary. Li Ya naturally had no time to appreciate the spectacular scene at this time. He was just judging the time. You must know that it only takes a split second for this car, which is reaching its speed limit, to reach Li Ya's position. Shen Yi couldn't take his eyes away. He wanted to see what Li Ya wanted to do, but he still didn't shoot at this distance. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Before anyone could react, Li Ya had already pressed the trigger. At this time, the vehicle was only more than 40 meters away from Li Ya. Li Ya no longer felt nervous at this time, but seemed to be integrated with the world. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his crazy eyes gradually calmed down, replaced by coldness and deathly silence. At this time, it seemed as if the sound suddenly stopped and a silence appeared for a moment. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu seemed to have seen an incredible scene that they would never forget. Li Ya firmly controlled the machine gun in his hand. A huge bright light emerged from the mouth of the machine gun, and the gunfire exploded, familiar and deafening, like thunder or the patter of rain. Although it is small, it is like a drum sound that enters the heart of the heart, full of shocking power. Countless 9mm bullets turned into sparks and metal fragments for a while, exploding from the machine gun barrel and scattering everywhere. No matter how strongly it was, he could not withstand the huge recoil, and his body was pushed back by the huge recoil. Countless bullets left sparks and traces on the already riddled jeep, and then made a ticking sound. The black smoke grew bigger and bigger, and the car began to spin. The explosives on the car were on the verge of exploding. All the fuses were reduced to ashes, and the explosion was only a moment away. Li Ya's whole body was dyed black by black smoke. Her hair was also dyed gray-black, and ashes were scattered everywhere. When the car was 20 meters away from Li Ya, it was only a second. In this second, Li Ya almost fired all the bullets in the machine gun and hit the car directly on the spot. Li Ya gritted his teeth in order to maintain the accuracy of his shooting. Several of his ribs and hand bones, plus the fractures of his meridians, made him feel like he was disabled. At this time, time seemed to be forbidden. Not only did the sound stop, the car from Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu's perspective also seemed to stay in place. After friction and rotation at high speed, the car was covered with layers of heat generated by friction. The huge heat caused the red and hot iron plate. A round of bullets were all used up, and all that was left was the complete destruction of the car. The entire car was damaged, and the naked bomb inside the convertible leaked out. All the fuses disappeared, leaving only the explosives tied with nylon ropes nakedly exposed in the air, and the extremely strong smell of explosives hit their faces. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, several loud sounds erupted, and the already thick black smoke became even thicker. For a time, the entire bridge was submerged in black smoke. Li Ya's voice and shadow were also submerged in the black smoke, disappearing like a fish entering the sea. Han Xiaomu and Shen Yi looked at each other, and Shen Yi turned his head, not knowing what his interest was. Is it shocking? Is it thinking? Is it ridicule? Is it fear? Shen Yi shook his head, probably out of curiosity. If it were him, he would never be able to remain calm at that distance. Shen Yi would never be able to learn that kind of madness. Shen Yi feels that he is always calm and has a normal view of gains and losses. At most, he is a little greedy, and will take risks because of some interests. Black smoke is still filling the air, reflecting against the dark gray sunset, forming colorful light pollution. It is still unclear whether Leah is alive or dead. Shen-Yi felt that Leah was probably dead. Chapter 360 Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger. Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu returned home from the abandoned CF base. During this period, they had missed the previous 4 games. It turned out that Li Yuner, Jiang Wu, Lung Feng and others had been preparing for this new game earlier. However, there are some changes in the competition personnel. The 5th round of competition is about to begin. And if we don't practice hard, it will be too late. 15th floor. West Street Trading Building. Looking at Shen-Yi, who was at a loss, Lung Feng came to greet him and said with a smile, "Thanks to you as the Chicken King, our team's reputation has soared." Li Yuner was so happy that he booked the 15th floor as a hotel. "Our new training place. You have so much money." Shen-Yi sighed. "What happened? This is all thanks to the help of little friend Shen-Yi." At some point, the big boss Li Yuner appeared in front of him. "Don't dare." Shen-Yi knew the plans of this smiling tiger. The more he praised you, the more difficult tasks he would entrust to you. Li Yuner stopped praising Shen-Yi with words of praise and directly dragged Shen-Yi to the office. This scene not only surprised everyone present, but also shocked Shen-Yi himself. You must know that his body is already extraordinary, and it is impossible for him to be dragged away by a woman even if he is careless. "It seems that you are hiding dragons and crouching tigers in this low-level plane." Jiang Wu's seemingly emotional and teasing words could not calm Shen-Yi's heart. This low tone was no longer as arrogant as Jiang Wu's original. A violent slamming of the door interrupted Shen-Yi's thinking. He raised his head and looked at the roughly 30 square meter office, which was huge and empty. There is only a desk, a bookshelf, and a hanging painting in the office. It is said to be a painting, but in fact, there is only one word, empty, on it. The writing is sharp and tasteless at first glance, but upon closer inspection, you can faintly feel the faint murderous aura in it. "What? I didn't expect people like you to like calligraphy very much." Li Yuner looked at Shen-Yi's face and asked with interest. "No, I'm just surprised that the boss's handwriting is so good." Shen-Yi was at a loss as to how to deal with the big boss. Li Yuner stopped worrying about this and took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Shen-Yi. Reaching out to take the document, he opened it and glanced at it briefly. Shen-Yi lost his voice and said, "This. Reduce the relationship between one's own body functions and the game. This. That's right. Your physique is very good, and your amazing skills are unrivaled. That's why they lowered the functional relationship with the previous game again. If you want to compete this way, they first proposed it with the real body. Skill-related." Li Yuner sneered. "The new game rules haven't been announced yet. But don't worry. They will definitely be unfavorable to you. It's too much to bully others," Shen-Yi said angrily. Although he believed in the strength of Jiang Wu, the great chief, he still had to do his work on the surface. Otherwise others would be unfavorable to him. He still behaved leisurely and contentedly. "Right. Everyone knows there is something wrong with them. This is a joint petition from multiple teams. I can't do anything about it. But I still know some inside information." Li Yuner stared at Shen-Yi's face and smiled. "After all, my sister has some strength to dare to form a team for fun. You can rest assured. The boss is mighty." "Of course the horses must be patted down," Shen-Yi agreed. "The rules of the game this time are very different from the previous one, and they have begun to approach the rules of the game at the beginning. The points awarded for a single player's victory in the chicken game will be significantly reduced. Team survival points are newly added to the rules, and the competition ranking is based on individual ranking points. In addition, team points will be calculated together. In addition, they are also planning to add disgusting props such as landmines. But don't worry. There are differences within the joint team about this proposal. After all, killing one of your own people will not be worth the gain. So this proposal will probably fail." Shen-Yi thought about it carefully. This time, those teams really gave him a big problem in order to win. After all, the Tianxiang team relied on the huge score brought by the individual's first place to reach the top 3. This time he forced himself. If you help your teammates, everyone will understand that collective actions can expose the target and the blame. In a collective battle, it will be even more difficult for a single soldier to save the entire team. However, will they be able to do so? Li Yuner watched Shen-Yi's face change from helpless to relaxed, and knew that he had a plan in mind. So she waved her hand. "Then, sister, I'll act quickly. I know Boss. Shen quickly opened the office door and thought about the plan in his mind. A sinister and vicious idea took shape in his mind. Are you so vicious? Aren't you afraid of overturning? Jiangwu was both amazed and worried about the way Shen told it. There is no smooth sailing plan. If I implement this plan, the success rate will be at least half, which is enough to take risks. Shen looked at the busy figures in the training room and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to my game plan that will be implemented." When everyone heard Shen voice, they all turned to look at Shen. Shen nodded kindly to the members of the main team and the reserve team. Since Shen joined the Tianxiang team, everyone has seen the Tianxiang team for all to see. Is booming, and this team is undoubtedly more dynamic because of the addition of Shen. In the past, Shen gave everyone a sense of alienation because Shen was too powerful, and the chatty boy was also a little jealous of Shen. As for the other team members, looking at Shen's amazing operations, they always felt that he was a great master. I am not the same person as myself. When Shen asked Han Xiaomu to join the Tianxiang team, he had a dispute with Tigger. During the dispute, Shen revealed his loyalty to the Tianxiang team and his determination to keep working hard for the Tianxiang team, and scolded Tigger for his reckless behavior. This made the other team members instantly feel that they had joined a group. In a big family, Shen is like his brother. Shen not only has strong strength, but also has an approachable attitude. He has become a leader of the Tianxiang team. Even the chatty boy who was dissatisfied with Shen's power has calmed down. As the saying goes, one person is strong. It will make people jealous. If a person is too powerful, then everyone will only worship him. All the team members looked at Shen kindly and said, "Brother Shen, do you have any instructions?" Shen smiled and said, "Instructions don't count. I just learned some latest information from Li Yuner. I'm afraid this will affect our combat plan. I need to give feedback to everyone and formulate new ones that can deal with this." The game plan. Everyone nodded. And Xiaoguan in the training room instantly became quiet. And everyone was listening attentively. Chapter 361: A Strange Coincidence. The cancellation of our record in the first game directly cost us 50 points, which is a disaster for any team. Let's take a look at the current score between our Tianxiang team and other teams. With that said, Shen gestured to Qian Qianqian, who skillfully turned on the projector in the training room and projected the points score after the fourth game on the projection screen. Shen took a laser pointer, walked to the projection screen, pointed at the score table and said, "As you can see, the situation of our Tianxiang team is not optimistic now. We have scored 150 points. But we are not first at all. We are in third place now. What is shown on the points table is BGL team 182 points. IT team 166 points. Tianxiang team 150 points. Everyone looked at the score table and became a little silent. Previously, because Tianxiang team won 4 consecutive championships and successfully won the chicken, public opinion on the internet believed that Tianxiang team was invincible, which gave Tianxiang team a large number of fans. Although this is a good thing, it also makes many team members feel bloated and unaware of the current serious situation. Shen's face was a little solemn. Such results are not enough to crush other teams. In other words, in the last, 5th competition, if we make mistakes and fail to advance into the top 10, then our Tianxiang team will suffer at the end of the day. We may not even be able to make it into the top 5. And once we fail to make it into the top 5, Team Tianxiang will not be able to qualify for the provincial competition. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. And the Chatterbox boy's expression also became a little ferocious. He took a sip of water and said to Shen, "Shen, I am responsible. My recent state has been too bad. I used to because you became a dark horse. You didn't have a correct mentality, which resulted in your current poor state and lowered the strength of our team." Shen shook his head when talking to the talkative boy and said, "You don't need to say this, talkative boy. We are a collective, and your strength is also very strong. There is no such thing as someone dragging someone down. But you are willing to say that. I am very happy. This once again shows the cohesion of our Tianxiang team. I think our Tianxiang team can definitely rely on this cohesion to stand out among many teams." Everyone had a little laughter in their sorrow. Shen continued, "Although we won the championship before, basically one player fought to the end. I think the organizer of the game seems to think this is unfair. Maybe they want to target us. Or something. Just now, according to Li Yuner, according to the latest information we have received, the next competition will adopt a point system based on the number of survivors." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other, and then said in unison, In other words, Brother Shin, if you go in alone, you won't get any points. Shin nodded with a stern face and said, Yes, this is the scary thing. Now we must quickly strengthen the overall combat capabilities of our team and no longer be individualistically heroic. Originally, the Tianxiang team's points are not much higher than those of other teams. No matter where we are, now that we are being targeted by the organizers, our status has been shaken even more. So we must work together. After listening to Xin Yi's words, Lung Feng took the lead and waved his arms. Brother Shin, please train us. We don't want to become Brother Shin's hindrance. After Ling Feng finished shouting, the other team members seemed to be inspired and shouted together. Brother Shin, Brother Shin. Xin Yi waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, I will definitely organize the training. You don't have to worry about that. What you need to worry about is whether you can withstand my high-intensity devil training. Xin Yi smiled and continued. However, we must first explain the basic strategy. There are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. Although we are greatly constrained by this, but we have obtained this information in advance, then we can make the most adequate preparations. Here's what I want to say to everyone. I suddenly thought of an idea that is enough to cope with the new system. When everyone heard this, they suddenly became curious and said, Brother Shin, what's your idea? And Lang Feng immediately started to flatter him. Brother Shin is really resourceful and powerful. Xin Yilong laughed twice and said, As long as you can say, Okay, I will tell you my idea now. In the last game, since even the point system has been changed, I believe there will definitely be small changes in the way of the game and the map. Then I hope everyone will follow a principle. If the dog can be like a dog, I will charge. I pride myself on being pretty good at it. If you guys live like L on a map like Jedi Frenzy, other team members will have no way to deal with you. As for attacking and robbing resources, just let me do it. What do you think? After Xin Yi finished speaking, the chatty boy took the lead and nodded in agreement, saying, I believe Xin Yi, and I think this is the best way to deal with this new system at the moment. Let's all stay together. Save our lives. And then let Xin Yi will kill everyone else. And as long as we finally reach the top 10, there will be no problem in advancing to the regional competition. Lung Feng also nodded sharply and said, I think so too. I will follow Brother Xin Yi. All the team members expressed their willingness to follow Xin Yi's actions. Xin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said sincerely, Thank you, brothers. I hope that the Tianxiang team can thrive and continue to create brilliance with your efforts. The team members nodded vigorously and were very motivated. After agreeing on a training time with the members of the Tianxiang team, Xin Yi returned to Han Xiaomu's residence. Han Xiaomu was a little uncomfortable because of being made trouble by Xin Yi. She couldn't even get out of the room. She stayed on the bed like a lazy cat. Xin Yi liked Han Xiaomu so much, so naturally he couldn't let her go. So he hurried back to take care of her. Lowly, since returning from the CF base, Xin Yi has chased Han Xiaomu and confirmed that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Xin Yi climbed up to Han Xiaomu's floor with ease, took out the key from under the carpet and entered the room. This time he could finally walk into this room with an upright identity. Thinking about it, Xin Yi felt really sad that by some strange combination of circumstances, he had become Han Xiaomu's boyfriend. Xin Yi walked into the room and saw Han Xiaomu wearing a shirt and holding on the wall in the living room. Xin Yi hurried over and said anxiously, Han Xiaomu, what are you doing? Just lie back down if you don't feel well yet. Chapter 362 Waiting for the Rabbit. When Han Xiaomu saw Xin Yi coming back, he couldn't help but feel happy at first, then pursed his lips and said, You guy, you just came back now. I'm going to make some lunch for you. Xin Yi looked at Han Xiaomu as if he had seen a ghost. Han Xiaomu had treated Xin Yi roughly before, and he was particularly prone to anger. He would not touch him, and would jump up and grab Xin Yi's head if he touched him. But now that Han Xiaomu has become his girlfriend, she is full of a cute and coquettish feminine style. At the same time, she is always obedient. She also knows how to be considerate of her boyfriend and cook for him. This makes Xin Yi feel in her heart, at the same time as he felt warm. He also felt a little bit of a manly sense of accomplishment with a woman like this. What more could a husband ask for? But of course Xin Yi would not let Han Xiaomu drag his uncomfortable body to cook for him. He walked up quickly, picked up Han Xiaomu in a princess hug amidst Han Xiaomu's screams, and was about to throw her back to the bed. Han Xiaomu struggled slightly on Xin Yi's arm, and then stayed still. Xin Yi thought to himself, this little loli is so light, not to mention her strengthened body now. Even before, it was effortless to pick up Han Xiaomu. If Xin Yi held Han Xiaomu like this before, It would be strange if Han Xiaomu didn't jump up and scratch Shenyi's hair. But now Han Xiaomu is curled up in Shenyi's arms, with a little mist in her eyes, and she is obediently motionless. A little rose color spreads from her cheeks to her neck. Shenyi quickly took Han Xiaomu back to the bedroom and put her gently on the bed. Shenyi said lovingly, "I was a little rough with you before. I'm sorry. You should lie down first and take good care of your body. You have such a small body, but it can't stand the trouble." Han Xiaomu's face turned red, and she said coquettishly, I know. If you tell me." Now that he and Han Xiaomu have become boyfriend and girlfriend, his heart feels soft, and he finally has a goal of his own. Shenyi wants to be good to Han Xiaomu. He plans to go further and further on the road of esports, earn more money, and then provide Han Xiaomu with better living conditions on the basis of funding the orphanage. Han Xiaomu is a girl who is sensible and sensible. A kind-hearted girl. If such a girl is not treated well, she will be punished by God. Shenyi had relatively good cooking skills because he lived in a small town and his parents were busy and they cooked by themselves. He cooked a lighter dish for Han Xiaomu and stewed a bowl of chicken soup. Then, instead of asking Han Xiaomu to come out to eat, he ran into Han Xiaomu's bedroom and hugged Han Xiaomu, who was already asleep. In the princess hug again. The posture was hugged out. Han Xiaomu was lying in Shenyi's arms, rubbing his eyes, still a little confused. After discovering the current situation, he couldn't help but blush and said, "What are you doing, Shenyi? I can't leave by myself." Shenyi chuckled and said, No. My wife's body is very delicate. I want to hold my wife to dinner, and I can't let your body be damaged." When Han Xiaomu heard the word, daughter-in-law, he trembled all over, then quietly covered his mouth, and after a while he choked and said, "She is a talkative, and Shenyi is stinky." Shenyi chuckled, placed Han Xiaomu on the dining chair in the living room, served Han Xiaomu a bowl of chicken soup, and said, "I stewed a bowl of chicken soup for you. Your body has suffered some damage before, so you need to make up for it." Han Xiaomu heard Shenyi keep talking about physical damage and physical damage. When she mentioned that night, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. She felt that she was too embarrassed in Shenyi's hands. Shenyi almost made herself collapse with just one hand. So now Shenyi kept talking about this topic. Han Xiaomu finally blocked Shenyi's mouth with some annoyance and said, "Stop talking. Shut up." In front of the densely packed electronic equipment, everyone was fully immersed in the competition environment through VR eyes, and the training room seemed particularly quiet. Bang! A loud door opening broke the silent scene. I saw Li Yuner carrying large and small food bags and shouting to the team members, who were silent in the game scene. Okay. It's time for lunch. I'm a little embarrassed that you are making money for my hard training like this." Li Yuner placed the takeout boxes next to each team member one by one, then jumped up regardless of her image and sat at Shenyi's computer desk, staring at Shenyi with interest. After a moment, everyone who took off their VR glasses immediately stood up and stretched their stiff bodies, and Shenyi saw a pair of slender thighs dangling beside him. Well, Shenyi didn't know how to describe the situation in front of him. Today, Li Yuner was still wearing her professional manager uniform and black silk skirt, while Shenyi's lunch box was quietly placed in the middle of Li Yuner's absolute field. "Take it!" Shenyi listened to the urging sound of schadenfreude, and looked at the people who were still desperately sweeping away the lunch boxes with his peripheral vision. He closed his eyes and turned around, took the dragon's hole with his right hand, and took back today's life-saving lunch box. "Coward!" The words that came out of Li Yuner's mouth hit Shenyi's heart again. "My girlfriend is right next to me. You are going to kill me." After lunch, all the hard-working team members, "Come and report to your dear boss the results of your early morning training." Li Yuner jumped down from the computer desk and returned to her usual, "You owe me money" expression. Lingfeng immediately stepped forward and said, "Report to the boss. The training cooperation is very good." "Nonsense! Who wants to listen to this?" "Shenyi, then you say it." Li Yuner glared at Lingfeng angrily. Shenyi cleared his throat and replied, "This morning's training mainly trained on how to survive in different scenarios. Starting advantages, starting disadvantages, and other situations. We conducted a deduction on various situations. Our main tactics, it is a combination of light and dark. The most perfect starting situation is to find a car. One person drives the car slowly, and the others wait and wait for an ambush. When you don't get a weapon at the beginning, you have to seize the opportunity and fish in troubled waters during the exchange of fire between other teams, trying to get heads and snatch the firearms from other people's hands. How can you just wait and see? Li Yitter asked curiously. Driving slowly is a trap. No matter what. Shen Yi further explained. Of course, it can't be so obvious. We have to create the illusion of engine failure. This also delays the competition and reduces the rationality of the real world. Therefore, it is relatively easy for us to destroy the machinery. Land. Chapter 363 Very reliable. In addition, we need to artificially collect firearms and put them on the car, so that people can have the illusion that all the members of our Tinxiang team are in the car. Of course, this ambush can only be used once, and the engine will be damaged. But it is unreasonable for us to stay in the car all the time. So this plan is most suitable for use in the later stages of the game when dealing with strong opponents. Shen Yi thought again and added, of course, this plan is not very reliable. After all, if the enemy really blows up the car, we will lose one person. But it can still be a gamble. This is inconsistent with you, who have always acted openly and above board. Li Yitter covered her mouth and laughed. Everything must be reversed when it reaches its extreme. Hee. They definitely didn't expect that I would make such a move. This is called the devil's height, and the road's height. Shen Yi couldn't help but smile at this, and also praised his wit and cleverness. The little girlfriend Han Xiaomu pinched Shen Yi hard from behind Shen Yi's back, and Shen Yi realized his gaffe. Of course, the other team members didn't see it that way, and they all praised Shen Yi directly, as if they had won the game. That's enough. Li Yitter looked at this group of frustrated team members and quickly stamped her feet to maintain order. After eating, you can go to training for me. If you have so much free time, give it all to me and devote it to training. Now you are very happy. And let me tell you, if you fail in this competition, I will be the first to screw over you, Shen Yi. Everyone was shocked by Li Yitter's words, especially Han Xiaomu, who turned pale with fright and quickly urged Shen Yi to train quickly. And the bustling training room has regained its tranquility. Jump out of the car. Shen Yi ran in the dense forest and shouted at the burning car beside the simple road. Okay. Linfen quickly opened the car and rolled forward to hide in the woods. After a few seconds, the car that was swallowed up by the fire finally couldn't withstand the high temperature and exploded with a bang. Han Xiaomu, how much ammunition do you have left? Shen Yi ran and asked the little Lolita he was carrying. Only 4 rounds. And a grenade. Han Xiaomu hugged the AKM in his hand tightly. His face seemed to slump. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the environment he was in. Shen Yi, put me down quickly. I can run by myself. Shen Yi was very helpless with the little loli in his hand. I don't want to be like this. But look at your short legs. The distance you take 2 steps is barely equal to the distance I take 1 step. At your speed, we estimate it's going to be swallowed up by the frenzy. Han Xiaomu was very annoyed by this explanation, but there was nothing he could do about it. This damn ghost. Suddenly, Shen Yi jumped up suddenly and hid in a bush. Several gunshots later explained the reason for his behavior. Do you hear what kind of gun it is? It should be a pistol. The jungle is too noisy, but we can tell that they don't have enough ammunition. So they shoot with a single shot. Otherwise, the continuous fire just now may hit you. Han Xiaomu lay on Shen Yi's body, changing ammo judged, with a breathy sound in his words. He really didn't know who was running desperately just now. The gunfire in the distance suddenly stopped, and after a few seconds, a new round of shooting started again. Their reload time is about 4 seconds. I will cover and you will snipe. Shen Yi warned Han Xiaomu. No problem. Let them see my strength. Han Xiaomu seemed a little impatient. After all, because of his body, people will inevitably look down upon him. Although there is a video of his duel with Shen Yi, he has to hit them many times to really defeat them. Convinced of his extraordinary fighting power. Wasn't Shen Yi the same way? Shen Yi was very helpless about this. And Shen Yi could see from the corner of his eye that the real owner, Han Xiaomu, had been ignoring him. The sneer on his face made Shen Yi feel cold. It was over. After an afternoon of intense actual combat simulations, everyone was exhausted and wanted to relax in the evening. The competition day will also be officially held tomorrow. But the rules of the game have not yet been released. Regarding the questions of other participating teams and spectators, the organizers have been evading the reasons of preventing the leakage of the rules, and thinking that loopholes in the game rules have been exploited through research. It seems that the group of people still haven't discussed how to deal with themselves. Shen Yi sighed. Jiang Wu, thank you for your great help. That's not because recovering my memory is very important to me. Don't thank me. Go and accompany your little girlfriend. I really didn't realize that you are this kind of person. I'm a Lilican. That's right. Shen Yi replied righteously, turning his head and seeing the petite body standing motionless across the road, under the dim light of the street lamp. You can roughly see Han Xiaomu's facial expression at this time, which is very bad. Shen Yi also expressed sympathy for this situation. After all, the two heads killed by his own strength were directly taken away by another person. However, everyone praised him in the most affirmative tone for seizing the opportunity with Shen Yi's help. He is a very reliable teammate. Reliable. That bastard. Come here! Han Xiaomu shouted angrily as he looked at Shen Yi standing blankly on the other side of the road. Are you arrogant and complacent when you take credit for your own achievements? Seeing this situation, Shen Yi hurried over and quickly grabbed the bags Han Xiaomu was holding in his hands to help carry them to express his apology. I was wrong. Shen Yi looked at Han Xiaomu's expressionless face and apologized quickly. Regardless of whether he did something wrong or not, he had to keep his posture low. Otherwise, hearing the cack sound of Han Xiaomu's little fist, he, a man who singled out a gang of gangsters, would shudder a little. What's wrong? Han Xiaomu looked up at Shen Yi and asked with a bad face. Shouldn't. Shen Yi didn't know how to respond. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. But if he really said that, he seemed to have done something wrong again. The two of them were speechless for a while, their big eyes staring at the small ones. You think you're right, don't you? Han Xiaomu was the first to break the silence. Right. Shen Yi gave the answer very hesitantly. He knew that Han Xiaomu only liked to hear the truth, so he might as well tell her his inner thoughts. Tell the truth and be lenient. Shen Yi kept chanting this sentence silently. The expected scolding did not come, and Shen Yi curiously raised his own eyes, which were counting the number of floor tiles. Han Xiaomu was seen looking into the distance and didn't speak for a long time. Yeah, you didn't do anything wrong. Clam? Shen Yi didn't believe his ears and looked at Han Xiaomu in surprise. That's right. You heard that right. You are right. Han Xiaomu, who was looking at the bridge in the distance, seemed to sense Shen Yi's doubts and said again. Chapter 364 Shocking Reaction. I didn't want to do anything to you, so I drove you away? Then who else do I have? Han Xiaomu seemed to be asking and answering himself, and seemed to be explaining to himself. Shen Yi was a little sad and just wanted to step forward to comfort Han Xiaomu. Suddenly, Han Xiaomu rushed towards him and cried in his arms. Shen Yi was speechless and could only pat Han Xiaomu's back gently. About 3 to 5 minutes later, Han Xiaomu slowly raised his face full of tears and wiped it with his arm. Let's go! Never mind. You are my supporter anyway. Breaking free from Shen Yi's arms, Han Xiaomu pulled Shen Yi's stride forward with his hand. As expected of my girl. Cheer up. Baby, you seem to be a very attentive father. A discordant voice reached the ears of the two of them. It turned out to be the man on the street who praised with satisfaction. The two quickly ran away from the crime scene. Oldly, you don't understand. This team is a couple. According to my years of experience, I guess that the man must be a Lilicon. Han Xiaomu's house. Opening the ingredients purchased by Han Xiaomu, Shen Yi quickly brought them into the kitchen and said to Han Xiaomu, who was lying on the sofa watching TV without any image. You? Pay attention. No. Han Xiaomu shook her white and tender calves and looked back at Shen Yi. I refuse. Also, burn more today. This girl is in a bad mood and needs material to make up for it. Shen Yi shook his head and put on his apron. Tomorrow is the promotion match. Are you not nervous at all? Why are you panicking? You are still busy. I remember you were the one who said you wanted to protect me yesterday. Why? You forgot? Han Xiaomu read without looking back. Okay. I'm just reminding you. After all, the rules of the game haven't been announced yet, and insurance still has to be done. There's no way I won't have an accident. You? Bah. You chrome mouth. Hurry up and cook for me. Do you want to starve me to death? Half an hour later at the dinner table, Han Xiaomu was smiling happily. Ha! This skill is great. You have found the right person. Shen Yi, on the other hand, repeatedly looked at the text message sent a minute ago, frowning. Why? Which beautiful girl wanted to ask you out to play, but was too embarrassed to refuse? Han Xiaomu stood up and wanted to see the content of the text message. Upon seeing this, Shen Yi handed the phone to Han Xiaomu. There is a beautiful girl, but it's not about playing. It's about the rules of the game. Damn it! Han Xiaomu looked at the revised competition rules curiously and read them out unconsciously. 1. The individual score in this competition will be 1/10 of the score in previous games. Second, There is a new team score in this competition, and the score is related to the number of people in the team and the survival time. Third, the map of this competition is an ancient imperial capital, with a map size of approximately 12,000 square meters, excluding hidden maps. 4. It's just that the team points are increased and the individual points are reduced. Haven't they been demonstrated before? Han Xiaomu asked in confusion. If you look carefully at the second item, on the ancient map, there are no cars or other means of transportation. I guess they have probably reached an agreement and want to deal with us first and then compete among the teams. Shen Yi frowned and explained. No way. But? Shen Yi put down the bowl and chopsticks and said to Han Xiaomu. Okay, let's go to the training room. I believe the boss and the others are probably waiting for us. From the rules of the game, we can see that their intentions are sinister. And with how close they are now, it is difficult to guarantee that they have reached a private deal. This deal is definitely against us. So we cannot fall into passivity. We must also unite some teams to fight against them. Shen Yi expressed some of his views. It's good if you think so. If you fight with them as passionately and ambitiously as Lingfeng, my sister will die at a loss. Li Yuner nodded with satisfaction. Lingfeng on the side also smiled sheepishly. Shen Yi thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with such a simple and honest temperament. You guys are dissatisfied. Sister, I got their plan at noon. Why don't I tell you more? I'm afraid it will disturb your belief in victory. Moreover, there are so many people talking about different things. It is inevitable that there will be some accidents. Li Yuner shook his head, shaking the plan in his hand. He glanced at the team members intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone's scalp was numb after the sweep. No matter how calm-minded a person is, there will still be people who can't stand it. Just because those teams are showing off so well, there are a lot of people who are secretly dissatisfied. It's just that they can't afford to offend their careers. And 2. There will inevitably be some friction between those teams. But now my sister has managed to get some teams. There are probably 3 or 4 of them. Enough to be your death squads. Awesome. The boss said that the problem that had been bothering everyone for so long was just a waste of worry. And the flattery was given free of charge. Are these people reliable? Shen Yi was still a little worried. After all, they were all temporarily recruited teams. People were mixed, and there were too many uncertainties. Hee. Shen Yi is still thoughtful. It's just that people are not unified. But money means serving others wholeheartedly. 100,000 per person. Plus bonuses and commissions. What do you think of this treatment? Li Yuner patted her, but it turned out that Li Yuner was not sitting on a chair at all, but was sitting on stacks of boxes, while her 2 long legs kept kicking the money boxes. You said it would be nice to have money. I also want to play fair. But you can't blame me for being unjust because they are unkind. Don't you think? Li Yuner explained with a sad look on her face, as if she really didn't want to do this. Yeah, we are definitely a force of justice. And those defeated bandits will definitely be wiped out by us. Seeing that the future is so bright, everyone also has confidence in the upcoming competition. Okay. Don't be so happy. Those teams will come later. Remember to cooperate with them and build your relationship. How to win over? Lingfeng asked, touching his head. Do it your men's way. Li Yuner rolled her eyes at Lingfeng angrily and walked out. Old boss. Where are you going? Are you going to stay later? Why should I stay? Accompany guests? And Shen Yi, come to my office. Li Yuner said lazily. Shen Yi responded and left. But Han Xiaomu said angrily, Humph. Be careful about that woman. Shen Yi, who was halfway there, smiled helplessly after hearing this. Woman. Li Yuner's office was still the same as before. Empty. Suddenly, a long leg swept over. Seeing Shen Yi's murderous intent, Jiang Wu instantly took over Shen Yi's body, jumped up with amazing reaction speed, and tried to grab the leg with his hands. Chapter 365 The Fisherman's Prophet. Oh! The long legs were raised. And the next moment, 2 hands immediately grabbed Shen Yi's clothes. And with a drag, Shen Yi leaned against the body. It smelled so good. This was probably Shen Yi's only reaction. I don't know if this person can be saved. Shen Yi fell to the side and lay on the ground in a panic. Young friend Shen Yi, you have good skills. Li Yuner knelt down and looked at Shen Yi curiously. There are not many people who can catch my hand. I didn't expect there was one more person. What a surprise. Li Yuner laughed in surprise. Be careful. This woman is very powerful. Jiang Wu quickly reminded Shen Yi. How powerful. Same as me in my heyday. Let me go. Haven't you always preached that you are extremely powerful? Forehead. Not caring about complaining about Jiangwu. Shinny smiled and said, Sister boss, aren't you a businessman's daughter? A second-generation rich person? Yeah. Is there a problem? No. Kid, it's not a good thing to know too much. But if you have such skills, I'll be relieved. Hee hee. Li Yuner handed a small box to Shen-Yi. This is a potion, injected before going on stage tomorrow. Can help you strengthen your perception. Consider it a little gift from me. What does this have to do with the body? And isn't this contraband? This injection just hurts a little. Besides, I just want to win the game. You are not the only one who can inject. So we have to keep pace with the times. Is it just a little painful? It might hurt a little more. So your advantage is that you can last longer than others. Tomorrow's game will be very tiring. So don't hang out with your girlfriend today. Li Yuner touched Shen-Yi's head. Neither she nor I have. No way. You're not a Lolita. If she does this again, she won't be a Lolita anymore? It seems to make sense. Okay. Go meet them quickly. I want to celebrate your victory in tomorrow's game. Don't let me down. Are you really a team boss? Shen-Yi felt that this matter was too profound and asked the question again. I'm just a boss. Remember? I'm just a boss. As an employee, you have to make money for your boss. Otherwise, I don't know how to give you a bonus. Li Yuner patted the dust on Shen-Yi's clothes, smiled and said, And you are not at a loss. You are a person who has eaten tofu. I really feel sorry for you. Hey, can you feel the warmth of the world? It's true. Shen-Yi got up and quickly stuffed the box into his pocket. Goodbye, boss. He quickly fled the place of right and wrong. When Shen-Yi left the devil's nest-like office and looked at the bustling crowd outside, he felt like he had stepped into the human world again. Hey, Shen-Yi, meet your new friend. Lung Feng greeted Shen-Yi quickly when he saw Shen-Yi walking out of Li Yuner's office. At this time, Shen-Yi discovered that there were many new faces and hurriedly rushed to welcome them. After all, etiquette was indispensable. Come on, let's get to know each other. This is Zhao Hua, the captain of Team Legend. Lung Feng pointed at a middle-aged man and introduced. Zhao Hua, could it be that the person who gave him the nickname Gunja Killer? Shen-Yi was surprised. After all, most of the talents like this were mined by the big teams. But he didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually the one who created a team. Shen-Yi was a little surprised. However, stronger allies are at least a good thing for us. The remaining allied captains seemed a bit ordinary under the brilliance of this one. But they were all veteran professional players, so the difference in real strength was very small. Captain of Star Troopers, Shin Bin. Captain of the Ice Wings, Huang Hui. After Shen-Yi briefly got to know the teams that came to meet this time, he realized that there was such a big gap between the BGL team, the top professional team, and the ordinary small teams. The arrogance of the top team members and the dissatisfaction between the smaller teams deepened the hatred between the two. As for the Tianxiang team, due to the constraints of its boss Li Yuner and the fact that its members are generally conservative, the relationship between the Tianxiang team and the ordinary teams has become closer. It can be said that he is reaping the benefits of being a fisherman. As the two entered the game, other people in the training room quickly gathered in front of the projector to watch the peak showdown between the two industry-recognized game masters at close range. The map Zhao Hua chose was the Colosseum. There were almost no obstacles within 100 meters. It was a map that purely focused on reaction and accuracy. 3, 2, 1. Game start. The supply boxes are placed 10 meters away from the two. At this time, short-distance sprint speed becomes particularly important. Zhao Hua quickly rushed to the supply box and started to pick up weapons. AP-92 and a knife. He quickly armed himself and turned to look at Shen-Yi. But Shen-Yi didn't have such good luck. He only got 2 melee weapons, a knife and a brick. In terms of preparation, Zhao Hua obviously has a huge advantage. The people next to the projector were also sighing. On a map without obstacles, the presence of long-range weapons became the key to victory. Now, it can be said that the balance of victory is tipping towards Zhao Hua at the speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, Shen-Yi did not feel the sense of crisis, because he knew that on this kind of map, the pistol ammunition was very small, with 4 or 5 rounds in excess, and only 1 or 2 rounds in less. The error tolerance rate was very low. Shen-Yi predicted this. As long as you keep a sufficient distance and can quickly consume the ammunition in the opponent's hand, not everyone can decide who will win. Zhao Hua also had the same thought in his mind. He only had 3 bullets in his hand and faced an opponent 50 meters away. However, he was obviously very confident in his shooting skills. Otherwise, he would not have fired the first shot without opening at distance. Missed. Everyone outside the field felt sorry. After all, there were only 3 rounds of ammunition. 1 less round, and 1 less chance of victory. But Shani didn't see it that way. The first shot was definitely to get familiar with the gun and understand all aspects of the pistol's performance from the ballistics. The second shot fired was probably for this purpose. The really fatal bullet was definitely the last bullet. Half a minute after the gunshots were fired, the two were still running along irregular routes. But one wanted to get the most powerful attack method, while the other wanted to prevent bullets from hitting themselves. The second bullet was fired, and the bullet hole was only about a centimeter away from Shen Yi's left foot. The final battle began. People outside the field also held their breath. After all, the competition between masters was only measured in seconds, and the winner might be decided in the next second. But the two people in the arena were so active in their thinking as no one else. They were all silently preparing for the final kill. As the third bullet was fired, it could be seen that Shen Yi's health bar dropped to a dangerous value at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 366 One-Shot Kills. The bullet hit. Unfortunately, none of the shots were fatal. Zhao Hua calculated based on the blood bar that he probably hit the left chest cavity, and the damage caused by the bullet would be 50% to the injured person. Now is the best time to attack. The distance between the two sides shortened as Zhao Hua ran at full speed. The knife was swung out and thrust into Shen Yi's chest. Perfect. No blood loss? Zhao Hua and the people outside were shocked. It was obvious that half of the knife had been inserted into Shen Yi's body. Wait, there is no blood. Be cheated? Zhao Hua tried to retreat, but was stabbed accurately in the heart by a flying knife. Shen Yi took off the brick on his chest and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that. You were not shot. What about your blood?" Zhao Hua asked in shock. "I didn't win, but the blood was from my own stab." Shen Yi clapped his hands and said, "How do you know where my knife starts?" Zhao Hua still couldn't believe it. "It's simple. Watch your video. Your habits betray yourself. Change them. Otherwise you will suffer even greater losses." After hearing this explanation, Zhao Hua was finally convinced. As expected of the Chicken King, he does things so ruthlessly. Don't dare. To be honest, you can certainly do it according to your personality. It's just that your habits have killed the victory in your hands. After listening to Shen Yi's explanation, Zhao Hua nodded. "Yes, you are right. Maybe I really need to modify my combat methods." At this moment, the crowd outside the court was abuzz. The Chicken King maintained his chicken hegemony, which was enough to add to his solid record. What everyone doesn't know is that the scene of everyone's celebration is being transmitted to a distant place by this monitor. Are you surprised? But this is the fact. Don't think about your money. If you win, you will have more. Trust me. Somewhere in the distance, the shadow on the back of the computer screen said to another person, "You have seen the strength of Shen Yi from the Tianxiang team. It is not easy to pull him down from the altar." Another person let out a jeering laugh. He laughed weirdly and said in a hoarse voice, "Uh-huh. It's too simple. Do you think I am still the same person now? I have been transformed a long time ago." Shadow seemed to be looking at the other man with a strange smile with some fear, and it took him a long time to hold back a sentence. "If you have such confidence, that's the best. Of course, I also hope to see Shen Yi, a little kid who doesn't know the heights of the world. Yet lessons should be learned." In addition, the man did not answer, and was still smiling nervously. For a long time, he said to himself in a voice that could not be heard by the shadow, "I have transformed from a human being into a more advanced creature." On the other side, in the training room of Team Tianxiang, everyone had just watched the duel between Shen Yi and Zhao Hua, and their moods were a bit ups and downs. Zhao Hua is recognized as a close-range ace in the industry. In many games, even if the opponent is far stronger than Zhao Hua, he is still killed by Zhao Hua when he is pressed within 50 meters. Therefore, Zhao Hua got the title of God of War within 50 meters. And it was Zhao Hua who was defeated by Shen Yi in the confrontation with Shen Yi within 50 meters even though Shen Yi had no firearms. This made everyone feel that Shen Yi was indeed a dark horse who had won 4 times. Whether you are the king of chickens or the king of chickens, your overall strength is not a matter of course. After Zhao Hua came out of the big iron ball of the star system, he looked at Shen Yi and said with some emotion, "Ah, it is really well deserved. Eating chicken once may be luck, but eating chicken 4 times in a row is far beyond ordinary people. I have gained strength. I have to accept it. I have to accept it. Shen smiled and walked over to shake Xiao Hua's hand and said, Captain Zhao is overrated. In fact, if Captain Zhao hadn't caught on to the flaw I was used to, I wouldn't have had a great chance of defeating Captain Zhao. Shen looked into Zhao Hua's eyes and said sincerely, to a certain extent, I won this time by cheating. I took advantage of some of your little habits. Captain Zhao. Ha ha ha. The 50-meter god of war is the real, it's well deserved. Shen was shocked. In this person, he saw an aura like a fighting lion. He had felt this aura in Xiao Fan before. But the aura on Xiao Fan was different from the aura on this person. There is no comparison at all. Shen guessed in his heart that if there were no abnormalities, this person should also be a fighter. Sure enough, Qian walked up to Shen at the right time and said in Shen Yi's ear, This is Iron Wolf, the captain of the AB team. You have to be careful. This person is best at hand-to-hand combat. If Zhao Hua is the god of war within 50 meters. If so, this person's title is the lion within no meters. And no one who gets close to him within the range of no meters can escape. Shen looked at the Iron Wolf with some vigilance, but still smiled and greeted him, saying to the Iron Wolf, Yes, Captain Iron Wolf. I am very honored to be able to train with the leader of the AB team. Tai Lang laughed loudly and patted Shen on the shoulder, saying, Brother Shen, I, Tai Lang, admire you very quickly. You are friendly and united with your teammates. You are the same as when I was in the team. I am very optimistic about it. Where's Brother Shen? When Shen heard the word team, he thought to himself, this person is indeed a warrior. And he is definitely not a half-empty veteran like Xiao Fang. He is probably the leader of the warriors. Now it's a bit difficult to deal with. Shen smiled and said to Tai Lang, The same goes for Captain Tai Lang. His words are deafening and his whole body is full of masculinity, which is admirable. Why? What kind of training does Captain Tai Lang want to have with me? Tai Lang smiled and said, Actually, I'm not very good at shooting. I was injured and my left and right eyes are always uncoordinated. So it's difficult to hit the enemy. This is also the reason why I quit the team. But what? Having said this, Tai Lang sneered a few times, showing his white teeth. In terms of close combat, no one in the team was my opponent. I observed several of Brother Shen's games, and many times he showed very superb fighting skills. And I would like to ask Brother Shen here for some advice on fighting. Shen nodded and said, Okay, then let's have a fighting-specific training match, or according to the official configuration. Both of them have a pair of finger tigers and a Mitsubishi Army spur? Tai Lang smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, that's what I meant. Brother Shen is really happy. Ha ha ha. Shen calmly opened the star system, adjusted the map, and prepared to enter the fight training with Iron Wolf. Chapter 367 Random Thoughts. At this moment, little Lolita Han Xiaomu ran over and pulled Shen Yi's sleeves to signal him to lower his head. Shen Yi lowered his head, and Han Xiaomu leaned in his ear and said, Shen Yi, this big guy is difficult to beat. It looks like, although it is in a VR system, severe trauma will also cause great damage to your brain nerves. You should not damage your body. Shen Yi waved his hand and said, It's okay, little guy. Don't worry. Then he got into the big iron ball with Iron Wolf's expectant eyes. Li Yin'er on the side suddenly looked at Han Xiaomu, who kept greeting Shen Yi, and asked with some doubts in her heart, This Shen Yi has fallen in love with Han Xiaomu. Why is Han Xiaomu caring so much about him? Li Yin'er caught Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu in the mall before, but Li Yin'er could probably guess that the two were just ordinary friends. She pretended to be surprised just to tease Shen Yi, but this time, it seemed that looking at the two people who were so close, she suddenly felt that maybe Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu really had something to do with each other. However, even if there is really any relationship between Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu, what does it have to do with herself? Li Yin'er suddenly came up with this idea. Thinking of this, Li Yin'er couldn't help but calm down slowly. She said to herself, That's right. Any of Shen Yi's girlfriends have nothing to do with me. Whether it's Miyaka or Han Xiaomu. That's right. While Li Yin'er was thinking wildly, Shen Yi and Tai Lang had already entered the close combat arena. Because it's close combat, this map is extremely simple to set up. This map is set in a laboratory. Shen Yi occupies a glass warehouse. Iron Wolf opposite occupies a glass warehouse. And there is a relatively long glass corridor in the middle. There was nothing that could be overcome on this kind of map. The small space meant that there was no strategy at all. Shen Yi rushed out, pulled out the Mitsubishi Army thorn tied between his legs, and attacked Iron Wolf. Iron Wolf also held a military thorn and attacked with a ferocious smile. Shen Yi and Tai Lang passed through the long glass corridor in the middle in just a few seconds, and then collided with each other. Shen Yi looked at the direction of Tai Lang's sword, and dexterously rotated in the space. Avoiding the Mitsubishi Army Thorn stab by Tai Lang was a bit more tough, and he used the steel gauntlet tied to his arm to directly hit him. Got on Shen Yi's Mitsubishi Army Spur. Seeing that the spur he thrust out was about to be hit by Iron Wolf's steel arm guard, Shen Yi quickly retracted his strength and changed the direction of his stabbing, because it was very unwise to hit a hard object with a sharp object, and he might himself the dagger will be released due to the strong countershock force. If it is worse, the other end of the dagger may shock the user's jaw, and the dagger will become blunter, making it unable to cause effective damage to the opponent in subsequent battles. Shen Yi's dagger pulled out a long spark on Tai Lang's steel arm guard. Tai Lang missed the blow and was unable to close the knife and strike again in a short period of time, so he immediately used his strong arms to attack. Shen Yi hit him. Shen Yi was also in a state of being stuck in the air. In this situation, he had no strength to avoid Iron Wolf's collision, so he had to collide head-on with Iron Wolf. Although Shen Yi's body has been transformed many times by the mysterious soul Jiangwu, Iron Wolf seems to be born with divine power. Shen Yi was still knocked out by Iron Wolf, and a mouthful of reverse blood rushed into Shen Yi's nasal cavity. But Shen Yi forcefully killed him, swallowed it back. Shen Yi was directly knocked back to his birthplace by Iron Wolf. Shen Yi took a breath of cold air and slowly got up from the ground. The Iron Wolf's collision just now made his Mitsubishi Army Spur come out of his hand. Now Shen Yi took out the finger tiger and put it in his hand. Seeing that the blow was successful, Tai Lang grinned twice and charged again. He wanted to take advantage of your illness and kill you, catching Shen Yi off guard. However, although Shen Yi is not as strong as this Iron Wolf, his recovery ability is indeed very strong. After a while, Shen Yi regained consciousness and gained strength, but he pretended that he was still stiff and stood motionless. Naturally, Tai Lang relaxed his guard when he saw Shen Yi like this. He waved the Mitsubishi Army Spur casually, and the spur spun twice in his hand. Then Tai Lang grabbed the Mitsubishi Army Spur from top to bottom and thrust it toward Shen Yi. Down? According to this direction, Shen Yi will definitely be hit in the head by him. Outside the court, Li Yuner, Han Xiaomu and other members were all too angry to dare to exhale. If nothing unusual happened, the winner would be decided here. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi suddenly moved as fast as the wind. When Tai Lang stretched his arm out to penetrate Shen Yi without taking any defensive measures, Shen Yi punched Tai Lang's big arm muscles with a military finger. As soon as he got out, Tai Lang dropped his three-sided military spur due to the huge pain. Shen Yi punched with his right hand, charged up his left hand, and planned to punch Tai Lang's head again. But Tai Lang was also experienced. When he understood that he had been fooled, he immediately stopped his attack and quickly retreated, quickly retreating out of Shen Yi's attack range. Shen Yi's left hand charge naturally hit the empty space. Tai Lang looked at Shen Yi with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes and said, "Boy, you have some skills." Although Shen Yi was not as strong as Tai Lang, he was very agile. He kept dodging Tai Lang's fists. But Tai Lang's every punch was very powerful, and he breathed out the wind of the fist. Such strong wind rubbed Shen Yi's skin many times, making Shen Yi feel very painful. Shen Yi found the opportunity and took advantage of Tai Lang to throw out two punches. When there was no chance to resist, a Shilong fist hit Tai Lang's chest. Tai Lang's chest instantly dented visibly to the naked eye. Tai Lang roared, and then swung a punch toward Shen Yi's head despite being hit. Shen Yi quickly used both hands to hold it up, and used the steel military finger tigers on his hands to face Tai Lang's fists. The military finger tigers and military finger tigers collided fiercely, even though Tai Lang was trying to swing with all his strength even though he was injured. Blow. But Shen Yi also felt unbearable force coming from his arm. But Shen Yi adopted a squatting posture, which could transmit the power to the ground to the greatest extent. Therefore, Shen Yi squatted down, then spurted out a mouthful of blood, resisting Iron Wolf's attack. Shen Yi, who had recovered, stood up immediately, but Tai Lang couldn't stand up because of the huge blow to his chest. Everyone knew that this battle was over. If Tai Lang's final blow failed to kill Shen Yi instantly, then he had failed. Chapter 368, Sword, Blood and Shadow. Shen Yi stood up, without saying anything, and punched Tai Lang directly on the head. This cruel scene obviously stimulated the people, who usually did not see the light of swords and blood. They stopped talking and stared at all this with wide eyes. Even Li Yuter stopped smiling and blinked seriously. He looked at the scene in front of him. Shen Yi's fist could be said to have used all his strength. Iron Wolf was pressed by the power of the fist, and his entire body flew back uncontrollably. Don't be careless. It's not that simple. Seeing Shen Yi wave his hand, seemingly satisfied with the damage caused by the punch, Jiangwu hurriedly stopped Shen Yi's gradually relaxing mentality and muscles. Huh? Shen Yi didn't dare to relax after hearing the reminder. He still retracted his fist to observe Iron Wolf's movements. Sure enough, as Jiangwu expected, with a squealing, friction sound on the floor, the next second, Tai Lang launched his full attack on Shen Yi again. As expected of a warrior, his tactical awareness is truly extraordinary. Li Yuner crossed her legs and held her chin in her hands, looking at everything. Amid the astonishment of everyone outside the venue, Li Yuner's explanation was like a pebble falling into a silent lake, creating enough waves to alarm the entire situation. Awesome. Shen Yi, if I hadn't had 2 brushes, I would have been knocked down by you, Tai Lang shouted, still contemptuous of Qin in his words. Lan, but the arrogance he had before was completely gone. Now let's see if you can take my tricks. Come on. Shen Yi, haven't been scared since I was a child. Although Shen Yi didn't care about this. In fact, Shen Yi's entire spirit was in a highly excited state. This opponent can be said to specialize in his own strengths. In some respects, he almost invincible, but still has many flaws. Shen Yi shook his hands and rushed forward with fists. It was obvious that both of them were ready to fight head-on to decide the outcome. Of course, Shen Yi has thought of many ways to win. But this game requires more than just victory, but also the opponent's sincere belief in him. Only in this way can he be united in meeting all challenges in tomorrow's competition. Iron Fist was very fast and rushed towards Jiangwu at this time. At this time, he could only choose to resist or hide. Obviously, in this situation, there was no choice. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. In an instant, Iron Fist pounced in an attempt to disrupt Shen Yi's offensive immediately. But how could Shen Yi prevent him from getting what he wanted? Shen Yi immediately grabbed Tai Fist's neck with his right hand. And while Tai Fist tried to parry with both hands, he suddenly raised his left hand and struck the back of Tai Fist's head. The next moment, Tai Fist lost consciousness and fell in front of Shen Yi. Shen Yi is mighty! As the two took off their electronic devices, a burst of cheers rang in Shen Yi's ears. I admire you. The person involved, Tai Fist, didn't care about all this. He just cupped his fists and apologized to Shen Yi. In terms of close combat, I am willing to be inferior. I am worthy of being the person who won 4 games. Tai Fist, don't say anything else. And I must apologize to Shen Yi. Given. How can this be possible? Although Shen Yi was somewhat complacent in his heart, he could not show it at all on the outside, and still had to remain humble. Don't refuse. Iron Fist, am willing to be the inferior. Although I am a soldier, I also admire those heroes with superb martial arts. Iron Fist was very dissatisfied with Shen Yi's refusal. I admire those heroes with superb martial arts skills. In other words, can even powerful people be suppressed at will? Shen Yi couldn't help but complain. On the bright side, Shen Yi also followed Tai Fist's words and said to everyone present, the main purpose of inviting everyone here today is to discuss the matter of those powerful teams joining forces to expel us in tomorrow's game. Shen Yi suddenly became the protagonist of the scene. It is no wonder that the 2 consecutive final showdowns made it clear that Shen Yi's status cannot be eliminated. As for the big boss, Li Yuner, he couldn't comment on the topic of game competition. Tomorrow's game is also a matter that will determine the future career of his team. It is best to leave it to professionals. Li Yuner poured a bag of instant coffee into her cup and stirred it gently with a spoon. On the stage, Shen Yi also began to explain his strategic deployment. First of all, 3 powerful teams, including the IT team that is known to be openly hostile to us, occupy the 1st, 2nd, and 4th rankings respectively. They can be said to be our most powerful enemies. Shen Yi, what should we do? Lung Feng asked quickly. Shen Yi glared at Lung Feng angrily. What should we do? Focus on attacking a group of teams. We are weak. Shouldn't we act according to circumstances? Chen Bin retorted. Shen Yi explained with a smile. Generally speaking, this is not wrong. But now is a special situation. Don't think that we are too weak and blindly believe that the opponent is invincible. The strong also have the troubles of the strong. Listening to Shen Yi's different opening remarks, everyone became more and more curious. Contradiction? Jiao Hua, who had been silent all this time, Highlighted 2 words. Shani clapped his hands. Yes, because they are so powerful and evenly matched with each other. They must think that victory is on their side. What will happen to a team without enemies? It's starting to fall apart. Correct. So we only attack one team. They will only think that we are fighting a trapped beast. Not only will they not stop us, they may also acquiesce in our offense to consume the opponent's strength and gain help for themselves to advance. This is the selfishness of each of their teams. Then who are we fighting against? Of course he is the strongest. This will confuse the other party and create a more favorable situation for us. Just as the discussion of the entire plan came to an end, Li Yuner, who had been drinking coffee, raised his head and said, Kid Shani, are you thinking too broadly? What do you mean? Shani was also surprised by Li Yuner's rebuttal. After all, there seemed to be no loopholes in his plan. A unified operation was completely arranged in one night, and the work was done carefully. You said there is no secret between you? Who will believe it if you tell me? Li Yuner's red lips sucked up the last drop of coffee in the cup. You know, you gathered here openly without strengthening security. And you said there would be no movement when a group of you stayed together for one night. Shani suddenly fell into deep thought. Maybe he was thinking too idealistically. So, Li Yuner, do you have any clever ideas? Shani thought about it carefully and then gave up. Perhaps the most reliable answer is found by those who seek to discover the problem. Chapter 369, Above Board. More important things? What's more important than tomorrow's game? Shani shook his head in confusion and took Li Yuner's notebook. The notebook page was simple. But Shani couldn't help but frown when he saw the rows of games in the list. He didn't realize that such a strong woman like Li Yuner was actually a homebody. Looking at the flashing icons in the shortcut list below, Shani clicked on it. Let me go! The 2,000-word document was completed simultaneously during the time Shani just described the plan. Such speed. Single. Cough, cough, cough. Shani put aside the messy thoughts in his mind and began to read Li Yuner's modifications to his plan. It seemed that Li Yuner's initial idea was indeed similar to his own. But compared with Li Yuner's plan, his own plan seemed too idealistic. Li Yuner's advice to herself is to let nature take its course and do things for a reason. It is best to arouse the hostility of a team member first, so that you can have an honest reason to intervene, and ordinary people will not find it suspicious. Regarding the implementation of this plan, Shani can say that he can almost succeed by taking action himself, because members of the powerful team are generally arrogant and have the ability to be arrogant. For someone like me who has won several competitions, they definitely want to get rid of me, and a little excessive words can provoke a violent conflict. This plan is wonderful. Li Yuner also wrote out a preparatory plan for this operation. A virtual attack with real attacks, spreading the team out, and attacking in all directions on the surface. But the real firepower was only in one place. At the beginning of the game, the enemy can still unite, but if it is delayed until the middle and late stages of the game, then anyone with a discerning eye can see the problem. As long as the initial encirclement and suppression is passed, this plan is not impossible to turn defeat into victory. Sure enough, it's Lao Jianghu who has a skill. Han Xiaomu looked at Shani, who had been staring blankly at the computer screen, and couldn't help asking, What's wrong? It's okay. It's okay. As expected, the plan I came up with on the spur of the moment has a lot of shortcomings. Shani explained, while his right hand unconsciously touched Han Xiaomu's little head in front of the public. What's going on? Lingfeng scratched his head. Don't worry about these details. Shani quickly avoided the topic and pointed at the computer screen. Come. Let's take a look at the improvement plan Li Yuner proposed to me. Let's see if there are any shortcomings that need to be modified. So everyone came forward to watch. Let me go. Why is this plan mixed with anime terms? Which one is it? Lung Feng searched carefully. Look. YGO. Isn't this what Yu-Gi-Oh? I didn't expect Li Yuner to know so much about ancient anime. I will definitely ask her for advice some other time. It's just you. I'm afraid your salary will be deducted. Lung Feng mocked. You? That's enough. That's enough. Shani looked at the crowd who were talking about this topic and clapped his hands to stop it. Do you still have a sense of crisis? Tomorrow is the final competition in the regional competition. And our enemies are stronger than us. But you are still here discussing anime. You're right. Let's deal with the business first. We have to do it both emotionally and rationally. After all, we still have most of our wages that haven't been paid. If we lose, we're probably going to have to drink the northwest wind for a month. Iron Fist agreed. Bonus. The scene that was once out of control finally returned to order. After all, a penny is worth all the heroes. Shin-Yi looked at the people who were gradually regaining their composure, and continued what he just said. That preliminary plan obviously requires us all to discuss how to implement it. The cover team and main force of this plan, as well as the attack target. The IT team is still the first choice. Their physical fitness is lower than other top teams, although their long-range firepower and shooting accuracy are very well coordinated with their team. As long as there are weaknesses, there is a chance to solve them. Drop it. Zhao Hua expressed his opinion, and looked at Shin-Yi, who was listening to his opinion. Shin-Yi touched his chin and accepted Zhao Hua's words. Yes, the IT team is indeed weaker than other top teams. This goal is okay. But what about the offensive method? Close combat. Iron Fist shouted impatiently. Yes, we use our strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Then the main team member this time has been decided. Zhao Hua. Iron Fist. Shin-Yi nodded and agreed with Iron Fist's statement. I want to go too. Han Xiaomu shouted quickly. No. This operation must be streamlined. If the operation fails and we retreat, I think your speed will be dangerous. Zhao Hua rejected Han Xiaomu's request without mercy. Han Xiaomu angrily glared at Shin-Yi, who was taller than her by an unknown amount. Say it! Shin-Yi was also complaining in his heart, so he had to laugh and said, How about you choose to join us when the operation is over? This operation is indeed more risky. Shin-Yi threw a plan that he had thought about in his mind for a moment to Han Xiaomu. Okay. Han Xiaomu hesitated for a moment, but chose to accept it. After all, it's not very appropriate to have a small temper all the time. And the things involved in this operation are also very serious. Okay, that's it. The three of us will be the main force. Han Xiaomu will be the backup force. And the others will be divided into 3 groups to disrupt the enemy's vision and make them confused about our intentions to cover us. How about? Shin-Yi began to announce the final battle plan. I have no objection. Everyone agreed. After all, they don't need to put in much effort to get a considerable salary. And it's not very difficult to cover up. Of course, they agree with both hands. Shin-Yi looked at the time and said, Well, everyone, how about we start simulating a game tomorrow? Lung Feng, your group will be the IT team. Hurry up, in order to win the game. After discussing the countermeasures, everyone returned to their positions and prepared for the pre-match simulation match. The team of Shin-Yi, Zhao Yi, Iron Fist, and Chatterbox Boy faced off against the team of Han Xiaomu and Ling Feng, who replaced the IT team, along with a 5-color light. The 2 teams of people were randomly placed on the streets of the town map. Cities and towns are the most resource-rich places, and also the most dangerous. There are a lot of houses here as cover. If you can collect good guns and accessories first, you may be invincible. Everyone's teleportation is random. The coordinates of teammates flash green on the map, and the location of the enemy is the most important. Being noticed or detected can often result in a fatal blow. Chapter 370. Who will win? When the game started, the moment Shin-Yi was teleported to the street, he immediately ducked into the nearest house. The room on the first floor was very empty, except for a pistol and a grenade. Shin-Yi picked them all up. At this moment, Jiangxing killed Jia with a pistol. Zhao Yi! What's going on? Why did you lose face so quickly? Within 10 seconds of the start, one of our own had already been defeated. Shin-Yi was a little puzzled. Zhao Yi's level must be more than this. Brother Lan, stop talking. Han Xiaomu and I were teleported to a street, and she was at the door. There was a pistol just as we entered the door. I didn't have the strength to fight back, and I couldn't even run away. Zhao Yi was very depressed, and this was too much luck. A bit good. Brother Zhao, I think you are going to have bad luck today if you are in trouble. It is indeed the case. Don't worry. I will win it back for you today. The chatty boy laughed and teased. Okay. Everyone should be serious next time. Although it is just a simulation match, it must be played as a formal match. Shin-Yi reminded. This is prepared for the official match tomorrow. How about laughing and joking? While talking, Shin-Yi had already searched the room on the 2nd floor, except for a bulletproof vest. There was not a single bullet. Shin-Yi was also depressed. We didn't have good weapons in such a big house. Are all the people in our team weak today? While searching just now, Shin-Yi discovered an unusual reflective spot. Definitely a sniper rifle. Still facing this direction. It seems that his whereabouts have been exposed. There is still 1.5 minutes before the craze starts. You must not go out now. These are the 3 houses where Shin-Yi was teleported. Now when I go out, I stand on the road and taunt the people in room 123. Come and beat me! Come and beat me! A burst of gunfire rang out from directions 123 and 220. 220 is where Iron Fist is. Sure enough, T-Stykewin used Act to kill T-Zone. Okay. Shani clenched his fist. But then, there was another, louder gunshot. T-Jiangxin used M24 to kill T-Stykewin with a headshot. Shani! I definitely only showed my head for a fraction of a second in that situation. This girl fired in advance. Iron Fist was hit. He just got involved in the situation, and was shot in the head before he could be happy. Ah. Han Xiaomu. This girl has a great advantage in this terrain. The M24 is very demanding to operate, and it can predict a headshot with one shot. It is truly a genius. Shani could only lament that there was a huge gap between geniuses and ordinary people. There are still 10 seconds before the craze approaches, and the direction of 123 is affected a little bit earlier than here. This is an opportunity, and we can call this opportunity to rush in the direction of the 250 center point. T-Stonjiang uses Ag to kill T-Zazen with a headshot. Very good. This chatty boy will not disappoint. Ag headshot. There are still 2 enemies in this way. If Han Xiaomu from direction 123 is still guarding here, he will definitely be attacked by the frenzy. Calculate your time. 3, 2, 1. The moment he opened the door, Shen-Yi felt like his hair stood on end. This was the sense of danger he gained in the game after Jiang Wu traveled to his body. Shen-Yi quickly took a step to the right. Boom! A shot passed by his head and hit him in the back. 123 gunshots from that direction. Holy shit! Shen-Yi couldn't help but curse. How persistent is this girl Han Xiaomu? There was no room for hesitation, and the blood fell quickly under the frenzy. If Han Xiaomu still wanted to shoot, he would not be able to escape the frenzy. After running out of the frenzy, Shen-Yi lost half of his health. Fortunately, he had a first aid kit. The blood volume was restored to 4/5, which was unsafe. This level of health would be fatal even if he was hit by a headshot while wearing a helmet. It is estimated that just along Han Xiaomu's route, there is another enemy whose whereabouts are unknown. Shen-Yi found a direction that felt safer and rushed towards the center. Han Xiaomu is slower than him. As long as he finds a relatively safe spot before the remaining person and joins the chatty boy, his chances of victory will be greatly improved. After looking at the map, the chatty boy was in direction 25, 980 meters away from him. If he didn't go around, he would definitely meet Han Xiaomu and the others. Talk boy! This is the general route Han Xiaomu is taking. Please pay attention. Shen-Yi marked a few points on the map. Do you have the location of the other person? This guy is completely stubborn and has no idea where he is. Shen-Yi, you should also be careful about this guy. The chatty boy was also very depressed. This guy was quite stubborn. He deliberately fired a few shots to expose himself. He also showed his figure several times. But there was no movement. Getting closer and closer to the center, Shen-Yi became more and more cautious and ducked into a house. I didn't search much for supplies all the way here, so 30 rounds of 5.56 bullets might not be enough. The house did not appear to have been searched. There was a SCAR-L and some bullets on the empty ground on the first floor. Shen-Yi replaced the M4A1 in his hand, and the SCAR-L felt much better. Wrong. Some subtle sounds from upstairs reached Shen-Yi's ears, which were footsteps. It seems that the remaining buddy is upstairs. Those sounds just now allowed Shen-Yi to grasp the buddy's position. Shen-Yi pretended to go upstairs, and his footsteps made a clear sound on the stairs. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. No one came up yet, and there was no sign of Shen-Yi at the stairs. The guys upstairs were a little anxious and broke out in cold sweat. These 20 seconds seemed like 20 hours. Holding the grab in his hand tightly, the buddy knew that he had been discovered. It was strange that he didn't touch the good things on the first floor. How did the people below find him? Footsteps sounded again, and Shen-Yi made a coherent sound on the first step going upstairs. This is the visual blind spot upstairs. I repeated it 3 times, but the guys upstairs didn't dare to move. They were almost nervous enough to explode. At this time, a flash bomb lit up on the stairs, and both people lost their sight. The buddy immediately picked up his gun and fired at the stairs. After firing 30 rounds of ammunition, he changed the magazine. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots. Each shot hit the buddy's head. T-Skinlin uses SCAR-L to kill Tista with a headshot. Shen-Yi knew that Han Xiaomu was a genius, although his side now had a numerical advantage of 2-1. With Han Xiaomu's strength, He really didn't know who would win until the last moment. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi felt inexplicably sorry for this little girl and couldn't help but sigh. Just when Shen-Yi was walking downstairs and dazed, he suddenly heard Jiangxin used M24 to kill Jiang with a headshot. Shen-Yi! Han Xiaomu is so cruel. I planned to go around behind and sneak attack her, but she directly hit me head-on, dodged me with a flash grenade, and when I lost my sight, she picked up a gun and started shooting at me. 10 rounds of bullets were fired at me. You must teach her a lesson. She looks like an innocent little Lolita who is harmless to humans and animals. Why is she so cruel in the game? The chatty boy vented his bitterness to Shen-Yi. Chapter 371 Peak of Life. Shen-Yi frowned after hearing what the chatty boy said, but his professionalism immediately calmed him down. He thought to himself, what is more important? Eating chicken or having a girlfriend? Of course it is eating chicken. I am a serious esports player. People. Shen-Yi looked at the map. Han Xiaomu was rushing towards him at this time, and a plan suddenly rose in his heart. He quickly put on the M4A1 and switched to full automatic mode, then gently walked towards the pile of iron boxes behind the house. Shen-Yi concentrated hard and looked outside through the gap in the iron box. At this time, a light and shadow flashed through the gap. This little girl finally showed up. I'm going to succeed in eating chicken this time. It doesn't matter whether you want me to kneel on the washboard or not tonight. However, the light and shadow flashed so fast that Shen-Yi had no way to accurately judge Han Xiaomu's position. Han Xiaomu knew that he was nearby and deliberately let him see it. Is this to lure him to show up? Shen-Yi took advantage of the situation, tightly grasped the M4A1 in his hand, lowered his body, and quietly walked in the direction of the flash of light and shadow. When he thought that Han Xiaomu had fired several shots at him just now, it was fortunate that he was fine. Now that the situation was tense, Shen-Yi did not dare to be careless. Just when Shen-Yi was about to step out from behind the box, he saw Han Xiaomu's light and shadow again through the gap. What did this little girl want to do? He peeked out half his head, only to find Han Xiaomu sneaking into the room in front of him. In this way, Shen-Yi became very passive. If he went in to search the house, there was a huge chance that he would be pinned to the ground and brutally tortured by this little girl. After pondering for a moment, he tiptoed toward the blind spot in the room. Just when he was about to dodge into the house, 3 bullets suddenly hit him with bang bang bang, and half of his blood suddenly fell out. Shen-Yi was a little dizzy from the blow. At this time, Shen-Yi no longer had a first aid kit. He ignored his injuries, became more cautious, quietly exited the house, and ducked into the next room. Han Xiaomu's 3 shots just now had completely exposed her location, and she was upstairs. Han Xiaomu was very good at identifying positions by listening to voices. She must have figured out her position before she fired. What he has to do now is to confuse her line of sight so that she can't guess where she is. After Shen-Yi entered the house, he immediately stepped out of another door and hid in the corner. Suddenly he found Han Xiaomu running downstairs and passing behind the box. At this time, without saying anything, Shen-Yi directly picked up the M4A1 in fully automatic mode and started shooting. After firing half of the magazine, there was still no movement behind the box. Shen-Yi picked up the gun again, moving and firing. Shen-Yi immediately entered the room and replaced the magazine. If he wanted to shoot the large container from Shen-Yi's position, it would be difficult to hit, and he would be shot in the head. At this time, he began to miss the chatty boy. Shen-Yi moved the M4A1 with the magazine changed while firing wildly, emptying the magazine in an instant. When his last bullet just touched the container, the game ended, and Shen-Yi succeeded in eating chicken. Shen-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. No, it should be relief. Zhao Yi cheered from the side. Shen-Yi, you are really great. With you, our team will definitely win, Shen-Yi said. Don't be too happy. Although today is a simulation match, you are too weak. Why did you get shot in the head not long after the start? We are a team, and it's just me. It's not possible. You have to work harder. Otherwise, how will you win the game? The chatty boy joked at the side. Isn't this your little girl? You guys and girls work together. You won't be tired. You will win. You will win. After saying this, everyone laughed. After hearing what the chatty boy said, Han Xiaomu lowered his head in embarrassment. Shen-Yi glared at them angrily, and then looked at Han Xiaomu, who was blushing next to him. His face was as red as an apple. He had forgotten in his mind the irritability of being violently tortured by Han Xiaomu in the game. But there was a feeling in his heart. A little bit of pride. Ahem. Let's get down to business. Now let's discuss how to play tomorrow's game. Let's take the IT team as the first choice. I, Zhao Hua, and Tai Fist will be the main force to attack the opponent in close combat, with Han Xiaomu as the backup force. When we fight in close combat tomorrow, Han Xiaomu and others must cover us, make noises in the east and attack in the west, and confuse the other party's sight. Do you have any other opinions? Shinny said. No problem. Everyone agreed with this plan. Shinny pondered for a moment, looked at the time, and said, "It's getting late. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's have a good rest tonight, and use our best form to play against the IT team tomorrow. Come on. Okay. Come on. We will win tomorrow." Everyone encouraged each other. After saying goodbye to everyone, Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu walked out of the training room together. After walking a few meters, Han Xiaomu suddenly took Shen Yi's hand. Wasn't this little girl still a little distance away from him just now? Why did she suddenly pull him away now? Shen Yi, are you angry because I just swiped at you in the game? Han Xiaomu asked. Oops. This is a question. If you don't answer it well, I might be asked to kneel on the washboard or the remote control tonight. Shen Yi cried in his heart. No. How could I be angry with you? Besides, I have such a beautiful girlfriend who is good at playing games. It's too late for me to be happy. Look at Zhao Yi and the chatty boys. Who are they? You are so happy to have me. Eating chicken and falling in love at the same time is simply the pinnacle of life. Okay? After hearing this, Han Xiaomu blushed with embarrassment, looked up at Shen Yi, who was much taller than him, and said coquettishly, "You have never been serious in a day." Shen Yi continued, "That's why I'm not serious about you. Who made you my girlfriend?" Han Xiaomu said, "Huh? You didn't show mercy at all just now. I even poured some water on you. I don't care. You have to make me something delicious tonight to make up for it." Okay. Okay. Auntie, please calm down. As long as you don't let me kneel on the washboard, I can do anything you want. Kneel on the washboard? You want to kneel on the washboard? That's okay. After you finish cooking for me and washing the dishes, then kneel on the washboard for me. Oh, Grandma, don't be angry. What should you do if you get angry? Okay. Okay. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. Let's go buy a washboard now. You calm down. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu drove to the supermarket while laughing and joking. Han Xiaomu pushed a big shopping cart and happily selected things. Shen Yi followed behind, looking at Han Xiaomu's petite body, pushing a big shopping cart, standing next to a row of shelves that were much higher than her. Han Xiaomu wanted to get the things on the top, but he was too short and couldn't reach them. Chapter 372 brings side effects. Han Xiaomu curled his lips and looked at the shelves with a bit of annoyance. Shen Yi was on the side and couldn't help but smile when he saw Han Xiaomu looking so cute. Shen Yi deliberately teased her. Why, little man, weren't you very bold in the game just now? Why can't you even pick up something now? Han Xiaomu was a little annoyed. When he heard this, he chopped the floor angrily. Shen Yi, you bad guy. You, said and rushed toward Shen Yi. Shen Yi saw the petite Han Xiaomu rushing toward her. He was afraid that she would accidentally hit the shelf or shopping cart. So he subconsciously stretched out his hand to protect Han Xiaomu, and trapped Han Xiaomu with a pair of big hands. Han Xiaomu was trapped in Shen Yi's arms, half struggling. You, please let me go. There are too many people here. I'm sorry. After saying that, his little face turned red. When Shen Yi saw this, he couldn't help but feel pity. You? Really? You can't get something so high. Why didn't you know to call me? Han Xiaomu whispered. I forgot. Shen Yi said angrily. Forgot? Can you forgive me? Which girlfriend is as confused as you and doesn't even remember her boyfriend? Han Xiaomu said. I used to go to the supermarket and see things that were too high. I couldn't get them if I wanted them, so I had to give up. So I got used to them. Fool! From now on, whatever you want to get, I will get it for you. Also, don't forget me in the future. Do you understand? Okay, then you can get it for me, Han Xiaomu said coquettishly. Shen Yi walked over, stretched out his hand, and easily took down what Han Xiaomu wanted. Han Xiaomu happily grabbed Shen Yi's hand, stood up on tiptoes, and wanted to kiss Shen Yi. Shen Yi lowered her head subconsciously. When Han Xiaomu's lips were about to touch Shen Yi, she suddenly opened her eyes and smiled slyly. In broad daylight, you molested a decent woman, Shen Yi said. Who is teasing whom? You are not good. You are a bad learner. You female gangster. After that, He kissed Han Xiaomu on his own. And Han Xiaomu's little face, that had just faded away, blushed again. Shen joked. Why are you so shy? Han Xiaomu lowered his head and said, You big hooligan. Huh? I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to buy you a washboard. When you get home later, kneel on the washboard for me for 2 hours. When Shen heard this, he quickly begged for mercy. Auntie, I was wrong. There is a competition tomorrow. Can the washboard be repaired after the competition is over? Humph. It depends on your performance. After saying that, Han Xiaomu strode away. Seeing this, Shen quickly pushed the shopping cart and followed Han Xiaomu. He didn't want to kneel on the washboard, not to mention affecting the game. If others found out, he would not be laughed at. For the sake of a man's dignity, he must not kneel on the washboard. Close board. After walking around the supermarket, the originally empty shopping cart was already full. In addition to some food and rice, Shen found that there were also toothbrushes, towels, slippers and other things on it. And the slippers were men's models. While waiting in line to check out, Shen curiously pointed to the pile of daily necessities and asked Han Xiaomu, Why did you buy so many towels and toothbrushes? And these slippers? Men's style. So long. You have small arms and short legs. Isn't it just like stepping on a big template when you put it on? Han Xiaomu glanced at Shen and said, These are all for you. You are staying at my house these days. And the slippers in my house are not suitable for you. So I bought you a pair of large ones. There are also these towels and toothbrushes. It's for you. Shen felt warm after hearing this. He had been working hard outside for many years, and usually fell asleep when he was tired. He didn't care about these things at all. Only occasionally when he returned to his hometown or when his parents called him, would someone tell him these things. He looked at Han Xiaomu and suddenly wanted to protect this little girl, and even wanted to have a family with her. He secretly made up his mind to break into a world in the esports industry and give his parents and Han Xiaomu a good life. After settling the bill, Shen held a heavy shopping bag in one hand and held Han Xiaomu in the other as he walked out of the supermarket door. When Han Xiaomu saw Shen carrying such a thing, she volunteered to help him share the load. Shen, this bag is too heavy. How about I carry it with you and help you share it? Shen said. No. Silly girl. Didn't I tell you just now? I am your boyfriend. If you have anything you can't get or lift in the future, give it all to me. Otherwise, why would you need my boyfriend? What? Come on. Let's go home. I'll show you my skills tonight. Eat well and have a good rest. Come on for tomorrow's game. Okay. Come on for the game tomorrow. Han Xiaomu promised. You are so tired from playing games. And you still have to collect game information. It is really too hard. You should also be kind to yourself. I don't have anything to worry about whether I'm tired or not. And I'm already content because I'm living a good life now. But there are still many children in the orphanage. And it's hard for them to have enough food and clothing. Han Xiaomu continued. You have to be grateful as a person. And it is even difficult to survive. Shen, do you regret donating that money? No. I don't regret it at all. I know you are kind. I just feel sorry for you. But I promise you, I will work hard and let you live in a better house as soon as possible. Han Xiaomu chuckled. Take care of yourself first. Fool. After saying that, he went upstairs. Shen looked at Han Xiaomu's back and strengthened his determination. He must not lose tomorrow's game. Speaking of tomorrow's game, Shen remembered the small box Li Yun'er gave him when he was in the office. He touched his body and found that it was not on him. It must have been left in the car. Shen shouted to Han Xiaomu. You go upstairs first, and I'll get something from the car. After saying that, he turned around and walked in the direction of the car. Shen got to the car and looked for the small box in the car. After searching for a long time, he found it in the gap of the driver's seat. He opened the box and found that the injection was still lying there intact. Boy, are you thinking about whether to register this injection? Jiang Wu's voice came out. Yes. Li Yun'er said that this injection can strengthen my body. Now the organizer has adopted rules that are not conducive to us. And we have to face strong opponents. Although I have won several games before, our score is on the low side. And someone will take it out if you're not careful. But I don't know if this injection will cause me any side effects. Jiang Wu heard the uneasiness in Shen Yi's words. Don't be afraid. Even if you don't inject this injection, it will be fine. Your body has been modified and strengthened by me many times. It has long been different from ordinary people. In terms of physical fitness, you have already you're several blocks ahead of them. And with me as your strategist, You don't have to worry. Chapter 373, Falling Out of Nowhere. Well, I hope so. But let me tell you, you seem to be very interested in that little girl Han Xiaomu. And have you noticed that the little girl Han Xiaomu has been a lot gentler to you these days? That's okay. What are you talking about? She treated me so cruelly in the game today. It's not like you didn't see it. Why did you speak up for her? Oh, you young people always like to compete with each other. I'm really happy for you. You two are quite a match. Young man? How old are you? Jiangwu? A little older than you. Jiangwu became proud. You are a little older than me. So how much is this? Are you married? Do you have any girls you like? Shinny asked curiously. You have never told me about your life. I want to tell you, but you are either playing games or hanging around various girls all day long. How can I have time to tell you? Well, are you married? Upon hearing this, Jiangwu sighed and said, My wedding was approaching, but I didn't expect such a change. I don't know what happened to Luo Luo. Alas, Luo Luo? Is your crush? That's right. Luo Luo is the daughter of another elder in our tribe. Luo Luo's appearance can be said to be like that of a fish that sinks into the sky or a flower that closes up in the moon. Many men like her. She and I have known each other since childhood. We are childhood sweethearts. I have liked her for a long time. And Luo Luo has also fallen in love with me. Luo Luo is my biggest concern. I just don't know if Luo Luo will be sad when I leave. And I don't know if she will. Is it okay there? What if I can't go back? Jiangwu, don't worry. You have helped me so much. I will definitely find a way to get you home as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you in advance. By the way, have you made any progress on the stone you got from Secretary Ding last time? Speaking of this stone, after I got it back from Secretary Ding that day, I thought about it for a long time. Since this stone can shatter space and bring disaster. But if we master the method of controlling this stone, can we open the lower level waiting for the connection between the plane and the higher plane? So that I can go back? Yes. But do you know how to manipulate this stone? I vaguely remember that I have seen records about this stone in the laboratory report. But my body has not recovered yet. And I think that even if my brain is broken, I can only remember some fragmentary things. It is difficult to put the whole set together. The results pieced together. Well, anyway, the stone is here with us. If you don't rush it for a while, you can't come here in a hurry. Jiangwu, the first thing you need to do right now is to cultivate yourself and slowly repair your memory palace. Okay, thank you. Shen-Yi, Jiangwu said seriously. I should be the one thanking you. Without you by my side to help me, I would never have been able to become a top professional player. Otherwise, I would only be an ordinary mid-range player in my life. Hee hee, you have some talent. Once I give you some guidance, you'll get the idea, Jiangwu said with a smile. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. At this time, Shen-Yi's cell phone rang. Shen-Yi picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Han Xiaomu. He hurriedly pressed the answer button, and Han Xiaomu's voice came from the other side. Shen-Yi, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to find something? You hurry up and go upstairs. I've already prepared the food. Oh, my memory is not very good. I don't even remember where I put my things. I just rummaged through the car and searched along the road for a while before I found it. Shen-Yi doesn't dare to tell others about Jiangwu yet. Existence? Especially Han Xiaomu. He didn't want Han Xiaomu to worry. It's great that you found it. Then hurry up and go upstairs. I prepared a meal waiting for you. Okay, wife, Shen-Yi said with a smile. Ah, you are really annoying. Stop barking and go upstairs to eat. After that, he hung up the phone. Shen-Yi looked at the floor where Han Xiaomu's house was located and couldn't help but sigh. It felt so good to be cared about. He hugged the box tightly, quickened his pace, and walked towards Han Xiaomu's house. It's delicious. You're amazing. I can't even shut your mouth when I eat. Right? Han Xiaomu said angrily. What's wrong with my wife who praises me so much? Did you cook all these dishes yourself? Han Xiaomu rolled her eyes at Shen-Yi angrily and said, Yes. If I didn't cook the food, would there be any snail girl cooking it for you? I saw you were thin and small, so I thought you couldn't cook. So how did you learn this cooking skill? Well, it's delicious. So delicious. Shen-Yi said as he picked up a piece of meat and put it on the table. In the mouth. Han Xiaomu laughed happily after hearing Shen-Yi's praise. His eyebrows were crooked, which was really cute. Han Xiaomu put down the bowl and continued. My sister and I often went to the orphanage before. We liked Aunt Lee. So when we were free, we would go to the kitchen to help Aunt Lee work. Aunt Lee would sometimes teach my sister and me how to cook. He said that after teaching us, we won't starve ourselves when we go out in the future. Then Aunt Lee is doing well. Is she still in the orphanage? Let's go visit her with Han Xiaoya when we have time. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaomu couldn't help crying. Seeing Han Xiaomu suddenly cry, Shani hurriedly put down the bowl, squatted next to her, and asked, "What's wrong with my wife? Did I say something wrong?" Han Xiaomu suddenly threw herself into Shenyi's arms, crying like a child. Shenyi stroked her hair and comforted her. Seeing Han Xiaomu so sad, he felt as if he had been stabbed. Aunt Lee! Aunt Lee! Woo-woo! Aunt Lee got cancer and passed away a few years after my sister and I left. Woo-woo! Han Xiaomu sobbed softly. Shenyi didn't know how to comfort this girl. She seemed eccentric, but in fact, she was delicate and sensitive. This Aunt Lee was like a relative to her. No wonder she was so sad. Shenyi didn't speak, just let Han Xiaomu lie in her arms. After a while, Han Xiaomu stopped crying and actually fell asleep in his arms. He saw that Han Xiaomu couldn't eat the food, so he carefully picked up Han Xiaomu and placed Han Xiaomu on the sofa. After Shenyi settled down with Han Xiaomu, he hurriedly took a few bites of the food that had already gone cold. At this time, Jiang Wu's voice came out again. Oh, this little girl Han Xiaomu is also very pitiful. Her life is too hard, so you have to treat her well. I have to say, this meal is quite delicious. Shenyi lowered his voice, for fear of waking Han Xiaomu, and said, "You can only smell it. You can't eat it anyway." Chapter 374 Arrogant. After Shenyi finished speaking, he packed up his things, took the dishes and chopsticks into the kitchen, turned on the faucet quietly, and washed the dishes in a low voice, for fear of waking up Han Xiaomu. After he washed the dishes, he picked up Han Xiaomu and returned to the room, but accidentally woke her up. Han Xiaomu rubbed his eyes and asked softly in a sleepy voice, "Shenyi, what time is it?" Shenyi said, "It's past 8 o'clock. Do you want to take a shower before going to bed?" Han Xiaomu paused, seemingly still immersed in sleep. After a few minutes, she raised her face, climbed out of bed, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Shenyi stretched and then lay on the bed. Han Xiaomu's bed was a bit small, and he took up most of the space alone. He thought to himself that when the game is over, he must buy a big bed. After a while, Han Xiaomu came out. Shenyi looked at the little person with dripping hair and wrapped in a scarf, and quickly took a clean towel to wipe her hair. If Shenyi had come into contact with Han Xiaomu like this in the past, this little girl would have jumped up and hit her. But today Han Xiaomu was not angry and ordered Shenyi arrogantly, "Yes, yes, yes, dry my hair quickly. There is a hair dryer here. You blow dry my hair and then take a shower." Shenyi agreed repeatedly. Okay, okay, my aunt," Shenyi said as he turned on the hair dryer and blew Han Xiaomu's hair. Han Xiaomu's long hair brushed through his fingertips, and the pleasant scent of shampoo still lingered. Shenyi carefully blew Han Xiaomu's hair, and Han Xiaomu was half lying in his arms. The warmth didn't last long, because Shenyi was really clumsy, and it was the first time for him to blow dry a girl's hair, and he accidentally pulled and hurt Han Xiaomu. Han Xiaomu jumped up in anger, and chased Shenyi to fight. Shenyi hurriedly hid in the bathroom, escaped. Alas, why do you think of that annoyingly Yuner again? Shenyi looked at the time, and saw that it was almost 10 o'clock. He lay down on the bed. The small bed suddenly became crowded. Han Xiaomu moved in and said, "The bed is a bit small. You can sleep in it a little bit. I'm afraid of you." "Fall down." "Yes, yes, I am afraid that I will fall. And I don't know who is like a monkey when sleeping at night, tossing and turning, unable to settle down." Shenyi joked. "Shenyi!" Han Xiaomu blushed with embarrassment, picked up the magazine in his hand and pretended to hit Shenyi, but was pulled over by Shenyi unexpectedly. Shenyi snatched her book away, and the little Han Xiaomu was in Shenyi's arms. Shenyi said, "Do you know, you always make people feel pity for you. Little one, who wants your pity? It's shameless." Han Xiaomu's face turned even redder. "All right," Shenyi whispered in Han Xiaomu's ear with a hoarse voice. "Go to bed early tonight. There is still a game tomorrow. There are some things that are not urgent for this moment." Han Xiaomu responded in a low voice. "Okay." After saying that, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. On the other side, in Li Yuner's office, the night was already dark. There was a cup of strong black coffee on Li Yuner's desk. She was holding a cigarette in one hand and supporting her head with the other. She seemed very tired. When the cigarette was about to burn out, Li Yuner slowly opened her eyes. She looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30. And the damn person hadn't arrived yet. She was already suppressing her anger. Another half hour later. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Came a knock on the door. Li Yuner cleared her throat and said, "Please come in." The assistant walked in with a man dressed in black. The man was tall and thin, wearing glasses and carrying a box. He looked very polite. Li Yuner signaled the assistant to go out, then walked to the man and said angrily, "Dr. Lucy, you said you would arrive at 9 o'clock, but it is already 12 o'clock. I have been waiting for you for 3 full hours." Dr. Lucy placed the box in his hand on Li Yuner's table, and then sat on the chair next to it. He adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Miss Li Yuner, I don't think anyone would dare to do this to you. I apologize for my reckless behavior because the plane suddenly landed when it was flying over City A due to the heavy rain. I could only stay in City A for a while. I waited until the heavy rain stopped before taking off. I was really helpless, and I hope you can understand." Li Yuner didn't say anything, but looked down at the contents of the box. She picked up a small bottle and looked at it with interest. "Miss Li Yuner, this is our latest research result OIRY2, which can restore people's physical strength in a short time and has the effect of enhancing physical strength. More importantly, after taking it, it is equivalent to increasing the body's physical strength. Protective cover to reduce the numbness and pain caused by the VR system." The man paused and continued, "Unlike the injection I gave you last time, it will take some time to react after injection. The liquid in this bottle greatly shortens the reaction time and takes only a few seconds to take effect." Li Yuner seemed to be very interested in this medicine. As soon as Dr. Lu's voice fell, she asked, "How many more of this OIRY2 are there? I want them all." Dr. Lu looked at Li Yuner and said, "Miss Li Yuner, it is very difficult to make and refine this medicine. At present, all the OIRY2 we have produced is here." Li Yuner said, "That's okay. I want it all. You can go and negotiate the price with my assistant." After that, she picked up the car keys and walked out the door, looking at Li Yuner's retreating back, which was beautiful and touching. A sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of Dr. Lucy's lips. Li Yuner. Shen-Yi. Just wait and see. The two had breakfast, then changed clothes and went downstairs. Shen-Yi looked at the injections on the table. He didn't want to take them with him at first, but he remembered Li Yuner's advice and took the box with him. Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu took a car together and prepared to go to the competition venue. Han Xiaomu was sitting on a chair, humming a little tune. And Shen-Yi said, "You sing pretty well." Han Xiaomu said, "Drive your car well and concentrate. I will sing to you whatever you want to hear." Shen-Yi turned around and said, "It's okay. You can sing whatever you want. I like to listen to it." After a while, the two came to a traffic light intersection. Since it was morning, there were relatively few people. While the two were waiting for the red light, there was a sudden sound of braking. Shen-Yi turned around and saw that it was a black car. The car stopped next to them. Shen-Yi didn't pay attention and was about to continue talking to Han Xiaomu. Suddenly, Han Xiaomu screamed and saw several big men getting off the black car. They all had sticks in their hands and came toward Shen-Yi angrily. Before Shen-Yi could start the car, those big men surrounded their Audi and smashed it. How could the fragile glass withstand the beatings of these people? It was all broken in an instant. Chapter 375 Fighting Side by Side. Shen-Yi couldn't care less and immediately started the engine. Just as he was about to drive away, another car parked in front and hit Shen-Yi's car. When Shen-Yi saw this, he immediately opened the door and dragged Han Xiaomu to the side. As soon as they got out of the car, the black car hit their Audi directly, and the front of the Audi was dented instantly. Shen-Yi wanted to pull Han Xiaomu away, but unexpectedly all the big men surrounded him. Shen-Yi protected Han Xiaomu and whispered, "Protect yourself." Shen-Yi, who had been transformed by Jiangwu, didn't take these big men seriously at all. He didn't know who wanted to kill them. Before he could think about it, a big man rushed up with a stick. Shen-Yi dodged and the big man jumped into the air. Shen-Yi pushed Han Xiaomu out, but unexpectedly received a blow. Shen-Yi ignored the pain and shouted to Han Xiaomu, "Leave me alone and run." Han Xiaomu informed and understood that he had no role here, but would instead hinder Shen-Yi, so he ran towards the competition venue. Shen-Yi got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were scarlet, and he looked at these big men fiercely. The big men were a little frightened by his stare. One of them rushed forward without fear of death and was beaten to the ground by Shen Yi several times. Shen Yi picked up the stick on the ground and attacked a group of big men. Jiangwu also came out at this time. He had been in Shen Yi's body for some time, and his tacit understanding with Shen Yi was growing day by day. Jiangwu controlled Shen Yi's body, throwing an uppercut from the left and a roundhouse kick from the right. These seemingly tall and fierce strong men were no match for Jiangwu. In less than half an hour, these strong men were all beaten to the ground. Shen Yi didn't get any benefits either. There was a lot of blood on his face. There was a dull pain in his left leg, and there were scratches on his hands. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got into the car, started the engine, and drove the tattered Audi straight to the competition venue. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the venue, he saw Han Xiaomu coming out with the Tianxiang team members and Li Yuner. They saw Shen Yi's car and hurriedly helped Shen Yi out of the car. At this time, Li Yuner's car just arrived. When Li Yuner got out of the car, she saw Shen Yi, who was wearing a colorful body, leaning weakly on the car, while Han Xiaomu was crying beside him. "Shen Yi, what's going on?" Li Yuner asked anxiously. Shen Yi waved his hands and was about to speak when Han Xiaomu said, "Sister Li Yuner, Shen Yi and I just set off from home and were waiting for the red light at a traffic light intersection when suddenly a black car parked next to us and got out of the car. Several strongmen smashed our car without saying a word. I was pushed out by Shen Yi and ran back to fetch reinforcements." Shen Yi said, "It was not one car, but two cars. They also crashed our car. I had a fight with them and then ran out." "What? How many people can you beat by yourself?" the chatty boy asked loudly. Shen Yi nodded weakly. "Who did it? Could it be another team?" Zhao Yi said. "It's only 20 minutes before the game officially starts. Shen Yi, you don't have time to go to the hospital. But you are like this. Can you still play?" Li Yuner looked at his watch and asked. "It's okay. This is all a skin injury. I can still continue to play. You can't give up the game because of me. But the system of today's competition will stimulate your pain in a more simulated way. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on." Li Yuner looked at Shen Yi anxiously and said, "By the way, have you brought the injection I gave you?" Li Yuner asked. "Injections?" Shen Yi touched his pocket, but found that there was no trace of the box on his body. He smiled bitterly. "I guess he lost it." Li Yuner was anxious. The injection was gone, and she didn't bring the new medicine that Dr. Lucy sent last night. What should she do? At this time, a voice came from the loudspeaker in the venue. There are still 15 minutes before the start of the game. Players from each team are asked to enter the venue immediately to prepare. The game will officially start in 15 minutes. If you do not arrive within 5 minutes of the start of the game, will be regarded as giving up the game. At this time, the people of Tianxiang team were in a mess, not knowing what to do. Li Yuner looked at the time, looked at the injured Shen Yi, called and asked someone to deliver the medicine as quickly as possible. Shen Yi looked at everyone's worried expressions, squeezed out a bitter smile on his face, and comforted everyone. "It's okay. It's just a small matter. I'll just rest for a while. You forgot that last time I was in the hospital. The doctor said it would take a few weeks. Recovery. But it only took me 3 or 4 days to fully recover." Li Yuner frowned, looked at Shen Yi seriously and said, "Shen Yi, I'm sorry this time. Please replace the team members. You don't need to participate in this game now. Take a rest." Shen Yi and every team member present looked incredulous. At this time, Shen Yi asked loudly with anger and incomprehension, "Why? Why should you replace me?" Li Yuner said solemnly, "Shen Yi, please be quiet. I'm thinking about the overall situation. I know it's unfair for you to withdraw from this game now, but I can't risk the honor and interests of the Tianxiang team. So, your task now is to obey the arrangement. Retreat, recover from your injuries, wait for your injuries, come back, and fight side by side with every member of the Tianxiang team." Shen Yi wanted to say something else, but Li Yuner's strict and logical thinking words left him speechless. At this moment, Shen Yi's face was expressionless. His heart was cold, and he felt betrayed. The chatty boy said, "Li Yuner, Shen Yi cannot withdraw from the game. Think about it. It was not because of Shen Yi that we were able to turn the tide in our previous game. If Shen Yi withdraws from the game, how will we win the game? And do you think Shen Yi is the backbone of our team?" Li Yuner shouted loudly. "That's enough. Don't say any more. I have already decided." At this time, Shen Yi only had loneliness in his eyes, and blood was still dripping. He pushed away his girlfriend Han Xiaomu, who had been supporting him, and walked away step by step with difficulty. Han Xiaomu shouted to Shen Yi and chased after him. Looking at Shen Yi's retreating figure, I felt extremely sad inside. Firstly, it was because Shen Yi could not participate in this competition. And secondly, because Shen Yi could not understand her good intentions. Shen Yi was so seriously injured that if he takes the risk to participate in the competition now, he may have sequelae, which will be extremely detrimental to the future development of his esports career. Shen Yi left, and Han Xiaomu ran out after him. The Tianxiang team suddenly lost 2 core members, and the team's morale became low. Although Li Yuner continued to encourage everyone and helped each team member analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the other team, as well as the overall layout of our team and the strengths and weaknesses of each individual. But morale was clearly low among everyone.